Chapter 1021. He swiftly flew towards the battlefield. Elemental divine authority now functioned effectively. Darkness, plants, radiance, and chill all became extensions of Luo's perception. He only needed to check for heat to pinpoint Luna's location. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly rose from the jungle, only to quickly extinguish. With a muffled groan, trees stretching for hundreds of miles were completely destroyed. A burly man appeared in the sky, his large and small horns on his head extremely conspicuous. "You're courting death." Lori grinned maliciously. Already furious at letting his target escape, he hadn't expected to be followed from another dimension, resulting in half his soul being erased as punishment by the scheming master. Now that he had discovered the escaped little mouse, he was determined to devour her piece by piece. A night sword burning, with translucent black flames appeared in his hand. Lori cruelly slashed down. Once struck by the shadow corruption sword, all beings below his soul level would be corrupted, becoming part of a shadow. "Stop your disgusting, snickering laugh." A terrifying crimson torrent suddenly shot down from the horizon, with the faint, ferocious phantom of a lava dragon roaring within. Even the illusory gray sword energy was vaporized by its heat, and the torrent, reduced to half its original size, struck Lori directly. Huff huff. Luo was covered in sweat. A huge silver metal sphere in front of her was rapidly retracting into its ring, dust scattering from its 9 insertion points. Cracks were visible on the muzzle. The power of the magic core was indeed too overwhelming. Boom! Looking at the flames exploding in the distance, and the unharmed Lori, Luo's eyes turned cold. Dozens more 8th-tier magic cores appeared in her hand. If one shot wasn't enough, she had 11 more. Even if her magic core was exhausted, she still had 8th-tier magic crystals. She didn't believe the other's body was that tough. The magic crystal annihilation cannon, which had just been extinguished, lit up again, its dazzling golden light transforming into an extremely sharp tail whip that lashed out fiercely at Lori. "You little bastard, all you can do is rely on external forces." Lori seemed much more agitated. He slashed horizontally with his knight's sword, severing the tail whip. In a flash, he traversed 100 miles, the blade slashing down diagonally. Luo's vision quickly plunged into darkness, and a suffocating pressure swept over him, but Luo ignored the pressure. His cold gaze fixed on Lori. The magic crystal annihilation cannon groaned under the strain, thunder roared, and purple lightning pierced the darkness, bypassing the blade and striking Lori, shattering the stubborn dark magic power. A large amount of dark red blood burst from his chest. At the same time, the knight's sword fell, about to cleave Luo's head in the next moment, but a pitch-black rock slab suddenly appeared. The knight's sword only cut halfway before its power gave way, and it stopped. "How could you have Black Star Rock?" "No, that's not Black Star Rock." Lori clutched his chest, stunned. He knew, of course, that there was a Black Star Rock fortress beneath the city of Edbao, which he had once ruled. Black Star Rock could withstand 7th-tier attacks, but against 8th-tier attacks, it was just a slightly harder material. Yet, he couldn't even break this rock? "What do you care about Black Star Rock?" "Die!" Lori reloaded his 8th-tier magic core, gritted his teeth, and channeled his soul power to control the magic crystal annihilation cannon, locking onto Lori. The distorting force field acting on him, the shattering ice crystals, the life-devouring scarlet vines, a series of powerful attacks forced Lori back. His black robe became tattered, revealing his scarred body. Crack, crack, hiss. The magic crystal annihilation cannon finally succumbed to the violent use, letting out a mournful cry. All 6 rings shattered simultaneously, extinguishing completely. "TSK, it breaks so easily." Luo put it away with displeasure, then summoned the spellbook beneath Lan Luo with a wave of his right hand. Just as he was about to cast a spell, Lori roared, and his shadow swept over him, instantly engulfing the vines on his body, his figure vanishing in a flash. Where did he go? Luo was forced to interrupt his spell, searching with his senses to the maximum extent, his eyes scanning his surroundings, but finding nothing. The insight panel had disappeared, meaning his disappearance wasn't an illusion caused by high-speed movement. Ran away? No, he won't give up so easily. Where? Suddenly, a searing heat surged from behind. Luo instinctively turned around, only to see sparks, like glimmers of hope in the darkness, streak across the night like broken meteors, illuminating the darkness and obscuring Luo's shadow. Lori, sword raised to strike, suddenly appeared 3 meters in front of Luo. Little Luo stepped back. A torrent of lava erupted from the jungle, lifting a fiery red figure. A cold, handsome face, lips tightly pressed together, and a wave of a tall staff unleashed a burst of flames. The stars suddenly collapsed, then exploded in a blinding flash. It was a force more powerful than the earth tearing apart, an annihilation more thorough than the shattering of solid ice. There were no fancy effects, no need for additional characteristics. 1,000 high-level spells unleashed their full power in an instant, forming the purest impact. Wide azure dragon wings unfurled behind him, a gentle breeze swirling around him, swiftly dragging Luo away. The half-split black soul rock blocked his path, and with the impact, Luo's speed increased even further, barely escaping the most ferocious center of Thousand Starfall. Countless cross-shaped starlight shone before him, and the extremely violent flames dispelled all darkness. The damp jungle transformed into a boundless sea of fire, turning Luo's face crimson. She had never witnessed such an extreme explosion in Thousand Starfall. It seemed that only Luna's hands could unleash this high-level magic in its true form. A wisp of red emerged from the sea of fire, rapidly growing into a scorching figure that wrapped around Luo's waist. A fiery red orb flew from Luo's hand and pierced Luna's chest. Then, she carried Luo like a shooting star, streaking across the sky. Tear. The dazzling flames were suddenly swallowed by darkness. Illusions scattered, vanishing in the blink of an eye, only to leap out abruptly from the shadows, surrounding the master and disciple. Get out of my way! The staff was raised high, its tip shimmering with dazzling spatial distortion. Crystals that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space cracked, and a pale golden spark slowly drifted out. An oppressive holy aura radiated intense heat, even scorching Luna's hair. Luo's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The tiny spark resembled a sun about to ignite. Compared to the grandeur of 3 days of annihilation, it was minuscule, yet it contained everything within it, a complete condensation for its final explosion. Lackeys of the shadows, taste the pure fury of the world's only thousand-star witch, the old woman who ended an era. Under the spark's light, all the phantoms showed expressions of terror for the first time, scattering in panic and fleeing in all directions. The scorching heat even melted the two-dimensional shadows, burning their souls beyond resistance. However, just as Luo held his breath, his eyes fixed on the spark's explosion, Luna suddenly sealed it away and flew swiftly to the other side. Teacher? Little Luo, you don't think I would waste my precious saint-level source on a piece of trash, do you? This place is dangerous. We talk about it outside. That seems to make sense? Luo stopped speaking, feeling the warmth emanating from her teacher. Despite being a volatile fire mage, he felt comfortable and warm in her arms. Glancing out of the corner of her eye at her dark right hand, Luo's heart skipped a beat. Magic materialized into threads, weaving a long, lace glove to cover it. She'd have to deal with this later. Otherwise, it would look too unsightly. Perhaps it wasn't just about looks. Suddenly, a dense barrage of blood arrows shot from below, and a red mist rapidly enveloped the area from afar. Even Luo felt a tremor in her brow. If she were engulfed, she might not be able to escape. Teacher, watch out for those malevolent energies. TSK troublesome. Luna swooped down, a wall of flames burning away the writhing shadows below, clearing a clean path. Ice crystal skeletons continuously revived, extinguishing the flames, but their movements were a beat too slow. The two quickly passed through, avoiding the red mist in the sky. This way. A frost suddenly shattered several skeletons nearby, and Helida's slightly disheveled clothes flew out, pointing Luna in a safe direction. Priestess Helida, you come too? Yes. Helida's aura was very unstable, not only from the aftershocks of the battle between powerful figures in the distance, but also from the evil beings gradually reviving everywhere. Even though the individuals weren't strong, only around the 3rd or 4th rank, their near-immortal tenacity and endless numbers kept her constantly on the move. Worst of all, Luna and the others had entered by surprise. If they delayed any longer, allowing more enemies to revive, this alternate dimension might be shrouded in the evil aura of corrupted souls. You dare to play me? You won't escape. It was Lori who, realizing he'd been tricked, quickly caught up. A few steps behind him, 7 8th-rank beings were gathering, including some near 9th-rank powerhouses, whose auras were even stronger than Lori's. Are they rats? They're coming out in droves. Luna cursed angrily, but Helida thought about it seriously for a moment and replied, rats can't reproduce that many times, bedbugs are more likely. A clear, melodious laugh came from the girl in Luna's arms, as if she had heard a funny joke. Luna couldn't help but laugh too, giving Helida a thumbs up. You're little Luo's friend, right? Very good. Helida blinked. Was that a compliment? Being praised by a girl 1 rank lower than herself was a novel experience. The relaxed atmosphere lasted only a moment. In less than 3 breaths, Lori had caught up first, her crisscrossing black lines instantly blocking their path, forcing Luna and the others to face her head-on. Faced with absolute power, all tricks are a joke, Helida asked softly. Miss Luna, do you have any other options? In such a dire situation, she had no means of counterattacking. Forget about her depleted faith power. Even a hysterical self-destruction would likely only severely injure one 8th-tier opponent, but there were 8 8th-tier opponents here. Moreover, the luxurious manor in the distance seemed completely unmoved. Did they consider them too weak to be of any use, or were they temporarily unable to extricate themselves? Of course I have options, little Luo. Is light and darkness still there? Luo nodded slightly, taking out the legendary, broken staff, but still asked with a puzzled look, Teacher, Uncle Krieger said you sealed it to prevent it from being stolen, so why is it now? Luna took the staff, and the seals on it began to crumble. A soft, holy white light formed a halo around them, instantly repelling Lori, who had approached. She grinned, brandishing her staff, and casually replied, of course, it's because Xiao Luo absolutely cannot be harmed. The sky suddenly split open, and a vast, boundless array rapidly rose, deeply imprinting itself on space. Under the increasingly solemn gazes of Lori and the other enemies, a colossal, pure, and imposing phantom slowly descended from the array. The slender female body was a full 500 meters tall. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest. A seemingly thin silver armor barely covered her chest and waist, leaving large swaths of shimmering white skin exposed. A pure gold mask covered her face, with 6 white, prismatic crystals in 3 rows replacing her eyes. Above, an almost blinding golden halo hung brilliantly above her golden hair. Whoosh! For pairs of pure white wings, each 3,000 meters long, unfurled with a whoosh. The moment they appeared, the gloom of the alternate dimension vanished completely. Whether it was the surging shadows, the pervasive red mist, the resurrected skeletons, or the black-robed figures arriving with the black clouds, all were purified to ashes under the holy light. Ah! Black smoke billowed from the 8 8th-tier powerhouses, including Lori, as they screamed in agony. The intense pain penetrated their very souls, subjecting their already burdened souls to the deepest torment, transforming them into indestructible sins. The radiant light of the angel burned intensely. O sin that brings calamity, O ominous force that plagues humanity, my God, in pity for the suffering of the world, has declared that salvation is due, and thus I have come as promised. The colossal angelic phantom murmured these words, penetrating to the very core of her being. All distracting thoughts were purified, and Luo was astonished to find that the corrupting magic that had been troubling her had vanished without a trace in those few words. Not only that, but the shattered magical pathways within her body had inexplicably been restored to their original state, as if time had rewound to 3 days prior, to the night before Lori's attack. This is the Archangel Manini from ancient legends? Harita was also greatly surprised. The legends of the Church of Light were widespread, and she naturally knew a little about them. It was said that under the throne of the Supreme God of Light were 7 archangels, also known as the 7 saints, and the 5th of them was named Manini, the holy light descended by the God of Light to save the world from suffering. Legend has it that a person facing death, filled with the purest and most sincere faith, would call upon the merciful Manini, who would then appear and lead them to a painless heaven, completely freeing them from worldly suffering. As a follower of the Ice God, Harita knew that the God of Light truly existed, but she had never imagined that an angel would actually appear. It was simply shattering her centuries-old understanding. However, compared to Harita's shock, Lori was filled with fear. The greatest enemy of demons has always been angels, and they, fallen beings, naturally feared them even more. Under the purification of holy light, all evil beings claiming immortality met only one fate: annihilation. Run! This wasn't a trick, it was a true weapon of mass destruction. The powerful figures, who had just been mocking their pursuers, fled for their lives, wishing they had more wings. Even the shadows in the forest frantically burrowed underground, but ultimately, they couldn't escape the purification. The forest, though still relatively lush, and bathed in brilliant light from the sky, was utterly devoid of any shadow on the ground. Evil, the root of suffering, vanished. The Archangel's phantom slightly opened its white hands, and a ball of holy light appeared within them. With a gentle breeze, the dark magic was forcibly reversed into light. A figure shrouded in black mist screamed. The mist dissipated, revealing a headless neck. The pitch-black brain, directly connected to the body, was rapidly melting away, leaving only a wisp of ash. Another man, dressed similarly to Bobby, was bathed in holy light. His humanoid body exploded, revealing a jumbled mass of grotesque bones. Identical skull faces struggled frantically, their bodies constantly crumbling and sprouting identical forms, only to vanish completely within seconds. What have you done? A furious scream suddenly erupted. A burly figure crashed down, flashing through the air before reverting to his disheveled state. He struggled to his feet, his not-so-robust body covered in purple cracks, even his once-beating golden heart now shattered. He tried to reassemble himself under the holy light, but with little success. "Uncle, how did I end up with this miserable job?" Cough cough. Daxkin felt he was the most tragic one. He was just helping his friend's junior disciple, and he almost lost his life. Chapter 1022. 10 minutes ago, inside the palace forged from ice crystals, the handsome young man frowned and waved away the skull in his hand. A semi-transparent sphere appeared before him, like a miniature version of another dimension, and at one point on the boundary, a gap was clearly visible. Saint level. His mind raced, but Damien quickly dismissed the idea. With the ceiling barrier in place, a saint level being couldn't possibly appear silently. Once they broke in, their natural spatial pressure would activate the array's sensing power. Moreover, breaking through another dimension didn't necessarily require pure saint-level power. Certain items with spatial power also had a chance of breaking through. "Honorable Master, a human has trespassed into our territory." An ice crystal skeleton emerged from the wall, kneeling to report. Damien waved his hand, indicating that it could handle it as usual. Without saint-level pressure, the intruder couldn't shake the other dimension. Soon, Damien saw the intruder through the servant's vision. As he expected, it was the human 9th-level powerhouse he had recently schemed against, who claimed to be close. "I handle it." A cool voice rang out. Damien glanced at Ankanas, who had appeared, with some surprise. Wasn't this puppet usually reluctant to move around? "There are 2 reckless humans outside. Take care of them while you're at it. This place has been discovered. The matter of Ice Rock Harbor can no longer be delayed. Let's move out." "No need for your orders. Tonight marks the beginning of the shattering of Ice Rock Harbor." Damien smiled as he watched the girl leave. Ice Rock Harbor's hidden strength was considerable. A direct assault would have easily resulted in heavy losses and delayed other plans. But now, the dimensional tide was approaching, and that incompetent servant Shadow had recklessly exposed the Dark Beast Legion. So what if there were losses? It wouldn't significantly affect the grand plan. Shadow was probably preparing as well. He always enjoyed collecting souls and transforming them into shadow beasts. Damien went to the window, carefully selecting the most beautiful eyeball flower from several pots. He plucked the terrifying flower and whispered, "Tell War that Crystal City can prepare for action. Expansion officially begins." Gurgle gurgle. The eyeball flower blinked its 7 large eyes, emitting a cacophony of noise, and flew from Damien's hand, quickly disappearing into the distance. "Young master, do you need your most powerful servant to share your burdens? Mere superhumans can be easily annihilated by the mighty Bone King." An exceptionally strong skeletal monster forced its way into the room, a hint of obsequiousness still visible on its face, amidst layers of bones. "Dignity, do you understand?" Damien tapped the massive leg bone of the Bone King with displeasure. "You are a creation of the great monarch himself. How can you lose your dignity as a strongman because of a few humans? Go back and await my summons." "What a pity, young master. I take my leave. If needed, please summon your most loyal servants immediately." The Bone King left the room, squeezing the dilapidated door wider as he did so. The surrounding space trembled slightly, but Damien paid no attention. He carefully observed the projection of the alternate dimension, seeing countless points of light appearing on it, a mixture of blue, red, and black. The only gap was where Ankanasa was controlling the array and fighting the 9th-tier humans. Powerful 9th-tier beings have the ability to shake space, and the barriers of alternate dimensions are often weaker than those of the living world, so such tremors are normal. Suddenly, Damien's gaze stopped on a slightly chaotic area, where many points of light had instantly extinguished, as if encountering a powerful obstacle. Is that the Fire Mage and the Ice God's follower? They're quite powerful. With a few flicks of his long, slender fingers, 9 terrifying figures appeared behind him. "Before heading to Ice Rock Harbor, let's practice on them. You too, kill those bugs outside." The words had barely left his lips when the figures vanished, leaving 7 thick dots of light on the map. The rest of the time went smoothly. Although they didn't know how the other side had entered the alternate dimension, they could only flee in disarray under the pursuit, and could be captured in a few minutes. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound came from the room, filled with crystal skulls. Damien absent-mindedly ordered, "You ill-mannered fool, rebirth yourself." But the knocking didn't stop. Instead, the sound drew closer. Knock, knock, knock. Damien frowned, extinguishing the map. He was about to see if it was war or some ungrateful servant from Shadow who had intruded. After all, they were never easy to deal with. Occasionally, some of his high-ranking servants, who weren't his own, would disobey. Of course, the result was always the complete erasure of their souls, leaving them no chance to return to the underworld. But before he could get up, he suddenly remembered that, apart from the Bone King, all the high-ranking servants here should have been deployed. How could those expendable beings, lacking even self-awareness, have the right to approach him? Is no one here? If no one's here, little Artie is coming in. A childish voice seemed almost within reach. The room suddenly darkened, and a large silver door appeared abruptly, slowly opening. Suddenly, Damien felt an indescribable fear from the depths of his soul. All colors and magic within 5 meters of the silver door instantly retreated, as if witnessing some indescribable horror. Even objects without self-awareness were forced to move away. King of 10,000 bones. He. My young master, your most loyal servant has come at your command. A flash of silver light, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in the room. Before the strange laughter could stop, a small, glowing white hand covered its empty jaw, and in the blink of an eye, the King of 10,000 bones' head vanished. If you don't like what you hear, don't pollute your ears, or else. Bare little feet emerged from the portal, a magnificent black Gothic dress swaying gently on her petite body, like a blooming black lotus. Or else you won't speak again. Black smoke swirled, more like a solid entity than a shadow. Its mere appearance caused the icy ground to vanish instantly, not melting, but being devoured by something, completely erased. The Netherworld Clan? Ha 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 ha. The Netherworld Clan. How many years has it been, and you still want to dance? The headless body of the Bone King laughed heartily, waving his massive hand to move Moriarty's location to the courtyard. He took a step forward, traversing space to descend. A giant hand sprouted from his lower back, drawing the hilt of a sword from his spine, extending it into a jagged greatsword. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into boundless icebergs, the moon rose, and a gigantic skull face appeared, its empty eye sockets fixed firmly on Moriarty. Dead soul remnants, who are you really? A hoarse murmur escaped the iceberg, and figures covered in thin ice, each a Moriarty, erupted from the iceberg, their bodies ablaze with intense black flames. They grinned wickedly, unleashing the oppressive aura unique to saint-level beings, and swiftly attacked the original. You, who aren't even high-level demons, dare to revive my past life? You? Do you know what fear is? Hee. The mocking, crisp laughter spread like an aggressive virus, instantly infecting the boundless iceberg. The icy blue iceberg rumbled and churned, the black flames condensing into a beautiful, gigantic lotus flower, countless black lines hanging down. The Moriarty that had just attacked Moriarty suddenly screamed, its body shattering and reforming into towering, headless centaurs. Charge! The horns wailed and echoed as the headless centaur army trampled through black flames, tearing through space. Countless massive heavy lances converged into a single point and thrust forward. The Bone King roared, his chest bones extending to grow 8 arms that gripped the heavy lances tightly. His massive hand swung down from his lower back, his serrated great sword instantly cleaving through all the soldiers. The centaur split in two, and from its black flesh grew another half of icy skeleton. The half-flesh, half-bone army roared, turned, and froze the black lotus, transforming into a new iceberg. When Damien arrived outside, he saw the Bone King and the little girl facing each other, motionless. Upon closer inspection, a faint spatial ripple could be seen around the two saint-level figures. Fallen leaves split in two upon contact with the boundary. One half was bare, its veins bare, composed entirely of ice crystals, shattering into dust upon hitting the ground. The other half rapidly blackened and vanished without a trace. A clash of domains? Damien dared not approach. Even if he wouldn't be easily killed, a saint-level being was on a completely different level of life. The aftershocks could easily send him back to hell. Meanwhile, in the deserted palace, a sneaky little creature emerged from the void. Seeing the skulls in the cabinets, it chuckled and ruthlessly collected them all. It then casually plucked 4 potted eye-shaped flowers from the window, ignoring their struggles, and crumpled them into a ball before storing them away. Afterward, it swaggered confidently out of the broken doorway. Strange decorations littered the corridor, screaming oil paintings, floating limbs, armor radiating an eerie black light, and a writhing, fleshy long sword, but the little creature accepted them all without hesitation. But that wasn't her goal. Her small body moved with lightning speed, darting through all the rooms and corridors in mere seconds. Except for a few powerfully sealed secret rooms, nothing she could carry escaped. After wandering around for a while, she finally found a small golden lamp and a large, blood-red drum in a modestly luxurious room. You're really fast, but the power related to the gods is beyond your comprehension. Pouting, she couldn't help but cast her gaze upon a hidden, complex seal on the wall. Should she risk opening it? If she acted quickly, she should be able to open it before being discovered. Lost in thought, she was suddenly enveloped by an extremely unsettling aura surging from outside. Despite being inside the room, a soft light inexplicably illuminated the surroundings, and the shadows hidden in the corners eerily dissolved. Faint black smoke began to rise from her fair skin, and a faint, stinging pain shot through her soul. She frowned adorably, and a jet-black spear appeared in her small hand, which she thrust directly at the seal. At the same time, the seal transformed into an ugly face, its sharp teeth biting down on the spear. However, resistance was futile. With a flick of her small hand, an unparalleled force shattered the seal, instantly creating a black hole in the wall. But before she could enter, a black book suddenly darted out of the black hole in a panic. Curious, she grabbed the book. The cover was plain, nothing on it. She tried to open it, but couldn't. Huh? Her slender fingers gripped the book, about to force it open, when suddenly, humanoid figures with purple patterns materialized in the surrounding space. They seemed furious, lunging at her while screaming, "What did you do?" Bang, bang, bang. All the humanoid figures vanished in an instant. The little guy stuck out his pink tongue and happily put away the black book. Why was it so loud? I couldn't take it back anyway, hiss. However, the black smoke rising from her skin intensified, indicating that the power of the holy light around her was rapidly increasing. Staying any longer would be unbearable. Moreover, the big bone over there had also noticed something was wrong. If she didn't leave soon, things would get complicated. Thinking this, she plunged her spear into the ground. Instantly, black mist filled the air, plunging everything in its path into nothingness. The entire palace rapidly collapsed, and she had already disappeared without a trace. Go! A low shout brought Luo back to his senses from the appearance of the fifth angel Manini. He saw Daxkin clutching his chest with his right hand, sweeping his left, and a surge of ice magic enveloped the three women, quickly moving away. The purple humanoid figure in the distance, however, suddenly turned and left for some unknown reason, seemingly having something more important to do than destroy them. After being purified by the holy light, the dark power within the alternate dimension was gone. Daxkin returned to his starting point without hindrance, only to find that the original entrance had vanished. He grinned, reluctantly taking out a strange, snow-white pearl. The pearl, of unknown origin, immediately created a crack when it touched the spatial barrier, and visibly shrank in size. Upon leaving the alternate dimension, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. They were startled, quickly noticing a persistent layer of cold, bluish-green blood mist permeating the air. 1,000 meters away, a lone, unseeing, crystalline head lay submerged in the blood. Usuri. Harita's pupils dilated slightly, her fists clenching involuntarily. While her relationship with Usuri and the other administrators wasn't particularly close, they had known each other for years. Seeing his corpse left to rot in the wilderness left a bitter taste in her mouth. Weren't we sending this kid back to Ice Rock Harbor? Where's that beauty? Don't let her get herself killed. Daxkin cursed under his breath. But as he said this, after Helida gathered Usuri's remains, he quickly led them towards Ice Rock Harbor. At this moment, outside the barrier of Ice Rock Harbor, war raged. Waves of shadow, like the gaping maw of an abyss, gripped the massive barrier, obscuring the moon and the sky. Countless dark beasts surged from the shadows, fearlessly charging towards the barrier. Ice crystal skeletons crawled across the land, unleashing a chilling wave, a mutated version of a necromantic catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of extraordinary individuals rose into the air within Ice Rock Harbor. After a brief moment of terror, for the sake of their families and possessions, they unhesitatingly raised their weapons to fight back. A white-hot lighthouse rose from the tallest church overlooking the sea. The misty icy fog seemed like the most steadfast protection bestowed upon the believers by the ice god. Whenever a beast or skeleton struck a human extraordinary individual, a thin layer of ice would condense at the point of impact, deflecting the attack. Ice Rock Harbor currently has a population of approximately 50 million. This is because people from surrounding towns tend to return to Crystal City or Snow Dragon City, leaving a relatively small percentage willing to remain in Ice Rock Harbor. However, excluding the 5 major ports, the Ice God Cathedral, and the area under the city lord's jurisdiction, the remaining villages and towns are mostly populated by ordinary people with little combat power. Therefore, the total number of extraordinary individuals is less than 6 million, and only a pitiful 600,000 can resist the erosion of the dark tide and avoid instant corruption. Faced with the overwhelming enemy, even with the protection of the ice god, they were forced into a series of defeats. However, the disadvantage in terms of high-level combat power is even worse. Having experienced the previous attack by the dark beasts, when faced with the barrier warning this time, the major families immediately dispatched their strongest members. Each port family typically has 7 or 8 7th-tier experts, and at least one 8th-tier expert. Furthermore, the smaller families affiliated with the port families also have many 6th-tier extraordinary individuals. Adding the City Lord's Mansion and the Ice God Cathedral, there are quite a few 5th-tier and above experts. The enemy only has 2 8th-tier experts. Even if the Dahomey family betrays them as expected, they would only have 2 more 8th-tier experts. By all accounts, Ice Rockport holds a significant advantage. However, the high-level experts in the sky felt a chill run through their bodies, not for any other reason than the tall, upright old man in a butler's uniform standing in the dark sky, and the dense holy aura that permeated the entire Ice Rock Harbor. Chapter 1023. After Luo and his group passed through a layer of barely perceptible haze, they were confronted with a horde of beasts and undead swarming towards the barrier, a scene of natural disaster. Daxgen made a sharp turn away from Ice Rock Harbor, his expression becoming extremely grave. One bad news, and an even worse one. Which do you want to hear first? Stop beating around the bush. Luo had now noticed that this somewhat unreliable, middle-aged powerhouse always seemed willing to give Luna face. Even when being disliked, he would only grin and joke. It was hard not to suspect their relationship. Curious. Daxgen pursed his lips before speaking seriously. Ice Rock Harbor is surrounded. The enemy is very likely the thing you're looking for. And the worst news is, my senses issued a strong warning even before I got close, meaning they have a Saint-level rank guarding it. Ice Rock Harbor is no match for them. Saint-level? The 3 women gasped. Even Helida knew perfectly well how terrifying a Saint-level rank, standing at the pinnacle of the world, truly was. In a battle, the presence of a Saint-level rank versus the absence of one was a completely different level. Where is that Saint-level rank? The Agnesa Empire's Saint-level rank. Are they all for the royal family's use? Why would they appear here? Faced with Luna's question, Daxgen naturally couldn't answer, but Luo quietly told her his guess. Teacher, that alternate dimension already has the power to defeat a 9th-tier warrior, but it's insignificant to the Agnesa Empire. Only an enemy with power stronger than the royal family could create the current situation. That Saint-level being must be one of the masterminds. Daxgen glanced at Luo and nodded in agreement. Your disciple has quite the imagination, but for now, this is the only possibility. Will Ice Rock Harbor really suffer the same fate as before? It was Helida who spoke, her expression troubled, clearly recalling the ordeal at Crystal City. 2 years later, a Saint-level being had reappeared within the Empire's borders, but this time as an enemy, undoubtedly the worst possible situation. Daxgen, sensing Helida's thoughts, unexpectedly comforted her. Little priestess, don't worry. With a lighthouse, Ice Rock Harbor won't fall so easily. These words undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale, but also raised more questions for Luo. Daxgen briefly explained, the lighthouse was originally a marker to guide sailors when ships set sail and returned. Later, it gathered a large amount of faith power, and became the core source of power for Ice Rock Harbor's barrier. A moment later, in a natural cave far from Ice Rock Harbor, the 4 of them lit a fire. Although they didn't need warmth, watching the flickering flames felt like civilization was still with them, easing their anxiety somewhat. Little Luo, are you alright? Luo subconsciously pulled her right hand back inside her mage robes, and shook her head. Teacher, I'm fine. The Archangel's purification was very powerful. Aside from a slight depletion of mana, my injuries are completely healed. As she spoke, a gentle touch came from above her head, softly caressing her. It felt very comfortable, and Luo contentedly narrowed her eyes. Only after Luna's small hand left did she feel a subtle sense of loss. Drink this. A pale blue potion was handed to her. Without thinking, Luo broke open the bottle and drank it down in one gulp. Immediately, she felt her mana rapidly recovering. Just one bottle was more powerful than 10 bottles of high-grade mana-restoring potions she had bought herself, and Luo licked his lips, his eyes lighting up. Honey-flavored teacher, do you have any more? Luna didn't answer, but simply handed him a ring, then frowned and asked Luo. Did the former headmaster send you? Luo happily put away the ring, which was piled high with unknown potions, and casually betrayed the former headmaster Albert. Yes. Grandpa Headmaster said that teacher went to the north alone, and when he heard I was going, He entrusted me to gather some intelligence. How could I let you do something so dangerous? That old man, I pluck all his beards when we get back. Luna's nagging reminded Luo of his original purpose, and he quickly said, Teacher, since it's so dangerous here, let me send you away first. The situation in the Agnesa Empire is beyond our ability to handle. Only the support of the major empires can resolve it. At that moment, Daxkin, who was secretly healing his wounds, interjected, Little girl, do you have a way to leave the sealed barrier? Luo didn't hide anything, nodding, It's a bit risky, but taking a few people out shouldn't be a problem. Daxkin then asked, Then how will you get back? His carefree expression seemed to vanish, replaced by utmost seriousness. Uncle has seen more people than you have hair. Although this is our first meeting, I can tell that you, like your teacher, are extremely sentimental. Even if you have the chance to leave, you certainly won't abandon your family and friends. Hearing this, Luo looked at Luna. The little teacher didn't show anything, only lightly scolding Daxkin with displeasure. Don't tell my disciple what to do. If you're so good at judging people, how come you're still single? Oh dear, you little girl, why are you always rubbing salt into other people's wounds? Daxkin reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, but Luo understood his meaning. Just as she had come out of concern for her teacher's safety, Luna, who knew her well, could guess that Luo would definitely return alone to the Northern Kingdom to rescue her acquaintances after seeing Luna off. Therefore, even if Daxkin hadn't reminded her, Luna most likely wouldn't have agreed to Luo's suggestion. Thinking of this, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Although the current situation was dire, ensuring her own safety was paramount, but who said that following one's heart and protecting loved ones wasn't also following one's heart? Teacher, I think we can exchange information. Maybe we can find a way to break this deadlock. Luna patted Luo's shoulder with satisfaction. Her reliable disciple was her greatest comfort, but... Before that, Luo, shouldn't you explain your other self? Ahem, yes. Luo guiltily looked away. It was all Lan Luo's fault for sticking up to her without saying a word, making her teacher suspicious. She wasn't a child. How could she be so proactive? After spending some time, Luo briefly explained the origins of the four Luos, omitting certain parts involving the Ice God. The gist was that they were fortunate enough to have a conversation with their own projection in the illusory crystal lake, which caused the mutation of their original clone magic technique. The clones don't disappear over time. Even if they die, they can revive after a certain period. They share memories and, in a sense, are Luo herself. So Lan Luo is also considered a disciple of the teacher. At the same time, Luo gave Helida a complicated look full of apology. There was nothing he could do. At that time, Luo's relationship with her could only be described as acquaintances. There was no good opportunity to explain on the way, so he could only keep it under the guise of a puppet. Luna, oblivious to Luo's subtle glance, spoke with a guilty expression. Teacher thought she was impersonating you. Oh, I see. Let that child out. Teacher misunderstood her. Unexpectedly, Luo immediately denied it, hands on hips, explaining earnestly, No. Teacher, Lan Luo is very lazy. She's probably still sleeping. I won't disturb her. Luna was somewhat puzzled, thinking and recalling, Really? Teacher remembers you, Luo, before. Ah, teacher, do you know the Dahomey family? Luo hastily changed the subject, and Luna's attention was indeed drawn. Her face immediately turned cold, a murderous intent emanating from her. Of course I know. Your friend even said the Dahomey family is chasing you. Humph. They'd better pray they don't get alone. Her voice was cold, but Luo felt a warmth in her heart. There's nothing wrong with protecting one's own, right? Luo also took the opportunity to share the information she possessed with everyone, analyzing the current crisis facing the Empire based on various signs. At first, Daxkin, standing nearby, was merely observing the younger generation, not placing much hope in Luo's intelligence. After all, he had secretly gathered his own considerable intelligence over the years. However, upon hearing the word demon, he realized that the silver-haired girl before him probably knew as much about the world's secrets as he did. This is roughly what I understand. The Agnesa Empire has likely been corrupted by the Shadow Lord, the Ward Lord, the Bone Lord, and the Wisdom Lord. The Dahomey family is basically confirmed to be colluding with the cult, or has already completely defected. The Lord of the old capital of Hibia's attitude is ambiguous, most likely influenced by his influence. The royal family of Ice God Castle may have met with misfortune. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to contact you, Senior, so I don't know the specifics. But in short, right now, Ice Rock Harbor is the only pure place worth trusting. Looks like I'm on the right track. Luna muttered to herself, a shadow passing over her eyes. Then, She solemnly told Luo an important piece of information. Luo, you said earlier that Crystal Lake and Crystal City beneath the lake shattered, and subsequently Crystal City fell. This series of events was triggered by the Dahomey family approaching you, but it seems this situation has always been part of the cult's plan. According to Luna, after arriving at Ice Rock Harbor, she inadvertently discovered secrets about the Agnesa Empire and the Ice God. Legend has it that 89,000 years ago, the Agnesa Empire was established on the site of the destroyed Canriaso Empire. To avoid repeating the fate of its predecessor, the first emperor prayed day and night to the eternal Ice God for 333 years, ultimately receiving the Ice God's eternal protection. These are the 12 frost spikes. These frost spikes, known as spikes, are scattered throughout the empire, manifestations of the Ice God's power, eternally indestructible. 7 of them are located in Ice God Fortress, creating the indestructible Ice God Mountain, while the remaining 5 spikes gave rise to 5 major cities. With these spikes, the Agnesa Empire secured its position in the orc-surrounded north, consistently dominating other orc territories and remaining vibrant to this day. However, when Luna investigated further, she discovered that things had gradually gone astray. Approximately 30,000 years ago, 4 of the 7 spikes of Ice God Mountain were broken due to a hidden event, creating a breach in the Ice God's protection of the Agnesa Empire. 1,000 years ago, a powerful cult emerged in Ice Rock Harbor, calling itself the Church of Frost Bones, but it was not affiliated with the Shadow Cult, the War Cult, or the Flesh Cult. Later, the Church of Frost Bones was destroyed, and those who witnessed it learned that the cult had been trying to find and destroy the spikes. 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. All information about the nail was kept strictly confidential. Except for a very few, no one else knew that the nail existed within the Empire. Luna was searching for the demon. When she had searched in vain for a long time and learned of the nail, she decided to wait near it for the demon to appear. She knew that since the demon had appeared in the Karlov Empire 20 years ago, and there were clues pointing north, it would inevitably reappear within a few hundred years. The nail, which the cult had been searching for, would surely become their primary target. Daxkin, one of the very few powerful 9th-tier beings, who had lived for over 1,000 years, noticed Luna's search for the nail. After learning her identity, he offered to help her. However, due to the passage of time, even a 9th-tier powerhouse didn't have the memory to remember all the details. Therefore, the exact location of the nail had long been forgotten among the secret scrolls piled up in the interdimensional warehouse. After years of research, Luna had only confirmed information on 3 nails: the Fairy Oath of Frostguard, the Frost Heart of Snow Dragon City, and the Ice Cave Forge of the old capital of Hibia. However, Luna had no way of accessing them. The Fairy Oath was hidden within the soul of the Bianca race, now the Dahomey family. It was an intangible entity, untouchable. The Frost Heart was located somewhere within the Snow Dragon Mountains, known only to the Frost family, but the Frost family was extinct, and all those with the Frost bloodline had been slaughtered. Luna had no one to ask. The Ice Cave Forge was firmly controlled by the lord of the old capital of Hibia. It was the most important place for forging equipment in the old capital, inaccessible not only to Luna, a foreigner, but even to people from other major cities. The fall of Crystal City made Luna realize that Crystal Lake might be one of the nails in the chain of events. Whether Luo went to Crystal City or not, the demons would definitely find an opportunity to destroy Crystal Lake. It was only a matter of time. Little Luo, since the Dahomey family has betrayed us, and the Agnesa royal family hasn't shown up for so long, your teacher believes that the nails of Snow Dragon City, Frostguard City, and Ice God Mountain have already been destroyed. The cult dared to attack Ice Rock Harbor, probably because they wanted to destroy the last nail in one fell swoop. Luo and Helida fell into deep thought. This was the first time they had heard the term nail. If Luna's explanation was true, then it made sense that the Agnesa Empire could hold out for 2 years under blockade. It wasn't that the demons and cults didn't want to conquer the north in one fell swoop, but with the Ice God's protection, they were powerless and could only break through the nails step by step before destroying the Agnesa Empire. Suddenly, Luo thought of something, his face full of regret, his tone filled with self-reproach. Teacher, you were planning to summon the archangels to purify them after finding the demons, right? But you released them prematurely to save me. If only I hadn't been careless. What? A finger flicked his forehead, and Luna withdrew her finger with displeasure. You are far more important than those demons' lives. Even if it happened again, I would still do the same. Don't wallow in self-pity here. Teacher. Daxkin interrupted Luo's emotional whisper with a serious expression. Alright, children shouldn't be so sentimental. The important thing is how to prevent the destruction of Ice Rock Harbor, Lighthouse. Energy is plentiful, but even against a Saint-level attack, we might not be able to hold out for long. 3 days, at most 3 days. If we can't find reinforcements by then, the Empire will essentially be doomed. Don't pin your hopes on others. Only after Agnisa's destruction will other empires be able to get the news. The 3 women were startled, realizing the situation was more complicated than they had imagined. The appearance of the orcs meant that their territory was already planning to spy, perhaps even with authorization from the Assassin's Hall and the Temple of War. But the enemy's move was too sudden. Outsiders might still think the situation was the same as 2 months ago. I sent a few of you out to find reinforcements, Luo said again. Moriarty could forcibly break the spatial seal, but the consequence would be immediately alerting the Grand Formation, attracting at least 3 Saint-level beings to attack. This was something the little guy had confirmed when he sent E out to supervise. Even if they held out until reinforcements arrived, Moriarty was a member of the underworld race, easily mistaken for an enemy. This wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. The nearest reinforcements were only orc Saint-level beings. They wouldn't care about the words of a few humans. But since the situation is more serious than expected, there's no other way to take risks. Chapter 1024. However, Luo's proposal was still rejected, the reason being that there wasn't enough time. Even if Saint-level beings could traverse space and directly descend outside the blockade barrier itself couldn't be easily breached even by Saint-level beings. Daxken already knew this information from the orcs who entered Ice Rock Harbor. Either we summon more than 5 Saint-level beings simultaneously, or we stall that heretical Saint-level being while seeking reinforcements. These are the only 2 ways to stabilize the foundation of the Empire. Luo wasn't entirely confident either. Even among the human Saint-level beings, they weren't a united front, let alone the orcs. Luo had every reason to believe that once this information was leaked, the other Saint-level beings might be eager to wait for the Agniser Empire to be destroyed before launching a counterattack. This won't significantly alter the overall balance of power in the living world, but it will definitely reshape the distribution of power in the north. Uncle does have a plan. Daxken hesitated for a moment before revealing a shocking truth. 1,000 years ago, to eliminate the once powerful Cold Bone Church, Daxken, who had traveled a long way, joined the Ice Rock Harbor's expeditionary force without hesitation. Daxken was Lady Carlo. Bound by justice, he was only a 5th-rank member at the time, only able to eliminate mid-level cultists of the Cold Bone Church. However, whether by luck or misfortune, during one expedition, his entire team was ambushed, knocked unconscious, and taken back as test subjects by cultists. Within the Cold Bone Church's headquarters, Daxken's spirit survived under the protection of his knightly oath, but his body was corrupted by dark magic, turning him into a monster. This appearance led a high-ranking cultist to mistakenly believe that the transformation experiment was successful, and he unexpectedly became a minor bishop in a small outpost. For revenge, Daxken infiltrated the cult for 50 years, breaking through to the 7th rank under the corruption of dark power, and rising to the position of archbishop. That year, when Saint Darius, who had come to Ice Rock Harbor on business, unexpectedly encountered cultists, Ice Rock Harbor suffered a devastating blow. Saint Darius was not from the Northern Kingdom. She had no affection for the people of Agnisa and disregarded the consequences. With a single high-level spell, the cultists who encountered her died, but Ice Rock Harbor's 6th port also vanished. To prevent this madwoman from coming after them, the church leader dispatched Daxken, who lived up to expectations, witnessed Darius's power and decisively recounted his ordeal, then revealed crucial information about the cult. The result was predictable. Darius, using the pretext of provoking her, directly intervened in Ice Rock Harbor's internal affairs, violently eliminating several high-ranking members corrupted by the Cold Bone Church, and then razed the cult's headquarters. To repay Darius for saving his life, Daxken disguised himself as a cult leader and took responsibility for the damage to Ice Rock Harbor, thus preventing a conflict between the 2 great empires. Fearing the resurgence of the Cold Bone Church, he remained in Ice Rock Harbor under an assumed name, where he remains to this day. Although Daxken later cultivated to the 9th rank, the marks of darkness's corruption remained. If he channeled his dark power into the lighthouse, he could temporarily enhance its protective capabilities, buying more time. How could this be? Teacher, is this true? Luo felt his idealized view of his ancestor shatter. Perhaps it wasn't so perfect after all? Luna, clearly hearing this story for the first time, paused before speaking to Luo. The old woman did indeed nearly destroy Aloy and Paladin several times. There's a reason she stayed in Sky City. Without His Majesty's restraint, that old woman is capable of anything. Crack! Luo slammed his hands on the ground, feeling as if something had shattered. Sure enough, without real contact, all records were incomplete. Helida's gaze towards Daxkin changed. So Mr. Daxkin isn't an evil cult leader, but a hero who saved Ice Rock Harbor. While I appreciate your admiration, shouldn't you focus on the lighthouse? Daxkin, unable to bear it any longer, had to remind him of something. The Sixth Harbor is a hotbed of cult activity. You all know the characteristics of that area without me having to explain. Luo sat primly by the fire. Understood. Uncle Daxkin, all we need is dark power to stimulate the lighthouse. Is that all? Luna rested one hand on her knee, lost in thought. Daxkin, do you have a way to get into Ice Rock Harbor? Daxkin looked utterly bewildered. Are you two little girls bullying your uncle? How could someone change their expression so quickly? Only Helida remained relatively calm, looking at the master and apprentice, who had somehow regained their composure. So expressions can change so quickly? Should I learn from them? Daxkin didn't want to dwell on his past, shaking his head at Luo. How could it be so simple? The lighthouse has protected Ice Rock Harbor for tens of thousands of years. It's not like it hasn't been polluted by dark energy. Only sufficiently powerful dark forces can trigger an overload. That's Ice Rock Harbor's last line of defense. Activating it lightly would only waste its power. In that case, as the source of the overload, what will you do, Uncle Daxkin? You little brat, are you underestimating your uncle? The resilience of a knight's heart is beyond the imagination of you mages. Daxkin scoffed, clearly mocking Luo's worries. Hearing this, Luo could only relax. Needless to say, triggering an overload would cause immense damage to the lighthouse, but the cult, having breached Ice Rock Harbor, certainly wouldn't give the lighthouse a chance to restart. It was better to take the risk now. The City Lord and Archbishop Dleen, as the only two remaining 9th-tier powerhouses in Ice Rock Harbor, should cooperate with the lighthouse to restrain that same tier. I sneak in and trigger the overload when the enemy isn't looking. If this area reappears, you go find reinforcements. But if the situation doesn't change, it means that even if the lighthouse overloads, it'd be useless. At that point, you better escape quickly, and don't go back to Agnesa. Wait! Uncle Daxkin, since you can enter Ice Rock Harbor, take me with you. Luo suddenly spoke up. If there was a way to enter Ice Rock Harbor, she could take Anna Bauer and Krager with her, without wasting any time. Too dangerous. Luna stood up, and stood next to Luo. It's settled then. Of course, I'm going in too. Daxkin knew their intentions at a glance, and could only stare blankly, knowing he was unlikely to persuade them. He turned to Helida. Little priestess, are you going in too? Helida nodded slightly, a slight smile playing on her lips. I am the priestess of the ice god. Agnesa is my country. I cannot abandon my country and flee. Seriously, forget it. It's just a few more troublesome kids. Daxkin grumbled, took out his pipe, and took a drag. His eyes gradually deepened. He exhaled a puff of smoke, enveloping the three women, and instantly they appeared on a misty mountain peak. Daxkin's voice came from the sky. This is inside the alternate dimension. I will let you out after you enter Ice Rock Harbor. To be honest, the smell inside wasn't pleasant. Even with the magical barrier, a faint whiff of smoke still wafted into my nostrils, as if some kind of rule was interfering. Teacher, do you think the lighthouse could be the nail in Ice Rock Harbor? Luna immediately dismissed the idea. At first, I thought so too, but after some research, I found that the lighthouse has a verifiable origin. It's purely man-made and couldn't possibly be a nail. Luo could only feel regret. If they could find the nail and hide or take it away, perhaps they wouldn't be in such a passive position. At this moment, Helida suddenly asked, Miss Luna, have you looked at the Seaview Church's secret scrolls? Not really. Mentioning this, Luna was full of resentment. That guy Daxkin crammed all the records of Ice Rock Harbor from the past 25,000 years into one place. I haven't even finished flipping through them. How could I have had time to go to the Ice God Church to verify them? She also wanted to ask more people for help, but that stone chamber was a treasure from another dimension, and even if Luna was carefree, she wouldn't reveal it to others. In that case, perhaps I can help Miss Luna look through the secret scrolls of the Seaview Church. Priestess Helida, if the Seaview Church has records of the nails, then the Doryman Church should also have them, right? Helida nodded, but offered a contrary opinion. Yes, there are no secret scrolls about the nails in the major churches of Crystal City, but it cannot be ruled out that the higher-ups deliberately concealed them back then. But the Seaview Church is different. Miss Witch, do you remember the Dahomey family of Ice Rock Harbor? She continued to explain. I spent 10 days gathering intelligence on them and discovered that they had frequent contact with the Seaview Church, but they didn't target the City Lord's mansion or the port families. This is not their usual style, so... Luo blurted out. So the Church of the Sea must have something they need. This something was undoubtedly the intelligence on the nail. Their thinking suddenly opened up, and the three women began discussing their plan based on this. The overload caused by Dak's skin would take a considerable amount of time, giving them the opportunity to gather intelligence and buy more time to save the Agnesa Empire. It wouldn't delay their subsequent plans anyway. Soon, a rough plan was formed. Helida would use her connections to obtain assistance from the Church of the Sea to locate the nail. If it was movable, Luo would take it with her. Even if Ice Rock Harbor fell, the foundation of the Agnesa Empire would still exist, and there would still be a chance for restoration. If it couldn't be taken, they would try to activate its power to see if they could repel the enemy. Of course, there was also the possibility of not finding the intelligence, in which case Luo and her team would have wasted their efforts, and they would have to proceed according to Daxkin's plan. Helida went to pray. Luo wanted to chat with Luna about the past years, but he noticed the weariness on his teacher's face, and was startled. He quickly checked on her, but Luna refused. It's just that I used up too much soul power guiding the release of Manini's redemption. I'd be fine after a rest. As she spoke, she seemed to finally succumb to sleep, leaning against Luo's shoulder and falling into a deep sleep. Her strong aura quickly weakened, but thankfully remained stable, which reassured Luo somewhat. He gently smoothed the slight furrow in his teacher's brow with his fingertips, casting a simple soul spell to help Luna's soul power recover faster. Adjusting his robes, Luo muttered to himself, "The robes in the Great Library are completely ruined. I have to make a new one when I get back." Suddenly noticing her right arm clad in a lace-sleeve glove, Luo pursed her lips. There was no time to figure out why the Archangel's purification hadn't completely healed her right arm. She'd keep it a secret for now. Calming herself, Luo began to communicate with Lan Luo. Inside the ruined space, Lan Luo discovered a new problem. The Code of Hecate was no longer sleeping soundly. How strange. Lan Luo wondered. Lan Luo frowned. Lan Luo lay down. Holding the soft pillow woven from magic in her arms, the comfortable life force embraced the girl. Lan Luo gazed at the azure sky and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Lan Luo sat up and touched the magic book beneath her. Strange, it doesn't feel different. But something just felt uncomfortable. Lan Luo pondered. Lan Luo thought. Lan Luo gave up. It must be the wrong position. Let's try a different position. Placing the pillow underneath, covering the magic book, should help. Suddenly, the voice of the original body echoed in her mind. Lan Luo, help me find little Artie. Her right hand, which is imbued with netherworld energy, seems a bit off. Can I not go? Even as she said this, Lan Luo knelt on her magic book and flew to the dark prison. Neither Zilluo nor Han Luo were there, and Moriarty was probably going crazy. When Lan Luo saw Moriarty grinning and mixing potions in the dark prison palace, and he rolling her eyes, and foaming at the mouth, she knew what was going on. Sister Lan Luo. The little one hurriedly gathered up a bunch of strange materials, revealing an innocent smile. Isn't this the cutest Sister Lan Luo? Come hug me. Lan Luo didn't move, letting Moriarty happily hug and rub against her. Before yawning and conveying Lan Luo's meaning, the original body said, if you stick to Lan Luo any longer, she spank you when she has a chance. The little one nodded rapidly, but her hands didn't stop moving, slipping onto Lan Luo's shoulder and riding on her neck. Spanking? Is she afraid? It hasn't even happened yet. Oh, the original body also said, there's a problem with the right hand that the Nether Chi possesses. She's worried. Moriarty tilted her head, grabbed with her little hand, and he, lying on the ground, its life hanging in the balance, vanished instantly, leaving behind a brand new E. Great and noble general of fear, your most loyal follower is ready. The little one's bright eyes lit up slightly, and Yi's gaze instantly changed from awe and fanaticism to mischievousness. This is little Artie's time to shine. Of course, the appearance fee is cheap, just Sister Luo's fragrant soul power is enough. A flash of silver light, and Yi made a dazzling entrance, her dress fluttering. With the powerful red Sister Luo gone, she could bully the cute Sister Luo at will. Suddenly, her big eyes widened, pointing at the red-haired girl next to Luo, her little cheeks puffing up in anger. Sister Luo, you found a new girl again. Chapter 1025. Sister Luo, you found a new girl again. When Luo heard this, she knew things were going to get bad. She quickly covered the little girl's mouth with her ice magic. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Luo glanced guiltily at Helida, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw she wasn't moving. It was all Moriarty's fault for not saying anything nice, making her sound like some heartless woman. Alright, stop talking nonsense. This is my teacher. Get rid of those unnecessary weird thoughts in your head, understand? Mmm. Moriarty nodded quickly. Although it was probably just a lie, as long as things were quiet for now, that was fine. Luo released her ice magic hand, not wanting to play around, and extended her right hand. Under deliberate control, not a trace of dark energy emanated from it. Moriarty saw right through the glove, and noticed the unusually dark skin on Luo's right hand. He let out a soft exclamation, Sister Luo, perhaps? Snap. Let's not talk about corruption anymore. Luo expressionlessly dispelled the magic chop. She heard that several times already. Did they really think humans could maintain their sense of self after corruption? But this arm probably can't be restored. Great physician, top apothecary. Moriarty kneaded Luo's right arm with both hands, giving his diagnosis. Sister Luo, your mastery of netherworld chi is too strong. Little Artemis doesn't know how you control it, but normally it's maintained at a substable state. If you encounter too much strong stimulation, the substable state will be broken, taking over your body. Simply put, Sister Luo, your netherworld chi is out of control. Luo's heart sank. No wonder the netherworld flower mark spread uncontrollably every time she used netherworld chi, affecting her thinking. Even mastering the dark authority hadn't improved the situation. Little Artemis, since that's the case, is there a way to suppress the loss of control? A way. Moriarty knelt to Luo's right, muttering something, then suddenly lowered his head and bit Luo's forearm. You? Accompanied by a slight sting, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Luo's right arm, followed by a sudden tingling sensation that quickly spread throughout his body, as if something had been drawn away, leaving his body limp. Black flame suddenly ignited on Luo's arm, burning off the glove. The blackness of his skin visibly faded rapidly, flowing into the little guy's mouth. A few seconds later, when the little guy stood up, only a faint ring of teeth marks remained on Luo's arm. Slurp. Sister Luo tastes so good, Luo's breathing became slightly heavier. The feeling of the uncontrolled netherworld energy being drawn away was strange, somewhat like the intoxicating sensation after smelling that eerie pink potion. Now, every inch of his skin was unusually sensitive, making Luo afraid to move. Fortunately, the aftereffects subsided quickly. Luo raised her right hand to examine it. Outwardly, there was no visible abnormality, except that the dark nether flower mark on the back of her hand seemed a little deeper. Is that all? Unexpectedly, Moriarty shook her head regretfully. Sister Luo, you think too highly of little Audie. You're too amazing. Your control over nether energy is only one level lower than little Audie's. Little Audie used all her strength to absorb the out-of-control portion, but the source isn't completely stable yet. She still needs treatment every 3 days. Luo narrowed her eyes. Why was she starting to doubt this? By the way, little Audie grabbed some good stuff. Moriarty changed the subject at the opportune moment, rubbing her small hands together and mischievously pulling a bunch of things out from under her skirt. A severed arm dangling in midair, but missing its thumb, gleaming black armor, no helmet, a long sword writhing with flesh and blood, the tip freshly broken, a pure white plaster cast on the armless body, the right eye seemingly stolen, and over 30 other items exuding a thick, eerie atmosphere. Finally, the little fellow unbuttoned his shirt and pulled out 3 items from the opening. A small golden lamp, its wick still burning with wisps of golden flame. A large, blood-red drum, 2/3 the size of a luogao, with golden patterns, seemingly dripping blood. A black book, only twice the size of an adult's palm. Luo's pupils contracted slightly, hatred and anger towards Lori intertwined within him. He carefully picked up the lamp. The eternally burning golden flame seemed to sense its master's return, flickering slightly, and the hidden divine runes reappeared. Don't worry, I fix you. Luo didn't know if there was any way to restore the silver moon lamp to its original state, but she would try her best. After using it for over 20 years, she had always loved the staff. Putting away the lamp and the undamaged illusion drum, Luo gently patted Moriarty's little head. Thank you for helping me find it. Little Artie is the best girl. I was still very touched even before you said that. Speaking of which, little Artie, were you alright leaving the space? Luo asked, while simultaneously gathering her soul power into candy. The little guy took a bite of the candy, a smug smile in his eyes, and slowly explained that space is an independent space. It won't trigger the alert of this place's great array. But it was really tough. I didn't expect a saint-level saint to have appeared, and little Artie couldn't break the alternate dimension. It was so troublesome. Luo wasn't stingy, conjuring a bag of candy for the little one as a snack. However, the presence of a saint-level saint made her feel a lingering fear. If it weren't for little Audie's intervention, they and Dak Skin would have had almost no chance of escaping. Picking up the strange items scattered on the ground, Luo quickly examined them, and found that most of them contained powerful demonic energy, like the Drum of Annihilation, evil artifacts used by demons. However, a third of the evil artifacts had fresh chips. As for who the culprit was, it was obvious without even thinking. Ignoring them, Luo put the damaged, unactivatable evil artifacts back into the ruined space, quickly leaving only 7 items. But among these 7 items were 5 that didn't exude any evil aura, seemingly not evil artifacts. Luo quickly learned the self-introductions of the only 2 evil artifacts that could be easily activated with soul power and magic power. A blue ring shaped like a spider and skull, exceptionally cold. When worn, it seemed to slowly freeze the soul, but the chill disappeared with a slight vibration of divine power. Its level 8 evil artifact, skeleton, its traces. It sacrifices a portion of its own flesh and blood to revive the skeleton of a past self at a certain moment. Its strength is haphazard. Its past. It permanently sacrifices its own life-giving bones, layering each decade of its past self onto itself to gain the power of revival. But with each revival, 10 years of past memories are lost. Its existence. Destroying its own existence summons a projection of the Lord of Madness, who will grant you one wish, but how it is fulfilled depends on him. A complete section of index finger bone, without a trace of flesh remaining, yet it does not exhibit the icy crystallization of a skeletal demon. Only the sharp 4-jointed finger bones indicate that it is not the bone of a normal living being. Playing Fingers, Part 2, Level 6 Evil Artifact, Skeleton, Composition. Listen to the mad melody. If the music demon approves, it will play a madly deafening tune for the enemy, but if it fails, you will descend into madness. Singing. Sing a desperate lament. If the music demon laughs, it will inflict painful despair on the enemy, otherwise, your index finger will be permanently taken. When Luo told Moriarty about these 2 evil artifacts, the little girl immediately showed surprise. The Lord of Roar is the most powerful ancient species in the skeleton hell. It is said that its strength is second only to the skeleton lord. It is indeed a good thing. Sister Luo, should we find an unlucky guy to summon its projection? I wonder what it tastes like. Moriarty was confident that she couldn't defeat the Lord of Roar in its original form, but eating a projection should be no problem. Don't do that. It would be troublesome if you messed it up. Luo pinched the little girl's cheek, reminding her not to act recklessly. Where is the music demon? He sounds like he can play the piano very well. Even demons have a concept of art. Huh? The little guy chuckled and leaned in to hug Luo's chest. The harp demon is part of the Lord of Madness. Each harp demon is a fragment of the Lord of Madness, mastering different melodies. If Sister Luo thinks that demonic noise is pleasant to listen to, then demons do indeed have an artistic concept. Never mind what I said. Just thinking about the demonic noise she heard a few times made Luo feel uneasy. Listening to those sounds was torture. She glanced at Helida and saw her still praying with her back to her. The series of shocks had probably taken a toll on her mental state, and she needed some time to recover. The ring's name was strange, and its effects were bizarre, more like a gamble. Luo didn't dare use it, and decided to keep it. As for the harp demon's finger, the second one, if she could tolerate the noise, it might be useful. Furthermore, activating this finger bone only required a proportional infusion of ice magic and soul power, making it very cost-effective. It's just a bit ugly. Luo thought with a hint of disdain, but still kept it in his ring, hoping it might come in handy. He looked down at the remaining 5 items that didn't resemble evil artifacts. A tattered black cloak with a small red lip and brain pattern on the chest, seemingly just a symbol of status. A pair of worn-out gauntlets, pure white, radiating a chilling aura. Surprisingly, they were normal weapons from the living world, their original owner unknown. A strangely shaped long dagger, made of material resembling the teeth of some powerful magical beast, exuding a faint dragon's might, though the blade was chipped in several places, suggesting it had weathered a major battle. A small, pitch-black box, strangely familiar yet unsettling. A black-covered book, seemingly unremarkable, but the little guy said it could move, so Luo couldn't ignore it. Following her instincts, Luo picked up the small box, held her breath, and slowly opened it. A crimson seal suddenly appeared, stopping her. It was the chaotic magical rune she had seen in the Divine Wisdom cult. Ankanas. Luo frowned, worried about a trap. She didn't force it open, but simply placed it aside. The gauntlets and long dagger were clearly warrior weapons, and Luo had no interest in them, so she casually put them aside and picked up the black book to open it. Sister Luo, little Artie tried, but she couldn't open it. Is that so? Luo paused, but her hand still instinctively opened it. Just as Moriarty had said, the black book seemed glued together. No matter how hard Luo tried, she couldn't open it. Huff, huff. It really is hard. Moriarty giggled. She wanted to see Luo's astonished expression. That would be hilarious. Sister Luo, take this. Moriarty took out a black crystal that Luo had put back. Shadow's Lair, a level 7 evil artifact. It requires the input of shadow demonic power to activate, but carrying it with you can warn of the appearance of shadow demons. Except for a few items, Moriarty was well aware of the uses of these items. Her discerning eye wasn't diminished by her wicked personality. She simply enjoyed watching Luo's ever-changing expressions. Little Moriarty, how do you know its activation conditions? The little girl shrugged, a smug look on her face. Little Moriarty wanted to know, so I knew. Patting her little head, Luo obediently put on the Shadow's Lair. Just as she was about to say something, Moriarty suddenly paused, then revealed a respectful expression. Honorable Sister Luo, he is returning. The great General of Fear is summoning his saints. Luo's eye twitched slightly. She quickly activated Insight, only then confirming that the little one was indeed he. Seeing her expression upon appearing, Luo instinctively assumed it was Moriarty. However, he could also absorb netherworld energy. Did this mean Moriarty's training of he had reached a new level? Shaking her head, Luo stopped thinking about it, and repeatedly flipped through the black book. She felt this book held a great secret. If she had more divine power, she might be able to forcibly open it. A moment later, Luo suddenly noticed something. Looking up, she was astonished to find Helida standing before her, staring intently at the gauntlets beside her. Priestess Helida? How did it get here? Luo asked, puzzled, pointing to the broken gauntlets and the chipped dagger. Found in another dimension, Priestess Helida, do you know their origin? Harida's expression darkened. She lightly raised her wrist, summoning 2 weapons. I know a little about them. Lord Wendell of Crystal City often uses a pair of diamond-grade gauntlets, pure white, forged from the scales of a 9th-tier magical beast, the Ice Emperor Wyvern. He's the leader of the Snow Kingdom mercenary group. I've seen him meet with the Lord on several occasions to discuss matters. He also carries a long dagger at his waist, said to be made from the teeth of an ice dragon. She paused, then said dejectedly, on the day the beast tide attacked Crystal City, the Lord and that leader were the first to engage, but afterwards, they disappeared without a trace. Luo's eyes changed. She immediately realized something. She had also considered that if 2 9th-tier powerhouses had stepped in to fight the Lilith demon, Crystal City might not have fallen. But now it seemed. The fall of Crystal City was inevitable. The enemy had essentially calculated all of their forces. Lord Wendell and the other 9th-tier warrior were likely already targeted and met their untimely demise. Luo pursed her lips and comforted her. Before, with the enemy in the shadows and us in the open, and with the Dahomey family as pawns, defeat was to be expected. But now that the enemy has emerged from the darkness, as long as Ice Rock Harbor survives this ordeal, their doom will surely come. Thank you for your comfort, Miss Witch. I'm just a little. This was the first time Luo had seen Helida display such complex emotions, sorrow, longing, wavering, hatred, which she quickly concealed in her eyes, becoming calm, as if silently forging all her emotions into a knife before piercing the soul of the murderer. Only then could she find peace. Worried that Helida might fall into extremes, Luo proactively gave her 2 relics, as a memento. Time slipped by in a daze. Helida was writing something in the Eternal Bible, when a slightly weary voice came from the sky. When you come out later, be aware of the situation outside. Uncle has to go. The surrounding smoke suddenly thickened. Helida closed the Bible, and Luo helped Luna to her feet. In the blink of an eye, the sensation underfoot changed, and Luo found himself in the westernmost port city of the Agnesa Empire. Ice Rock Port. Chapter 1026. Although Luo had frequently lingered outside Ice Rock Harbor before, this was his first time entering the city, and the first meeting was far from pleasant. Within a radius of about 1 mile of the barrier, a strong dark aura continuously permeated the area, appearing as if shrouded in a black veil. Outside the barrier, a dense black fog enveloped everything, and deadly dark magic constantly corroded every inch of the area. Magical flashes could be seen colliding fiercely, and every now and then, extraordinary beings would shatter and fall, greatly threatening the many residents of Ice Rock Harbor. However, the human race is the most capable of generating hope in dire straits. When Luo arrived at Ice Rock Harbor, countless extraordinary beings rushed forward, contributing their own strength, even at the cost of their lives, to defend their homeland. More than 500 colossal vessels floated in the low sky, the largest being a 1,000-meter-long ship bearing the ALD clan emblem. These giant ships, which should have been sailing the seas, were forced to fight on land, their magic arrays shining brightly as massive amounts of magic crystals were poured in, transforming into streams of dazzling magic shattered the demons outside the barrier. Ripples spread across the barrier, as waves of snowstorms and icy tides swept through, halting the enemy's relentless advance. Each time the extraordinary warriors were repelled, the towering, massive lighthouse in the distance flashed an icy blue light, freezing the dark tides. There were no probing attacks. The battle was fierce from the start. The leaders knew the enemy had come solely to destroy Ice Rock Harbor, and any further probing was pointless. Boom! The barrier suddenly rippled violently. Countless thick, dark blue vines, thicker than skyscrapers, burst forth from the darkness, tightly binding the barrier. The surging waves of magic shattered buildings directly through the barrier, affecting countless mortals, who vanished instantly, leaving only a shadow still trembling in fear. But even that shadow faded and disappeared within seconds. Daxken intervened to protect the area, but his expression was extremely grave. That saint-level being has made a move. I need to speak with the city lord first. Be careful. Daxken left, and Luo pulled himself out of the battle. Hearing the various cries of agony around him, he no longer hesitated, roused Luna, and rushed to the Seaview Church with Helida. The Seaview Church was located by the sea. From the backyard, one could see the boundless sea of origin, and also the pale golden barrier covering the distant sea and the enormous ice crystal giant standing on it. Avoiding the giant ships in the sky and weaving through the dense crowd, Luo and his group arrived at the Seaview Church after some time. Thousands of ice god cultists flew in the sky observing the situation, while mortals seeking refuge on the ground continuously poured into the church, creating a rather chaotic scene. Up close, the lighthouse actually appeared slightly dim, its light visibly emanating continuously from its top. Luo could sense extremely active ice magic and a very faint aura of divine power. Ever since activating her battle intent using the Drum of Annihilation and experiencing perfect control over divine power, Luo seemed to have become more sensitive to the aura of divine power. Feeling a little doubtful, but seeing someone approaching them from the Seaview Church, Luo stopped thinking about it. The newcomer was a priestess, who seemed to know Helida. As she approached, she urgently said, "Senior Helida, what are you doing here?" "Priestess Kasuri, this isn't the time for that. Take us to the secret scroll tower first." "Well, High Priest Putrid isn't here. I report later. Please follow me." The situation was urgent, and Kasuri couldn't concern herself with formalities. She led the three into the Seaview Church, past the hurried worshippers, and turned into an unguarded, solitary spire in the back courtyard. As she walked quickly, she complained indignantly, "The people of Dahomey are too treacherous. They colluded with the invaders, prematurely depleting the barrier's power. Now the guards of the secret scroll tower, the Great Hall, and other important locations are forced to engage the enemy, leaving only us ordinary worshippers to maintain order." The secret scroll tower appeared to be only 3 stories high, but once inside, it seemed over 300 meters tall, with each floor divided into a varying number of secret chambers, a total of over 100 levels. "Senior Helida, do you need my help searching?" Helida nodded without hesitation. It would be best to mobilize all available personnel to search for records about the frost nails or nails. She briefly described the nails, and Kasuri, clearly unaware that such a thing existed in Ice Rock Harbor, quickly nodded in agreement and took out 3 badges engraved with the image of the ice god. "Take these, and the secret chambers will open for you." However, before leaving, she remembered something and reminded them. Recently, Dahomey's people have been frequently seen in the 799 secret chamber. "I think they're plotting a rebellion. There must be some secret hidden there." With that, she hurriedly left, presumably to find help. The 3 of them, Luo and his companions, didn't hesitate and split up to search each floor. Luo arrived on the 3rd floor. The doors to the secret rooms here were marked 86 to 106. Opening room 46, Luo's heart sank. The vast room, gently swaying in the breeze, was piled high with parchment scrolls, many protected by protective barriers, significantly increasing the difficulty of searching. Frowning, Luo didn't dwell on it. He released his soul power, covering tens of thousands of parchment scrolls. Without even opening them, Luo already understood their general contents. They were economic records about the various ice god churches in Starcy Port. Checking the other parchment scrolls, they were all largely the same. Luo understood and decisively left the secret room, heading to room 87. A similar layout, except this room contained piles of scrolls. This time, They contained information on personnel movement and job transfers in the various Ice God churches of Starcy Port. Without wasting any time, Luo rushed to the next secret chamber. Each floor had over 20 chambers, with more as you went up. Even a cursory glance at the contents would take a considerable amount of time, let alone careful examination. Luo and his group were running out of time. As Luo left the 5th chamber, over 20 people entered the tower, their faces showing some confusion, but they didn't say much. They bypassed Luo and started from the 4th floor. Not all superhumans possessed the kind of magic that allowed them to quickly browse through information like Luo. Even those who did struggle to process such a vast amount of information simultaneously. Therefore, by the time Luo left the 3rd floor, these 20-odd people hadn't even cleared half of the 4th floor. Little Luo, how's it going on your end? Luna, a step behind Luo, had also finished checking the chambers on the 1st floor. Luo shook his head. They're all confidential documents from the Ice God Church and other ports. But these confidential documents were of no help in the current situation. If you find anything, contact Master immediately. Yes, I will. The Master and apprentice tacitly agreed to each find another floor to begin their examination. Time ticked by, and even the slowest Ice God cultists had finished examining 2 floors. Luo was already on the 30th floor, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. So much time had been wasted, yet the clues to the nail remained elusive. Rubbing her temples, Luo wasn't discouraged. In the great library, to confirm the effect of a certain magical structure, she could spend months traversing hundreds of book spaces, tirelessly flipping through tens of thousands of magical books. Now, with magical assistance, the workload was negligible. She was just a little anxious. Click. The door to a secret room on the 31st floor suddenly opened. Luo looked in surprise, only to unexpectedly discover a familiar face. Dalazol? The other person, looking tired, was gesturing to another fair-skinned boy. Hearing his own name, he turned around in surprise. How did you get here? Dalazol was genuinely surprised. Even though he knew Luo was within the Empire, he never expected to encounter her in Ice Rock Harbor. Suddenly, the boy beside him stepped forward, blocking Dalazol's path, his face seemingly filled with a hint of wariness. You're not a follower of the Ice God, so why are you here? Wait. Enki, she's the silver-haired which I mentioned, Miss Luo. Enki's expression froze. He carefully examined the mysterious and noble silver-haired girl before him, only then realizing she looked strangely familiar. After a moment's thought, she looked almost exactly like the doll he bought that day. The only difference might be that the real silver-haired witch's eyes seemed more beautiful, like fine red wine, an elegant crimson tinged with a noble amber. She's the silver-haired witch? She really is quite beautiful, no, even more beautiful than he imagined. A strange thought flashed through Enki's mind. He stopped blocking Dalazol and continued to secretly observe their conversation. Miss Luo, I didn't expect to see you here. Luo was also surprised. Yes, I heard that you and Hilly advanced to the next level on your own after leaving the Imperial Academy. How come it's just you? Thinking about the success rate of advancement, Luo had a vague feeling of unease, but Dalazol paused for a moment, then quickly laughed. I noticed that you and Enki are both prone to overthinking inexplicable possibilities. Hilly is fine. She didn't enter the Empire, so she should be quite safe now. Safer than me, haha. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my longtime friend, Mondina Enki. Dalazol, ever the overly familiar type, introduced another youth to Loki. Don't let his thin, frail appearance fool you. He looks quite fair. He's actually the new young chieftain of Mondina, and his strength is no less than mine. Loki clearly noticed that Enki's forehead darkened slightly during Dalazol's introduction. He softly kicked Dalazol's shin to silence him, before giving Loki a standard noble greeting. My friend here is rather dim-witted. Please don't mind a slip of the tongue. Mondina Enki, I long admired your name, the silver-haired witch of the Karlov Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you, though now isn't the right time. However, what made Enki somewhat uncomfortable was the strange, even subtle, look Loki gave him. Is there anything I can do for you? No, it's just, nothing much. It's a pleasure to meet you, friend of Dalazol. Just call me Lo. It's my honor, Miss Lo. Lo's thoughts were indeed somewhat complicated. She hadn't been impolite in discovering Enki's personal information, but she was a magical genius, her soul power incredibly sharp. The abnormality in Enki was far too clear to her. After thinking for a moment, Lo decided to pretend she didn't know. If she spoke up, she'd be no different from the talkative Dalazol, which she disliked. By the way, Miss Lo, what are you looking for? Seeing the two fall silent, Dalazol immediately interrupted. We've been looking for information about the Frost Heart, but we're clueless. Miss Lowe, you're very knowledgeable. Have you heard of it? Enki instinctively wanted to slap Dorzel's damn chatter, but he held back. This guy spoke too fast, he didn't have time. But Luo's next words surprised the two. The Heart of Frost? I know, but if there's any place with records of the Heart of Frost, it should be Snow Dragon City. Daxkin doesn't count, he was a participant back then, so it's not surprising he preserved history. Besides him, other cities should only have a few records about their local spies. Dollizer was initially surprised and delighted, then quickly became disappointed. Ah, but we can't go back to Snow Dragon City. Does that mean we never be able to break the seal on the Heart of Frost? This time it was Luo's turn to be surprised. What seal? The Heart of Frost should have been destroyed by those demons and cultists outside. The three exchanged glances, immediately realizing something was wrong. They opened a secret room, quickly went inside, and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Dorzer couldn't stop talking. Miss Luo, actually, besides advancing our ranks, Hilly and I returned to the north for another important matter, to find the family's lost treasure. Through Dorzer's explanation, Luo gradually pieced together the situation. After successfully advancing to the 4th tier, Dorzel and Hilly intended to return to the Agnesa Empire to find their family's last treasure, dedicating themselves to increasing their strength and seeking revenge for the Frost clan. However, they were blocked at the border by a barrier, and could only wait anxiously. After a long time, the Saint-level Ice Orcs and White Cat clan arrived, finally giving the siblings a chance to enter the Empire. However, Hilly said she needed to investigate some matters, so the two parted ways. After returning to the Empire, Dorzel encountered his friend Enki on the road. With his help, he finally reached Ice Rock Harbor, where the family treasure was hidden, and successfully retrieved it from an old servant. There were only 2 treasures. The first was a legacy, a high-level cultivation method specifically designed for those with the Frost bloodline. It was useless to those without the Frost bloodline, likely a contingency plan the family had prepared for the worst-case scenario. The second was the Frost Heart. According to the old servant, this Frost Heart was entrusted to Dorzel by the Patriarch's younger brother, Dorzel's uncle, on his deathbed after the family's destruction, with the instruction to wait for the young master to retrieve it. Dorzel reached for the ring, but Enki quickly stopped him, shaking his head slightly. Dorzel smiled, gave him a reassuring look, and took out a peculiar heart-shaped crystal from the ring. The moment Luo saw the Frost Heart, he thought of the dragon crystals of Sindaragon. The two were so similar, in shape, color, dragon's might, aura, and feeling. However, the extremely faint divine power, and a sense of transcendence emanating from the Frost Heart made Luo realize that they were not the same thing. Furthermore, there are 2 illusory crimson chains on the Frost Heart, which should be the seal that Dorzel mentioned. Miss Luo, this is the Frost Heart. Do you know how to unseal it? Luo shook her head regretfully. The seal on it is unlike anything I ever seen before, like some kind of bloodline power. However, my teacher is nearby. She has researched information about the Frost Heart and might know something. Luo wasn't entirely sure if this was the Frost Heart, because according to the clues, it should be somewhere in the Snow Dragon Mountains, already found and destroyed by the enemy. However, Luo had a slight guess as to why Dorzel's uncle didn't tell the ruler of Ice Rock Harbor about the Frost Heart. The year the Frost Heart was left behind, the Dahomey family's ambitions hadn't fully manifested, the 5 great cities were still ruling independently, and the royal family was frequently traveling. Therefore, Dorzel's uncle simply didn't trust anyone else. It could be said that if Dorzel hadn't had a chance to return, the Frost Heart would have remained lost forever. Let's go, I take you to see my teacher. Chapter 1027. Enki couldn't deny being curious about what the silver-haired witch's teacher would be like. He imagined a renowned great mage, a wandering mage with elusive whereabouts, or perhaps a reclusive powerhouse hidden in the city. However, the reality was quite different from his expectations. She was very young, not outwardly so, but rather seemed to possess a certain air about her, even giving him the illusion that the silver-haired witch was more composed, more like a teacher. And then, it was incredibly hot. Enki felt as if he were under the blazing midday sun, his body seemingly burning, but in the blink of an eye, this illusory heat vanished without a trace. Luna ignored Enki's changing gaze. She examined the shimmering Frost Heart and quickly concluded, it's exactly as described in the records, but its authenticity cannot be confirmed. If this is real, then the Frost Heart of the Snow Dragon Mountains is highly suspicious. Luo shared this thought, but unless someone had seen the real Frost Heart with their own eyes, it was impossible to distinguish. Furthermore, Luo didn't believe the enemy was blind and incapable of discerning the truth, only a deception could fool them. Therefore, determining the authenticity of the one in their hand was virtually impossible. The only way was to unseal it. If it contained the power of the ice god, then it was undoubtedly the real thing. The question then returned to how to unseal it. The frost heart possessed an unknown seal, similar to a bloodline seal, which should require a specific bloodline to unlock. However, Dorzel had tried, and his bloodline couldn't unseal it, hence his attempt to find the answer within the secret scroll tower. Perhaps this isn't a bloodline seal, Luna murmured. Suddenly, a large pile of messy books appeared on the ground, open, torn, missing pages, all piled together. They looked quite ancient, yet contained a great deal of fresh handwriting. The books flew through the air, flipping rapidly until a dozen or so flew out neatly, Luna's gaze landing on their pages. That's right, this is a rare variant of blood sacrifice. Mortals, unlike the superhumans, don't possess great strength, and their souls aren't even activated. When they desire divine protection, they risk everything to sacrifice their entire being. This practice is even more common in the barren northern lands. In the north, if a mortal wasn't born into a major country, they would most likely face one of three standard fates: freezing to death, starving to death, or being eaten. Some small villages, to protect themselves, are forced to resort to evil magic to seek the protection of the ice god. The mortals of this barren land might not consider why the ice god, a deity worshipped in the north, would accept such a sinful blood sacrifice. It seemed more like the work of a demon. Dorzel was utterly perplexed. Blood sacrifice is a common tactic used by the flesh and blood cult abroad for their deception, isn't it? Why would my uncle use it? I can't answer that. Perhaps it was his last resort, or perhaps he had his own considerations. But since it's the result of a blood sacrifice, it can be resolved using the power of purification. Speaking of purification power, besides the strongest, light, fire, water, and even vines, and would have considerable effects. In theory, it shouldn't be difficult to dispel, but there are simply too few other transcendents with affinity for other attributes in the north. Flames roared from Luna's hands, the destructive power causing no damage whatsoever to the frost heart, but the two chains on it were scorched by the flames, emitting shrill screams as they gradually charred and turned to ashes. The moment the seal was broken, the heart of frost suddenly emitted a chilling aura that instantly froze everything around it. The solemn and majestic phantom of the ice god flashed by and quickly returned to calm. Crack! Luotian shattered the ice shards on her body, feeling a long-lost chill enter her system. However, she was more concerned about the changes in the frost heart. After being unsealed, the frost heart's appearance didn't change much, but the aura it emitted became exceptionally clear. It was a chill far more profound than ice magic. An invisible force enveloped the frost heart, the air flowing through it suddenly froze, gradually forming a thin film visible to the naked eye. Luna frowned slightly. When her hand left, the frost heart hovered in midair, as if the surrounding space had completely solidified, unable to move. But in Luo's eyes, the frost heart emanated a clear aura of divine power, as if it contained boundless energy. Once unleashed, the entire northern kingdom would be completely frozen. It feels so ordinary. Why did you pinch me? Enki rolled his eyes at Dorzel, annoyed. Indeed, the happiest time with friends is the first meeting. How come this kid becomes more and more foolish the longer they're together? Thank you both for your help. Only now can the Frost clan's treasure shine as it should. Luo didn't care about the hidden meaning in Enki's words, but solemnly told him, the Frost heart is a nail. Firstly, its reappearance will inevitably attract the attention of enemies outside, so I hope you can do me a favor. Dorzel patted his chest without hesitation. Of course I didn't ask. Hey, Enki, believe me, Miss Lo is a trustworthy friend. She definitely won't harm us. Enki paused, then fell silent in dejection. Oh well, let him be. He could just keep an eye on things himself. However, he still voiced his question. What are nails? Could there be other similar items to the frost heart within the Empire? It's called an object, but it actually represents the power of the ice god. Luo didn't hold back, quickly recounting the information about the frost nail. After listening to Luo's explanation, Dorzel scratched the back of his head, revealing clear eyes, and subconsciously looked at Enki. The latter lived up to his expectations, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. I may have seen the nail Miss Luo mentioned in Chamber 799. The upper levels contained a large amount of secrets about other cities, which was why Enki had decided to start his investigation from there. Chamber 799 was on the 32nd floor. Upon hearing this, Luo and Luna didn't hesitate and decisively decided to head directly to Chamber 799. However, retrieving the frost heart was a bit troublesome. Whether using magic or soul power to absorb it, they would lose control. It wasn't until Enki suggested putting the frost heart in a box, and then putting the box away, that the heart was successfully retrieved. The 799 secret chamber looked similar to the other secret chambers, nothing particularly outstanding. But for Luo, as long as it contained information about the nails of Ice Rock Harbor, it was special enough. Enki had a good memory. Upon entering, he immediately found a thick book in an inconspicuous corner. I know a little about ritual magic. When I found this historical record, there were hidden magical traces on it. An ethereal rune appeared in the air and disappeared into the historical record. With a change in the cover, the thick historical record instantly transformed into a thin memoir. Enki handed the memoir to Luo, on which was depicted a lifelike illustration of a lighthouse. The master and apprentice leaned together, carefully flipping through the pages. This was the memoir of a city lord from 2,000 years ago, after her retirement. A large portion of the book recorded her past and achievements, and on one half page, she mentioned her experience in maintaining the sky nails. The lighthouse, a colossal, diamond-grade structure steeped in Ice Rock Harbor's history, its true form comparable to a mountain peak. Built to illuminate sea routes shrouded in the mists of origin for ocean-going vessels, its designers embedded nails as energy sources from the outset to provide such immense power. The gaze fixed on the sea, this is the tone of the city lord's writing. Records indicate it's a ball of light containing the gazes of hundreds of millions of sailors yearning for the ocean. It's hard to say whether this faith instilled in the residents of Ice Rock Harbor a longing for the sea, or whether that sense of belonging filled the faith. The gaze upon the sea is a unique embodiment of the faith of Ice Rock Harbor. As long as even one person yearns to sail, this nail will exist eternally, and the lighthouse will forever illuminate the path to return. But the enemy is aware of this, so they intend to wipe out everyone in Ice Rock Harbor. With everyone gone, this faith will naturally vanish. Luo immediately recognized the failure of Plan 2, because this nail could neither be taken away nor hidden. If easily moved, Ice Rock Harbor would only crumble rapidly. Enki noticed the change in Luo's expression and tentatively inquired, "Is the situation not good?" Indeed, the nail is inside the lighthouse, but thankfully, the plan can be modified to continue. Luo's gaze pointed to Dorazel. If the first heart is exposed, the enemy will definitely prioritize reclaiming it. Ice Rock Harbor is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes. After all, no one expected someone to be able to tear through the sealed space and leave the Empire. But in doing so, the person carrying the frost heart will undoubtedly become a target of everyone's wrath, in extreme danger. Enki decisively rejected the idea, blocking Dorazel's path. "No! It's too dangerous." But the boy gently pushed Enki aside, his gaze firm and clear. "Wouldn't this save Ice Rock Harbor?" "There's a chance." Luo couldn't give a definite answer. The power of a saint-level being was unreasonable. Only another saint-level being could counterbalance them. Hearing this, Dorazel clenched his fist and said without hesitation, "Fine, I go." "Dorazel, do you even know how powerful the enemy outside is? Even the 5 great families, the City Lord's mansion, and the Ice God Church combined can't withstand it." "Hung!" Dorazel smiled slightly at Enki's sudden outburst of emotion, patting him on the shoulder. "My homeland is gone, so I don't want yours to suffer the same fate." His smile broadened, giving himself a thumbs up. "Besides, I'm a master at escaping. Even a saint-level expert, I confuse him." Enki almost laughed in exasperation, trying to pry his large hand away. "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? You really—" He couldn't shake the hand off his shoulder. It was unusually firm, as if mirroring its owner's resolve. "You didn't say that in the Aleph Cathedral. There are always exceptions, like my sister, or you." Enki saw the serious side of the usually optimistic Dorazel for the first time. With his eloquence, he should have been able to easily refute him, but for some reason, as he looked at him, the words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, a gentle pat touched his shoulder. Luo heard Luna's telepathic message. "Little Luo, what are your plans?" Luo shrugged, looking strangely at the 2 boys staring at each other. "Our teacher should be able to guess. Now we're just waiting for Uncle Daxkin to make his move." "You're teasing your teacher now, how naughty." Luna gently pinched Luo's earlobe as punishment, then changed the subject. "Honestly, Luo, what dangers are you facing by leaving the north?" "I'm fine." It was Moriarty who was in danger. Saying this felt a bit unfair to her. There was no other way but to avoid being entangled with the enemy as much as possible. At this moment, Enkidu finally gave in, placing his right hand on Dorzel's shoulder. "All right, but please be careful, my good friend." "Of course." Dorzel smiled brightly, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Right, don't tell Hilly about this, she'd definitely worry." "Humph. Contact her yourself." I don't have that kind of power. Oh dear, she said just 2 days ago that the intelligence I reported was useless. Now I'm a little afraid of her. Suddenly, Dorzel found a small figure in front of him and jumped back several meters in surprise. Miss Luo? Never mind that for now. You just said you've been in contact with Hilly? Dorzel nodded slightly, somewhat confused. Yes, that's right. Luo stepped forward, staring intently at him, her voice rising a few decibels. Hilly is outside the ceiling barrier now. Yes, that's right. Luna, realizing the crux of the matter, immediately asked, since you could contact the outside world, why didn't you ask for reinforcements before? This? Dorzel scratched his head, then slammed his fist down, a look of sudden realization on his face. Oh right, how come I didn't think of that? Enki interjected at the opportune moment. Gentlemen, it's not that he didn't want to contact the outside world, it's just that he was powerless to. Luna stroked her chin, then realized that ordinary people didn't have the ability to contact top-tier experts. She knew Hilly, and was well aware that his connections were utterly useless to the authorities. However, just because the siblings couldn't was she not. Can we contact Hilly now? Dalazar readily replied, of course. The undying firefly tree was a powerful treasure capable of ignoring spatial communication, a divine gift comparable to a semi-divine artifact. Only an ancient family like the Frost clan, with a history spanning countless millennia, could possess it. Dalazar surveyed the surroundings, moving a large pile of books to create a space, then carefully carried a massive crystal tree from his ring. The crystal tree shimmered with cold light, pulsating with strong spatial fluctuations. However, at a distance, these fluctuations vanished without a trace, as if confined within a thin layer. Dorzel raised his hand and placed it on the crystal tree. Several scale-like marks flashed between his brows, and countless floating ice crystals instantly flowed across the crystal tree, weaving into a mysterious array. Ripples appeared at the center, gradually transforming into a silver mirror. The scene quickly cleared, and before anyone could be seen, a cold yet melodious female voice could be heard. My dear, foolish brother, what kind of trash are you planning to bring today? Chapter 1028. Gazing at the distant, pristine white snow, the young girl felt a pang of uncertainty. She didn't know if she'd make it in time, perhaps it would all be a futile effort. Could she, so insignificant, truly be of any help? Whoosh! The wind dispelled her confusion, and her gaze hardened again. Since returning wouldn't make a difference, she might as well try the path that offered the best chance of assistance. Looking down, the continuous snow-capped mountains flashed past. The small spaceship, controlled by the Alanda merchant, was incredibly fast. Aside from being expensive and having difficulty resting, it had no major drawbacks. Behind her was a small deck, the rest area was hidden within the cabin. It was small, only accommodating 30 people. At the current speed, they would soon reach the Temple of War, from where they could transfer to another medium-sized spaceship to reach the south. Suddenly, a chill ran through her chest. A hint of tenderness appeared on her face, but she quickly frowned and reluctantly returned to the rest area. Although she was concerned, sometimes it was indeed a headache. Sitting on the bed, Hilly took out the pendant from her chest. Within the exquisite, brand-shaped crystal was a wisp of constantly moving, misty crystal fragments. Infusing it with magic, the constant flow emitted a faint glow. Hilly felt a gaze sweep over her body, and several illusory scales naturally appeared between her brows. Then, the crystal fragments flowed out, transforming into a hazy vortex. Hilly was completely oblivious to this. Aside from a slight surprise at first, she was used to it. Before the image even appeared, she habitually teased, my dear, silly brother, what kind of junk are you planning to bring today? However, the expected sunny, but silly eyes of her brother didn't appear. Instead, a rather familiar yet surprisingly beautiful little face appeared. Is that Miss Hilly? Silver, Lo? You why? Hilly almost bit her tongue. Her usual cool expression crumbled instantly. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions as she looked at the slightly curious girl in the scene. She had once considered her a rival, but as time passed, that thought had gradually faded. That girl was simply too dazzling, too mysterious. From any angle, no one of her contemporaries could compare. As her turbulent thoughts gradually subsided, Hilly heard Lo's explanation. She had encountered her brother by chance within the Empire. Ice Rock Harbor is very dangerous right now. I hope Miss Hilary can help me pass on a message. I try my best. Who do you need to pass on the message to? Luo counted on her fingers, rattling off names Hilary couldn't even imagine. Old Dean Albert, His Majesty Canuck, Dean Fitch would be best. If you can't reach them, General Conrad will do. Oh, The Augustine and Wayman families in the capital are also trustworthy. Just mention my name, and they should be willing to help. Hillary really wondered if she was some kind of powerful figure or celebrity that she was being asked to contact these people, and, "I'm sorry, I'm still in the north, so I probably can't help." Without a teleportation array, she couldn't return to the south so quickly, and even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. The silver-haired girl in the image looked somewhat annoyed, quite cute, making Hillary feel a little guilty. It was rare for her to ask for help, and she couldn't offer any assistance. What happened in Ice Rock Harbor? You all seem very anxious. And so, Hillary heard from Lo that Ice Rock Harbor was surrounded by demons and traitors, and the Empire was in grave danger. We don't know how long Ice Rock Harbor can hold out. If no reinforcements arrive, the Agnesa Empire will be history. I try my best to find a way. Dorzel didn't show himself. Hilly knew he was afraid she'd worry, so she quickly ended the communication. She felt even more lost. She put away the constant breath and left the room to go back to the deck for some fresh air. The Empire needed reinforcements, and currently, only she knew this information from outside the borders. If she could relay the message quickly, the Empire would be safer. Even though she didn't like her country, her brother was still inside, and she was very worried. Let's go to the Temple of War. She decided to stay at the Temple of War for a while. If she was lucky enough to catch the eye of a powerful figure, she might be able to help. As the video ended, everyone's hopeful mood waned. Fortunately, this was just an unexpected bonus. Failure wouldn't hinder Luo's next plan. Afterwards, my teacher's friend will overload the lighthouse's power, greatly enhancing Ice Rock Harbor's defenses. My plan is to leak the aura of the Frost Heart, luring the enemy into dispersing their forces, and then I escort everyone away from the Empire. Seeing the two's puzzled expressions, Lo explained, this method can only be used once, and it's quite risky. Furthermore, it will take a considerable amount of time from receiving support to breaking through the blockade. Don't forget, this isn't the enemy's full strength, it might only be a small part. Enki immediately understood. Reinforcements were crucial, but defending Ice Rock Harbor was equally important. Without either, the plan would fail. Lo then instructed Enki to find someone to protect Dorzel. She needed to find Cray, Annabor, and the others first. After finding Helida and informing her of what had happened, the three quickly left the Church of the Sea. It was already getting dark. Luo estimated he had spent over 10 hours inside. Fortunately, he encountered Dorzel and his friend, otherwise, the search might have been a waste of time. The magical chaos in the sky was intensifying. Many first and second-tier superhumans were unable to fly. A giant ship broken in two lay within a shattered shopping mall. Scattered magical anomalies began appearing at key points of the barrier. The darkness spread further, and the stench of blood grew stronger. The stalemate lasted less than a day, and the barrier of Ice Rock Harbor was already showing signs of weakening. Recalling the resistance of Crystal City, even after its eventual fall, Crystal City's barrier remained unscathed. However, Ice Rock Harbor's opponent possessed saint-level beings, so its destruction was to be expected. The Church of Aleph was not nearby. After some time, the three finally arrived at the church, which was crowded with civilians seeking refuge, regardless of which god they worshipped. A thin barrier protected the church. Crayer stood like a steadfast rock amidst turbulent waters, guarding the entrance and preventing any opportunistic theft or disturbance. He showed surprise upon seeing Helida and Luna, not expecting the two to know each other. His face lit up with joy upon seeing Lo, who was a step behind. "Why are you back? And Lo is here too." After a brief explanation, Crayer hesitated briefly before agreeing, but still asked if they could take the old priest with them. Having known him for many years, he couldn't bear to see him in danger. Lo nodded in agreement. One more person wouldn't hurt. However, when Crayer brought the Roxy brothers and Little Bower out, the old priest stopped at the door, bowed to Lo's group, and then returned to the chapel, showing no intention of leaving. Crayer looked at him with respect and gave a knightly salute to the old priest's retreating figure. He hopes to stay with the residents and doesn't intend to leave the land that raised him. It seems he loves this land very deeply, Luna sighed, her gaze falling on the little girl rushing towards Luo. This was the first time she had seen Anna Bauer, and she wondered where her disciple had found such a cute child. Luo patted the little girl's head and picked her up. With that, Luo's worries about the north were mostly gone, replaced by regret. "Sister Luo, why did you take so long to come back? Bauer missed you so much. If Priestess Helida hadn't told me you sneaked back, would I have needed to come looking for you?" Luo pinched her soft cheek, nodding to Roxy and Pite, whom she hadn't seen for many years. They could catch up another time, but now was clearly not the time. Luo's mind wasn't on that. The group arrived at the agreed-upon meeting point. Being closer to the barrier, they could clearly see countless thick vines transforming into giant hands that slammed into it. Each punch severely shattered the barrier. The ground had vanished, replaced by a rugged mountain range. The collapse and reorganization of the earth caused by the clash of skills. Seeing the Ice Rock Harbor warriors showing signs of defeat, the group's expressions were grim. The situation was worse than they had imagined. This was only the first day. They didn't know how long the situation could last. Suddenly, Krager seemed to sense something and said uncertainly, "Little Luo, don't those vines look familiar?" 20 years ago, outside the north gate of the imperial capital, there was a similar tactic. Krager's words brought back a memory for Luo. Back then, when she first encountered the demonic youth, she was manipulated by an old man who also skillfully used thick, dark-colored vines to mimic combat. If the old man hadn't used only a small amount of magic, not holy power, she would have been killed on the spot. However, since the person who made the move couldn't be seen, Luo couldn't confirm it. "Little Luo, is that the saint-rank person outside who attacked you back then?" "Teacher, I'm not sure either. I couldn't see clearly." Even so, Luna's face showed anger. Fine, she remembered. Back then, that coveted her teacher, but didn't dare to act in the capital, and now he's causing trouble in the north. She should have swallowed her pride, and begged her teacher to find him and burn him alive. "Sister Luo, where's Sister Pink Luo?" Anna Bauer's childish voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Even Luna, who had just met her, liked this little girl very much, as if she saw Luo as a child. "She's resting. She come with you in a while." Dorzel and Enki hadn't arrived yet, and there were no signs of lighthouse overload, so Luo and the others had to wait. They chatted with Anna Bauer, their conversation lightening the atmosphere. Especially when Anna Bauer occasionally asked childish questions, it brought smiles to everyone's faces, dispelling much of the gloom in their hearts, and making the men even more fond of her. Luo had been secretly controlling the surrounding dark aura to prevent it from infiltrating too quickly, but he couldn't be ostentatious, otherwise, being targeted would be even more troublesome. About half an hour later, Dorzel and Enki finally arrived, accompanied by 3 powerful individuals with considerable auras, all at the peak of the 7th rank. They were the only remaining defensive force of the Mondina family. All other extraordinary beings above the 4th rank had gone out to fight. Even Enki's father had been fighting for a long time, and there was still no news of him. Only 3 7th rank individuals? Hearing Luo's questioning words, the 3 following Enki immediately became displeased. What did he mean? How dare a little girl speak to them? But what they found even more unbelievable was that the young clan leader actually agreed with him, sighing, "There's no other way. Ice Rock Harbor has very few available combat forces. My uncles are only staying behind in the clan because of injuries and illnesses." In that case, Helida suddenly interjected, "I will follow." Luo was still worried. Even though Helida's divine magic was not weak, to be honest, all the people here combined wouldn't be enough to fight an 8th-tier opponent, let alone a Saint-tier one. Luna suggested, "Little Luo, how about we take the Frost Heart and leave? It's more reasonable from a strength standpoint." Before Luo could speak, Dorzel shook his head and refused. Facing such a powerful opponent, a difference of several tiers makes no difference. "We are more familiar with the north, and are better suited to complete the mission. Besides, this Mr. Nacro is a rare dual-attribute ice and wind warrior. He's very fast." A rugged middle-aged man, with half-gray hair revealed a hint of smugness. Poor Nacro actually didn't know who his opponent was. He only knew he was ordered to protect the young clan leader and his friends. "Since that's the case, alright then. Here, take this. Be careful." Luo handed Dorzel a ring containing the magic crystal annihilation cannon, and several sets of 8th-tier magic crystals. This equipment was severely worn after Luo's violent use, but although it could no longer use magic cores, magic crystals could still be socketed, at most with a slight decrease in power. Luna also gave him the twin sword badge containing the power of faith. If you encounter danger, it might be of help. Don't worry. It will succeed. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Luo's heart gradually calmed down. He communicated continuously with Moriarty through Lan Luo to ensure the plan would succeed. Night fell. More than a day had passed since the attack on Ice Rock Harbor. The long, moonless night made the sky seem even deeper and more despairing than ever before. The wails and screams never ceased. Every moment, both visible and invisible to Luo, superhumans and demons fell. The aftershocks of the battle and dark magic leaking into the barrier caused the deaths of over 1 million mortals. Countless souls were trapped in the darkness, with nowhere to escape. Occasionally, The corpses of fallen orcs could be seen. Faced with the impending collapse, the orcs, who had entered from outside, were forced to take up arms and join the fight, but fewer than 100 of them joined the battle, making no difference whatsoever. Boss, are we really going out? Useless. That ice block Neolard dares to kill undead. We're the White Cat assassins, far more valiant than them. How can we fall behind? But, those monsters look dangerous. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of skeletons and black slimes. I heard undead are weaker than humans. If you utter another word of fear, don't blame me for throwing you out. Luo's ears twitched, looking in the direction of the commotion. He saw a dozen orcs slowly approaching. They wore tight-fitting leather armor, their streamlined, glossy white fur looking incredibly smooth. Around their necks were cat heads, completely different from humans, and their ice blue vertical pupils were exceptionally beautiful. White Cat Clan. Luo was taken aback. Come to think of it, Neolar, the ice orc he encountered before, seemed to have mentioned a White Cat Clan group of similar strength, who were also gathering intelligence. It must be them. Little Luo, do you know them? Luo shook her head, answering her teacher's question. No, I just know such a group exists. Hearing this, Luna also looked away, no longer paying attention. It's best to be careful. Orcs and humans have been hostile for a long time. Even if Agnesa and the Snow Beast territory have made peace, it's hard to say what will happen in the more distant White Cat territory. Yes, I keep an eye out, teacher. Speaking of which, my ability to pass through the ceiling barrier is also somewhat related to them. Oh! Luo happily shared her experience of searching for the holy ice cat's eye stone with her teacher, but as she spoke, Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the White Cat Clan's leap power. She abruptly turned to look at the group of White Cat people, especially the bald White Cat leader. There seemed to be living White Cat people now then. Teacher, perhaps the plan could be even more perfect. Chapter 1029. The far north of the Agnesir Empire. Rows of crystal palaces rose from the ground, their walls shimmering with magical light, proving they were not mere decorations. From here, one could gaze southwards at the distant Ice God Mountain and its majestic Ice God Castle, along with the dark, thunderous clouds that blotted out the sky. A man clad in dark blue armor, after admiring the cold, distant scenery, sighed. What a pity. Soon this land will belong to our Dahomey. As for the agreement with the Canriaso royal family, let them continue to dream. The Crystal Palace complex, built over 5 months, exhibited a peculiar arrangement, appearing from the air like a massive array spanning dozens of snow-capped mountains. The man flew into one of the palaces. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the wails of souls lingered around it, unable to return to the underworld. At the very core of the palace, a small pool of blood sat surrounded by layers of crimson runes. A half-naked body was slowly forming on it, except for half of the face, which was still skeletal. The rest of the body was almost complete. Chieftain, in 3 days, the dimensional tide will be activated, and our clan's 1,000-year-old wish will finally be fulfilled. The middle-aged man in the blood pool was none other than Dahomey Ralph, who should have been sealed in the Crystal City dungeon. He opened his only remaining eye, unmoved by the man's fanaticism. 5 years ago, the first dimensional tide was activated. You know how it went. That time, I, the chieftain, withstood the master's punishment. This time, if we fail again, your souls will be used to fill the void. The merciless voice caused the man's fanaticism to vanish instantly. He hurriedly knelt down and solemnly promised, Chieftain. Last time was just an accident. This time, we have enough people to successfully trigger a dimensional magical tide. Only by triggering a magical tide that affects the entire living world can the vision of the gods be blurred to some extent. At that time, the Supreme Master can seize the opportunity to enter, and these true core members of the Dahomey family can become the greatest contributors, and it's not impossible that they will eventually be transformed into powerful, near-eternal high demons. The Dahomey people have always been loyal followers of the Ice God, so they have their own set of principles for pursuing eternity, and they are determined to carry out their millennium-long plan. Ralph looked at the kneeling man, stopped talking about the matter, and then asked him calmly, Has the expeditionary force sent back any intelligence? Hearing this, the man quickly bowed his head and reported, Chieftain, the army has already opened up suitable dimensional tunnel deployment points on the outskirts of the northern polar regions. Although there are waves along the way. We were defeated, but thanks to the great strategy, the resistance along the way has long been eliminated, but... Ralph's brows furrowed instantly, his terrifying aura blasting the man away. He coldly said, What's the problem? Speak. Yes. Chieftain, it's not a big deal, it's just that some consumables were discovered. A strange flash seemed to have appeared in the inner circle of the northern polar region, but it was far from our army, so it didn't attract much attention. A strange flash. Ralph considered carefully for a moment, ultimately deciding not to take the risk. Keep a close eye on that area. Do not approach the inner circle without permission. Those who disobey will die. I will obey the chieftain's orders. Luo never considered herself a good person. In fact, she wasn't purely a good person. For example, at this moment, I heard that the White Cat clan's leap is invisible. Even those several levels higher than the superhumans cannot stop it. Is that true? Tormund was urging his followers to go out and kill the enemy when he suddenly heard a slightly high-pitched, clear, and cold female voice. Turning his head, he saw two human girls dressed in mage robes. Mages? He was taken aback. Northern mages were rare, but that wasn't the point. These two humans were actually praising orcs, and seemed to think so good about it. Human mages, your eyesight is quite good. In terms of stealth and speed, only our White Cat clan is the strongest among our kind in the living world. Luo smiled faintly, looking at the innocent and adorably silly, bald White Cat girl, and said, I agree with that too. To be honest, I also experienced warp drive. His power is indeed as rumored, swift as lightning, unstoppable. Tormund's eyes widened instantly. So you're a friend of the White Cat clan. No wonder you're so discerning. I am Tormund, the new leader of the White Cat clan. The White Cat clan only gives replicas of the Holy Ice Cat's Eye Stone containing the power of leap to their friends. Tormund was quite certain that the human before him was a good friend. Seeing Tormund's rather smug expression, Luo couldn't help but mutter to himself, could this guy's so-called leader be self-proclaimed? His talent is certainly impressive, but isn't this level of intelligence just asking for trouble? However, upon further reflection, it seems the Ice Beast man Neolar is about the same. In comparison, Edmund, who mingles in the Merchant Guild, is a shrewd businessman. It seems that even among beast men, personality can be greatly influenced by their environment. I am just an ordinary mage. This is my teacher. Actually, I overheard what you all said earlier, and I must say, although the Ice Beast men are a different race, their bravery and skill in battle, and their willingness to contribute to Ice Rock Harbor, are truly commendable. Several White Cat people immediately became displeased, angrily shouting, they're just lowering the orc standards. A bunch of weaklings. Who doesn't know that in actual combat, our White Cat race is superior? Tommen raised a hand to stop his followers' shouts, his snow-white eyebrows furrowing. My mage friend, you can't say things like that, unless you're willing to abandon the friendship of the White Cat race. Sharp claws seemed to extend from his fingertips, indicating he wouldn't be polite without a reasonable explanation. Luo remained calm and collected, wearing an expression that said, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. He continued, don't get agitated. I'm a mage, one of those who pursue truth. I certainly wouldn't deceive you. However, I also feel sorry for you. Even if you can kill more bones, the title of number one will ultimately belong to the Ice Beast man. It's such a pity. Tommen thought about it, and realized it made sense. He sheathed his claws, scratched his bald head in annoyance, and asked Luo, then what do you suggest? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me by saying so much? No, I also owe the White Cat clan a favor, so I came here specifically to offer advice. To be honest, a very grand plan is about to begin, but the participants lack the instant cast assassin skills. I was thinking, what if humans also had the White Cat clan's invincible leap? With our power, the plan to save Ice Rock Harbor will surely succeed, and we will be remembered for eternity. Upon hearing this, Tormund's eyes lit up. What? Be remembered for eternity? What could that block of ice, Nyrar, possibly compare to him? Although he disliked humans, the thought of an orc's name appearing in human history books sent a shiver down Tormund's spine, from his tail to the tips of his ears. Then you come to the right beast. Tommen puffed out his chest proudly, practically pointing an arrow at himself. The White Cat people and humans have been at peace for many years, a testament to the growing friendship. Saving Ice Rock Harbor is our only option. But boss, perhaps we should hear what the plan is? One of the White Cat people sensed something was amiss, and was about to remind Tommen, but Luo immediately spoke up regretfully. Oh. It seems your team isn't entirely united. Then this legendary rescue plan might not be yours. Mage, you must be mistaken. I guarantee that no one else at Ice Rock Harbor can do this. Tommen slapped the follower's mouth shut, his fur spreading out, making him look incredibly imposing. Except for the still bald patch on his head. Seeing that the abduction was nearly complete, Luo didn't waste any words, and led them to meet Dorzel and his group. These people carry the secret to saving Ice Rock Harbor. I hope you can protect their safety. Your names will be inscribed on the Ice Rock Harbor Heroes Monument." Upon hearing that he was only fit to be a guard, Tormund immediately wanted to turn and leave. But inscribed on the Heroes Monument? He was determined to be a guard. He immediately stepped forward to speak with Enki, who seemed to be the leader. The others, having received Luo's telepathic message beforehand, weren't surprised. Only Dorzel seemed somewhat evasive, unwilling to approach the White Cat people. "Is something on your mind?" Hearing Luo's telepathic message, Dorzel hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "My sister was chased by the White Cat people when she advanced in rank. I might not be able to accept it." Luo was taken aback. She didn't know about this. However, she had brought the White Cat clan in to provide more security. If it backfired, she could simply kick them out. The orcs weren't a match for her anyway. "It was my oversight. I go and refuse their invitation." "No need." Dorzel quickly shook his head, his expression hardening. "I can't abandon this aid because of my own personal grudge, Miss Luo. I'm very grateful to you. You already helped me more than enough." Luo didn't say anything more. She knew Dorzel to be a rather righteous person, not one to act rashly. After the newly joined Tormund team roughly understood the plan, they indicated that with the help of warp power, they could travel freely anywhere in the north, and his eagerness was obvious. Annabelle stared silently at the White Cat clan, lost in thought. Luo didn't pay much attention. It was probably the first time she'd seen them. To be honest, normal White Cat clan people were quite cute, like large cats. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently, and a pillar of light shot into the sky behind them, pouring out beams of exceptionally powerful light. Night was reversed into day, the precarious barrier trembled, and hundreds of layers of light suddenly blazed forth, forcefully pushing back 10 miles of darkness. The moon, which had disappeared for so long, finally reappeared in everyone's sight. What happened? Who cares? It must be the ice god protecting Ice Rock Harbor. Charge! Ha! Weren't you so arrogant just now? Let's fight again. In an instant, the warriors of Ice Rock Harbor's morale soared. On the other hand, the demons sighed. Under the power of the icy tide, countless bones and shadows were shattered. Even the darkness that had obscured the horizon was broken, and the army began to retreat in disarray. Luo and the others immediately noticed the shift in the battle, realizing that Daxkin had succeeded. However, the power of the lighthouse overload was truly beyond their expectations, even forcing back a saint-level expert. Does this mean the danger is over? A 7th-level member of the Mondina family asked doubtfully. Did this mean they no longer needed to execute the plan? No, this is only a temporary advantage, like squeezing water out of a sponge beforehand. It quenches thirst temporarily, but ultimately, the person will still die of thirst, Enki explained calmly, turning to Luo. Seeing her nod slightly, he signaled to the others behind him to prepare. A flash of silver light, and a lovely little girl in an elaborately decorated black dress made a dazzling entrance. Her flowing, knight-like hair and large, deep blue eyes, deeper than the sky, revealed a hint of mischief. Her bare, white feet landed lightly, and she lifted her skirt slightly with her small hands, bowing gently, like a dancer in the opening act of a theatrical performance. Everyone was stunned, never imagining that Luo's promise to help them leave the Empire referred to this girl, who looked barely taller than their thighs. Was this a joke? However, Luo had no time to care about their expressions, because she sensed something, a gaze piercing through the barrier, terrifying, powerful, and rapidly approaching. In the sky, now as bright as day, a gigantic purple eye suddenly materialized, locking onto Moriarty's location across countless miles of sky. The surrounding space froze instantly. While it didn't hinder movement, in Moriarty's eyes, the entire Ice Rock Harbor had become a spatial cage, its spatial walls rapidly thickening, as if filling this place at the cost of spatial rupture elsewhere. Faster than I expected. Moriarty was slightly surprised. It seemed her opponent had been lying in wait. The moment she appeared, she launched an attack, even forcibly sealing the entrance to the ruins, making entry impossible. Unfortunately, she wasn't an ordinary saint-level being. Such tactics were merely a bit troublesome. A pale blue barrier unfolded, enveloping everyone. To everyone's astonishment, Moriarty smiled wickedly, stomping her foot on the ground. The ground didn't change, but the surrounding space suddenly rippled, and everyone's vision went black. When they could see again, they were thousands of miles above, the Ice Rock Harbor below reduced to the size of a thumb, completely obscured. So it is. You've been waiting for me to show myself. Now I grant your wish. I hope you dare to show your true form. His large eyes narrowed slightly, the little fellow's smile brimming with malice. His right hand lashed out, and a blood-dripping spear suddenly appeared. An unimaginable surge of soul power and twisted, evil dark nether energy frantically converged at the spear's tip. Death is a new beginning, netherworld. The fear of death. A vast, holy might erupted. Moriarty thrust forward with his spear, a seemingly bottomless abyss appearing behind his small body, even enveloping the sky. With a ferocious snarl and a howling roar, it transformed into a gaping maw, lunging at the purple eye in the sky. In an instant, an irresistible fear rose in everyone's hearts. Even the seemingly emotionless purple eye seemed to see something. Its pupils, fond of runes and lines, revealed a desperate struggle of terror, almost shattering completely. Boom! The spear pierced through, and space suddenly rippled visibly. Even the Imperial space, greatly reinforced by a raise, groaned in agony under this spear's thrust. The ripples gradually tore open, revealing dark fissures, and chaotic spatial power began to fluctuate. Anything touched by someone below the saint rank would be severed. Quick! At Luodaw's shout, Dorzel, whose mind had been blank, finally snapped back to reality. Ignoring his wildly beating heart, he took out the box containing the Frust heart and opened it. Instantly, divine power emanated, condensing and unyielding, its existence unaffected even by the shattering of space. Wu, the apostle of the resurrected dead, the Bone King, most obsessed with the great skeleton lord, has arrived. A strange wailing echoed from the void. A massive skeletal hand, enveloped in layers of white bones, tore through space and grabbed at the spear. Even though the spear instantly turned to dust upon contact with the bones, more bone hands continuously split from the arm bones, eroding its power. Calculation. The master was right. There are dangers within the sheepfold, but it suits my purposes perfectly. Let's fight. A thunderous roar erupted, and crimson mist spread from the void, quickly transforming the surroundings into a scarlet battlefield. A surge of battle intent swept across the sky, staining the moon with blood. Unbridled impulses raged against reason. This old man has also come to join the fun. I've been waiting for a long time. Countless black vines surged from below, their tips sprouting a sticky flower bud. The petals opened, and an elderly man in a butler's uniform, impeccably dressed, approached rapidly, his hands behind his back, closing in the blink of an eye. It really is him, Luo exclaimed in shock. This time she saw it clearly. The saint-level attacker of Ice Rock Harbor was indeed the same person from back then. Looks like I have to take special care of the old man. He, surrounded by enemies, seemingly with a plan in mind, Moriarty remained unfazed. He chuckled, flicked his wrist, and his spear shattered the blockade. A torrent of dark energy forced back the three saints. With a wave of his left hand, Luo and the others were instantly vanished into the rift. Looks like I'm too late. 100 black-robed mages suddenly appeared not far away. Terrifyingly, their bloated, pitch-black brains, like countless straws, hung from their exposed skulls, connecting the brains of all the mages. On these brains, a snow-white book spoke. The aura of the Frust heart? A fake, ignore it. He. How can greedy brains that only plunder knowledge distinguish truth from falsehood? As long as you remain, the North cannot truly perish. Moriarty licked her pink lips, a madness rising on her face. A surge of dark energy enveloped her, and when she reappeared, she had transformed into a headless centaur 10 meters tall, its hooves ablaze with black flames. Her voice had become deep and resonant. 300,000 years have passed. Let this general see if the demons of hell still possess the same cunning as before. Boom! 5 holy powers collided, shattering space for thousands of miles. A great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 1030. High in the sky, 10,000 miles from the border of the Agnisa Empire, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, followed by more than a dozen figures falling out one after another. They quickly regained their footing, but then the group rapidly split into 3 groups. Tormon and his white cat-like companions stared at Luo and his group in utter horror, roaring furiously, "Humans! You're cultists! Yes! You're the fallen ones lurking in Ice Rock Harbor." Feeling like he'd been tricked, his aura suddenly sharpened, his figure blurring as he instantly lunged at Luo, his 20-centimeter-long claws extending, imbued with some extremely dangerous gray power. Snap! Luo's golden pupils coldly surveyed Tormon, who stood frozen, surrounded by ice shards. "If you continue to mistake me for one of those cultists, you and your companions can prepare to return to the underworld." Tormon, intimidated by those eyes, dared not utter a word, and could only surrender, withdrawing his aura. Luo withdrew his intimidation, his gaze quickly sweeping over the silent Helida beside him, then settling on the still-stunned Mondina and Dorazel nearby. Ugh! Ugh! Dorzel covered his mouth, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Good heavens! He only ever used a proper teleportation array. This was his first time directly crossing a spatial rift. Had no one told him it would be this uncomfortable? Why are you looking at me? Miss Luo, you don't doubt my trust in you, do you? Swallowing hard, Dorzel finally caught his breath. Without thinking, he flew to Luo's side and waved to Enki, who was still standing there. Hurry up! Otherwise, we run out of time. After a slight hesitation, Enki whispered to his vigilant clansmen behind him, everything has a reason, but we can't let the plan fail right now. Wouldn't this be too hasty? But Enkidu had already flown over, and the three could only put their doubts aside. At this point, they could only trust him. Dorzel's easy acceptance was somewhat unexpected for Lo, but there were still worse things to deal with. The first step of the plan had gone wrong. According to the plan, the first step should have been for Moriarty to separately send Lo and his group away from Dorzel's group. This wouldn't be a problem for a saint-level being. However, the enemy seemed to have been waiting for Moriarty to appear and was poised to strike, preventing Moriarty from separating everyone. Crack! The spatial rift, which had been rapidly healing, suddenly encountered resistance and expanded again. A torrent of vines burst forth, transforming into a stern-faced old man. As soon as he appeared, his withered hands immediately grabbed at everyone. Come back! A suffocating, terrifying pressure froze space. Everyone's faces contorted, their magic power erupting, yet they couldn't move an inch. Old man, where have you been? Come back to me. A jet-black spear pierced the old man's chest with a clang, exploding into a large patch of viscous gray shadow, then sweeping all the debris back into the spatial rift and sealing it up. The intimidating aura vanished abruptly. Luo, his face slightly pale, gripped Luna's shoulder. This kind of pressure, acting directly on the body, was unavoidable. They're gone? We're saved. Tommen and Dorzel were even worse off, as if all their strength had been drained, almost unable to even fly. Dorzel, go. Stick to the plan. Luo didn't believe the enemy would give up easily. In a battle between saints, diverting a sliver of attention wouldn't affect the overall situation, but against those below the saint level, it was an insurmountable force. Taking a deep breath, Dorzel gritted his teeth, dispelling the instinctive fear in his body, and quickly flew downwards. The sky was vast and empty, a pure canvas in the eyes of the strong. The traces left by the weak were crystal clear. Only the Earth's aura was mixed, easily concealing one's presence. The first heart was still exposed. They couldn't let the enemy give up the pursuit, at least not for now. Tommen hesitated slightly, but Luo simply transmitted a few words. If you don't help them, your reputation in the north will be completely ruined. As Luo expected, Tommen, someone so concerned about his reputation, was determined to fulfill his promise, even if it meant risking his life. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't defeat Luo, and couldn't silence him to stop the spread of the news. Helida passed by Luo. Before leaving, she gave Luo a deep look, then suddenly said, "Actually, I think you look really good with the tail. Goodbye." Seeing Luo's rapidly changing expression, Helida seemed to smile knowingly, then disappeared, following Dorzel and his group. Only Luna asked Luo with a puzzled look, "What does long tail mean?" No. Teacher, you misheard. Let's hurry." Luo lowered his head and descended first, avoiding his teacher's view of his burning face. What was Helida thinking, suddenly saying this? You can't say that, can you? Sigh, you really grown up. Luna shrugged and sighed, urging Cray and the others to follow. A moment later, everyone had landed on the ground. It was a desolate place, the wind and snow exceptionally fierce, the magic completely unlike the gentler atmosphere within the country. About half an hour later, as Luo had expected, the closed sky cracked open again, and a cloud of blood mist transformed into a lean, youthful demon with crimson skin, 2 horns on its head, thick fur wrapped around its waist, from which emerged a sharp, bare, long tail. A pair of equally crimson bat wings on its back gently flapped. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the demon's form shifted rapidly, transforming into an ordinary young man, and vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. Luo wondered if it was just his imagination, but the demon seemed to glance in their direction before leaving, yet didn't make a move. Was it because he didn't care? Luo, what should we do now? Luna asked. If only her teacher hadn't left the Karlov Empire, she could have just told her directly, and things wouldn't have come to this. That unreliable old woman. Luo frowned in thought, then took out a pendant and suggested to Anna, Bauer, and Cray, there are too many people, it's not safe. You should go inside and wait until it's safe before coming out. The others naturally had no objections, understanding that Luo was thinking of them. The pendant glowed slightly, and the group disappeared. Luo put away the pendant before rising and gazing south. Teacher, I always known I'm not ordinary, so please don't mind what you see. Luna easily stepped forward and ruffled Luo's hair. Haven't I seen enough things beyond the norm? From the moment you mastered multi-attribute magic, I knew you would definitely surprise the world. My hair's all messed up. Hee, I knew teacher would always believe in me. Step back a little, I'm worried I won't be able to control myself. Luna smiled, saying nothing more, and moved 10 meters away from Luo. She was quite curious what surprise, or rather fright, her disciple had in store for her. Luo no longer hesitated. With a flick of her wrist, a huge, blood-red drum appeared, emanating a faint, malevolent aura that made anyone uncomfortable. Bloodlust activated. Luo's entire body suddenly turned pale, a sense of weakness arising out of nowhere. But instead of decreasing, her aura intensified, a powerful battle intent erupted, her heart pounded, a burning heat began to spread, and her consciousness gradually slipped out of control. Thump! 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 The aura surged rapidly, forcing Luna to retreat another 100 meters to regain her footing. Looking at Luo, whose silver hair fluttered, her mouth agape. Is this reasonable? His fighting spirit soared, reaching a certain limit. Wisps of golden-red flames ignited from Luo's skin, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His silver hair turned golden red, and an unparalleled pressure poured forth, as if witnessing the descent of a god. Teacher, it's time to go. Luo's voice sounded strained. A strand of hair extended infinitely, wrapping around Luna's waist, while another strand crossed in the void. Instantly, space shattered into a cross shape. Luo took a step forward, and the two vanished from their spot in an instant. Only then did the shattered space slowly recover. Thump! Two petite figures suddenly fell onto the bustling road, startling the surrounding orcs. Luna, without checking the situation, picked up the restored Luo and quickly left. The moment Luo entered the spatial rift, she suddenly felt an excruciating headache and abruptly exited her bloodlust state. Oh no, her divine power was running low. Even with meticulous control of every wisp of divine power using bloodlust, her remaining divine power was still depleted at lightning speed after breaking through the space. Even with abundant magic power, Luo felt intensely exhausted. Little Luo, how are you? Hearing her teacher's anxious voice, Luo weakly comforted her. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. I'd be alright after a rest. You look like you're about to die. How can you say you're fine? Really? Alright, stop talking. Luo obediently shut up, letting Luna lead her to the foot of a desolate mountain. There was no snow, but the air was slightly cool, and the damp ground was covered with thin, withered grass, indicating that this was not the south. Luna took out several healing potions and gave them to Luo, which improved her complexion slightly before she looked around. But the next moment, she knew where she was. In the distance stood a towering, majestic mountain, its barren surface composed entirely of solid rock. Its peaks were straight, like severed giant trees, piercing the clouds. Even more awe-inspiring was a colossal rock axe, its shaft extending 7/10 of the way into the mountainside. The axe handle alone was enormous, exceeding the limits of vision, as if a colossal figure from ancient times, capable of touching the heavens, wielded this axe to cleave the mountain. Beyond the axe, countless black dots gathered like inky clouds. These were billions of extraordinary beings. That axe was none other than the War God Temple, the most powerful force in the world in the broadest sense. The War God Temple. Luo exclaimed in surprise, supporting his weakened body as he gazed at the axe. The colossal mountains and axes were breathtaking. It was hard to imagine whether such massive structures were man-made or divine creations. Is that the Temple of War? So many people. The large number was to be expected. Warriors were the most numerous profession in the living world. Over 60% of humans, 90% of orcs, and about 30% of elves developed into warriors, their numbers practically supporting half of the extraordinary beings in the living world. Despite her admiration, Luo didn't forget her mission. She quickly learned that she and her teacher were probably still over 7 million miles from the Karlov Empire, and she didn't know how much time she had left, but it likely wouldn't exceed half a month. Now, shouldn't we explain what happened to that girl? Luna's soft, bouncy cheek was suddenly pinched, and she glared at Luo with displeasure, her little hand still squeezing the adorable face. I can explain it. Although little Artie is drawn to darkness, she has a soul contract with me, and she's quite well behaved. She's a friend I can trust. Luna stared at Luo for a while before letting go. She wasn't really angry, just worried that Luo had been deceived. After all, cultists who wield dark power are masters at corrupting minds. However, Since Luo trusted them, Luna didn't plan to tell anyone else. Be careful of those white cat people. Rubbing his cheek, Luo declared he wasn't worried at all. Little Artie is a controlled member certified by the Church of Light. It's fine. You thought things through quite thoroughly. Can you still use the space crossing technique you just used? I'm sorry to disappoint you, teacher. I can't use it again for a while. You done very well. Luna looked back at the Temple of War. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to some important figures. Before she advanced to the 4th rank and became a teacher, she had also traveled to the western and northern continents with St. Dahlius. In terms of knowledge, she wasn't much less than Luo. Coincidentally, she had also visited the Temple of War and knew of several extraordinary individuals there. A small spaceship, about 20 meters long, docked on the high wall at the edge of the city. Hilly hurriedly disembarked, quickly determined her direction, and flew directly towards the Temple of War. The only method she could think of was to contact the Golden Warriors and use them to pass on the information. Several hours later, Hill finally crossed the Duchy of Sibley below. This small duchy had many connections with the Agnesa Empire, and was one of the few countries in the area under human control. As they approached the towering, cloud-piercing mountain, the number of orcs increased. Lizardmen, snakemen, kobolds, werewolves, bearmen, harpies, minotaurs. The diverse orc races formed a complex map, some friendly, some with rival territories, and many maintaining a semblance of harmony. However, without exception, all the orcs unanimously separated from the nearby humans. Racial animosity couldn't be so easily forgotten. If it weren't for the constant patrols of War God's temple members clad in bronze armor, conflict between the two races would have been inevitable. Hilly distanced himself from the orcs, discreetly flying to the end of the massive axe handle that spanned the sky. As if passing through a barrier, in the blink of an eye, Hilly arrived at a vast, boundless training ground. The ground was composed of large, neatly arranged granite blocks, and in the distance, towering mountains floated faintly, their pale crimson hues like fiery clouds at sunset, casting a somber, almost menacing atmosphere over the space. Tens of thousands of warriors surged into the area, then flew precisely towards the distant mountains. However, some, like Hilly, remained stationary to observe, likely because they hadn't been there often and were unsure of the location. Halt! A sharp shout suddenly rang out. Hilly quickly concealed himself, and saw a dozen bronze warriors chasing a panicked rhinoceros man. The rhinoceros man was unusually burly, but not particularly strong, and was quickly swarmed and killed by the bronze warriors. Here we go again, TSK, these reckless disorderers think they can fool the Temple of War just by advancing in talent. Die! My whole day has been ruined. I better go check out the latest magic techniques. They already broken through to a higher level, why not just find a totem territory to join? Even if their potential isn't high, it's better than death. What a pity. Amidst the whispers, Hilly watched in shock as the humans and orcs around him walked away as if it were nothing. Why did the Temple of War seem so ruthless? Don't kill me! Spare me! Ah! Before the area was even cleared, a similar chase occurred in the distance. A kobold darted left and right, trying to escape this space, but what was easy to come by was difficult to leave. An axe blade cleaved him down, and then a dozen bronze warriors charged forward fiercely. The consequences were predictable. What brings you here? Not a human belonging to the Temple of War. A deep voice suddenly sounded behind her. Hilly was startled and instinctively reached for her belt, but quickly recovered, revealing herself and turning around. Just inches away, a bearman in gleaming silver armor stared at her with a ferocious expression. The Temple of War welcomes all races, but those from other halls are not permitted to enter at will. Miss Assassin, will you leave on your own, or will I, Bear King, invite you out? Chapter 1031. Damn it! Dozens of infiltration plans flashed through Hilly's mind, but she quickly dismissed them. Impossible. Her strength couldn't possibly fool these warriors. Hilly spoke slowly, desperately trying to come up with a reason to stay. The silver-ranked warrior before her was already showing impatience. While the Temple of War welcomed all, at least bring a warrior class, otherwise, he looked foolish. If you haven't thought of an excuse, please leave. In her rapid mental search, Hilly suddenly remembered something. Her expression immediately calmed, and a shimmering badge engraved with a four-legged dragon appeared in her hand. What excuse? I come to your temple to purchase ice attribute magic skills for my brother. This is our family crest, please take a look. Hilly remembered that her brother had casually mentioned to her after his advancement to the Transcendent Realm that, to meet the needs of the large number of warrior transcendent individuals, the Temple of War had opened special channels for certain families, including bloodline families like the Frost clan. However, given that her family had been extinct for many years, Hilly wasn't sure if the other party still recognized her. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't occur. The Silver Warrior who called himself Big Bear merely took the clan emblem with suspicion. A thin booklet appeared in his large palm, which he flipped through several thousand pages before stopping. After comparing it with the inscription on the booklet, he wrinkled his black nose in displeasure, and tossed the emblem back to Hilly. "Alright, remember, only one copy can be collected on behalf of someone else." With that, a silver vortex appeared on his short, thick fingers and flew towards Hilly, transforming into a faint silver mark on her shoulder. Then, Big Bear blinked and disappeared. Hilly finally relaxed. It seemed the Temple of War didn't care much about such matters. She didn't know why, but it didn't matter. Sheathed her clan crest, glanced at the silver markings on her shoulder, presumably some kind of emblem, and, after determining her direction, swiftly flew towards the area with the largest crowd. After some time, she passed through the reddish mist, following countless figures as they approached a seemingly flattened mountain. "Hey, have you heard? The War God Temple's long-distance teleportation array is going to be restarted." "Nonsense! If it really restarts, communication between the North and South will be easier. Wouldn't that make war between humans and orcs even more likely? Hey, haven't you noticed? The wars in various places have almost stopped in recent years. I reckon the War God Temple wants to mend relations between the two races." "Hard to say. After fighting for so long, suddenly stopping? What about the dead orcs? What does that have to do with you and me? Small tribes don't even have the qualifications to participate in the war. If we get robbed today, we can just move to another place tomorrow. You make us sound even worse off." Two kobolds flew past not far from Hilly, their conversation immediately catching her attention. Noticing that a significant number of warriors were unresponsive, she realized that the restart of the long-distance teleportation array might actually be true. Thinking this, Hilly lost interest in finding the gold warrior. Looking around, she quickly spotted a human bronze warrior in the distance and changed direction to approach her. "Respected bronze warrior, may I ask where your hall's long-distance teleportation array is located?" The tall, wheat-colored woman was surprised that such a beautiful young woman would ask her a question, and given the girl's barely perceptible aura, she was likely a mid-level transcendent being. She immediately became reserved. "I cannot be so honored, beautiful lady. You must have heard the rumors about the teleportation array being restarted. As far as I know, there has been no official announcement from the hall, and the teleportation array remains disabled." "Not restarted?" Hilly frowned, but quickly realized that rumors don't appear out of thin air. It must have been leaked intentionally or unintentionally by higher-ups. It was normal for bronze warriors, with their low status, to be unaware. "Then could you guide me in the right direction?" Hilly tried her best to suppress her cold nature, revealing a pitiful and worried expression. The woman, as expected, quickly abandoned her thoughts, even conjuring up hundreds of tragic love stories for young girls, and patted her chest, volunteering, "Miss, please follow me." Hilly showed a touch of gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble, I'm extremely grateful. Guiding people is my job, please feel free to use me." The woman, spirited, flew off in the other direction. Hilly composed herself, silently apologizing, and followed. The space within the Temple of War was almost boundless. Each of the endless plazas served as an independent training ground, and each floating mountain range in the sky was a functional hall. The woman activated her access, leading Hilly to a golden mountain with a metallic sheen. After passing through several small teleportation arrays, they arrived under a gloomy sky. Below lay a vast, dimly lit circular plaza. Tens of thousands of bronze warriors were busy at work, interspersed with many silver warriors supervising. A massive array on the plaza glowed faintly with a silver light. "Which mountain are you from? What are you doing at the teleportation array?" A deep voice startled the woman. Turning around, she saw a handsome silver warrior and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Isn't this Brother Clow? What's so funny about scaring me like that?" The silver warrior's cold expression melted away. He said helplessly, "It's because you're too naive, kid. I was worried you'd be fooled." "How could that be? Brother Klaus, I'm very quick-witted." The silver warrior rolled his eyes at her, then looked at Hilly, his gaze now scrutinizing. "Origin, purpose, I give you 10 seconds to explain." Hilly answered without hesitation, "The Agnesa Empire, I'm only here to borrow the teleportation array to return to the Karlov Empire." The answer was so quick that even the silver warrior was taken aback. "For the sake of this child, please return. The teleportation array is temporarily closed." However, Hilly had already noticed that several bronze warriors had disappeared from the teleportation array below. I have extremely urgent business to attend to when I return to the Karlov Empire to see His Majesty the Emperor. It concerns the survival of the Agnesa Empire. If the teleportation array is still closed, I'm willing to participate during the debugging phase. Don't try to intimidate me with grand pronouncements. I'm just a mid-level member. I can't make such a big decision. The Silver Warrior waved his hand, intending to shoo him away, but the woman beside him grabbed his arm and said righteously, "Brother, look how anxious she is. It must be a very urgent situation. I remember you could report the situation to the leader of the Zli faction and let him make the decision." The Silver Warrior clearly doted on the woman. After hesitating for a moment, and seeing that Hilly was only a weak 4th-tier cultivator, he guessed she was just a pretty girl eager to go south. Anyway, according to what he heard from above, the teleportation array would be fully operational soon, so sending someone back early wouldn't hurt. He considered it a good deed. Don't bother the leader, it's basically all debugged these past few days. But little girl, I must remind you, if anything goes wrong when using the teleportation array now, you'd be solely responsible. No problem. Hilly immediately agreed. A little danger for an opportunity. She couldn't give it up. As for her brother, she informed him when she arrived in the Karlov Empire. The Silver Warrior nodded, beckoned a Bronze Warrior, and exchanged a few words. About 2 hours later, a group of Bronze Warriors flew over and gestured to Hilly. "Miss, please follow us." Hilly, already fed up with the woman's constant questioning, followed them as if fleeing. She thought to herself that she shouldn't pretend anymore. It was too tiring and didn't suit her nature. Standing with the other Bronze Warriors on the massive teleportation array, Hilly calmed herself and quietly waited for it to activate. Buzz. The soft buzzing gradually intensified, and intricate patterns lit up beneath her feet. Countless silver threads began to appear around her, and the scene before Hilly's eyes rapidly shifted until it settled on a vast plaza. 27th test begins. Activate. A strong silver light enveloped Hilly, and after a sharp screech, everyone had vanished from the teleportation array. "How's it going?" "Report, running perfectly." "Excellent. Is this the final test?" "Yes, sir." "Next, we begin modifying the external space connection path. The teleportation space will be closed for 5 days. Alright, hurry up. The higher-ups want it done as soon as possible. Something big might be happening." Soon, the busy Bronze Warriors all departed, leaving the vast space empty. The small teleportation array that had brought them here gradually went out, no longer activating. So big. Luo Xiao slowly raised her head, almost twisting her neck, before her gaze returned from the sky. Unlike the complexity of the Mage's Hall, the grandeur of the War God's Hall was manifested in its vastness, without strong spatial fluctuations. It was as if the space of the ruins had been multiplied, encompassing another plane. Its imposing presence stretched to the horizon, seemingly endless. Is this the prestige of the greatest power in the living world? The Mage Sanctuary is merely the largest human power, but the Temple of War is undoubtedly the strongest power in the entire living world. What's wrong with you two? Don't you know that non-warriors are prohibited from entering? A sturdy bearman appeared before the two menacingly, seemingly displeased, his snorting breath reeking. 1, 2, mages dare to come here? Do you think I, Bear Big, am a pushover? He, Bear Big, was a member of the Church of War in the Bear Territory. Mages were the worst kind of people to him. If there was anything he hated even more, it was undoubtedly human mages. Luna's gentle face instantly darkened, her fingers digging into the bearman's breastplate and lifting him up abruptly. A gatekeeper should just guard the gate properly. If you continue to speak rudely, I believe the old man of the glorious holy war won't mind a bear leaving the Temple of War. You let me go! Bear. He struggled free, and seeing the finger holes in the silver armor, he couldn't help but doubt Xiongda was this a mage. He was about to explode in anger, but a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he realized what the human mage had just said, glorious holy warrior. You just said glorious holy warrior? Xiongda screamed, clutching his head, unable to believe that the rough-voiced bearman could produce such a high-pitched human female voice. His loud voice quickly attracted a crowd of warriors. Luna crossed her arms, her expression unchanged, while Luo watched Xiongda's performance leisurely behind Luna. After all, her teacher wouldn't lie to her. After the scream subsided, Xiongda, panting, was filled with disbelief. He dared not utter a single word about that person. Because of his scream, several silver warriors had already arrived, and Xiongda finally felt a sense of relief. Human mage, you should know that misappropriating the name of a holy warrior is a grave taboo. Admit it now, and I let you go. Xiongda dared not detain him. He might be a bit slow-witted, but he wasn't brainless. Anyone who dared to make a move within the Temple of War was either a fool or had a powerful background. What if the other party wasn't a complete idiot? Luna's phoenix eyes glared, her scorching breath rushing towards Xiong to misappropriation. The sole inheritor of the Thousand-Star Witch needs to commit misappropriation. The Thousand-Star Witch? Xiong Da's eyes widened instantly, then he scratched the back of his head blankly. Who is the Thousand-Star Witch? Is she famous? Step back. A powerful, deep shout rang out, and a ram-headed man clad in golden armor flew rapidly from afar. The golden armor exuded a powerful aura unique to the 7th rank, instantly deterring the onlookers, leaving only a few silver warriors bowing in salute. The ram-headed warrior's bulging horizontal pupils were quite strange. He tilted his head slightly and stared at Luna for a while, seemingly recognizing her before saying in a deep voice, "No wonder Lord Glorious Holy War said a junior had come to visit. It turns out you are a disciple of the Thousand-Star Witch. It's been many years. Please forgive this old ram's poor memory for not recognizing you immediately." Luna's expression softened, and she lowered her hands and straightened her posture. "Sorgatan, valiant and skilled white gold warrior, 50 years have passed, and you become a full-fledged gold warrior. Congratulations." Sogdian nodded slightly. Please forgive their rudeness for the sake of this old ram. They naturally referred to the surrounding silver warriors, the silver warriors who came to investigate. What does this have to do with me? Since that's the case, then I won't pursue the matter of obstruction. I wonder how Lord Glorious Holy War is doing. Thank you for your understanding and kindness. The Holy Warrior is in excellent health, and can live for another 1,000 years. He has been waiting for a long time. Please follow Old Goat. After the two men and the goat left, the surrounding silver warriors breathed a sigh of relief, then turned their malicious gazes to the trembling Xiongda. Big Bear, this is what you caused. My fists are itching. What do you suggest we do? Hee. Soon, strange screams echoed through the area again. Luo didn't know Xiongda's fate. Led by the goat-headed man named Sogdian, the two encountered a wide variety of orcs, all kinds of common and rare races, even green-skinned orcs described in records as endangered, sparring with them. Only after flying over numerous towering mountain ranges did a magnificent emerald manor float high in the sky, and Sogdian slowed down and descended. Before even landing, Luo saw two people playing chess in the lush, green manor. In the living world, chess wasn't a popular pastime, given the extraordinary calculation abilities of superhumans. A fixed number of moves could be calculated in a matter of moments, offering no enjoyment whatsoever. However, perhaps non-human beings enjoyed it. To the left sat a tree man, its aged face giving it a kind and benevolent appearance. Its body was entwined with thick, dark brown vines, unlike any tree man Luo had ever seen before. Its aura was unknown, but he estimated it to be at least at the 8th rank. Playing chess against him was a blond youth, draped in a soft, bright yellow cloak. His skin was exceptionally pale. At first glance, he seemed like a ray of sunlight. He appeared humanoid, yet completely lacked any human life force. They arrived. The blond youth smiled elegantly, waving away the chessboard. Ignoring the glare and huff of the treant opposite him, he turned to look at the now docile Luna and Luo beside her. Only then did Luo notice that this youth, whose strength was equally unknown, had exceptionally beautiful pale golden sun-like markings in his pupils, making him appear less human and more divine. Grandpa Shane, Luna greets you. Luna performed a mage's salute with remarkable grace, shocking Luo. In her memory, her teacher had always been irritable. Did she really have such a dignified side? But what surprised Luo even more was that Luna was bowing to the blonde youth. The glorious Holy War Grandpa? If Luo wasn't mistaken, this youth showed no signs of old age. He appeared to be a refined and cultured nobleman. Even with his altered appearance, he was at most in his prime, not showing any signs of decline. Shane seemed to sense the shock and surprise in Luo's eyes, smiling as he said, "I miss those days." Luna, the little girl, also had this adorable expression when she first came. "If you think I'm too young, you can call me brother." "No, thank you." "Greetings, Grandpa Shane. I am Ligrandel Lo, Luna's disciple. It's a pleasure to meet you." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lo couldn't help but secretly activate insight to glance at Shane. The moment he saw the information, Lo's pupils constricted sharply. Does this race really exist? Soul Law Shane Saint Rank, Saint Fire, Sun Fire, all attributes, warrior, glorious warrior, a mysterious race that walks within the sun plane. More information can be obtained independently. Chapter 1032. Does life truly exist on the sun? An absurd thought sprouted in Luo's mind. Although she didn't know much about the solar plane, She knew it was an extreme world filled with the sun's fire. If life existed there, just how powerful would its resilience be? However, Luo seemed to remember little Audie casually mentioning something about the sun. Perhaps her knowledge was too limited. Shane seemed unaware of being watched. Luo didn't dare look for even a second longer, and knowing when to stop, immediately lowered her head humbly, appearing very obedient and adorable. Xiaoyan smiled gently, his demeanor quite different from the old man's frail air. His words immediately made Luo's face flush. Luo, I also heard of you, the famous silver-haired witch of the human realm. Hearing it today, you are indeed quite adorable. Grandpa Xiaoyan? Luo blushed instantly, stammering and almost spitting out a string of words. What the hell? How could this person be so energetic? And having his name spoken by an elder, why did he feel such a strong sense of shame? He should have created some kind of witch title back then. His mouth sewn shut. Seeing the witch blush slightly and hide behind Luna, Shane, completely oblivious to his own shortcomings, instead smiled at the treant opposite him on the chessboard. Brother Pinus, although my junior is young, he's already quite famous in various human nations. I remember hearing about him in Sincero City. The treant called Pinus, surprisingly quick-witted, stroked his chin thoughtfully, a hint of realization appearing on his aged face. Brother Shane, you mean that relatively active new force in Sincero City recently? What's it called again? The most adorable Miss Luo's support group. Sigh, getting old and forgetful, that's a rather strange name. Pinus, glancing out of the corner of his eye, saw Luo's face almost flushed crimson, and his lips tightened, quite novel. Ha ha, I'm right, aren't I? Ha ha. The two old men, whose combined age was many times that of Luo, laughed openly in front of the witch herself, while the tall, ram-headed Sogdian remained expressionless, clearly unfazed. Despite the glorious holy warrior's refined appearance and seemingly endless lifespan, those who have met him would never guess his gentle nature. Grandpa Shane. Elder Pinus, how dare you two bully my disciple? Luna, her face contorted with indignation, pulled low, who was covering her face with her hands, to her side. I was just about to introduce such a lovely disciple to you too, Humph. Ha, it's all right, it's all right. I see the aura of the three-crescent moon god within you, except this flame. A wisp of golden-red flame appeared in Shane's hand. Before Lo could examine it closely, the flame suddenly entered her body, slowly burning at her heart. Luo forcibly suppressed his shame, and quickly sensed the flame within his heart. He discovered it contained an extremely condensed solar fire, composed of countless fragmented runes. All the fire runes Luo had ever constructed were present, and many were even unlike anything he had ever seen before. Observe the fire, explore it, and you will gain something. Xiaoyan's voice came. Luo suppressed his urge to explore, and bowed to the mysterious holy warrior in gratitude. If you don't understand, you can also ask your teacher. Luo was surprised. Had his teacher also obtained something like that? Luna, oblivious to Luo's surprise, gently set her down, her expression turning serious. Grandpa Shane, Elder Pinus, besides visiting you both, we have another important matter to discuss. Hearing this, Shane and Pinus also dropped their joking tone. For little Luna to take this so seriously, it must be no small matter. Speak, I alone can suppress the northern continent. Their tone was gentle, yet an air of dominance emanated from them, as if their words were absolute truth. Luna didn't waste any more words, quickly recounting the current situation of the Agnesa Empire. After a moment, Luo solemnly requested, several of my friends are still being hunted. The longer we delay, the greater their danger. I hope the Temple of War can send powerful warriors to assist us, or send us back to the Karlov Empire to seek reinforcements. Furthermore, Moriarty is still holding off several Saint-level experts, and Senior Wangina is still missing in the Ice God Fortress. Luo is very worried. After listening to the master and apprentice's words, Xiaoyan showed a hint of surprise, not at the demons' brazen invasion of the Agnesa Empire, but at their presence there. The Golden Demon Saint once said that the Karlov Empire had already sent people there, so it turns out it was you who went. Since you have become pawns in this situation, you can also know some things. Shane whispered, while Luna leaned close to Luo's ear to explain, the Golden Demon Saint is the old Dean's title. Although he's not very reliable, his strength is indeed not weak. At this moment, Shane changed the subject and asked, do you know about the changes in the netherworld? Luo and Luna shook their heads in unison. Shane seemed to be certain that they didn't know, and then answered himself. 7 years ago, the 4 calamity beasts successively revived, devouring 800 high-level saint-rank undead. Their own strength recovered to 70% of its peak in a short time. After defeating the Netherworld Emperor, They occupied 40% of the netherworld in one fell swoop. In recent years, they have been accumulating strength to attack the entrance between the two worlds. The various halls have deployed no less than 20 Saint-rank guards to stabilize the seal. The Calamity Behemoth? The Calamity Behemoth? The two women exclaimed simultaneously, but Luna was more puzzled, while Luo was shocked. Shane and Pinus both keenly noticed this, the latter asking Luo in a hoarse voice, "Young human, do you know about the Calamity Behemoth?" Luo's mind flashed back to his encounter with the Light Knight Arudu in the netherworld. Even after many years of death, his unwavering faith in the pursuit of light still revived his body, allowing him to slay all evil with his Light Knight's sword. I once encountered a strange fragment in the netherworld. A respected Light Knight called it a fragment of the Calamity Bone Dragon. Pinus' sunken, dark eyes widened slightly, his tone now tinged with surprise and admiration. I truly didn't expect that the young man who brought news of the Calamity Behemoth's revival was you. As a member of the living world, I express my deepest gratitude. Sincere thanks. Luo waved his hands repeatedly, somewhat embarrassed, saying, I only encountered it by chance, and it even escaped. It's not as powerful as you think. Hearing that all the Calamity Beasts had revived, Luo vaguely felt that this matter was closely related to the escape of the fragments. If they had successfully suppressed it, perhaps the situation wouldn't have been so serious. Xiaoan picked up on Pinus' words and said warmly, There's no need to belittle yourself. Without the information you brought, we wouldn't have been able to significantly delay the Calamity Beast's revival. It was precisely because they had received the information in advance that the Church of Light and the Mage Hall were able to promptly dispatch people to pursue them to the netherworld, severely injuring the Calamity Bone Dragon several times as it recovered its strength. Unfortunately, as other Calamity Beasts successively revived, the vanguard force of the living world gradually weakened. In addition, the living were already struggling in the netherworld, so it was truly remarkable that they could still firmly seal the Calamity Beasts within the netherworld. Sean's explanation left the two with mixed feelings, especially Luna, who felt both pride in Luo and guilt for her past mistakes. She couldn't help but gently stroke Luo's head before asking Sean, Grandpa Sean, do you mean the netherworld is holding back most of the living world's power, thus unable to support the Agnisa Empire? Sean shook his head slightly, giving the completely opposite answer. Actually, we have been focusing on the north. The power that has been restraining the netherworld is less than 1/10 of that of the living world. We are accumulating strength only to find out the demon's true purpose, and then annihilate it in one fell swoop. However, the dark clouds of fate have obscured the river of time, and even the saint of fate cannot dispel the fog to witness the truth. Therefore, we cannot make a decision. Strategy. Standing at the pinnacle of the living world, Shane and the others couldn't determine whether the demon's true target was the seal between the realms of the living and the dead, or the north. A misjudgment would mean total defeat, so they dared not act rashly. Of course, your intelligence is very timely. I will make my judgment. The situation is urgent, and I will personally meet with that legendary knight. Brother Pinus, they have been taken care of. As soon as he finished speaking, Shane vanished without a trace of spatial fluctuation, demonstrating his immense power. Pinus' figure blurred for a moment, transforming into a hunched old elf. His wrinkled face and short stature made it difficult to reconcile him with the elegant and handsome elves. Sorgaton, how long will it take? Reporting to the holy warrior Davin, at least 10 days. Sogdian clearly understood Pinus' meaning and calmly replied, the ultra-long-distance teleportation array was temporarily sealed 5 hours ago. According to the plan, it will take half a month to modify the spatial paths of all parties. If we expedite the process and sacrifice some stability, it will still take at least 10 days. It's been too long. You will lead 300 golden warriors with me. Inform Chinching and Warren that Project 32 has been activated. Await the opportune moment. Yes. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Sogdian's bright yellow horizontal pupils, and his tone became much lighter. Luo couldn't help but suspect that the other party was actually a warmonger. After Sogdian left, vines manifested from Pinus' body, growing into a slightly younger Pinus, which then quickly transformed into a tall, handsome white deer, gesturing for Luo and Luna to mount. Find your friends first. Those who contribute to the world will not be mistreated by the Temple of War. Luo's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded, following Luna as they flew onto the white deer's back. The white deer, twice Luo's height, leaped gracefully, instantly transforming the surrounding scenery. Countless chaotic views flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, the two people and the deer appeared outside the Agnisa Empire. As soon as they appeared, two saint-level figures descended before them, one a large, upright cat, its body as white as ice silk, the other smooth as ice crystals, radiating 7 colors under the light, though one of its ice crystal ears was inexplicably severed. Upon appearing, he solemnly bowed slightly to the white deer. Who do we have here? It's the renowned holy warrior Davin of the Temple of War, the oldest elder of the Forest of Life. Are you here regarding the Agnesa Empire? The Ice Beastman saint-ranked figure on the other side also spoke up. We've been stationed here for many days, but haven't received any intelligence. Getting in is easy, getting out is difficult. We wonder what that old Kino is plotting. His tone was quite dissatisfied. Kino was the name of the current emperor of Agnesa. Few in the entire living world dared to speak so disrespectfully to a human emperor, but a few years ago, the two major powers were still at war. He not only dared to insult Valfin, but also dared to rush up and punch him. Pinus, in his white deer form, spoke in human language. Latest intelligence has arrived. The situation has changed. Suspend intelligence gathering. Renaming, take Valfin, and tell the Cat King and Ice King to await instructions from the Assassin's Hall and the War God's Hall. Upon hearing this, the two orc saints immediately cast unfriendly glances at the two women on their backs. Humans? Human intelligence can be trusted? They naturally preferred intelligence from their own race, as this would give them more say in future events. Other orcs would have been fine, but humans were the problem, which made them very unhappy. Put away your unnecessary thoughts. Everything is decided by the 6 great halls. A slightly cold gaze swept over the two saints, making them tremble. They said no more. Each hall was a top power in the living world, followed by the 3 major races and their respective territories. Among them, the elf forest was the strongest, the human empire slightly second, and the orc territories the weakest. Only the greater number of orcs maintained this balance. Easily intimidating the two saints, Pinus then turned to Luna and gestured for her to explain the location. Elder, Luo and I emerged through a spatial rift, quite a distance from here. The implication was that she didn't know the exact location either. Not to mention Luna, even Luo didn't know. Who knew where they had just emerged from? The desolate land was vast, while the habitable areas were comparatively small. Pinus frowned slightly. Without knowing the general location, it was difficult for him to pinpoint the location. Fortunately, based on Luo's initial target, he could boldly guess that the location was along a straight line between here and the Temple of War. Even so, the possible locations were extremely wide. Pinus lightly stomped his hooves, and a towering forest suddenly appeared in the void. Each tree transformed into a tall treeman, rapidly departing in a fan shape. The white stag Pinus also carried Luo and Luna back. Renaman and Navelfin exchanged a glance, suppressing their displeasure, and began to act. They needed to relay the message back to their territory for their king's decision. In the midst of the rolling snow-capped mountains, there was a snow-white forest. The pure white forest was extremely inconspicuous against the snow-covered landscape, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the vast expanse of white wasn't leaves at all, but rather a dense swarm of tiny birds. They were simply perched on branches, their snow-white feathers blending seamlessly with the falling snow. The demon hunter sparrows, seemingly adorable small, gregarious magical beasts, typically reached rank 4 to 6 as adults, with the largest only the size of a fist. Their bodies were as white as snow, and they had attracted many merchant guilds who attempted to capture them as summonable creatures to sell to wealthy families, but ultimately, none of these attempts succeeded. The demon hunter sparrows are inherently ferocious, natural assassins. Their small, furry bodies contain the power of storms, their favorite prey being the hearts of their prey. Even if mutilated, they will self-destruct, taking others with them. Even more terrifying, these small magical beasts often form tribes of hundreds of thousands, leaving nothing but death in their wake. Even high-level magical beasts dare not easily provoke them. Whoosh! Shattered ice mist emerged from the snowflakes. A group of people stumbled out of the mist. The white catman at the head was covered in blood, his once pristine white fur almost completely gone, and his breath extremely weak. He took out a blood crystal and ate it, his complexion slightly improving. Cough cough. Damn it! Did we succeed? Tommen, with his bald head, carried his kin on his back. He immediately saw the white forest in the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to the others behind him, he quickly said, "The Death Snow Mountain is just ahead, hurry! Hurry!" Most of the 7 white cat people who emerged were exhausted. If it weren't for their numbers, allowing them to take turns using warp, they would have died of exhaustion long ago. Enki, supporting the battered and bruised Dorzel, glanced at the 2 remaining members of his tribe behind them. One had half his body transformed into withered vines, the other had his chest pierced through, his heart missing. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hardened his resolve. "We keep up." He looked down at Dorzel and whispered encouragingly, "Hang in there. Once we get into the forest of death, we'd definitely be able to delay that bastard." "Yeah. Of course. Don't worry, I won't die." Dorzel smiled weakly. The aura of the Frostheart was strongest on him. Naturally, he received the most care. If it weren't for Enki's quick wit and numerous helpers, he would have died countless times already. Enki nodded with concern, looking at the silent Helida behind him, somewhat worried. "Are you alright?" Helida's pale lips moved slightly, calmly uttering two words. "SOSO." No one knew the torment her soul had endured to shield everyone from the omnipresent noise. The dim Bible in her hand once again released divine magic, desperately concealing everyone's presence. Helida followed behind Enki, bringing up the rear. Seconds later, space tore open, and a lean, rigid young man suddenly appeared, his powerful aura undisguised. This arrogant aura immediately startled the birds in the distance. The sleeping white birds opened their scarlet eyes, their unique, ferocious magical beast aura surging. The mountains moved. Chapter 1033. Before her, a blizzard ravaged the mountains. Behind her, sharp, mournful cries echoed. Helida turned back and saw, at the edge of the snowstorm formed by white birds, a terrifying, sky-covering tornado unleashing a magical surge far exceeding that of a mid-level cultivator. Even a 7th-level transcendent would be instantly obliterated if they ventured into it. But within the blizzard seemed to lie a deep abyss, a black hole. No matter how fierce the snowflakes, once they entered the black hole, they couldn't create a ripple. Only the distorted, tearing space could be vaguely seen rapidly approaching, leaving only short, mournful cries in its wake. Then everything was swallowed by the snow. "Damn it! What did you guys mess with? These terrifying demon hunters can't stop them at all. Orcs, fulfill your duties. Even a single hair on the chieftain's head is a threat, and my fists won't be fair." Nakro's sinister voice rang in Tommen's ears. He was furious yet helpless. These little kittens, not even at the 7th rank, even with their leap power, couldn't possibly activate it against the terrifying being behind them. Their only chance of survival was thanks to the 7th rank expert burning his magic and life force to maintain their speed. His canine teeth bared, Tommen urgently shouted to his people, "Now is not the time to hold back. Stop holding back. Activate leap." The remaining white catmen's faces immediately turned bitter. They truly had no strength left, in this situation, who would dare to hold back. That would be pure suicide. To put it nicely, they had been fleeing from a terrifying being who appeared to be at the saint rank for 3 hours, but in reality, after witnessing the spatial distortion before their eyes, they were trembling with fear. For the first 2 hours, they had been exhausted from constantly jumping, and only half an hour had passed since the opponent's presence was revealed. The opponent had already closed the distance to their backs through 3 jumps, meaning the actual pursuit had only lasted a mere half hour. This incredible speed completely shattered the white cat people's worldview. "Lord Tormon, we're really out of strength. What a bunch of useless trash." Tormon cursed. The tornado behind them was rapidly approaching. If they couldn't activate jump again soon, he was doomed. Tormon was already regretting it to the core. If he had known this damned mission was so dangerous, he would never have agreed for mere fame and fortune. But Tormon forgot that he only agreed because of the pressure from those golden eyes. He bit his hand hard with his fangs, drawing a drop of milky white blood. Tormon's face paled instantly. With a flick of his wrist, the blood droplet spread, forming a seemingly endless, illusory ice path. Ignoring the others, he and his entourage quickly stepped onto the ice path, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Nakro, leading his young clan leader and others, followed closely behind, vanishing on the ice path as well. As Harita brought up the rear, about to step onto the icy path, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Instinctively she dodged, narrowly avoiding a blood-red short axe. Crack! Though small, the short axe seemed to contain a miniature plane of existence. Its mere presence shattered a large swathe of space. The power, exceeding the limits of any superhuman, obliterated the icy path and squeezed Harita's body several miles away, instantly inflicting severe injuries. Harita barely managed to stabilize her nearly collapsed soul. The aftershocks of that attack not only possessed powerful spatial force, but the dense, malevolent energy within had also directly invaded her soul. Only her faith, as a believer in a god, allowed her to withstand it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sharp bird calls abruptly ceased. The attacker seemed impatient, red mist erupted, and the beast tide stretching across more than 10 snow-capped mountains vanished instantly. Suddenly, Harita met those seemingly calm, blood-red eyes. Oh no! Helida felt a chill run down her spine. Without thinking, she flipped through the Bible, casting several divine spells upon herself, leaving behind a sharp, sensory-disrupting attack, and fled into the distance in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Helida suddenly found herself surrounded by a blood mist. Beneath her feet was familiar earth, but it felt incredibly sticky. Looking down instinctively, she saw countless pieces of flesh mixed with blood, forming a gruesome swamp. Fight! The blood mist abruptly dissipated, revealing countless blurry figures that appeared around her, vaguely divided into 4 directions, rapidly approaching her. Helida's expression changed. She was about to flee, but in a flash, the surroundings transformed into a throng of figures. She was wielding a strange curved blade, moving in close proximity, while not far away stood Helida, motionless. The soul is immortal, the war never ends. We fight to the death. A resolute and frenzied cry erupted uncontrollably from her mouth. As the war drum sounded, 4 armies clashed like sharp weapons, engulfing the delicate body at the center of the battlefield. Strangely, the clash of armies failed to inflict any harm on the girl's body, all attacks missed by a remarkable coincidence. Just as Helida's tense heart began to relax slightly, the body she was in suddenly faced her own. Seeing herself through someone else's eyes was a strange feeling, but before she could even take a second look, the body swiftly brought down a scimitar, the curved blade piercing through Helida's magical barrier and severing a stunningly beautiful head. The vibrant 7th-tier life force, like a clown, rapidly withered and vanished. I am dead? The headless corpse slowly knelt, gushing out slightly translucent blood that mingled with the filthy blood on the ground. It was minuscule in the battlefield, yet watching herself kill herself, Helida's heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cave. A powerful sense of unease and palpitations welled up within her. She's dead just like that? Helida vaguely felt a slight stinging pain in her neck. The fear of death, barely born, quickly invaded her mind, amplifying infinitely. The pain in her neck became acutely clear, as if she were reliving her own death, further intensifying her terror. She felt a sudden plunge, the earth vanishing, the surroundings turning into boundless blood red. Helida's vision rapidly sank, and she seemed to hear strange voices, murmuring, proclaiming, dragging her away. You died on the battlefield, you are content, sleep now. Your life was magnificent, after death you should return to war. Unyielding resistance is the finest wine, you are worthy to enter his embrace. Images, both real and unreal, floated before her eyes, fragments of her youthful struggle to survive the jaws of monsters, moments of fighting for her faith against foreign cults, and the tragic heroism of her service as a soldier defending her nation's dignity. I participated in so many battles. My heart is unyielding, my blood is boiling, my anger is inextinguishable, I am a great warrior, from beginning to end. Finally, the image froze on the moment her head was severed by the enemy on the battlefield, signifying the end of her mission. The great him admired her bravery, and thus bestowed his grace, calling her remnant soul to descend, to continue her glory in another world. I see. It doesn't seem so bad, Helida murmured. This was the glory she deserved. She should accept it. Is this right? It seems like something's been forgotten. Is it something important? But it seems it's done, so she has no regrets, right? Great and holy guiding divine messenger, please guide the lost sheep. How can they escape life's predicament? What is that voice? Guiding divine messenger who spreads wisdom and peace, your glory shines like the sun in the sky, your great name spreads throughout the world, you are the Savior, your devout followers will offer the most sincere praise. Guiding divine messenger? Who is it? The sound of flowing water in the snow-capped mountains is not as clear as yours. The trembling waves of the earth are not as generous as yours. The vastness of the ocean storms is not as great as yours. A feather, the kindest guiding angel under the throne of the supreme God of light, your decree will endure eternally in the world. We respect you, love you, and bless you. Whispers gradually overlapped in her ears, the prayers of millions, like the dawn breaking through the darkness, shattering the murmurings and revealing their menacing evil. Suddenly, a slender, radiant arm, glowing with holy light, extended from the crimson sky above, followed by a petite body enveloped in holy light and magnificent 4 wings. The faceless countenance was not strange, rather, it gave Helida a sense of holiness. That was salvation, that was hope. He had come in response to the call, giving the lost the final radiance. Grasp him. A sudden, abrupt thought flashed through her mind, and Helida's lifeless heart began to beat again. With all her might, she reached out her stiff right hand, trying to grasp that small hand. Save me. Her consciousness went blank for a moment, and when she regained it, Helida suddenly found herself still in the land of death. Behind her, A rather unexpected whisper came. Such powerful faith. The priests of this era seemed quite remarkable. Helida had no time to comprehend. Following her instincts, she turned to the last page of the Bible. Suddenly, her supposedly depleted faith surged forth from within her, illuminating the single, pale golden magic circle. Thymones' punishment high-ranked divine spell, Ice, you have disturbed eternity. The repeated prayers echoed in her ears once more. So familiar, she seemed to have heard them before. An image of a small, adorable girl involuntarily surfaced in Helida's mind, but then her gaze was immediately drawn to the scene before her. Buzz? Without much movement, after a slight ripple, time stopped. Bare jade feet stepped out from the void, a long dress adorned with ice crystals shimmering with the radiance of eternity. The song of the ice fairy resounded in the frozen space, transforming into snow, into ice, into frost, finally settling on a crystalline bracelet on her slender hand. Who is calling me? The clear, cold voice was as melodious as newly melted snow, yet carried a hint of majesty and unquestionable authority. The face was obscured, but the moment Helida saw him, she instinctively knelt, praising him in a trembling voice. More enduring than time is eternity, more eternal than eternity itself is you, the great ice god who reigns over eternity. Your most devout follower can finally hear your voice once more, witness your existence. Please allow your followers to forever sing praises to your greatness, until the end of time. Helida dared not raise her head, maintaining the most devout posture from the bottom of her heart. Even if raising her head might allow her to see the true face of the deity, it would be blasphemy, a rebellion against her faith, something she would never allow herself to do in her life. You are the priestess of God. Eternal and great ice god, your followers are your priests, messengers of the oracle, and followers of eternity. As a priest, do you know the taboos? Helida's words faltered. She paused, then gritted her teeth and admitted, I know. Having disturbed eternity, I must bear eternity. Eternity was both a blessing and a curse. Compared to a god, her strength, mind, body, and even herself were like the difference between the sun and an ant. What the gods considered eternity, when it fell upon her, would subject her to the ravages of millennia in every instant, and this torment would continue eternally. Perhaps only a god could endure such suffering, but she had no regrets. Even if everything she possessed turned to dust afterward, she could still be remembered by the God of her faith. Salvation, and her soul was satisfied. Even facing certain death, to witness the truth she had sought her entire life, she had no regrets. Helida was terrified, yet also joyful. Her teacher, the high priestess of Lavia, had dedicated her life to witnessing the true form of a god, not merely listening to divine pronouncements or seeing the illusions of divine magic. And now, she had achieved it. However, it seemed there was no way to avenge her teacher. Raise your head and witness. The ice god's voice seemed to possess a certain power, compelling Helida to involuntarily raise her head. But she dared not look too closely, her gaze falling on the jade-like legs half concealed beneath the ice skirt. She saw bare feet step out lightly, overlapping with the surrounding still magic, untouched by reality in the slightest. He walked slowly through the snow like an ordinary person, not fast, and stopped after several dozen steps. Helida floated behind him, and saw the lean man close at hand, no different from a human superhuman. But in the blink of an eye, Helida vaguely saw a monster. Its whole body was red, with 2 horns on its head, 2 wings on its back, and a long, thin tail growing from its tailbone. Demon, this is the juncture of a new era. I should not interfere. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, but finally sighed, You, bear witness. Helida didn't understand. The jade-like legs before her vanished instantly, along with the pursuing demon. Faintly, she seemed to hear a low, rumbling voice around her. Eternity transgresses. It cannot be hindered. The era ends. A blur, and time flowed again. The difference was that a terrifying being had completely disappeared, and Helida looked down at the ashes of the eternal Bible, feeling both satisfied and melancholic. She then sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to sense the lingering aura. She was a devout believer. For her faith, she would do anything, just as her faith had given her everything. Her life would be dedicated to eternity. The next moment, the ashes of the eternal Bible coalesced again into a blank book amidst the swirling snow, gently settling on her lap. But Helida was destined not to see it. She would pay the price for touching the taboo. Crack, crack. An ice sculpture silently appeared in the desolate valley, unknown and unnoticed. Perhaps, millennia later, when the snows of the north melt, a new tribe would find an ice sculpture standing in the mountains and worship it. However, that scene might not unfold. With a gentle rustle of wind, A white deer carrying two petite figures appeared in the still-swept snow. Chapter 1034. Finding a saint-level being is extremely difficult. Methods like divination, spatial sensing, and aura detection are effective against those below the saint level, but ineffective against saints. Unless the opponent reveals their aura, even fellow saints cannot detect them. Luo is definitely far from the border of the Agnesa Empire, as she has covered thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye riding the white deer, but after more than 10 minutes, she still hasn't seen any familiar surroundings. At this moment, Luna is introducing Luo. Elder Pinus is also an extraordinary being, known as Saint Davin, the oldest and most senior member of the elven race. The white deer beneath her chuckles, just old enough to bear the title of oldest, but perhaps not as old as Mother. The archer is old, and his strength has declined. Mother naturally refers to the tree of life that nurtured the elves. However, when Luo first met Elder Pinus, she hadn't expected him to be an elf. He truly lacked the noble air of a pure elf. Rarely encountering someone who could be considered an elder, Luo felt much more relaxed, her girlish heart temporarily released. She said seriously, "Grandpa Elder isn't old at all, he lived a long time." "Ha ha ha, I lived over 13,000 years. Aside from a few special beings, who could live longer?" Luo clicked her tongue in surprise. She had already assumed Pinus was very old, but she hadn't expected him to be even older. Elves are long-lived, but they are still considered a lower-ranking race. The theoretical lifespan of a normal elf saint level is around 3,000 years. Elder Pinus has lived far too long. 13,000 years, what a long time. This junior thought only plant-based magical beast saint-level beings could live that long. Luo recalled the blood pack saint she knew from her mother's family, a saint-level plant-based magical beast, yet he was only a little over 10,000 years old, seemingly younger than Elder Pinus. After thinking for a moment, Luo curiously asked by Lu, "Grandpa Elder, do you know any elves from Green Willow Forest?" Luo remembered that Eileen was still in the ruined space. Her original plan was to take her to the long-distance teleportation array so she could return home on her own, but now that there was an elder of the elven race, entrusting her to him should be safer. Green Willow Forest. This old man does know a couple of Green Willow elves with rather unpleasant tempers. "My lovely little disciple, would you like to go to Green Willow Forest?" At this moment, Luna also looked at Luo curiously, wondering why her disciple wanted to go to the elven realm again. Realizing they had misunderstood him, Luo quickly waved his hands, scratched his head, and explained, "No, actually, I happened to meet an elven priestess from the Green Ganoderma Forest. She was sold to the north, and I wanted to help her go home. If you, Grand Elder, know any elves from the Green Ganoderma Forest, that would be even better." "An elven priestess?" Bai Lu's tone carried a hint of surprise, which quickly turned to displeasure. "There are even children whose mothers are left behind. The Green Ganoderma elves have become quite lax. Don't worry, I go there in a while. Little disciple, where is the elven priestess you mentioned?" "Here." Luo reached out and pulled out the bewildered little elf. Little Eileen was just a moment ago embracing the tree of life, listening to its whispers, and the next moment she was inexplicably in the sky, her little face utterly bewildered. Fortunately, she saw a familiar figure, and her confusion quickly turned to joy. "Beautiful Sister Luo, greetings." Since Pink Lu left and hasn't returned, Eileen is left with only Xania and Little One. Fi only appears occasionally, checking to make sure she's alright before leaving again. Fortunately, the fairies are cheerful, Little One is well behaved, and the Tree of Life is kind, so she doesn't feel lonely. However, after so many days, she quite misses Lo and Pink Lu, who saved her life. Luo nodded and placed Eileen on the white deer's back. "Grandpa Elder, look." A faint sense swept over Eileen, and Pinus's displeasure deepened. The oldest elf, as if reprimanding a junior, scolded the distant queen of Greenwood. "Little Olivia is too careless. She even lost a purebred child. Even the 10 children born every 10,000 years can be lost. It's truly unforgivable. I must have a word with her father." Luo wondered if the distant queen of Greenwood felt a chill run down her spine, but Eileen was very protective of her. "Thank you for taking responsibility, Grandpa. But please don't blame your majesty. It was Eileen who sneaked out, and that's why this terrible thing happened. It's Eileen's fault. You child, well, stay with me for now." Pinus had already noticed that this young priestess was quite introverted, probably interacting little with her own kind in the forest. He decided to give her a little guidance before bringing her back to Greenwood. Eileen hesitated for a moment. She didn't recognize Pinus, but after seeing the reassuring look from Lo, she nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Grandpa." Pinus liked being called Grandpa very much. It's said that older people tend to like children more, and it seemed the same applied to Els. Suddenly, Lo felt the white deer beneath him stop. Just as he was wondering what was happening, Pinus's voice became unusually grave. This old man has lost control of space. Just moments ago, he was almost forced out of the spatial interlayer. What kind of power could so easily affect a saint-level being? Luo and Luna immediately became alert. If a situation even Pinus couldn't handle occurred, they would be in danger. A spatial fluctuation flashed, and Eileen disappeared. Pinus's gaze fell on a distant spot. That child will follow me for now. You don't need to worry, I found him. In the brief moment of stillness and movement in space, Pinus had already pinpointed the most suspicious location. With a light leap of his snow-white hooves, the two of them and the deer vanished instantly, reappearing above a continuous mountain range. Upon appearing, Luo sensed the lingering, immense, and violent aura, indicating the presence of numerous magical beasts. Strangely, however, there wasn't a single magical beast corpse nearby. How strange. There's such a dense aura remaining, yet there's no trace of battle. Could it be that a beast tide passed by recently? And it had to be a beast tide formed by flying magical beasts, otherwise this mountain range would have been leveled long ago. Luna couldn't explain it either, and she noticed that not only magical beasts, but ordinary animals were nowhere to be seen either. Even if some terrifying being had scared away the magical beasts, those low-level magical beasts should have left some traces. It was like a death trap. This place, something's wrong. Pinus sensed that the space here had undergone some obvious change, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It was as if the change was beyond all his knowledge of the past 13,000 years, visible yet intangible. It was simply unbelievable. The power of a god, he murmured. Only an unknowable and immeasurable god could leave this oldest elf helpless. That was an existence equal to Mother, and he, a child, naturally couldn't possibly see the truth. Look, there seems to be something there. Luo didn't sense any trace of divine power, so he wasn't mentally shaken. He was only quite puzzled by the residual magical beast aura, and quickly discovered that something seemed to exist in the middle of the mountain range, causing the surrounding ice magic to faintly gather at its center. Luna quickly followed suit. Although she was fire-friendly, and didn't like the cold, she was extremely sensitive to ice magic. Elder Pinus, shall we go take a look? Let's go! Pinus didn't hesitate, gracefully descending from the sky to a block of ice covered in a thin layer of snow. Through the ice crystals, he could see a stunningly beautiful girl sitting cross-legged inside, her expression serene and content, though a hint of melancholy lingered between her brows. A familiar book lay quietly on her lap, but the cover was blank. Priestess Helida. Luo hurriedly jumped off the deer's back and rushed to brush away the snow and ice crystals from her. But the moment his fingertips touched her shoulder, Luo still couldn't believe it. That seemingly cold, yet somewhat cunning, priestess had vanished alone in the desolate wilderness, unnoticed and forgotten, like an ordinary person dying of old age. How could this be? Luo murmured, gently stroking Helida's cold face. Less than half a year later, she too had followed her teacher to join the eternal gods. But she was still young, with so much of her life ahead of her. She had vowed to avenge her teacher and destroy the Dahomey family. She shouldn't have followed her fate so soon. It's demons. That's right. If demons hadn't tainted the mortal world, none of this would have happened. A race born from the greatest evil of all living things, a chaos that shouldn't exist in order. Without them, the world would surely be a better place. Kill them! Luo murmured unconsciously, magical wind swirling around her, wisps of gold spreading from her hair, the snow beneath her feet thickening and turning golden, an indescribable aura emanating from her, causing Pinus, not far away, to widen his eyes in shock. Is this Junior normal? Luna rushed forward, breaking into the frozen air, placing her hands on Luo's shoulders. Little Luo, my condolences. Seeing Helida's appearance, Luna also felt saddened. She had quite admired this ice god's follower, who possessed considerable strength and had cared for her disciple. She had hoped to be friends, chatting about her adorable disciple's embarrassing moments, but unexpectedly, this farewell would be forever. But she was even more unwilling to see her disciple lose control of her emotions. She knew this child was very sentimental. Although she was impeccable in other aspects, her emotions were her weakness. A sense of relief washed over her shoulder, bringing Luo back to her senses. The strange feeling quickly dissipated. She hadn't even noticed it herself, only nuzzling her cheek against Luna's arm affectionately. Teacher, Priestess Helida, she helped me a lot. Teacher knows. She's a good person. Let's help her maintain her dignity. Right now, helping Helida return to her homeland was the only thing a good friend should do. Hearing her teacher's comforting words, Luo stepped forward and gave the cold Helida a warm embrace, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I help you finish what you didn't finish. Also, I'm cute even without a tail. I noticed your gaze isn't innocent for a long time." Rising and controlling Helida's body off the ground, Luo subconsciously used insight to glance at her, but unexpectedly, more information was revealed. Literary Helida rank 7, Ice, Priest, Ice God Priest, Fanatic, Believer, Hieronos Hymenius, saved by faith, born for faith, pursuing eternity and moving forward forever. Cold in nature, but as the influence of the gods fades, her true nature gradually returns. Bearing the will of Literary Labia, the crystal city beneath the lake, she aspires to become the guardian priestess of the crystal lake, proficient in the magic of the ice god, and possesses extraordinary knowledge of divine arts. She loves fluffy little animals, but her high position prevents her from doing so, keeping it hidden deep within her heart. Note, unable to bear the eternal curse, she dies in the present, but lives in the future. Die in the present, live in the future. Luo's expression froze, carefully considering the phrase. Dying in the present was easy to understand. Both she and her teacher Luna were absolutely certain that Helida's soul had completely dissipated, leaving no trace of life, even more completely than the sleeping Ano. But what did live in the future mean? Luo's thoughts raced as she quickly recalled the diviner she had met in the old capital of Hibia. Chunming Beryl, who brought her Helida's destined end, soul annihilation, fate extinction, a stranger soul takes its place, a new life emerges from annihilation. This is the calamity of the resurrection of the dead. At first, having successfully escaped the pursuit of enemies in the old capital of Hibia, Luo thought his fate had been changed. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape death. However, the phrase "a stranger's soul takes its place" didn't seem to appear. What was going on? Living in the future, a stranger's soul takes its place. Luna noticed Luo's abnormality, and was about to ask when Pinus's aged voice came from behind. An immortal body, a dwelling place for the dead. Little disciple, if her body isn't dealt with promptly, something unexpected might happen. Pinus's words suddenly made Luo understand. Helida was a devout ice god priestess. She must have sacrificed herself to resist the pursuing demons using some extremely costly divine magic. But as one of the effects of the magic, her body became eternal, immortal and indestructible, corresponding to the soul annihilates, fate perishes. A perfect body inevitably attracts the covetous eyes of certain beings, especially those whose souls are on the verge of dissipation. These souls can be resurrected through the body, living a second life. A situation yet to occur where a stranger soul takes its place, finding new life in the midst of death. This is the calamity of the resurrected soul, corresponding to the phrase living in the future. However, the one who comes back to life may not be Helida herself. Beryl said that if we reach the end of fate, we can use this to break the deadlock. A black scroll appeared in Luo's hand, its ominous aura immediately attracting the attention of Luna and Pinus, but out of trust, the two remained silent. Zilla had once asked Moriarty, and he said this scroll originated from the underworld, one of the very few items that could directly communicate with it. It wasn't actually called the Scroll of Calamity, but rather the Scroll of Death, the Chapter of Calamity. Unfortunately, Moriarty was busy with war at the time and knew very little about such items, not even how to use them or their effects. She told Luo that such a thing shouldn't exist in the modern world, and was most likely a relic from ancient times, its good fortune falling into the hands of that fortune teller. Now, Luo had no choice but to try anything. Unwrapping the scroll, she found the black parchment scroll densely covered with various calamity endings written in bright red characters, and the 13th ending was currently flashing a faint red light. The next instant, the red characters detached from the scroll, twisting into unfamiliar script, swirling and transforming into a scarlet door. The doorframe was etched with lifeless gray eyes, blinking as they stared at the two people and the deer, sending chills down her spine. Creak! The door opened a crack, releasing wisps of ghostly energy. Luo quickly pulled Luna back, only to hear a hazy, overlapping voice, "Whoever holds this scroll can exchange it for a life. Make a choice." The ghostly energy swirled, and the blood-red door flickered, seemingly rejected by the world of the living. The last time Luo had seen a similar door was inside the Tower of Babel, that great gate to the underworld that had turned the tide of the battle against the Black Dragon. Chapter 1035. The blood-red gate to the underworld opened, flickering intermittently, as if something not of this world was devouring its prey. A chilling aura permeated the air, turning anything it touched into nothingness. Luo stared intently at the underworld energy and the blood-red gate, confined to a small area. He was skeptical of what it had said when Luna touched his shoulder. "Little Luo, what's that?" Teacher can feel it. It's dangerous there. Luo didn't hide anything and told her directly, Teacher, behind that door is the underworld, the final resting place of souls. If the skeletons of the dead are rubbings of the remains of the living, then the underworld is the graveyard of souls. The underworld? The legendary final destination of the souls of the dead? Luo sensed that Luna's emotions were something was wrong. She seemed overly excited, not nervous, but rather fearful or wary. She tentatively called out, Teacher, are you alright? I'm fine. Little Luo, do you want to believe what this door says? Luna seemed to have calmed down, though her tone was still hesitant. Rashly trusting a dangerous entity of unknown origin could have unpredictable consequences. Luo herself couldn't guarantee the door's trustworthiness. She had once tricked the gray underworld gate, and what if it remembered something? Luna turned to Pinus. Elder, what do you think we should do? Pinus's long, narrow deer-like face showed only slight surprise, but he didn't find the existence of the underworld unusual. Perhaps he had already witnessed similar situations in his long life. No need to look for answers in me, little disciple. You were so certain when you took out the scroll. Why hesitate when the door opened? Luo pursed her lips. Indeed, since this scroll was the solution Beryl had gleaned from fate, she had no reason to doubt it. She had always believed that the woman with the peach blossom eyes wouldn't harm Helida. Watching the blood-red gate flicker more frequently, Luo no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. To save this person's life, I need her to come back to life. A faint voice came from within the gate. Resurrection, but this scroll is mine. Although Luo knew the scroll definitely contained a great secret, exchanging an inanimate object for Helida's revival seemed like a good deal. Take it. I just need her to be resurrected. The blood-red gate trembled, opening a third of its way open. A group of gray-white eyeballs emerged, slowly approaching Helida in front of Luo. A sudden surge of fear welled up in Luo's heart. She suppressed her instinctive reaction, staring intently at the eyeballs' movements. Fortunately, the being behind the door seemed to be quite trustworthy. Grayish-white eyes stared intently at Helida's body for a long time, one of them beckoning towards the door. Soon, a pair of thin, withered gray hands emerged from the crack, a swirling cloud of black mist hovering between them. A toothless, aged mouth on the back of the hand slowly spoke. Arcandia Plane, human 7th Order Transcendent, follower of the Eternal God, lifespan 257, cause of death. Cause of death? The mouth on the back of the hand suddenly stammered, and the black mist in its hands abruptly became chaotic before exploding with a bang, leaving only dozens of eyeballs looking at each other blankly. Then came the scream from the mouth on the back of the hand. No! Insignificant human, you are toying with me? The mouth on the back of the hand suddenly became ferocious, its 2-meter long, withered hands surrounding Luo and Luna. The underworld, she does not exist. The living are unworthy to enter the underworld, the stench of sin. The giant hand retreated, grabbing the scroll and pulling back towards the gate. Still reeling from the sudden turn of events, Luo snapped out of his daze and shouted, Wait! You haven't saved her yet. Are you trying to back out? In his desperation, Luo didn't care about anything else, grabbing the giant hand's wrist. Luna didn't have time to react, her face paled. She had never encountered netherworld energy before, but she sensed its terrifying power. However, Pinus was faster than Luna. A vine instantly grabbed Luo's waist and dragged him backward. Then the giant hand was pulled back dozens of meters, leaving the protection of the blood-red gate. The hand immediately burst into flames, black flames roaring, accompanied by a scream, before quickly turning to ashes. The scroll returned to Luo's hand. Little disciple, you are too reckless. That's netherworld energy. Are you alright? Alright? Pinus was genuinely astonished. He examined Luo's small hand, which had come into contact with the netherworld energy, and found that it was completely unharmed. How could this be? He could resist the netherworld energy, that was a matter of strength, but how could his little disciple, so weak, resist its corrosive influence? Luna quickly flew back to Luo's side, took her small hand with concern, and kept asking, Little Luo, how are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable? Should we go to the Church of Light for a dispelling ritual? Feeling the concern of those around her, Luo felt a warmth in her heart, and gave Luna a sweet smile. Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine. Have you forgotten my constitution? Luna's heart finally settled down a little. Could it be that little Luo had an affinity for all 8 elements, thus having a high resistance to abnormal forces? Luo then focused her gaze on the somewhat fearful eyes. It seemed that the guy from the netherworld wasn't necessarily strong. Should she be more assertive then? Anyway, she killed netherworld hounds before. These eyeballs probably weren't just arrogant because of the netherworld gate, Their power was so strong that she could barely move them. They were probably only at a mid-level. The eyeballs trembled in unison. They felt something was off about the gaze this lowly human was giving them. The giant hand quickly returned to normal, wandering before the gate, roaring furiously, "Despicable human, do you know you're about to die? Netherworld power, touch it and you die. The living, your souls will belong to me." Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed, but now everyone's expression subtly changed. Luna produced a staff, and a blazing fireball rapidly condensed. The mouth on the back of the hand was clearly stunned, seemingly unable to believe that a mere living being would actually dare to attack. "Human, how dare you!" A gigantic fireball hurtled towards it, its intense heat evaporating the snow from a mountain, pressing directly onto the massive hand. However, the surging netherworld energy quickly shrank and dissipated the fireball, leaving the hand unharmed. It twisted its wrist, its tone utterly arrogant. It was no longer putting on an act. "Ha ha ha. Inferior humans are only fit to use low-level magic. I am a noble scribe. Daring to attack the netherworld race, you may all return to the netherworld now." The netherworld energy clattered like chains, and a primal tremor surged within her. Luna clicked her tongue in annoyance. If it weren't for that netherworld energy, would she have had to back down? "Teacher, leave it to me." A slender, white arm blocked Luna's path, Luotian's expression completely relaxing. "That door is about to collapse. I must resolve this quickly." The blood-red door had become much more ethereal. In a few more minutes, it might dissipate. Who would help her resurrect Helida then? Luo Piao stepped forward, lightly waving her right hand. The chains of netherworld energy instantly collapsed, and billowing netherworld energy swirled around the silver-haired girl, wanting to approach but hesitant. Her eyes, startled, darted back behind the door, watching the situation unfold with tense anxiety. The large hand froze, incredulously surrounding Luo. "It's all right, it's all right, it's all right." "Impossible. Why are you unaffected? Your hand should fester, your body should dissolve, your soul should be shattered. Why? Why?" A delicate little hand, ignoring the corrosive netherworld energy, gently pried open the large hand's middle finger, and snapped it off in its sudden unease. "Ah. Impossible. Impossible. I am a member of the netherworld race. How could a mere human be? How could this be?" "Shut up." A sharp shout immediately silenced the trembling hand, for it had tasted the ancient netherworld aura, far purer than its own, an aura that held absolute dominance among the netherworld race. Luo had no time to play games with this self-proclaimed scribe. Staring at it coldly, he said, "Now, I ask you answer." Ink-black netherworld threads wrapped around its hands, barely noticeable in the gray surroundings. The scribe felt a thorn in its throat, its momentum instantly weakening. I understand." Seeing this, Luo was certain that this thing was only slightly higher than a netherworld hound, but in the netherworld, it was merely an ordinary creature, at most capable of frightening those unfamiliar with the netherworld. Once it encountered a being stronger than itself, it would reveal its true form. "Where did my friend's soul go?" "My lord, I'm just a scribe. I don't know where the souls of the living go." Luo frowned slightly. She was terrified, yet she still said that. Could it be that Helida's soul really hadn't returned to the underworld? "I don't need your explanation. I just want to know why her soul is gone." The scribe rubbed his palms together nervously and replied, "This human was a very devout believer. I can only guess that her soul was taken away by the gods, and perhaps she has already ascended to the divine realm and become a true saint." Luo's brows furrowed even deeper, but she couldn't understand the bond of faith between believers and gods. After all, she had never communicated with the gods as a believer, and her understanding of the power of faith was superficial. Perhaps in Helida's mind, entering the divine realm and becoming a saint was the most fulfilling ending. But is this truly a perfect ending? Was Beryl's proposed solution merely to let her know about this? Or was he trying to convey some message? Luo was momentarily at a loss. She looked at Luna and Pinus. Her little teacher gave her a supportive look. Whatever decision she made, her teacher would support her. The wise elf grandfather calmly said, "If you're unsure, then asking in person isn't out of the question, even if it takes a long time. Ask in person." Luo knew that the ice god's gaze had already left the living world, and contacting him was impossible, but she could wait, or perhaps she could ascend to the realm of the gods, seek out the ice god, and ask Helida herself if she had acted voluntarily. "I understand." Luo's gaze hardened, and she asked the scribe again, "Are you certain she truly entered the divine realm, and wasn't taken to hell by demons?" The large hand nodded repeatedly, its tone obsequious. "I have served as scribe 8 times, and have witnessed countless souls' journeys. Those who do not return to the underworld ascend to the divine realm, descend to hell, or perish on earth. Your friend showed no signs of soul dissipation, nor the stench of demonic sin. She was not found in the underworld. She could only have entered the divine realm. How would I know you're making this up? If I don't have concrete evidence, I smash you and this door to pieces. Heh, sir, even you couldn't possibly harm the 13th gate. Luo glared at it coldly, his ghostly energy instantly piercing its large hand. Shut up. The scribe writhed violently in pain, his initial bravado vanishing instantly. Sir, I was wrong, truly wrong. I have a way to help you see where the souls of the dead go. In agony, the scribe hurriedly grabbed an innocent eyeball from behind the door and ripped it off. My lord, Luo said, offering the eyeball with both hands, this is the eye of truth. By attaching my soul power to it, I can see things invisible to the living. Luo, suspicious, controlled the eyeball to float up, channeling his soul power into it. Instantly, a layer of hazy gray appeared in his vision. Under this vision, the sparse vegetation on the distant mountains completely vanished, leaving only pixelated magical images. The scribe before him had transformed into a pair of delicate, white hands, severed at the forearm, the cut perfectly smooth, without blood. A white pen and a black book floated beside them, though Luo couldn't understand the writing on the book. Looking down, he saw that his own hands were no longer visible, replaced by a rich, six-colored halo, a truly wondrous sight. He wondered how the scribe had recognized him as human. Looking at Helida, he saw that she appeared normal within this special vision. Perhaps this was the key to the scribe's ability to distinguish between life and death. Upon closer inspection, Luo finally noticed a trace of golden light remaining on Helida's body. After a moment's thought, she took out a crystal imbued with demonic power. Under special vision, the demonic power manifested as a small phantom of an 8-winged angel, but the angel's wings were as black as ink and emitted a cloyingly unpleasant odor. Strangely, even though it was just through a thin layer of vision, his nose seemed to smell the real scent. Luo, disdainful, withdrew his demonic power and believed the scribe's words. It seemed that Helida truly resembled someone destined for divine ascension. My lord, you've seen it all, can you let me go now? The gate of the 13th is closing. If I don't return now, I never be able to. Without the appropriate means, the only fate for the netherworld race in the living world is to have all traces of them obliterated by the overwhelming vitality, completely losing any possibility of reconstruction. Get out. The dark netherworld energy receded, and the scribe immediately beamed, retreating while pointing to the grayish-white eye of truth. My lord, then. Want to stay? No. I take my leave. His large hand darted back to the gate of the 13th, then the gate slammed shut, as if afraid Luo would change his mind. The netherworld energy dissipated, the blood-red gate disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Without the protection of netherworld energy, the eye of truth began to dissipate. Luo quickly condensed a transparent crystal bottle, placed the eyeball inside, replenished the protection with netherworld energy, and then swiftly tossed it into the ruined space. While being able to resist netherworld energy was absurd, it could be excused. But using netherworld energy was truly inexplicable. His actions were so discreet, surely no one noticed. Thinking this, Luo carefully put away the death notebook. Calamity. He glanced at Pinus out of the corner of his eye, and seeing that his expression was normal, he carefully put away Helida's body along with the book. He explained to Luna, Teacher, do you remember the monster attack on the capital last time? Those monsters were beings from the netherworld. Missy preserved a small fragment, and that's when I learned I had a high resistance to netherworld energy. These words were less for Luna and more for Pinus. Luo believed that even without explanation, his teacher would trust him, but Pinus was a different story. Upon hearing this, Luna's eyes flashed with surprise, then she roughly ruffled Luo's hair. That woman will only corrupt my lovely disciple. I settle the score with her later. She then turned to the thoughtful Pinus and suggested, Elder, the crisis for the others hasn't been resolved yet. Why don't we hurry? Pinus nodded, saying nothing more. A force pulled the master and disciple onto his back. After sensing the area and finding no clues, he had no choice but to create countless clones again, conducting a thorough search of the area. Chapter 1036. Fortunately, in no time, Pinus found the group heading back about 8,000 miles from the mountains. A leaf, thicker than a cloud, fell, blocking the path of Tommen and the other white cat people. The two people and the deer landed in the air amidst their terrified gazes. It's you. Tommen recognized the silver-haired human girl at a glance. Her beautiful hair filled Tommen with envy. Even the white cat fur couldn't compare. Yes, it's me. Luo jumped off the white deer, her gaze turning hostile towards Tommen. Why were you able to leave so easily, while my friend, the kind and gentle priestess Helida, is forever left in this cold snow? Ice magic transformed into ferocious spikes, swiftly attacking the group of white cat people. The biting cold emanated a strong killing intent. Tommen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated back into the midst of his people. A tall figure suddenly stood before Tommen. The spike stopped abruptly, only centimeters away from his chest. Why did you come out? Dorzel's expression was complex, a mixture of guilt, regret, and sadness, yet she still spoke firmly. Although they are orcs, they have helped us many times. I believe they have done their utmost, so please, Miss Lowe, don't be too demanding. Enkidu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Dorzel's arm, but didn't back down, his attitude clear. Suddenly, the spikes vanished, and the coldness on Lowe's face faded. He bowed to everyone. Thank you for helping me complete such a dangerous mission. Although I am not a virtuous person, I will always remember your assistance. Priestess Helida has returned to the divine realm. I was a little emotional, please forgive me. Lowe knew Darazala's character well. His actions proved that Helida hadn't been deliberately abandoned. Perhaps she stayed willingly, or perhaps she simply didn't have the time, but it wouldn't be wrong to place this grudge against the demon. Hearing these sincere words, Luna and Pinus showed expressions of relief, while the previously defiant Darazal became embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and saying, Miss Lowe, there's no need to be so formal. We did it voluntarily for the sake of our homeland, but Priestess Helida. He sighed deeply. Being in the middle, he hadn't noticed Helida's whereabouts immediately. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. I won't let her will break. By the way, where's the demon that was chasing you? Luo hadn't sensed any evil aura along the way, and now that Dorzel and his group didn't seem to be being chased, could the demon have left? Dorzel shook his head. I don't know. When I learned Miss Helida hadn't caught up, I decided to turn back, but for some reason, that demon seems to have completely vanished. Enki's eyes still held a hint of wariness, probably worried that Luo would still make a move, but he added from the side, that demon is very fast. If nothing unexpected happened, it would have caught up with us completely in a quarter of an hour at most, but more than 20 minutes have passed, and it hasn't appeared. I don't think the demon hunter's flock from the land of death can stop it. Speaking of this, Luo clearly saw lingering fear on Dorzel and the others' faces. It seemed their first encounter with saint-level power had left an indelible impression on them. Seeing that the main objective had been achieved, Pinus stepped forward and spoke. I am the holy warrior Davin of the Temple of War. Young people, the temple will not forget your efforts. Now leave the matter to us elders. Upon hearing the title of the holy warrior, everyone's expressions immediately turned to shock and admiration. The holy warriors of the Temple of War were not to be trifled with by ordinary saint-level warriors. Even Emperor Agnesa and the White Cat King would likely submit before a holy warrior. Greetings, holy warrior Davin. Everyone bowed in greeting, which Pinus accepted readily. He exhaled a breath of life force that enveloped them, and soon, the abundant life force infused them, completely healing all their injuries sustained along the way. Even a 7th-level warrior, who had clearly used forbidden techniques multiple times, regained a rosy complexion. Thank you, holy warrior Darwin, for your blessing. The group thanked him again in unison, then excitedly checked their enhanced physiques. The life force had not only healed their injuries, but also temporarily boosted their sensitivity to magic. If they seized this opportunity, their cultivation speed would increase dramatically in the near future. Luo stared at the wisps of emerald green energy emanating from Dorzel's body, a wicked thought arising within her, but she quickly dismissed it. Even the Grand Library's tempering space couldn't withstand her physique. She shouldn't tire out the old elf. With a light step, centered on Pinus, everyone fell into a spatial tunnel. After a moment of disorientation, Luo found herself back in the Temple of War. However, only Luna and Dorzel were with her. Tormon and his white cat-like group were not among them, presumably sent back to their territory. I will send men to search for that demon. Your mission is complete. Now you can rest. With that, the white deer transformed into a vine and disappeared. Luo finally felt relieved. All that was left was to ensure that reinforcements arrived and Ice Rock Harbor was secured. The crisis of the Agnesa Empire would then be more or less resolved. Before that, however, she needed to return to the Empire with the reinforcements to take Moriarty and Wingnaw from Ice God Castle with her. Judging from the faint connection of the Eternal Contract, Moriarty seemed relatively stable and could hold out for a few more days. However, the reinforcements would take another 10 days. Could she hold out until then? Hopefully, she won't be so stubborn. She should run if necessary. After chatting with Dorazel and the others for a while, and learning the details of the chase, Luo was even more convinced that seeking assistance from the White Cat clan was the right choice. The spatial abilities of a Saint-level being were far beyond their capabilities. Even a 7th-level transcendent wouldn't be able to escape by burning their life force. Only a leap ability, similar to tearing through the void, could barely allow them to escape. Noticing the weariness on their faces, Luo didn't disturb them further, and found a quiet place to wait with her teacher. Of course, he couldn't avoid being stared at by the teacher with meaningful glances. "Okay, teacher, I try to say what I can." "What a good child," pat on the head. "Speaking of which, shouldn't the teacher also explain why you went to the north without leaving a single letter back then?" Staring. "Well, children shouldn't know too much. Teacher will tell you some gossip about the Temple of War. Above the ice rock port of the Agnisa Empire. In a different dimension undetectable by ordinary superhumans, countless dazzling silver runes enveloped the entire space, forming a powerful, binding force formed, a terrifying power raged, and fragments of space clashed, transforming into deathly forces capable of destroying an empire. And this was merely the aftermath of the great battle. Black flames, ice crystals, giant vines, and runes intertwined, the power of souls clashed, generating countless afterimages. Each afterimage was an extension of the domain, and also an incarnation of the self. Fear destroyed the mind, shadow corrupted the nature, knowledge blurred cognition, and bones took its place. When the entire space completely collapsed, revealing the dimensional crystal wall deep within, violent spatial turbulence swept into the world, causing a spatial storm that even a saint-level being could not ignore. Only then did the battle temporarily cease. Moriarty, now in her true form, swung her spear, unleashing its demonic essence. A surge of nether energy erupted from behind her, joyfully consuming and returning to fill her devoured abdomen. She ripped off the black threads embedded deep within her essence, and Moriarty laughed heartily, pointing her spear tip at the 3 demons, who were even more disheveled than herself. "I was sealed away back then, unable to witness the power of the Demon Alliance. I thought it was a regret, but I never imagined that in a real battle they would be so weak. Truly, this general is greatly disappointed." The spear rose high, layers of runes rapidly forming. Nether energy and souls poured forth like a torrent, and a black lotus bloomed in the vast void, its delicate stamens swaying. In an instant, all emotions on the battlefield were swallowed up, condensing into an egg of corn. "This general still needs to sleep with his lovely older sister, so the little baby will play with you all." Caught off guard, the 3 demons had their emotions seized by Moriarty before they could react. At that moment, the corn egg burst open, and the monster that had devoured the leaked emotional power of the 4 high-ranking races saint-level beings hatched. It was too late for them to stop Moriarty. "Fear, that is my name. Slaughter, that is my destiny. Ah, the stench of demons." 2 pairs of fleshy wings dripping with black slime burst forth, headless and its tail, a phantom-like, bloated body mingled with crimson and gray, like a shifting cloud of mist. Aside from its fleshy wings, it was entirely formless. Countless intangible gazes were cast upon the 3 surging demons. Korn's body split open at the center, revealing a chaotic world, the materialization of emotions, from which nothing capable of feeling could escape assimilation. The god of the underworld, the 3rd seat, the god of Korn and the god of impermanence, even if it's just an avatar, it's extremely troublesome. Just who is this underworld being? The once bloated, jet-black brain had shrunk considerably, seemingly enveloped by a distorted prism, repelling any force that approached, making it impossible to truly touch its body. Its injuries were the least severe, yet what tormented it most was that it had lost due to insufficient intelligence, incomprehensible to the followers of the great Lord of Wisdom. Thick vines swayed, casting shadows that held countless gazes. The old steward, his robe slightly torn, maintained his elegant demeanor, though only he knew the extent of his injuries. He had cooperated with other members of the underworld clan, initially assuming they were all mindless, barking hounds, but the strength of these individuals far exceeded his expectations. "Now, let us report to the Great Ones. We cannot predict whether this is a test from the underworld. If she has plotted what you said, young lady, hiding among humans, might be a sign of an alliance between the underworld clan and the human clan." "Humans? Bahat, I remember you were once human, ha ha ha." The Bone King laughed, trembling all over. Bahat glanced at it indifferently. "Tuka, Wardell is dead. Think about how to explain this to Lord War." He said no more, because Korn's attack had arrived, and he needed to be on high alert. The silver space was created from a shattered plane. The aftershocks of the battle between the 4 saint-level beings hadn't broken the spatial barrier. A small creature used the cover to quickly move along the edge of the space. To avoid revealing her spatial location, she didn't choose to break through the void but flew directly. This is truly watertight. Little Artie guessed it was definitely the work of the wise lord. Hee, so clever. Hiss, as expected of a wicked demon, not easy to deal with. Seeing that she couldn't find a way out, Moriarty hid in a spatial interlayer. Her black dress fell away, revealing delicate and adorable underwear and panties. Don't ask why she learned to wear underwear. After all, she had witnessed the sight of her cute older sister, Law, hidden beneath her robes. For penetrating wounds had appeared on her smooth, snow-white abdomen, and they were still spreading. Intense demonic power clung to them. Even the nether energy couldn't dissipate them. She took out a palm-sized blue tooth and pressed it against the wound. Visibly, various colored demonic powers were absorbed into the tooth, and the spread of the wound slowed down. Then she took out a bottle of yellowish potion and poured it on, and the wounds healed rapidly, her abdomen returning to its smooth, white state. Evil artifacts are truly wonderful. It's a pity that the high-level evil artifacts we snatched back then are all rotten now. However, thinking of the sudden death of the saint-level demon under the warlord's command half an hour ago, Moriarty was still puzzled. Her spear strike shouldn't have been powerful enough to instantly kill someone of the same level, right? Was it a fake death? Never mind, it has nothing to do with little Moriarty. Moriarty transformed into a slightly flickering flame, with a centaur-shaped black chess piece floating within it. She believed her dear sister Luo would return and take her away. Last time, she spent so much effort to help Sister Lan Luo sign a few treaties. Sister Luo wouldn't go back on her word, would she? No way. No way. With the full assistance of the lighthouse, and the suddenly disappearing saint-level powerhouse, the pressure on Ice Rock Harbor eased considerably. However, just when the residents thought the crisis was gradually over, an endless red mist drifted from the end of the ice field, surrounding Ice Rock Harbor and blocking out the sunlight again. Just as the frontline warriors were puzzled, a well-organized army of monsters suddenly stepped out of the red mist and attacked them deadly. These monsters had bloodshot eyes and skin covered in fine red scales, yet many human-like features were visible. From their tattered armor and decaying weapons to their physical movements and the skills they unleashed, everything exuded a human-like style. Don't hold back. They're the enemy. With several unfortunate souls slain, the frontline warriors finally realized that the red mist was reinforcements from the cult. The pressure on the Ice Rock Harbor front surged dramatically. Intelligence quickly reached the Seaview Church, where a group of blood-soaked warriors were discussing the situation. Among them were members of the Ice God cult, as well as representatives from the City Lord's mansion and various families. What? The war cult has joined? Yes. After comparison, the enemy's reinforcement methods are very similar to those of the war cult. This is a huge problem. You, go to the lighthouse. Tell that person the message. The intelligence officer accepted the mission and quickly flew towards the lighthouse. On the edge of the cliff, beneath a towering, blindingly bright tower stood a massive, pyramid-shaped ice crystal base. A continuous stream of faith power was emanating from the base, rising into the air and merging into the barrier, keeping the cultists at bay. With permission from the tower's guardian, he quickly entered the base, and soon discovered a black mass enveloped in light. The person he was looking for was indeed within the blackness, his expression seemingly one of extreme pain. But what impressed him most was that, despite being drenched in cold sweat, this person remained unmoved, sitting there silently maintaining the lighthouse's power. Sir, intelligence from the front lines indicates a large number of enemies, suspected to be war cultists, are attacking. The pressure on the defensive line has increased dramatically. The man enveloped in light and darkness opened his weary eyes and spoke calmly. What is the estimated combat strength? Reporting to Sir, we haven't obtained any reliable data yet, but preliminary estimates. The enemy's strength is double what it was yesterday. So much? Go back now, no need to worry about the barrier. Yes, sir. He rose to leave, but then turned back and bowed deeply to the man who had closed his eyes again. Sir, take care. After saying this, he quickly left. He still had to return to the battlefield to relay important intelligence back to the city. A moment later, the man sighed softly. If I had known I'd be tricked like this, I wouldn't have been curious enough to go along that day. Life without wine and kids is so boring. Muttering to himself, he understood that based on the enemy's reinforcements, the lighthouse's overload, which was supposed to last half a month, would likely be significantly shortened, at most 7 days before it completely lost its power. This was based on the minimum expectation of double the enemy's strength. The actual situation would probably be even more difficult. He didn't know if that woman's disciple had successfully escaped or if she had relayed the intelligence. Little Luna, hurry up, I'm turning into a charred corpse. Chapter 1037. The warriors heading to the Temple of War felt an unusual commotion today, as if the entire sacred mountain was coming back to life, no longer an inanimate object. However, this was clearly impossible, so the warriors didn't pay it much attention. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, vast spatial ripples suddenly appeared outside the Temple of War, unleashing boundless battle intent that swept away all extraordinary beings within a radius of 10,000 miles. What's happening? I'm forbidden from entering? The extraordinary beings pushed back 10,000 miles were filled with confusion. Those low-ranking warriors who had finally managed to arrive were even more dejected. They were already exhausted. Did they have to fly all over again? However, no one paid them any attention. As the spatial ripples converged, armored armies appeared in neat formations. Bronze armor gleamed with a chilling light, silver armor shimmered with noble elegance, and the gold armor at the forefront was even more imposing, dazzling and radiant. The Temple of War's fearless battle group? I remember the last time they were deployed was 800 years ago. It said that they destroyed a small, blasphemous kingdom with just silver warriors. Not only that, look, besides the front. The fearless warriors, and the Berserker Legion. I see the Behemoth Legion. My god. Legend says every orc is an elite from various royal territories, and their mounts are behemoths, closely related to the orc race. I never heard of them before. Beside the mighty fearless legion stood burly warriors, bare-chested and covered in bright red markings. These markings, almost overflowing with battle intent, were etched onto their bodies using a special secret technique, granting them a powerful mental strength that made them grow stronger with each battle. Roar! A high-pitched roar echoed far and wide. On the other side of the fearless legion, agile orcs rode atop ferocious, menacing beasts. Even at over 2 meters tall, the orcs were no bigger than a fist in front of these beasts. Resembling elephants and apes, with 2 legs and 4 arms, their bodies radiating a chilling aura, their imposing presence terrifying. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword silenced all other noises. Even the 3 powerful legions had to yield to its power. A tall figure stood at the very front of the legions, surrounded by what seemed like starlight. His silver-gray cloak and armor added to his mystique. Silence! A soft voice rang out, and even the ferocious behemoth fell silent like a docile child. The young man rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze piercing through layers of space, fixed on the distant northern kingdom. King of 10,000 benevolence, I never imagined I would one day cooperate with you. The glorious holy war is always wise. Why not listen to him? 300 golden warriors have lost more than half in just 2 hours. The northern kingdom is not normal. Beside the young man who replied was a beautiful lion woman. Her large pink nose and smooth neck indicated that she was a female lion woman, but if one met her golden lion eyes, a majestic aura of command over the world would rise in one's heart. The holy warrior of 10,000 benevolence, the king of 10,000 benevolence, is said to have hailed from the royal family of the Lion King's territory in the Lion Bear Alliance of the Western continent. Her status was noble, but due to her female identity, although she was exceptionally talented in her youth, she was not valued by her people. Later, she was promoted to the extraordinary level by a powerful figure in the Temple of War, and thus began her legendary journey. At 50, she entered the mid-level ranks. At 120, she reached the 6th level. Later, she served in various Orcish territories, holding important military positions. It was said that any tribe with her in command was undefeated. At 380, she stood at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, reaching the 9th level. She led a massive allied army of millions to attack the Lion King's territory, once forcing the royal family to the 3rd fortress. In King's Canyon, she was defeated by the current Lion King, severely wounded and near death, and the allied army disbanded. After that battle, the Lion King's territory was greatly weakened, forcing it to form the Lion Bear Alliance with the Bear King's territory. The world thought this renowned Lion Man commander had vanished without a trace, but 200 years later, she descended upon the royal city with overwhelming holy might. With a single command, millions of orcs responded, and before the eyes of countless orcs, she defeated the aged Lion King with a single blow. However, she did not kill the old Lion King. Instead, she left behind the words, "A true king governs with benevolence," and departed peacefully. Years later, the Temple of War announced the addition of a new holy warrior, titled Wanren. To this day, more than 500 years have passed since that battle, and Wanren Holy Warrior has become one of the few commander-type holy warriors in the Temple of War, often appearing in rumors as a Legion training instructor. Her personal involvement now signifies that the situation is far from optimistic. Indeed, 2 days ago, the glorious holy warrior led 300 golden warriors to support the Agnicer Empire. The original plan was that with this advanced force, along with the powerful figures from the nearby Orcish territories, they could at least instill fear in their internal enemies, and perhaps even lure out the true ruler. However, the enemy acted unpredictably, exiling 3 saint-level warriors at the cost of shattering the entire sealing barrier. 1,000,000 ice crystal giants swept across the border, crushing and destroying over a dozen forces, including orc tribes, human kingdoms, and neutral duchies. 300 gold warriors also suffered heavy losses. The glorious holy warrior's trusted lieutenant, Sogdidan, returned severely wounded and relayed intelligence. The enemy had prematurely abandoned all pretense of civility, annihilating millions, and was using the ice crystal giants as a base to transfer massive amounts of flesh and magic power back to their homeland, potentially for a sacrificial act. The only good news was that the Duchy of Ethel remained standing amidst the ravaged lands. Supported by the powerful Ugandan merchant guild, the duchy became the biggest breakthrough point in the ice crystal giants' front. Just before their exile, the glorious holy warriors informed Sogdidan of their speculations and changes, allowing Wannerin and Chinching to prematurely call for an attack. Otherwise, they should have waited for replies from the other halls before launching their offensive. The glorious holy war will return in 7 days at most. The enemy has expended enormous resources, disrupting their previous elaborate plans just to buy time. It seems their operation has reached a critical point, and I have a sense of unease. Wannerin Holy War understood that something must have changed, causing the enemy to abandon their original plan and choose a more risky and aggressive approach. But this was also a good opportunity for them. Raising his arm high, a clear lion's roar resounded through the sky. All generals, heed my command. Fight! 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 A magnificent roar surged, and boundless battle intent rose unrestrained, as if an ancient war god had opened his golden eyes, donned armor, and wielded an axe, cleaving the darkness with its axe light. Terrifying holy might erupted, the sound of swords clashing with the lion's roar, tearing open a 1,000-meter-long spatial passage. The 3 legions merged into it like a vast ocean, disappearing without a trace in an instant. As the frozen space came to a halt, the onlookers were shocked and filled with excitement, realizing they were witnessing the simultaneous deployment of 3 legions in their lifetime. This was the true strength of the Temple of War. Were they about to witness history? Some of the extraordinary individuals were more concerned with what kind of enemy warranted the deployment of 3 legions. Royal territories? Human empires? They weren't worthy. 1 legion was enough. Clearly, within days, the commotion from the Temple of War would spread rapidly, from the snowfields in the north to the Harpy and Bear territories in the south. A great upheaval was about to sweep across the land. However, no one expected that an even greater change was about to occur. Outside the border of the Agnicer Empire, the once bustling, simple market had vanished. The massive barrier that had isolated the inside from the outside world was now only a faint remnant. Looking out, the snowfields had transformed into a floating continent, with countless broken ice crystals drifting like ghosts over hundreds of thousands of miles, unable to melt. The howling wind spoke of the desolation of the crumbling city walls and blood-stained ground. The souls of the dead remained silent. They were long gone. The 2 once hostile races could no longer fight. Perhaps this could be considered a sign of peace. Gazing at the horizon, rows of broken ice giants stood guard, maintaining a vast defensive line. Without the protection of the ice god, their healing abilities had greatly diminished, making it the perfect opportunity to break them, yet none survived. But a massive city wall stood firm amidst the death, the sole survivor. Multiple protective barriers rose outside the Duchy of Ethel. The 1,000-meter-long Northrend patrolled the border, accompanied by hundreds of medium-sized ships and a snow-white escort fleet, providing powerful support to the duchy. Nearly 10,000 ice orcs and humans hovered outside the city walls, forming a defensive line of 100 men per group. Each group had 2 beautiful, silver-white magic crystal annihilation cannons constantly activated, and heavy mining golems made by the dwarves temporarily served as combat golems. What made them so vigilant was none other than the tens of thousands of ice crystal giants surrounding the duchy. These ice crystal giants, their bodies shattered, surrounded the duchy without attacking, seemingly posing no threat. Yet no one dared to lower their guard, for they had already tasted the consequences. 2 days ago, the ice crystal giants guarding the Agnicer Empire suddenly rioted, sweeping across the north with lightning speed. The Duchy of Ethel, as the power closest to the Agnicer Empire, bore the brunt of the attack. Half of its city was destroyed, and the headquarters of several well-known merchant guilds vanished. Fortunately, the captain of the Nordsen had been stationed there for a long time. After reacting quickly, he organized a resistance force, defeating thousands of ice crystal giants before stabilizing the position. Unexpectedly, the day after the battle, the dormant ice crystal giants rallied tens of thousands of their kind, launching a pre-dawn attack on the duchy, breaking through 3 massive barriers and nearly destroying the Nordsen. They were eventually repelled by a captain returning from reinforcements elsewhere. From then on, the Duchy of Ethel dared not relax its defenses easily, but a continuous siege was not a solution. Therefore, they constantly sought an opportunity to break out and rendezvous with the White Cat clan, who were constantly attempting to break in. Seated between 2 majestic cat-faced, humanoid colossi was a dark sphere of light. Hundreds upon hundreds of orcs surrounded it, and occasionally a few humans could be seen, but without a doubt, these humans were all under the surveillance of the White Cat clan, and their status was clearly low. This is the obscure Assassin's Hall. No one knows its exact location, its appearance, or the true name of its deity. The number of aspiring superhumans willing to enter and become assassins is extremely small, less than 1,000th that of warriors. The Assassin's Hall existed before the White Cat territory was even established. However, as the White Cat clan gradually gained control of the hall, its exclusivity intensified, and its overall strength declined significantly compared to 70,000 years ago. Nevertheless, the hall's power and prestige remain undeniable. Once, a newly risen royal territory, defying its authority, recklessly challenged it, resulting in a bloodbath overnight, the extinction of the royal family, and its rapid degeneration into a second-rate tribe. Currently, most members of the Assassin's Hall come from orc races with exceptional assassin talent, such as the White Cat clan, Dark Rat clan, and Night Owl clan. Humans and elves are rarely seen. However, recently, orc assassins have noticed frequent appearances of unfamiliar individuals within the Assassin's Hall, leading to the closure of its entrances and the prohibition of ordinary assassins. The hall has never been closed for thousands of years. Why can't we enter today? I finally reached the peak of the 3rd tier, and now it's closed. How can I advance? Restore the passage immediately. Orcs are generally short-tempered, and even assassins can't remain calm. They clamored, demanding the Assassin's Hall open the passage, but the White Catman guarding the passage remained indifferent, ignoring them. The noise continued all day until today, when a short, Ratman assassin flew out of the passage, his entire body clad in black, only his large ears, and one emerald green left eye visible. The Assassin's Hall's actions need no explanation. Get out of the way in 3 seconds. A faint holy aura emanated from him, accompanied by a dark presence. The threat was obvious. The clamor abruptly ceased, and the assassin scrambled to disappear, afraid of being made an example of. In less than 2 seconds, the passage was spotless, causing the White Catman guarding it to show respect and bow. Greetings, Lord Geo. Lord Cat King has been waiting for you for some time. Guard the entrance. Suspend all other matters for now. Understood. Codename Geo, a rare assassin genius of the Dark Rat clan, stepped down from his position as clan leader 300 years ago to become the chief commander of the Shadow Assassins of the Assassin's Hall. Apart from a few high-ranking members of the Assassin's Hall, outsiders were completely unaware of his existence. Even some saint-level experts were unaware of him. Today, this long-hidden shadow assassin left the Assassin's Hall to meet with the publicly known leader of the White Cat clan. All this was due to a message sent back by Saint Renaming, the guardian of the Holy Land. The Temple of War has taken action. The Shadow Assassins, dormant for 30,000 years, can finally be put to use again. Codename 9 flickered like a shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The air was thick with an oppressive heat. Lava flowed across the land, a torrent of fiery lava born from the burning passion of battle. Fire demons roamed within, emanating a powerful, malevolent aura. They were symbols of rage. Legend has it that for every living being consumed by anger, a fire demon is born in hell. When these demons meet, they ignite an endless battle, becoming the ceaseless melody of this lava-covered land. Thus, this war-torn hell is also known as the Lava Hell. But things are different now. The ever-fighting fire demons roar, as they are swept into a massive vortex of lava, torn apart, shattered, and transformed into strands of demonic power that converge into a central pillar of lava fire. Their overwhelming resentment and fighting spirit grow ever stronger, as if gestating some monster. From the sky, one can see the lava river forcibly transformed into a vast, boundless pentagram array. Crimson flames burn through space, scorching the dimensional walls, and countless demons hover at the array's edge, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lava demons, resembling ferocious beasts, dripped magma formed from demonic power. Crimson demons with 2 horns drooled with lust, gigantic demons, their bodies seemingly piled high with fat, flapped their fleshy wings and roared, stomping away any lower-ranking demons that approached without a second thought, and obese worm demons devoured restless emotions, their greasy bodies visibly having grown considerably larger. Hundreds of war demons gathered, slaughtering each other yet none leaving, awaiting the start of the feast. They loved war, and were passionate about participating in it. Death was not an obstacle, for the process itself was the sweet wine to be savored. What are they doing here? 30,000 miles away from the gathering place of demons, a human and a dragon were observing. They paid no heed to the lowly demons. A single spit from them could drown many. However, the 300 ancient creatures hidden in the sky wouldn't allow them to be anything but cowardly. My goodness, all the ancient creatures from the war hell have come. TCH, little one, your cowardice is palpable to this dragon. If you're so capable, then you go. Humph, this dragon is not reckless. A wise dragon never does anything that is doomed to failure. The little girl glanced at the dragon beside her. So what if I'm a coward? What's there to be afraid of? Watch your words. A great dragon is never afraid. Then you go. Dragons are wise spirits. This dragon disdains such mere provocation. Shut up if you can't. Kicking the dragon, the little girl stared at the ancient creatures hovering in the distance, then at the bubbling pillars of lava. If I remember correctly, that place is the weakest point between hell and the living. Could it be that demons want to attack the living world? That's wishful thinking. Hell is different from other planes. Because of the gaze of the gods, the plane's crystal walls present one-way passages. While it's difficult for the living to enter hell, there are still ways. But it's impossible for demons to enter the living world except only an existence comparable to the gods, capable of shielding them from their protection, could possibly exist, but how could that be possible? I said before that humanity is insignificant. In my time, demons had countless ways to infiltrate the living world. Over countless ages, who can guarantee that demons can't break through the gods' protection? How is that possible? If a demon army were to invade the living world, how would the three races possibly fight back? They'd probably fight with their heads, only to have their souls devoured. No, I must disrupt their plans. Ha! Just what I was thinking. The dragon seemed to have been waiting for these words, and immediately became eager to try. Dare to plot against me? Pay some interest first. Little one, let's go! Just as they were about to approach, they suddenly saw the pillar of fire abruptly shrink, the entire pentagram violently twisting into a vortex, as if becoming a reverse spiral. Terrifying power gathered within it, shattering the surrounding space and forming a terrifying wasteland, where only powerful ancient-level demons could survive. Something's changed. Be careful. Chapter 1038. Under the solemn gaze of the man and the dragon, the molten lava, fueled by rage and resentment, caved in, forming a spiraling cone of fire. Unparalleled power converged wildly at the cone's tip, and a pressure 1,000 times stronger than that of a saint-level being surged against the dimensional crystal wall. The unimaginable dimensional tremors disregarded distance and isolation, rapidly spreading throughout the entire war hell. Boom! An inaudible low rumble echoed, as the sea of lava transformed into a red hole, like a funnel-shaped heart, beating rhythmically. Each beat pumped in a massive amount of power. However, what unsettled the man and the dragon was that such a massive. The disappearance of the power concerned about the stability of the war-torn hell hadn't caused much of a stir. This dragon believes that the ugly ancient species isn't foolish enough to waste the essence of this plane. Say something useful. The little girl was met with a strange, childish voice. What are you talking about? How about I join in? You blind fool, daring to scare me. A small hand pierced through space and grabbed a bewildered little creature. Is scaring people fun, little sister? A dangerous smile shone in her beautiful eyes, but the holy power rising from her hand was unmistakable, scorching the little creature until it howled in pain. Ha ha ha. This dragon is dying of laughter. The tip of his long tail lightly brushed against his wrist, curling the little guy up and bringing him close to his eyes. What did I think was some kind of insect? It's just a little general. Listen to his lovely cry. You stinky dragon. Let go. Believe me or not, this general will smash your brains out. The little guy was so angry that he waved his arms and legs wildly, his dark energy surging, but it was instantly suppressed. He was tossed around by the dragon's tail and landed on his claws, looking like a plush doll. A pair of silver teeth tried to bite down, but the scales shattered instead, and he could only cover his mouth and whimper. I learned something new. So even the proud dragon race makes friends with evil beings. TSK. The dragon's vertical pupils shifted slightly as it stared at the little girl, its dragon kissed lightly sneering. Make friends? Little one, you overestimate her. She's just a defeated opponent. I only spared her because I felt sorry for her. You stinking dragon. You're talking nonsense. Don't forget who poked the hole in your forehead. Show some respect to this general. What? The dragon claws gripped her clothes and gently shook them. Looking at the little girl's dizzy and disheveled appearance, the dragon lady's face showed satisfied disdain. After a moment, she asked her with a slightly complicated expression, Saizwa, why have you appeared in hell? The dizzy little girl clutched her head, looking pained, her little mouth still chattering. You just wait, I won't sleep until I poke 100 holes in this stupid dragon's head. Huh? You? Why did this general come to hell? Of course, it's because of some little girl's longing. You don't think I'm missing you, do you? You stinky dragon, aren't you overestimating me? Bang! A large, T-shaped crater appeared on the ground. The dragon lady remained calm, casually addressing the impatient little girl beside her. She comes from my era, and has no interest in your world. Just call her a hypocritical, shameless, pretentious, outdated general. Don't listen to the arrogance of this lowly defeated dragon. Human saint level, listen up. This general is the fearsome great general, who has dominated dimensional wars for 5,000 years, Setso passes Moriarty. The little body flew out of the crater, the little one raising her proud little head, seemingly still immersed in past glories, before being easily suppressed by the dragon's claws. Don't be so arrogant with just an avatar. Ah! You stinky dragon, I warn you. I sense the location of my true form. Once we return to the living world, see how my true form will torment you. At this moment, a shadow fell, and long, flowing, bright red hair cascaded down. The little figure from the dragon lady's mouth stood solemnly before the little one and said, as a human, I should uphold the principle of eradicating darkness and eliminate you, but Dabadani Villado Sindara Gonzanides is willing to vouch for you, so I will temporarily refrain from pursuing your origins. Little one, bring the great. Yes, great dragon lady, all right. General Saizwa, you said you can contact your true form far away in the living world? The little one transformed into a puff of black mist, leaving the dragon's claws, and reformed beside it, spreading its hands playfully. Human, I never admitted to that. Hey, don't attack. Although I truly cannot contact my true form, this place is not ordinary. The little one didn't care at all about the little girl with bulging veins on her forehead, leisurely explaining the anomalies of this space. This clone has wandered through hell for many years, its power gradually waning until it reaches only the 4th rank. It completely lost contact with its original body over a decade ago. Logically, even returning to the war hell, the closest place to the living world, shouldn't provide enough power to reconnect with its original body due to the dimensional barrier and the gaze of the gods. However, for some unknown reason, this anomalous zone has allowed the clone to re-establish a faint connection with its original body. With certain methods, it might be possible to reconnect completely. But this isn't necessarily a good thing. It means the barrier between the war hell and the living world is teetering on the brink of collapse, just a thin veil away from true connection. In my time, the war hell was connected to the Pandora plane. This stinking dragon should know this better. The dragon lady nodded haughtily. I know far more than she does. Back then, the Pandora plane was thriving, its overall strength reaching 1% of the living worlds. The demons could connect the two worlds back then, repeating that wouldn't be impossible. What a troublesome race. The little girl bit her nails, her eyes darting around, then looked at the little guy with ill intent. General Saizwa, I am the 1,000-star witch of the human knight's kingdom. If you can help me this time, I will not pursue your identity. How about it? The little guy chuckled, looking at the little girl with a mocking gaze, deliberately drawing out his words. No. No. Followed by. But then she abruptly changed her tone, unless you grant me a legitimate identity to move freely in the living world, not as a slave. TSK, you're quite cunning. Fine, I agree, but only if the passage is resolved. A maximum delay of 3 months. Deal. The two little girls, one tall and one short, revealed sincere smiles, reaching a historic deal, much to the dragon lady's disdain. Let's go. If we delay any longer, the passage will open. A powerful bluegill breath sprayed onto the little girl, soaking her completely, but her abundant soul power allowed her aura to quickly return, soon returning her to the 9th rank. Ugh. Stinks. Perfect for washing away your filth. The little girl pinched her nose, evaporating the remaining dragon breath, quickly spreading her nether energy to envelop the girl and dragon, then transforming into a shadow and rapidly disappearing into the lava sea. Her slightly disguised evil aura seemed quite ordinary in hell. attracting no attention from the ancient beings in the heavens. In the realm of life, saint-level beings can tear through space and travel freely to various places, but this is not without its limitations. The realm of life is exceptionally sturdy, and carrying a few or even a few hundred people is not a problem. However, when the number of people increases dramatically, tearing through space to travel becomes difficult, not to mention the influence of individual strength and certain special factors. Within the chaotic, multicolored spatial interlayer, a massive army was rapidly traversing. Two saint-level figures stood at the forefront, their immense power maintaining the spatial passage. In just 3 days, they could traverse 3 million miles to reach the Agnesa Empire. Under the influence of the distorted space, the entire army appeared hazy, as if floating in a bubble. After an unknown amount of time, the army suddenly stopped. The starry sky holy war's expression turned solemn, their swords gleaming with starlight and trembling light, countless sword shadows flashing, instantly forming a sword shield. "Something's coming!" The words had barely left their lips when space violently distorted. A terrifying torrent of magic crushed everything in its path. The endless spatial interlayers merged into one in an instant, then separated again. All information was reset, and caught off guard, the vast army tumbled out of the spatial passage. The sword and shield remained intact, the army unharmed, but the hearts of Qinqing Holy War and Warren Holy War grew even heavier. The torrent of magic wasn't just appearing in the spatial interlayer, it also manifested a powerful, dawn-like radiance in the surface space, rapidly sweeping across the sky and earth. The magic concentration is still rising. Warren Holy War scooped up the moonlit magic, his brow furrowing deeply. This was no good news. Mortals couldn't withstand it. If the magic continued to rise, the living world, except for those protected, would no longer be suitable for mortals to survive. "I have a premonition that this matter is related to the north. We cannot delay." A beam of starlight shot into the sky suddenly darkened, and a large number of stars lit up, like some kind of array. "I have transmitted the intelligence using a secret method. Let's continue." No matter what happened, their mission was to eliminate the enemies within the Agnesa Empire as quickly as possible. Soon, the two saints reanalyzed space, constructed a new spatial passage, and continued their journey. A torrent of magical energy poured forth from the northern part of the northern continent, like a boundless river washing over the entire living world. On this day, whether day or night, the dawn illuminated the sky, and many extraordinary beings were pleasantly surprised to find that their cultivation speed had actually increased. Even mortals who had been unable to break through to the transcendent realm for a long time experienced a significant increase in strength. However, things were far from simple. The Assassin's Hall was the first to be impacted. The torrent of magical energy reset the spatial layers, and the Assassin's Hall, hidden for countless millennia, crashed out, suddenly appearing above the King's Canyon. A grand, blood-red palace, its chilling and deathly atmosphere instantly obliterating half the canyon, thankfully vanished within a fleeting moment. Otherwise, the White Cat territory would have been wiped out today. Following closely behind was the Temple of War. A torrent of magical energy swept through, violently shaking the temple's interior, creating numerous spatial rifts. Countless mountains collapsed, shattering vast arrays of runes. The sudden surge of magical energy directly shattered countless mortals aspiring to transcendence, even weak, low-ranking warriors coughing up blood as they fell through the air. The torrent continued its relentless flow, traversing the desolate lands, sweeping past hundreds of orc tribes and human nations. Strange occurrences occurred frequently, with spatial rings shattering and releasing large quantities of items. Desolate forbidden zones emerged from the distorted space, revealing themselves to the world. The aura of calamity began to spread. In the south, the atmosphere in the Dark Knight's Hall was solemn and dignified. The stone statues of the 12 knights stood with swords in hand, exuding a chilling and majestic aura. The important figures, who had already received the news, were gathering knights from all over the country to form an army. Due to the special nature of the Knight's Hall, it did not have a powerful legion like other halls, but the entire empire would serve as the Knight's Hall's reserve legion. Suddenly, the dawn light rapidly spread across the sky, and the Apasui wall surrounding the imperial capital burst forth with flashes of light. The vanished upper level was now clearly revealed, a massive, bowl-shaped structure connecting to the void, radiating countless threads that linked to the Empire's territory before converging on the Sky City. Enemy attack. Powerful auras erupted from the Knight's Hall, all shocked by the anomaly of the Apasui wall. They had no time for communication and swiftly returned to their own territories to assess the situation. Meanwhile, magical tides flowing west and east rapidly swept across the Sea of Origin. The extremely dangerous Origin rifts, hidden in the mist, flickered incessantly, like countless narrow eyes. Passing flying magical beasts were swallowed whole without noticing. Under the torrent's force, more and more origin rifts were created, turning previously safe routes into perilous ones, and rapidly weakening the connections between the continents. The winds of the tides blew across the eastern and western continents, bringing both blessings and natural disasters. The Holy Land of Mages has been surrounded by the Holy Lower City, Holy East City, and Holy West City since ancient times, which have continuously provided it with talented individuals. However, today, the barrier separating the Holy Land from the outside world suddenly shattered, releasing the coiled space that instantly engulfed the three main cities. The deafening roar of spatial collisions and earth-shattering forces was incessant, and the mage towers high in the sky could be seen collapsing at any moment, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Report? It's a magic tide. How is this possible? Even the magic tide 7 years ago wasn't this powerful. It really is a magic tide. But its scale far exceeds expectations. According to estimates, it's highly likely to be a plane-level magic tide affecting the entire living world. Investigate. Such a scale couldn't have occurred naturally. It's highly probable that malicious actors have triggered a plane-level impact on the living world's crystal barrier. I investigate immediately. The magical tide lasted for 3 days. Ironically, the most severely affected were the strongest small group. The spatial reset meant many methods were temporarily ineffective. Next were the weaker mortals. A simple surge in magical concentration could easily wipe them out in large numbers. Conversely, ordinary forces, unable to freely utilize spatial technology, felt little impact. Meanwhile, the 4 calamity beasts of the underworld attacked the entrance to the 2 realms simultaneously from 5 directions. The Mages' Hall, in conjunction with the Garrett Empire, the Loki Empire, and the Lion-Bear Alliance, went to suppress them, but the Divine Wisdom cult seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Holy Land. Although most of the cultists were killed, it was unclear how many escaped. Therefore, the Dawn Alliance of the former Holy City volunteered to hunt down the cultists. A rumor about gods forsaken spread rapidly from the Pamir Plateau, aided by the aftershocks of a magical tide. The Flesh and Blood cult, which had occupied the plateau for many years, began to emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, the Cold Bone Church, which had vanished from the northern continent for 1,000 years, reappeared on the plateau. Coupled with the ubiquitous war cult, these 3 cults joined forces in a rare attack on the savage werewolf territory, using 50 million cult members as their vanguard. The Shadow Church appeared in the Karlov Empire and the Bankai Empire of the northern continent, damaging the magical purification array protecting the empires. However, the 2 empires had already secretly formed an alliance. The Kai Empire swiftly dispatched troops to contain the Shadow Church, but the cult's actions this time were exceptionally ruthless, willing to suffer annihilation to cause widespread destruction. The western continent was originally a beautiful and resource-rich land, with over 90% greenery, making it resemble a tranquil oasis in the mortal world. 3 towering behemoths stood atop them, scattering a vast amount of life force, forming the cornerstone of the western continent's ecosystem. However, shortly after the magical tide swept through, the largest tree inexplicably withered and turned mostly yellow. The elves were alarmed and, disregarding the changes in the northern continent, focused all their efforts on finding the cause. With these frequent changes, the various halls and powerful forces were enraged. Combining this with the information they had recently received, they all unanimously focused their attention on the legendary demons. After stabilizing the situation somewhat, the world-renowned Knights of Retribution from the Church of Light immediately embarked on a long-distance teleportation array to the northern continent, traveling day and night to become the first support team to arrive there. Soon after, the Centaur and Bear territories, previously at war in the northern continent, suddenly ceased hostilities and simultaneously dispatched armies and powerful warriors northward. Along the way, Harpy and Lizardman territories also joined, forming a massive orc army that swiftly crushed small cult settlements they had already identified along the way. Meanwhile, the chaotic north finally received its first wave of reinforcements. The 3 legions of the Temple of War tore through space and descended upon the snowy land. The moment they appeared, their battle aura surged forth, instantly reducing countless ice giants to dust. In the name of the God of War, let's show these so-called demons the resolve of the living. Fight! 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 Their fighting spirit surged, their target the Agneser Empire, now free from its sealing barrier. Chapter 1039. Agnesa Empire, Ice Rock Port. After 6 days of fierce fighting, with the enemy's overwhelming support, the Starsea Port and Mermaid Port, whose administrators were missing, were the first to succumb to their morale collapse and retreat from the front lines, retreating to their family fortresses for protection. The enemy grew stronger, and their own forces grew weaker. The situation, which had been turned around by the lighthouse overload, was rapidly slipping away. Especially after the strange dawn that swept in from the far north 3 days prior, many important barriers were left undamaged, proving to be the final straw in the current situation. To resist the infiltration of the dark aura, the city's protective barrier had to be shrunk again and again, and Ice Rock Port's territory had shrunk by a third compared to its initial size. However, to everyone's surprise, the Mondina family of Dorrant Port was unusually fighting with great fervor. The current patriarch repeatedly appeared to urge everyone to break through the siege, but unfortunately, few responded. They were simply powerless to do so. On the other hand, the people of Ice Rock Harbor also discovered that the saint-ranked warrior, who had previously put immense pressure on them, had inexplicably disappeared. It was precisely because of this that Ice Rock Harbor had the opportunity to hold out for 6 days. Noon was the time the shadows disliked most. The enemy's offensive had weakened, and the exhausted warriors were finally able to catch their breath. Suddenly, someone from the city lord's mansion shouted excitedly, "Gentlemen, good news! Reinforcements from the old capital of Hibia have arrived. It's the remnants of that old empire, the one that was so extremely hostile to outsiders. The old capital of Hibia? Great! Quick! Join forces with the reinforcements to attack from both sides." The warriors' spirits lifted. This was the only good news they had received in days. Forcing their weary bodies, they returned to the battlefield. A procession of 10,000 men could be seen marching towards the edge of the crimson mist. Though small in number, they were all mid-level or higher transcendents. Leading them was a magnificently dressed, imposing man, accompanied by the Archbishop of the Holy Blue Frost Cathedral. Behind him were 3,000 ice god cultists, and 2,000 noble sons. Bringing up the rear were a large group of simply dressed ordinary transcendents. "My dear Trester, I am glad you have granted my request." Beside the man stood a beautiful woman, her face gentle yet resolute. She was none other than Bourbon Azri of Silver Mountain Manor. Hearing this, the man took her hand, his gaze fixed intently on the crimson mist that seemed ready to devour anyone in its path. "My dear, I realized something upon returning from the banquet of the City Lord of Burnsington. The City Lord has his own grand plan, but there's no place for us in it. I dislike uncouth foreigners, but for the sake of our family's continued glory, I'm willing to set aside my pride and give them a chance." His words were filled with aristocratic arrogance. In his view, if he hadn't allowed the City Lord to act freely, the Bourbon family would have surely declined. Furthermore, his wife's rash actions against the Dohomey family had left hidden dangers, and he wouldn't have led the core of his family away from the old capital to help Ice Rock Harbor. He had hoped to join Crystal City beneath the lake, where the unique resources would make him more valuable. However, after a trip to Crystal City, he abandoned that idea. What good would it do if the city was gone? But undeniably, under the blessing of divine magic, the elite members brought by the Bourbon family were like a sharp sword, penetrating the unsuspecting cultist's rear, tearing open a gap. Then, the Ice God cultists and the extraordinary individuals affiliated with the Bourbon family tenaciously held onto the opening, preventing the enemy from forming an effective encirclement. With most of the enemy's forces tied down at Ice Rock Harbor, this sharp sword moved unimpeded, piercing through the red mist and shadows, slicing through countless bones and monsters to reach the outside of the barrier. The City Lord, having received the news, quickly came to their aid. Upon learning that the entire elite force of the Bourbon family and most of the Silver Mountain family's forces had arrived to reinforce them, the City Lord immediately judged that Ice Rock Harbor had the conditions for a breakout. He decisively summoned the heads of the various families for a brief discussion, and after a moment's decision, left the majority of the forces to resist, and sent a portion of the elite forces to break out and find the enemy command post, while simultaneously heading to other medium-sized cities to seek reinforcements. This was a risky move, but also a necessary one. 6 days of fighting with only one reinforcement meant that waiting any longer would only lead to dwindling hope. It was better to fight to the death. Although the Bourbon and Silver Mountain families were not as strong as the Port families, their combined power should not be underestimated. To increase the success rate, the City Lord also specifically requested the Bishop of the Seaview Church to borrow the power of the lighthouse and infuse it into the breakout personnel, temporarily boosting their strength. Amidst the hopeful gazes of the warriors, a breakout team comprised of elites from various factions, aided by the Bourbon family, successfully departed Ice Rock Harbor, embarking on their mission to save the port. One group gathered intelligence on the enemy, while another sought support from cities still recorded as surviving. With the assistance of the lighthouse, The fastest wind attribute warriors reached the nearest medium-sized city, Moknan City, in just half an hour. This city was the transportation hub of the 5 major cities, and second only to them in power. Upon learning of the crisis at Ice Rock Harbor, Lord Vina of Moknan City immediately dispatched her personal guard and forces from the Ice God Church. Surprisingly, the largest family in the area, the Maka family, agreed to provide assistance, citing their long-term vision. Affected by this, other major families, after some hesitation, sent troops to assist. Although the numbers were small, they formed a formidable force when combined. Besides American City, the remaining escapees scattered across various regions searching for surviving cities. However, the situation deteriorated far faster than they anticipated. Most medium-sized cities could barely defend themselves, facing not only menacing monsters, but also the utterly hostile Dahomey warriors besieging them. Many cities that were still intact according to records had fallen while fighting the traitors, and the remaining ones were locked in a stalemate. Fortunately, most of the Dahomey warriors were of low quality and lacked formation. Otherwise, such a large number of mid-level combatants would have been overwhelming for almost any medium-sized city. The path to seeking reinforcements had largely failed. Undeterred, the escapees flew further afield. Some headed towards Ice God Fortress, some sought refuge in Snow Dragon City, and others pinned their hopes on the orcs on the border who were willing to offer assistance, even at a great cost. But some who passed through the northern wind belt discovered that the few remaining storm bridges had all been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone below the high rank to cross. It must be that damned Dahomey family. I thought they were just trying to seize power, but their goal is to completely destroy the Empire. Damn it! Regardless of the curses, he had to complete the mission first. He was a member of the ALD family, and he would defend the family's honor. Suddenly, he sensed a faint flow of magic around him. Startled, he quickly flew towards the source of the magic. Soon, to his astonishment, a snow-covered plain was covered with mangled flesh, and a powerful magic emanated from it. What is this? He discovered that numerous purple humanoids roamed around the flesh and blood plain, continuously absorbing magical energy and blood mist. He sensed only a tiny fraction of it. Before he could even react, he was spotted by tens of thousands of purple humanoids. The sky was instantly covered in purple, like a swarm of mosquitoes attacking him. In an instant, the space was filled with extremely powerful magical fluctuations, and unknown magic transformed into dense beams of light, shooting down simultaneously. The shadow of death descended suddenly. It's over. Under such a powerful combined pressure, even at the peak of the 7th rank, he was unable to move, let alone resist. However, in the blink of an eye, the purple humanoids in the sky vanished abruptly. In his eyes, a dazzling sword light pierced the sky, obliterating everything, leaving an indelible sword mark deep in his pupils. Even long afterward, this sword would inexplicably reappear in his vision. Announced to the uninvited guests of the Ice Kingdom, Chinching has arrived. The sky suddenly turned black, and countless stars twinkled, transforming into strange long swords that pierced down, each sword slaying a bizarre purple humanoid. Even the remaining humanoids, attempting to gather and increase their power, were powerless to stop it. After he unconsciously exhaled, he realized that all the enemies in the distance had vanished. He muttered to himself, Chinching. Could it be that Chinching Holy Warrior? A legendary powerhouse from beyond the world, wielding powerful skills not belonging to a magical civilization. Then, a surge of joy filled him. The appearance of the Chinching Holy Warrior meant the Temple of War had come to their aid. A sharp, slightly stinging sensation came from afar, like a giant sword cleaving through space. 3 great legions suddenly appeared, their imposing presence and heavy pressure unimpeded, signifying the complete loss of the border's blockade effect. His face lit up with joy, and he was about to step forward when the sky above him suddenly shattered. A comical skeletal hand forcefully tore through space, and a bizarre skeleton emerged. Its entire body was composed of countless layers of ice crystal bones stacked upon each other, forming a unique armor and flesh, making it look remarkably robust, completely different from the emaciated undead he remembered. Gaw gaw gaw. I suffocated the noble undead resurrector. I am the Bone King under the great Bone Lord. Gaw gaw gaw, humans, I missed you all so much. The self-proclaimed Bone King, a saint-rank being, immediately attacked upon appearing. The terrifying skeletal hand blossomed with ice flowers, and beneath it, thin ice began to spread across the bodies of all the soldiers, their faces contorted in pain. How dare you! A thunderous shout rang out, and the skeletal hand shattered with a bang. A sword blade instantly sliced through the Bone King's body from bottom to top, and in the gentle breeze, the stiff skeletal form turned to dust. The Starry Night Holy Warrior's eyes shone like the stars in the sky, his holy might so powerful it could distort space, inspiring the three legions to shout, "Starry night, holy war! Wherever our swords point, all things perish." However, the next moment, "Gaw, gaw, gaw! No, no, you shouted the wrong thing. The shout should be from me, the Bone King." The increasingly frenzied voice turned into a roar, and the Bone King emerged from the dust. Compared to before, he now wore a single-eyed mask, his aura even stronger. Starry Night, an unpleasant name, ha ha ha. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. The Bone King laughed wildly, and figures split from his body. With each split, his mask gained an extra eye, and his body thinned, but his aura only grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, 99 icy skeletons filled the sky, each radiating intense holy might, carrying extreme cold, as they attacked the Starry Night holy warrior. "Need any help? I am enough, one man and one sword." The young man stood with his sword, his black hair flowing, starlight patterns appearing on his silver-white armor. If Luo were here, he would be surprised to find that its structure bore no resemblance to mainstream magical runes. The sword trembled with a chilling sound, clashing violently with a ferocious aura. Space fluctuated violently, and the man and the demon instantly reached the boundary of the void to engage in battle. Seeing the obstacle cleared, the holy warrior Warren quickly commanded her legion to search various cities, while she led the Behemoth Legion towards Ice Rock Port. Just then, a 7th-tier warrior with an unusual aura flew up below, shouting, "Gentlemen of the Temple of War, I am a member of the Ice Rock Port breakout team. Ice Rock Port is now on the verge of collapse, and I implore you all to provide assistance. Lead the way." "Thank you very much." Passing through several cities embroiled in battle, the holy warrior Warren did not stop. As far as she knew, only Ice Rock Port could be considered a true ally at present. Establishing a base there first was the only way to resolve the predicament of the other cities. With the assistance of the Behemoth Legion and the formidable strength of the Warren holy warrior, they vanished into magic within a second of overcoming every obstacle. An hour later, the Legion arrived outside Ice Rock Harbor. The barrier of crimson mist and shadows caused even the Warren holy warrior to frown. Such overwhelming evil power explained why Ice Rock Harbor couldn't hold out for long. "Proceed according to Rule 27. All troops, attack." The orc behind him roared, pounding his chest, and spurred his behemoth to charge into the crimson mist. As one of the few races comparable to the winged humans, the behemoths, aside from their intellectual shortcomings, possess physical strength, resistance, and power far surpassing the lion men, renowned for their melee prowess. In an instant, they tore apart numerous scaled monsters within the crimson mist. The man followed and joined the Ice Rock Harbor. Within the red mist, he unexpectedly discovered that the clothing of many of the scaled monsters was strikingly similar to that of the Bourbon family members, who had recently pierced through the red mist. They'd been assimilated so quickly. "What kind of power is this?" he told the Legion commander, a 9th-tier transcendent bearman, who said it didn't matter, the Legion's fighting spirit was enough to protect their hearts from corruption, and the mere red mist was completely insignificant. Just as the bearman commander said, the Behemoth Legion shattered the red mist, ruthlessly slaughtering a large number of shadow monsters and ice crystal monsters under the excited gazes of the Ice Rock Harbor warriors. They then split into 2 groups to clear out the surrounding enemies. No second enemy saint-level figure appeared. The rescue operation went remarkably smoothly, so smoothly that the Saint Warrior Warren felt a little strange. Thoroughly search the Agnesa Empire. Leave no cultist or monster unscathed. 3 more days passed. Ice Rock Harbor gradually stabilized, all surrounding enemies were eliminated, and even the red mist and shadows that had shrouded it for days completely dissipated. Except for a behemoth squad remaining, the rest of the soldiers had left Ice Rock Harbor to purge other cities. Meanwhile, the Dreadnought Legion was the first to arrive at the nearest city, Crystal City beneath the lake. On their way, they encountered reinforcements from Machinan City. Hearing that the blockade had been lifted, they were overjoyed. Upon learning that Ice Rock Harbor had been liberated, they immediately returned to the city to report the news, anticipating a quick departure from the Empire to prevent further unforeseen events. Upon arriving at Crystal City, the Dreadnought Legion was immediately drawn by the vast, sea-like red mist. The entire city had become a breeding ground for monsters, and the red mist itself. Boom! A burly, crimson figure crashed heavily to the ground, a giant axe slung over his shoulder, and grinned menacingly at the Behemoth Legion in the sky. So many people, it should be quite a fight. The Fearless Legion consisted of 8 10,000-strong units, each commanded by a 9th-tier commander, with every soldier at least at the mid-tier. Their strength far surpassed that of ordinary Imperial armies. Seeing the lone, arrogant crimson-clad man, The Third Army's general coldly shouted, "The Temple of War is here. Go back to where you came from. Kill!" The opponent's aura was only 8th tier. He didn't even bother to fight. He ordered a small squad forward, intending to deal with the obviously abnormal red mist, unsure if there were any survivors in the city. Just wipe them out. Ah! A short, painful scream attracted all the soldiers. The Third Army's general was surprised to find his 8th-tier golden warrior had been torn to pieces in a single exchange, and the enemy's power seemed to possess some kind of mind-corroding effect. The golden warrior's battle intent quickly dissipated, only to be reborn, but this newfound intent carried resentment. His golden armor, originally imbued with the faith of the god of war, sprouted aggressive short spikes, and his skin was covered in tiny, blood-red scales, transforming him from a human into a scaly beast-man. "Sistri?" The third general frowned, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at the silent, head bowed. As Sistri launched his attack, the sword instantly sliced him to pieces. The unique battle intent attachment of the Temple of War granted the sword energy unleashed by this high-level magical technique extraordinary destructive power. With a second strike, Sistri's fragments, along with the monstrous squad members behind him, were reduced to mincemeat and fell silent. The sudden loss of a key general caused all the commanders to rapidly increase their assessment of the enemy's danger. At their level, they knew something of the demon's reality and had some understanding of hell. However, hearsay was always different from reality. The demon's abilities far exceeded their imagination, many times stronger than the cultists they had encountered before. "Very well, finally you're looking at me with respect. Ha ha, then, the war begins." The crimson-clad giant laughed wildly, thick, curved horns sprouting from his head, his muscular wings and bony tail unfurling behind him. With a swing of his giant axe, the earth suddenly boiled, transforming into a vast molten inferno. The boundless red mist that had enveloped Crystal City surged in, seemingly intending to spread throughout the empire, bringing the horns of war to the living world. The venom of revenge seeps into the earth. War is the only salvation. The enemy's head is the sacrificial cup. Every shout is a curse, etching the eternal emblem of war into the soul. Amidst the fanatical shouts, a blood-red army surged forth from Crystal City, blotting out the sky, shrouded in murderous aura. Amidst the fervent gazes of thousands, two people flew out of the army. One man had grotesque stitches on his face. The left side of his head was a darker color, with red eyes sprouting constantly moving tentacles, while the right side resembled a normal human, with clear eyes that seemed capable of communication. The other man's upper body was indistinguishable from a normal person's, except for a strange fanaticism in his eyes. His lower body, however, appeared to be haphazardly sculpted from weapons and flesh, every inch dripping with blood, sharp blades, and fragments of rough armor embedded within. "I am City Lord Ormond Wendell. Who dares to invade Crystal City? Ha ha ha. Brother, who cares who they are? Let's fight today." Both men unleashed their power, clearly 9th-tier experts. The first general coldly observed the two, waving his hand and ordering, "Attack!" The fearless legion sprang into action instantly, the 8 armies breaking into smaller units. Each team consisted of 300 bronze warriors, 10 silver warriors, and 1 gold warrior. Using battle will as a special medium, all their auras merged into one. Although each individual wasn't particularly powerful, and their magical skills were limited, even a simple sword swing was amplified hundreds or thousands of times, using pure power to shatter all misfortune. While the Behemoth Legion liberated Ice Rock Harbor, outside the already fallen Crystal City, reinforcements from the Temple of War and the War Army, obsessed with protecting the city, opened a second front. Meanwhile, the Berserker Legion heading to Ice God Fortress encountered fierce resistance from the Dahomey family. Chapter 1040. 3,000 miles away from Ice God Fortress lies a cluster of towns called Gree, its roads crisscrossing in all directions, serving as the center of Ice Rock Port, Snow Dragon City, and Ice God Fortress. After the Empire's blockade, the magic power in the outskirts vanished, and rampaging magical beasts attacked, forcing the townspeople to relocate to the vicinity of Ice God Fortress, turning this place into a ghost town. Now, above the dead Gree town cluster, a fierce battle is taking place. However, though called a battle, the actual situation is one-sided. One side consists of blue-armored warriors, the other painted with savage red markings. Their main forces are all around level 5 or 6, and their generals are all level 8 or 9 powerhouses, seemingly evenly matched. However, as soon as the battle began, the Dahomey warriors were shocked to discover that even a single enemy soldier was terrifyingly strong, impossible to defeat even among those of the same rank. Moreover, they seemed to share some kind of connection, as a high-level magical spell struck them without causing any damage. In less than half an hour, over 3,000 Dahomey warriors had been torn apart, while the war god temple side only suffered a few minor injuries. Their combat power was simply on a completely different level. Panic began to spread. How could hastily acquired expendable troops possess the will of an army? Bang! Several deafening explosions erupted high in the sky. A man and a woman clad in dark blue armor were thrown back by their opponent's fists. The man shook his arm. Although he was also an 8th rank warrior, he couldn't gain the slightest advantage against his opponent. As expected of the world-renowned war god temple, I acknowledge your strength. The two were fighting a pair of Tigerman brothers. Their fists, larger than an adult man's head, were surrounded by terrifying killing intent, and their forearms, as thick as thighs, were wrapped in layers of white bandages, concealing something unknown. The younger brother stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes radiating a powerful aura that intimidated his opponents. Praise will not bring you forgiveness. The moment you opposed the temple of war, your death was inevitable. The white bandages unwrapped themselves, revealing iron-armed guards that shimmered with beautiful rainbow colors under the influence of magic. Those who betray the living world, when their souls dissipate, will not enter the underworld. Roar! The tiger's roar reverberated, and the brothers' auras surged as they forcefully attacked the two who were allied with the demon. Boom! 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 Similar scenes filled the four corners of the battlefield. The 7 vice-generals of the Berserker Legion faced off against 6 8th-tier members of the Dahomey family. As core members of the family, the latter were several levels stronger than ordinary 8th-tier members, yet they too were steadily defeated by the disparity in strength. The aftershocks of the battle rippled across the unprotected land, leaving it scarred and devastated. The magical radiance emanating from the battle could be seen, even 3,000 miles away, in the Ice God Fortress. Many residents of the temporary ring city looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what had happened. On the battlefield, King Yonglai, the general of the Berserker Legion, and Chief Dahomey Ralph faced each other from afar, neither making a move. Traitor, you seem unconcerned. But a tool for achieving the plan, its death is its loss. What does it have to do with me, the chieftain? Yalia's father was a prince of the Lion King's territory who had been exiled, and his mother was a renowned human work researcher. As a hybrid, his appearance resembled that of a square-faced, burly man whose beastman form was incomplete, exuding undeniable bravery. Upon hearing this, he was instantly enraged. Even a tiger doesn't harm its cubs. You, as the chieftain, treat the lives of your people with utter indifference. Indeed, the evil of demons has already corrupted your heart, turning you into a cold-blooded monster. Heh! Ralph chuckled contemptuously. I long heard that Yonglai, the warrior, was caught between two races in his youth, witnessing many tragedies, hence his rough exterior and delicate heart. But seeing him today, he's nothing more than a bored, sentimental brute. The Ice God is ruthless. What need do we, his loyal followers, have for emotion? If you're ruthless, how can the Ice Kingdom be united? You cannot represent the Ice God's followers. Heh, that's why I, the clan leader, must prove that I am right. I do not wish to speak with such a depraved fool. It would only lower my intelligence. The two forces clashed instantly, their surrounding magic controlled, forming a magical shield for a stalemate. Clearly, Ralph was at a disadvantage almost immediately, his figure constantly retreating. Yonglai was not surprised. After the plan was initiated, he knew what kind of enemy he was, and coincidentally, he was the choice to counter this type of enemy. There were quite a few 9-tier powerhouses within the Temple of War, and the Legion commanders were not fixed. For example, he was the 6th-ranking commander, prepared to die peacefully. A massive hand descended, its battle intent reaching its peak, transforming into a canopy that enveloped the heavens. He intended to destroy his opponent's spirit, rendering any strange skills useless. Under the overwhelming force of the Legion, the Dahomey family retreated continuously, barely managing to hold on thanks to reinforcements arriving from the rear. However, what puzzled Yonglai was that even at such a disadvantage, Ralph showed no anger, only calm and fanaticism in his eyes. Was his aim to buy time? Ridiculous. Even with the entire Empire's power unleashed, the Berserker Legion remained fearless. He would show them what true absolute strength was. With this thought in mind, Yonglai's attacks became even heavier, each punch and kick tightly gripping Ralph, not allowing him to escape. The destructive power he unleashed carried a terrifying, malevolent aura, corroding his very soul. After a short while, although Ralph outwardly remained calm, the sweat beating on his temples betrayed his discomfort. He unleashed his magic, countless ice crystal spikes shooting from behind to disrupt Yonglai's attacks. Having withstood a punch from Yonglai, he finally managed to temporarily escape the pursuit. Clutching his gaping wound in his chest, he coughed violently a few times, his face darkening slightly. "You old bastard, the temple is nothing but a shackle imposed on the world by the gods. Is it worth your efforts to protect it? You dare to shake my faith?" Further words are useless. A phantom giant hammer appeared in Yan Lai's hand, unleashing a torrent of magical power that distorted even space. Its scorching heat and sharpness materialized, and without another word, it smashed straight down on Ralph. Boom! The aftershocks of the 9th-tier battle swept past, threatening to shatter the earth. 100 miles around were instantly engulfed in a magical surge, preventing any transcendent below the 8th tier from approaching. Yan Lai frowned. His opponent had actually withstood the attack. He. A massive, icy, skeletal hand gripped the hammer tightly. Ralph let out a few eerie laughs, gathering his strength to repel Yan Lai. His appearance had drastically changed. His flesh and blood had vanished, replaced by a thick layer of icy skeleton, making him resemble a towering, imposing skeletal mass. His aura had also soared to the peak of the 9th rank. Buzz! A crimson light suddenly appeared from the direction of Crystal City, and the cacophony of horns abruptly rang out, accompanied by a somber chant. "The venom of vengeance seeps into the earth. War is the only salvation. The enemy's head is the sacrificial cup. Every shout is a curse, etching the eternal emblem of war into the soul." Upon hearing the voice, the berserker's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the murderous aura he channeled became a shackle binding his mind, his target immediately shifting to his former comrade. A mere mind-altering attack is enough? Wake up! A sharp shout, carrying the weight of a powerful soul, instantly freed the warriors trapped in the mind's grasp. They quickly rallied, staring at the strangely behaving Dahomey warrior opposite them. The Dahomey warriors, who had been screaming and howling in pain, seemed to receive a command. They swiftly pulled a skull-shaped crystal from their rings and crushed it. In an instant, black lines shot from the crystal and pierced their bodies, flesh vanishing, bones exposing themselves, completely stripping them of their human form. The horn has sounded. It's time to show your worth. Hold them off. Under Ralph's command, the transformed Dahomey warriors charged forward like madmen, like moths to a flame, abandoning all defense to tear a piece of flesh from the Berserker Legion. Just a petty trick. Focus. Show them who the real battle maniacs are, one of them said. The deputy general snorted coldly, his entire body glowing with red markings, and a surge of blood mist rising, his blood and chi boiling. The blood mist materialized, condensing behind him into a wildly arrogant phantom, unleashing a torrent of madness. He led the charge, facing his original opponent. Fueled by surging battle intent and an even more frenzied fighting style, his opponent, strengthened by the power of the skeletons, was defeated even faster than before. The others activated their mad god faith, clashing with the unconscious skeleton warriors. In the brutal, flesh and blood battle, a rain of bone dust fell from the sky. Strangely, the blood and chi within the bone rain vanished into thin air the instant it touched the ground, as if absorbed by something. At that moment, everyone was blinded by rage and failed to notice this anomaly. 2 days later, at the cost of dozens of lives, the Berserker Legion completely crushed the Dahomey warriors who were trying to intercept them. The ravaged earth was covered with a 20-centimeter thick layer of bone fragments. A full 40,000 skeletonized superhumans perished there. Yan Lai crushed the skull in his hand, watching the fleeing spine without giving chase. Ralph was merely stalling for time. His life or death was unimportant. Trash. I spare your life for now. Having dealt with the obstacle, the regrouped Berserker Legion, radiating murderous intent, stormed into the view of the residents surrounding Ice God Castle, bringing them a profound shock at the Temple of War. After understanding the situation, the Berserker Legion launched a full-scale assault on Ice God Castle without hesitation, simultaneously ordering all high-ranking warriors on the scene to assist in the evacuation and leave the northern part of the empire as quickly as possible. This was destined to be a massive migration. Due to the prestige of the Temple of War, the high-ranking warriors dared not disobey, and the mid- and low-ranking warriors didn't even have the right to negotiate. However, at noon on the third day, Yan Lai, who was still trying to break through the barrier, suddenly sensed someone emerging from it. He instantly appeared nearby, his golden lion eyes looking down at the newcomer. His expression softened slightly when he saw the leading girl clad in tattered black armor. I am King Yan Lai, the 6th commander of the Berserker Legion of the Temple of War. You are a soldier of the Black Knight Legion, the strongest army of the Karlov royal family, right? State your name. Her imposing presence, emanating naturally, made the group, who had just left the barrier, feel somewhat heavy-hearted. The leading girl patted the neck of the dragon behind her to calm it down before giving a firm, resounding knightly salute. Greetings, Commander Yang Lai. I am Roy Wingina, a new recruit of the 9th Army of the Black Knight Legion. I have important information to report. The young woman was Wingina, who had entered the Ice God Castle early on. After finding the image crystals left by Nathaniel and the Silver Moon Saintess, she spent half a month collecting the first 12 of the 13 crystals. However, when she found the 13th crystal, which contained the most crucial information, she discovered it had already been taken. To find the truth, Wingina, accompanied by Hermanas, ventured alone into the silent Ice God Castle, following the secret passage indicated by the image crystals. After a pursuit lasting over a month, she finally found the dying Nathaniel and the Silver Moon Saintess in the spiderweb-filled royal prison. The image crystals were actually stolen by the lightning spirit within Nathaniel's magic book to save its master. Fortunately, although the two were close to death, their life force hadn't completely dissipated. After being rescued by Wingina and resting for a few days, they regained their mobility. Unfortunately, in trying to save them, all the students and teachers who accompanied them perished, their bodies never to be found. Now, Wingina has retrieved and handed over the 13 image crystals that embody the hardships endured by the Bankai Empire's group, signifying that their journey is nearing its end. Thank you for your sacrifices. I will send someone to escort you out of the Empire. A moment later, after Yan Lai finished viewing the images, a chill ran down his spine. The demon's intentions were so vast, he had to report this to the holy warrior Warren as soon as possible. Suspend the barrier assault, expedite the evacuation of residents as much as possible, the rest of you proceed to Frostguard City to await orders. He then hurriedly headed to Crystal City to find the holy warrior Warren. After 3 days of clearing, Crystal City had largely stabilized. However, the lighthouse was overloaded, causing the barrier to malfunction for a considerable period, and severely impacting its guidance and faith-building functions. Fortunately, Ice Rock Harbor was saved. Just minutes ago, Warrior Warren thought so, but after receiving Yang Lai's intelligence, she decisively labeled Ice Rock Harbor as beyond saving. Suspend support and mopping up operations. All troops proceed to the far north. Understood. Yang Lai left. Warrior Warren glanced at the residents of Ice Rock Harbor celebrating their victory, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but for the sake of the greater good, she needed to extinguish that joy. What? The entire city must be relocated? The Lord of Ice Rock Harbor slammed his fist on the table, practically bewildered. Lord Holy War, are you mistaken? No, at most 3 days. If the relocation isn't completed, a great purge will ensue, and all living beings still within the territory of the Agnisa Empire will cease to exist. But I have urgent business to attend to. Farewell. The holy warrior Warren turned and left decisively, leaving behind a city lord filled with resentment. But he had no choice but to do it. Every warrior who had entered the Temple of War understood that no one or force in the world could possibly stop the decisions of such a behemoth. The purge targeting the Dahomey family came to an abrupt halt. The 3 legions quickly converged and headed towards the northern polar regions. Lord Bernstein, having just seen off a general from the Behemoth Legion, sat back on his throne with a grim expression. He truly hadn't expected the blockade to end so quickly, and the Dahomey family's deep collaboration with the demons was vastly different from their initial description of relying on some external force. Father, I am worried. The Dahomey people, seemingly assisting the Empire's restoration, are actually harboring treacherous schemes. Their hearts are wicked. Bernstein's most trusted son, Shrike, offered a reminder, but Bernstein simply waved his hand. What that old codger Ralph wants to do is none of our business. As long as the Empire is restored, everything is worthwhile. How much longer do we need to prepare the magic reversal array? Reporting to Father, all the magic was fully charged 2 days ago, and it can be activated at any time. Good. Issue my order. Activate the array immediately after the War God Temple Legion leaves the border. Yes, sir. Shrike acknowledged and was about to leave to prepare for the array's activation when a tall, imposing figure suddenly appeared in the palace. His elegant black butler's uniform, meticulously styled hair, and tie made the old man appear extremely refined and meticulous. However, the sacred power emanating from the surging space was undeniable, and the Bernstein father and son instantly became wary. Lord Bahat, may I ask why you have come here? Bahat raised his index finger, and Shrike's mouth immediately shut, unable to utter a sound. He slowly straightened his collar before speaking calmly amidst Bernstein's gloomy expression. The young master has conveyed that your mission has been accomplished. In recognition of your diligence, the young master allows you to become devout followers of the great Shadow Lord. When the demon descends, Perhaps you will have the opportunity to become the young master's right-hand man. Bernstein's face darkened to the point of being almost dripping with water, and he gritted his teeth. Insolence! How could I, the emperor, be subservient to anyone? Anyone who hinders the restoration of the empire will pay a heavy price. An aura surpassing the peak of the 9th rank erupted, its power approaching that of a saint. Even Shrike felt his breath catch in his throat, but his eyes only showed excitement. His father was on the verge of breaking through to the saint rank. Even if the opponent was a true saint, a battle was not impossible, but the next moment, in the Shrike's bloodshot eyes, his most revered father, the one who had fulfilled the wishes of generations, the father who had poured all his heart and soul into restoring the monarchy, the future emperor, was instantly torn to pieces by Bahat's disdainful glance. Thick, black blood dripped, slowly flowing to Bahat's feet. He disdainfully wiped the blood from the tips of his shoes on the gleaming palace floor. A great reward is not so easily obtained. The opportunity has been given. If you don't want to accept it, don't blame me for making you accept it. A phantom floated from Bernstein's shattered body, and before it could disappear, chains of shadow bound it tightly, dragging it behind Bahat, where it was devoured in the blink of an eye by the writhing shadow beneath his feet. Bahat glanced indifferently at the dazed and dejected Shrike, then calmly walked away. The fruit was still unripe. Wait a little longer, it would be sweeter when harvested. He had more important tasks to complete. Bahat's figure appeared deep underground north of the old capital. The massive, tightly sealed array emitted a chilling crimson glow. On the very first day, the 3 legions of the Temple of War entered the empire. Bahat's demons had already dealt with the troublesome Corn clone. Unfortunately, time was too short, and they lacked the strength to capture the Netherworld clan member, so they could only temporarily imprison him. But that's alright, those are minor matters. The array before them is the key to the Northern Kingdom's strategy. Drawing upon the magic power, blood, and souls of millions of beings from beyond the borders, as well as half of the consumable resources, the magic assimilation array is ready. That's right, this isn't a magic reversal array at all, but an assimilation array specifically designed to transform the magical environment of the living world. Once activated, it will create a region centered on the old capital of Hibia, adapted to the existence of demonic power. Hell, at that time, aside from demons, the power of all beings in hell will be greatly suppressed. More importantly, in the realms of hell, the curses of evil gods will obscure the vision of the gods, causing confusion in faith and obscuring divine magic. Temple of the War God, let your blood and souls be the sacrifice, allowing demons to return to the mortal realm. Kachino, your life is mine. A massive array began to operate, flashing with blood-red light, rapidly transforming the sinful power of nearly 10 million beings into pure demonic power. Red and purple lightning crackled, hovering at the edge of the vast, dark vortex, and magic unleashed. A restless aura began to stir, tainted with an ominous presence. Any normal being who absorbed it would unknowingly succumb to its corrupted mind, turning into a madman. Ah, what a comforting smell! Bahat inhaled the scent of hell with relish. He had been to hell, that was where he truly belonged. And now, the living world was about to become his new home. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gentle buzzing turned piercing, the magic losing its gentleness and becoming utterly violent, surging fiercely at the edge of the vortex. Various bolts of lightning rained down, striking the array and exploding into specks of runes. Bahat frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Could the array's movements be this intense? I should inform Seeger. The activation of the array was originally to be carried out by Seeger, a wise follower and subordinate of the Demon Child. But the Netherworld clan was too powerful, and the battle had dragged on for too long, forcing changes to some plans. Seeger had exhausted himself trying to fix the flaws in the plan, so he had Bahat take his place. Suddenly, the noise from the array intensified. Bahat's eyes narrowed, and he finally noticed a peculiar magic crystal, radiating intense and agitated magical energy, rapidly lighting up within the magic conversion zone. Explosive lightning and fire magic spread rapidly, only to be converted into demonic power by the array, its power multiplying. Not good. Bahat's eyes widened in shock. However, the array's protection was extraordinary. The slightest delay caused the head-sized crystal to explode in his fury. Boom! Chapter 1041. Luo, who was listening to Luna explain the mysteries of Thousand Starfall inside the Temple of War, suddenly paused and looked north. What's wrong, Luo? Are you worried about your senior? Sort of, but it's alright. With the support of the Temple of War, my senior will be fine. The teacher just said that high-level magic contains unique magical properties, I know that, but my level shouldn't be involved in cultivating magical properties yet, right? That's right. You have a far superior understanding of magic, or rather, magical runes, so you can easily analyze anything related to magical runes. But sometimes, this understanding can lead you to overmodify magic. Before mastering magical properties, it's best to use high-level magic according to the creator's will. Listening to Luna's explanation and advice, Luo quickly put her earlier feeling out of her mind. The magic crystal bomb had been triggered, but there was nothing she could do now. She just let things take their course. According to the plan, the support from the south would arrive tomorrow. She'd deal with it then. Who is it? Bahat was furious, but before he could react, the strange magic crystal exploded right before his eyes. Normally, this wouldn't have caused any problems, at most just a tremor in the magic assimilation array. But after the volatile magic power transformed into demonic power, and then exploded, it affected half of the array. Stabilize yourself. Dense, black vines coiled and shot out, forming a barrier to envelop the exploding demonic power. However, demonic power is not like magic power. Upon contact, the vines lost control, thrashing wildly like mindless beasts, even attempting to kill their master. Humph! A surge of holy might shattered all the out-of-control vines, sending more vines shooting out to continuously deplete the raging demonic power. However, stabilizing the situation in the short term was unrealistic. He couldn't possibly break the Great Formation, as that would defeat the purpose. Thus, the assimilation process was halted. Warren Holy Warrior was unaware of what had happened in the old capital of Hibia. Under strict orders, the three legions quickly completed their preparations and marched north towards Frostguard. Commander, have you received any news? Yang Liefei stepped forward and asked quietly. Warren Holy Warrior didn't hide anything. The sixth Grand Commander was, by blood, a junior member of her uncle's side. As someone also disliked by their clan, she would likely show him some consideration. Intelligence received. The Dahomey family, in alliance with the skeleton demons, is undermining the royal family. Their aim isn't simply to control the empire, but to obtain the power of the oath between the Agneser royal family and the Ice Giants, thus completing their final plan in the northern polar region. Yang Lai was shocked and quickly asked, the northern polar region? That's the legendary place where the ice god descended, retaining divine power. Only saints can enter. How could they possibly get in? They couldn't, of course, they just got close. I see. I understand. The commander is playing the time game, taking advantage of the fact that the cult spies haven't yet relayed the intelligence, and is rapidly marching to destroy their arrangements in the northern polar region. Wan Rensheng nodded slightly. Return to your units. Do not reveal our objective. Under the force of the force march, the three legions, swept up by the holy might, approached Frostguard City in just 2 hours. As if knowing their doom was approaching, a large number of demonized Dahomey warriors surged out to intercept them, attempting to prevent the legions from reaching the city. However, to their surprise, the legion suddenly turned less than 500 miles from Frostguard, heading straight for the northern border and establishing a narrow no-fly zone. Even if the Dahomey warriors wanted to deter, it was too late. Chief, it's bad. They left the border. What? Ralph, now only a spine, leaped from the blood pool. Useless. Didn't I say I use every resource to keep them within the Empire? Without these fat sheep, how can the altar be built? Chief, the enemy is the elite of the Temple of War. We are no match for them. Of the 6 members of the 2 towns who were intercepted, only 2 escaped, and he was one of them. He understood perfectly well how resources were useless against ordinary superpowerful forces. Mortals can still suppress their opponents with their rank, but against elites, they're nothing but chickens and dogs. Humph. Master has ordered that the dimensional tunnel has been opened. Stop them for 12 hours at all costs. Once the army arrives, the land of faith of the ice god will be bestowed upon Dahomey. I understand. I will intercept them at all costs. The man turned and left. Since it was at all costs, it meant even his foundation could be sacrificed, even if it meant violating the ancient oath with the fairies. Not long after, the core Dahomey people defending Frostguard suddenly found themselves inexplicably losing control of the power of their fairy oath. In their shocked, angry, and terrified gazes, countless tiny ice crystals floated in the sky above the city, converging into a gigantic, 1,000-meter-tall phantom of an ice fairy. With long, icy blue hair adorned with an exquisite crown, and wings formed from broken ice crystals, every inch of her skin was whiter than snowflakes. Even magnified thousands of times, not a single flaw could be seen. The ice fairy's eyes were closed, and her mere presence brought unprecedented peace to all the residents of Frostguard. An unconscious smile also graced her lips. However, just as the fairy's illusory form opened its crystal-clear eyes, 6 crimson thorns suddenly burst forth from the void, piercing deeply into the fairy's delicate limbs and wings. The illusory form was visibly startled, seemingly unaware of what was happening, until blue blood splattered out, and the intense pain caused it to scream in agony. Ah! A pang of inexplicable pain gripped the hearts of all the residents. Those of the clan possessing the bloodline of the Dahomey were drenched in cold sweat. The piercing scream contained boundless sorrow, as if striking the very depths of their souls, drawing them into the air in an attempt to tear apart the crimson thorns. "You're courting death." A long spear appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across and instantly sending everyone flying. The man's cold gaze hovered before the fairy. Now, no one was allowed to stop him. Ah! The thorns penetrated deeper, almost merging with the fairy. With a final, high-pitched cry, the fairy's phantom shrank to the size of a fist, a red tomboy, his body completely enveloped in fine, sharp thorns, utterly stripped of the fairy's unique purity and joy. "Intercept him immediately." The man's icy command rang out. The red fairy glanced at him, her scarlet eyes adorned with bizarre spikes, sending a chill down the man's spine. He frowned, about to order her to act, when he felt his life force rapidly fading. "What did you do to me?" The red fairy no longer looked at the man who had turned to ashes, letting out a piercing scream. The thorns on her body suddenly expanded, like countless insects weaving and charging forward, disappearing into the sky above the city in the blink of an eye. The holy warrior Wanren, who had tricked the Dahomey family, had led her legion to the border. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a continuous stretch of crystal palaces on the other side of the border, which seemed to be radiating a powerful magical aura. Without hesitation, she punched through space, instantly obliterating all palaces and shattering the hidden array before leaving the border. A moment later, Ralph's spine appeared from the void, his aura terrifyingly gloomy. Had he not hidden beforehand, he would have vanished completely. But now, with the spatial array destroyed, the demon army emerging from the northern polar region would have to traverse the terrifying frigid zone, taking at least half a month to arrive, wasting considerable time. Who leaked the secret of the northern polar region? This patriarch will kill him. The war god temple's sudden change of heart and hasty march north had caused their focus to shift away from the constraints of consumable resources, a disastrous situation. Whoosh! A cluster of crimson thorns suddenly shot from afar, shattering space wherever it went, accompanied by faint whispers carried on the wind, a 1,000-year plan, not to be interrupted. According to later accounts, the 5th layer of hell, the withered hell, first officially appeared during the War of the Two Saints in the north of the Agnesa Empire, also known as the last struggle of the Old Era. While the Agnesa Empire was engulfed in turmoil, a momentous event, one that would reshape the era, was quietly unfolding in the distant northern polar regions. In the terrifyingly low temperatures approaching absolute zero, ice magic became virtually the only existing elemental magic. In this forbidden land, massive, square pillars shimmering with a ghostly blue light stood in a seemingly predictable pattern, creating a sanctuary for life. Thousands of powerful Dahomey warriors were manipulating sacrificial power, channeling it into a massive, abyssal vortex ahead. The vortex, over 3,000 miles wide, slowly rotated. Through the hazy light, the scorching, red-hot lava was visible to the naked eye. An aura of evil emanated from it, causing vibrant fiery flowers to bloom on the surrounding land. Strange, human-faced worms gnawed at the lava, emitting shrill, resentful cries. Bang! Seemingly reaching a certain threshold, the vortex violently trembled, instantly becoming clear, even releasing streams of furious lava. My lord, the dimensional tunnel is about to open, but the spatial teleportation has suddenly failed. What should we do? Teleportation failed? The gaunt elder, who had been observing the vortex's changes, suddenly turned his head. Has the cause been found? Reporting to my lord, it hasn't been determined yet. The array master speculates that the anchor point where the clan leader is located might be incorrect. The planes are about to connect, and it has to happen at this crucial moment. Never mind, at worst it will take longer. Open the dimensional tunnel immediately. Yes! With the elder's order, the already exhausted dimensional tunnel rapidly solidified, a scorching and chaotic aura pouring out, demonic power permeating the air, turning the earth into a hell that breathes evil. If it weren't for the fact that this place was filled with such devastation. The warriors had long abandoned humanity, becoming slaves to demons. They would go mad the moment they came into contact with them. The passage is open. Charge with me. A booming roar echoed through the vortex, and a massive, mountain-like hand burst forth from it, tearing through the lava. A mountain of flesh, oozing with murderous intent, occupied a large portion of the tunnel, its terrifying holy power clearly demonstrating its exuberant emotions. The old man, his face filled with excitement, led the way in kneeling. A gigantic stone bowl appeared, which he held aloft. Within it floated shimmering blood, countless faint white lights flickering, the souls and flesh of the living. "Welcome, Your Excellency. The devout followers of the great and benevolent Skeleton Lord offer you the sweetest wine in celebration of Your Excellency's arrival. Welcome. I am delighted, ha ha ha." The massive hand swept across, about to lift the stone bowl, but just a fraction of a second before it reached it, the hand, along with the enormous mountain of flesh, abruptly retracted. The warriors, who had been eagerly awaiting the life-altering evolution that would grant them, were stunned. What was going on? Had the demon changed its mind? At that moment, an extremely angry roar came from behind the tunnel. "Why is there a dragon? Are you provoking the great Lord Flesh Mountain?" The old man listened, his mind filled with doubt. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the Flesh Mountain wasn't retracting, it was being forcibly dragged back. "Roar! Foul demon, are you ready to bear the dragon's wrath?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Flesh Mountain, not yet fully retracted, slowly expanded, then rapidly swelled as if being inflated. With a roar, the Flesh Mountain's belly exploded, revealing a dazzling. A beam of blue-gold light pierced through the mountain of flesh, freezing the void wherever it touched. The old man was instantly reduced to an ice sculpture and shattered upon contact. Roar! A claw, seemingly forged from silver, emerged from the tunnel, tearing apart the massive hand. With a deafening roar, a colossal creature emerged, stepping over the wrecked mountain of flesh. Even before revealing its true form, its wingspan reached 1,000 meters. Compared to the massive mountain of flesh beneath its feet, its majestic body possessed a powerful beauty, each scale shimmering with a beautiful luster of metal and ice crystals. Truly legendary. Ah! Damn dragon! The crushed head of the mountain of flesh still raged, but the next moment its entire body neatly split apart, turning into metal, and was swept back into the tunnel by a wing. The golden vertical pupils stared at the Dahomey warriors, who were simultaneously stunned by the dragon's might, and the holy might, rendering them immobile. A single breath of dragon's breath instantly reduced them all to ashes. Boom! Two petite figures were blasted out of the tunnel. One after another, bizarrely shaped ancient demons descended across plains. The weight of the holy might was so great that even space itself cracked. "You vile living beings, you cannot stop anything. Destiny is dark. The new era will belong to the great." The dark clouds of sin loom, the claws of hell swagger, and that gaze devoid of pity and mercy, painstakingly crafted over countless years, finally broke through the constraints of the gods and appeared in the realm of the living. Even with the strength of Sindaragon and Dalius, they could hardly resist such overwhelming holy power. Their aura was suppressed back into their bodies. "Hey! Little one, didn't you have a method? Hurry up and act. Don't rush me. This clone of mine isn't even at the saint rank yet. It's very difficult, okay?" The black-haired, black-eyed clone snorted. She initially wanted to stop the passage from opening, but unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. It was a passage imbued with the powerful energy of the hellish plane. However, she was clever. If she couldn't stop it from opening, she would wait until it was exhausted before opening and then reap the rewards, sealing it. Without further ado, her form rapidly collapsed, revealing her netherworld origin, a gray chess piece infused with a trace of her original essence. The piece cracked, transforming into a dusty gray door. Creak! The gate opened, releasing a chilling aura of the underworld. This aura clashed violently with the demonic power, repelling the demon's tentacles as they tried to enter the living world. The gate then rapidly expanded, swallowing the tunnel whole. When the ancient beings attempted to cross the plane again, they were enraged to find themselves unable to reach the living world, instead trapped in a desolate wasteland filled with underworld energy. This was the boundary between the underworld and the living world, a gap between worlds. Once stepped into, no one could escape without the power to create a dimensional barrier. The clone connected the exit to the tunnel between hell and the living world, forming a one-way passage from hell to the gap between worlds. Then, flames and frost formed a powerful seal, firmly sealing the gate. To strengthen the seal, Sindaragon also invoked the power of this place to suppress the demons, striving to ensure they could never escape. "Little one, it's time to go. You haven't fulfilled your promise to this dragon. Just finding someone. A piece of cake. I need to relay this message back." Dalius wasn't sure if the seal would break. She needed more powerful beings to suppress the demons, and if possible, to repair the dimensional barrier and restore the divine vision. She leaped onto the dragon's broad back, giving the mindlessly enraged ancient races the middle finger. You scum, stay in hell forever. The dragon and the demons ascended, flying south. This place was filled with divine aura, making it impossible to easily open spatial rifts. Furthermore, the presence of divine power could conceal dimensional tunnels, which was the main reason the demons chose to build here. Crack, crack. The slight cracking sound caused the human and dragon to change their expressions drastically. They hurriedly turned around to see that the seal, which should have been incredibly solid, was strangely and rapidly cracking. 5 blood-red fingers with sharp nails easily crushed the seal and descended. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of a saint-level being instantly crushed the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles. The ancient northern polar region, which had existed since time immemorial, melted in an instant, turning into rolling lava. Bang! Bang! The human and dragon crashed heavily into the lava filled with extreme resentment. Their minds were almost instantly eroded. In their rapidly dimming vision, they saw an indescribable terror, a colossal being capable of controlling a vast world. Red mist swirled around them, and rhythmic red fur covered their bodies, making them look like giants or balls of flesh. The next moment, a giant hand appeared, the only constants being the red fur and the dense red mist. A silent whisper rang in their ears, and both the man and the dragon instantly fainted, their bodies covered in fine red scales. In moments, even a powerful saint-level being would be assimilated into a demon. Through the shattered seal, 300 ancient creatures could be seen prostrating themselves on the ground, greeting their lord with the utmost humility and respect, the supreme being who controlled the hell of war, the pinnacle of demons, a being comparable to gods, the war lord. Abigail, when he awakens, the world will face its end of war. 5 fingers tore through the seal and slowly retreated. The 300 ancient creatures eagerly rushed through the dimensional tunnel, greedily inhaling the clean air of the living world. Soon, they discovered that the smell of war here was too faint. This wasn't right, it wasn't. Yes, but they belonged to the demons of war, so let them bring war to this disgustingly peaceful world. The ancient species grinned. They were tired of the usual hellish fun. A new world was much more exciting, and their bellies were already yearning for sweet souls. Bring a new war to the new world. Let it become hell. The ancient species shattered space and wandered aimlessly. Although their servants were dead, and they were unhappy about the lack of guidance, they hoped to arrive before the other demons descended. Faster arrival meant more souls, and a stronger faith in war. However, an unexpected event occurred. Just as the ancient species were happily contemplating the future, a small, light blue cat silently appeared on the head of each of them. All done. There was no movement, only a faint self-talk. Coming back to their senses, the 300 ancient species had transformed into 300 small fish, neatly hung on their gently swaying light blue tails. They kept one for themselves, and the rest transformed into nails embedded around the dimensional tunnel. With each nail driven in, the tunnel's area shrank by 1 unit. Until all the small fish transformed into nails, and were driven into the void, the tunnel was reduced to only 2 meters square, on the verge of evaporating and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Water God, you have overstepped your bounds. The massive hand that had broken the seal reappeared, forcibly opening the dimensional tunnel, easily subduing the power of 300 saint-level beings with its supreme might. The kitten remained silent, merely licking its paws, its deep blue vertical pupils silently watching the massive hand. It had indeed overstepped its bounds, but it didn't matter, it would act. Suddenly, snowflakes fell, and the vanished northern polar regions abruptly reappeared, the lava solidified, the resentment and fighting spirit frozen, and the scales on the fallen human and dragon rapidly receded. A graceful figure was revealed, and frost-covered flowers vanished. It came from the future, leaving a contingency plan in the distant past, only to appear in the present to bear the consequences of its actions. Horonos Hymenius Eternity, do you still wish to overstep your bounds? I act only for the sake of the past. Overstepping boundaries is meaningless. His expression was calm. He had overstepped his bounds to save his believers, giving Abigail a reason to act. Today, he would erase that cause, returning things to normal. He would bear all the consequences. The divine power was supreme. The small fish formed from the ancient demons instantly merged, using the entire northern polar region as a seal to suppress the dimensional tunnel. However, Abigail's arm was not to be outdone. Success was imminent. Even against a god, he would not allow failure. 2 supreme forces, capable of destroying the world, condensed in the small northern polar region. A piece of the living world, along with the greater world, was forcibly removed, forming a small plain called the northern polar region. Within this small plain, a statue of the ice god stood eternally, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The small plain, spanning 100,000 miles in diameter, was desolate, yet not devoid of life, only no seeds had been sown. On a scorched wasteland, a deep vortex, no more than 2 meters high, slowly swirled, faintly exuding the sinister aura of demons. Soon, a 7th-tier lava fire demon emerged from the vortex. After a moment of bewilderment, it began to wander aimlessly. Then another lava fire demon appeared, and within hours, the small plain was occupied by thousands of lava fire demons. Suddenly, crimson demons with 2 horns appeared, looking around in confusion. They found it completely different from what the ancient beings had described. Why were there only mindless, low-level demons, but no fresh souls or flesh? Puzzled, they explored, finally discovering a vast, blood-red plain imbued with a powerful aura amidst the spatial turbulence at the edge of the plain. From afar, a refreshing scent, not of hell, wafted. Ha ha ha! Souls are mine! Immediately, they rallied all the lava fire demons to march across the blood-red plain. After countless years, the war between the living and hell ignited once more. More and more diviners in the living realm discovered that in the northern part of the northern continent, an evil cloud hung irresistibly over destiny, signifying that the living realm was gradually losing control of the north. When destiny was no longer passively observed, the future would be lost. Only by reclaiming it could a new future be born for the living realm. In later generations, this year was known as the first year of the Dark Ages, symbolizing the end of the new era and the arrival of the Dark Ages. Thus began the war between the 100 races of the living world and hell. The relative peace maintained for nearly 30,000 years under the control of the 6 great halls was shattered, and its intensity would far surpass the war of 30,000 years ago. Meanwhile, a certain white-haired little girl, unaware of the unfolding events, awaited outside the War God Temple's ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Today should be the day reinforcements arrive from all sides. With a large influx of reinforcements, the north should be secure. Chapter 1042. With the War God Temple's long-distance teleportation array, dormant for 30,000 years, finally restored, armies from various forces crossed oceans and traversed tens of millions of miles to arrive in the northern part of the northern continent. What a magnificent sight! Miss Luo, that's the Panchaea Empire's Legion of the Gods, isn't it? Dorzel exclaimed carelessly. Enki, standing beside him, also showed a flash of amazement. Everyone said the Panchaea Empire was a hodgepodge of divine beliefs, but seeing this massive army composed of many seasoned believers, he clearly realized its sheer number. Why does he always have to bring up Miss Luo when he's amazed? He never learns his lesson. Enki subtly twisted his finger around Dorzel's arm, ignoring the grimacing boy, and nonchalantly watched the next wave of ships teleport through the long-distance teleportation array. Luo, holding Anna Bauer's little hand, stared intently at the teleportation array, completely oblivious to Dorzel's words. She was curious. If the Karlov Empire and the Mage's Temple were sending people, who would it be? The girl didn't have to wait long. Once the teleportation array cooled down, a heavily armored cavalry unit with black swords descended with a flash of silver light. The 3 leaders each rode a golden Pegasus clad in full armor, their imposing presence and powerful aura reaching the 9th rank. Luo's eyes lit up. The man on the left leading the black cavalry was her grandfather, the Karlov royal general. Favors Conrad. Perhaps the girl's eyes were too bright, for Conrad turned his head and said something to the other 2 generals before disappearing from his golden Pegasus, reappearing before Luo and her group in the blink of an eye. Isn't this my lovely genius granddaughter and my niece Luna? What brings you to the Temple of War? Luo hadn't expected her grandfather to come directly, and quickly bowed in greeting. It's been a long time. How have you been, grandfather? Excellent, excellent, ha ha. Would you like to meet grandfather's old friends? They're all here today. Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly. Mainly, those 3 golden Pegasus horses were too cool. How come she never heard of them before? Luna, however, showed disdain. Just 3 old men, what's so interesting about them? Last time, I needed a few drops of Pegasus blood. They treasured it like the plague. Little Luo, let me tell you, they're all stingy. Don't be fooled by their sweet talk. Luo was taken aback, but then shook her head. It's all right. I don't value material things anyway. She rarely asked for anything from others, relying more on magic. Grandfather and teacher certainly didn't lack good things. They would definitely give her what she asked for. It's just that she wasn't used to it. Luna ruffled the girl's soft, silver hair, her mind racing. She was about to reach a high level. Perhaps she could pack up her unwanted items and give them to her junior disciple. Conrad, however, was a bit troubled. "Little Luna, did you want blood that time?" "That was clearly Heart's blood. My precious Pegasus isn't just for you to squander." Of course, the main reason was that Luna had only wanted to research golden lollipops when she was young. It was such a waste. How could he bear to part with such a precious thing? Clearing his throat, Conrad turned his gaze to the curious Dorzel and the slightly nervous Enkidu beside him. Lo also introduced them to his grandfather. "These two are friends I made while I was away. They are descendants of a famous family in the Agnesa Empire." Conrad stroked his chin, giving them a serious once-over, finally shaking his head regretfully. "No, no. Grandfather, what's wrong?" "It's all right. Since she's Lua's friend, let's go together." Without waiting for Lua's reply, Conrad waved his hand, gently enveloping everyone with magic, instantly bringing them to the front of the Black Knight Legion that had left the teleportation array. As soon as he returned, the golden Pegasus affectionately nuzzled Conrad with its nose, then its large, bright eyes curiously gazed at the peculiar silver-haired girl. In its eyes, this little human-like figure exuded a sweet fragrance, like a branch of the tree of life it had once tasted, sweet and delicious. If there weren't other humans present, it would have certainly taken a bite. "Luo, this is my partner of 450 years, a member of the Holy Pegasus clan, named Celeste Pegasus." "Hee, so enthusiastic, it seems it likes you quite a bit." "Hiss. Human, nice to meet you. May you live 10,000 years in peace." Pegasus spoke in human language, its beautiful golden wings fluttering slightly, instantly shattering the bubble-like illusions and attracting the attention of the other Pegasus and the general. Golden rays shimmered on Luo, causing a slight warmth to the mark on his forehead, but nothing seemed to happen. One of the older generals, however, exclaimed in surprise, "Conrad, this girl is the granddaughter you mentioned. To receive the highest level blessing from the sacred Pegasus on our first meeting. Truly extraordinary." "Ha ha, Leopold, you underestimate her. This child, like her little Luna, is a peerless genius who won the Imperial League Championship." "What? Heavens! What did I miss? His Majesty Kanik is too good at ordering people around." Luo looked at the overly flamboyant old man and the gentle, handsome young man on the sacred Pegasus, somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Conrad's introduction came to his ears. "That old rascal is Box Leopold, whose ancestor was the founder of Box Academy. He was dispatched to the chaotic seas to suppress the Sea Tribe's rebellion during the last league, so he missed it. The other one, Soren Shatter, comes from Paladin City. His strength is unfathomable, no less than his grandfather's." "Conrad, you just envy my magnanimity, little girl. Don't you dare imitate your grandfather, always talking about nobility. If you ask me, happiness is the most important thing. If a person's heart isn't happy, then status and power are utterly useless." Leopold spoke with great conviction, and Luo found it hard to disagree. "The general is right, I know. She still had her little vixen to raise. It wouldn't be fun if she fell into negative emotions. Ha ha, polite and knowledgeable, this girl is my protection. Leopold, this general is still here." Conrad and Leopold's eyes met, and an instant spark flew between them. General Chartres, watching from the side, chuckled and reassured the crowd who dared not breathe too loudly. "It's all right, just two old fogies with families. They always bicker when they meet, you get used to it after a while." A thought flashed through everyone's minds. Can you really get used to it? "So, little Luo, your teacher already knows their personalities." Luo nodded seriously. Indeed, his teacher's words were true. The two grandfatherly old men glared at each other, then snorted in unison before continuing to introduce their respective Pegasus companions to Luo. Leopold's companion was named Lucifero Equidwin, while Chartres' companion called himself Seraphian Hippos. Both came from the same race. Luo didn't know much about the sacred Pegasus, only that Pegasus were special magical beasts somewhere between intelligent races and magical beasts. The sacred Pegasus seemed to lean more towards intelligent races, judging from its magical radiance, which appeared to be of the light attribute. He wondered if it was related to angels. Equidwin and Hibbs also bestowed their highest blessings upon Luo, each time causing a slight warmth to the mark on his forehead. Luo felt as if something was nearby, but he couldn't sense anything. Conrad smiled. The sacred Pegasus only favor those whom nature loves. Their blessings can, to some extent, avert calamities. Perhaps one day in the future, when you are imprisoned, their blessing today will lend you a helping hand. Luo looked down at his small hands. A blessing bestowed upon fate. He looked up and stroked the smooth mane of the three sacred Pegasus, which nuzzled him affectionately. It tickled, making Dorzel incredibly envious. He desperately wanted to touch them too. Of course, Dorzel's wish was destined to remain unfulfilled, the Pegasus clearly disliked men. At this moment, the teleportation array flashed again, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, and a massive legion descended with a clang. Manita's father, Vyman Kaladin, sat high on the back of a burly four-legged, two-winged dragon, his expressionless face revealing nothing. Behind him stood 2,000 dragon knights, and a total of 20,000 assault knights and guardian knights. Before him stood Kaisef Fitch, the current dean of the Imperial Academy, dressed in a striking white robe, looking rather out of place. However, there was no way around it. The powerful knights of 30,000 years ago were mostly dead, and the knightly profession had essentially redeveloped within the last 30,000 years. The number of top-tier experts was limited, and even to support the North, it was impossible to mobilize the entire nation. Conrad mounted his horse, bid farewell to Luo and the others, and they were heading to the far north. After the Black Knight Legion and the Knight Legion departed, Dorazel rushed up to Lothar with an expression of adoration. "Miss Lothar, I never heard of your family being so powerful." He was then quickly dragged away by Enkidu, who apologetically told Lothar, "I teach him a lesson." The little incident quickly passed. After the knights of the Karlov Empire left, representatives from the Dwarf Empire, the Azure Wolf Empire, the Loki Empire, the Garen Empire, the Savage Werewolf Territory, and the Lion Bear Alliance, Lion King's Territory and Bear King's Territory, also arrived. However, most of the Western continent's forces only made token gestures, as they themselves needed to suppress the underworld and had limited spare resources. After the envoys from the local elite underground kingdom brought a large amount of supplies, a powerful and solid aura erupted with a flash of silver light. Green robes represented the pursuit of knowledge, red robes symbolized power, yellow robes signified glory, and black robes implied mystery. But surpassing even the black robes was the gray robe, representing truth itself. The Mage Hall has arrived. Golden warriors stepped forward to greet and guide them, their attitude extremely respectful. This was a gray robe powerhouse, an existence on par with the 10 holy warriors of the War God Temple. They dared not be negligent. No need for formalities, step back. And you, do what you need to do. A soft, delicate female voice came from beneath a wide mage's hat, seemingly belonging to a very gentle woman. Luo's gaze quickly swept over her. He didn't recognize any powerful figures. He better see who had arrived. The Mage Hall had brought approximately 30,000 people, not many, about 1,000 green-robed mages, 5,000 red-robed mages, 24,000 yellow-robed mages, and nearly 1,000 black-robed mages. Their strength already surpassed that of the Karlov Empire. As soon as the gray-robed mage finished speaking, the green-robed and red-robed mages immediately began to check the ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Only the yellow-robed and black-robed mages quickly left the War God Temple. It seems that those low-level mages were only there for maintenance, and the real combat power was still the mid to high-level mages. Chapter 1043. Unfortunately, the mages left too quickly. Luo didn't even see if any familiar faces were among them. Scratching his head, Luo said to Luna, "Teacher, let's go back north too. With so many people around, it should be much safer." "No problem." If given the chance, Luna naturally wanted to personally kill the murderers who wiped out her race. Luo squeezed Anna Bauer's small hand, a look of worry on her face. For some reason, a few days ago, Anna Bauer seemed to have become listless, silent, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had disconnected. Luna and Cray didn't know either, perhaps only Halida, who had cared for her alone for a while, knew. She really should show Bella a look. Perfect timing. After picking up Moriarty and Senior Wingna, she planned to return to the Mage's Hall first. Don't forget she was still on vacation. Staying outside for too long would be considered inactive. The instant Luo turned and flew towards Dorzel and Enkidu, the silent gray-robed woman above the teleportation array glanced at her slightly, her smooth chin twitching as if she were talking to herself. The chosen one of the Saints of Destiny, quite cute. Whoosh! Pinus appeared, gesturing to the gray-robed woman. "Thunder Witch, please." "Thank you." A slight ripple spread through the space, and the two saint-level beings vanished instantly. No one knew what they had discussed. 2 days later. With the intervention of the Battle Mage Corps of the Mage Hall, the legions of various forces arrived in the north in just 2 days. Other forces that had set off earlier also arrived one after another. When the 5 major human empires, the 9 orc territories, the 4 temples, the Dwarven Empire, and the Church of Light gathered in the small Duchy of Ethel, a massive alliance approaching half of the world's top combat power was born. According to surviving residents of the Duchy of Ethel, the sky was filled with spatial tunnels opened up by saint-level powerhouses, where millions of mid to high-level transcendents converged. Their very presence creating an oppressive atmosphere. Under such immense power, the remaining ice giants offered little resistance and were quickly wiped out within hours. The allied forces then launched a massive attack on the ravaged Agnesir Empire. Luo and his companions mingled behind Pinus. Having no acquaintances within the Battle Mage Corps, Luo was reluctant to get too close. As for Anna Bauer, she was left in the Temple of War under the care of Cray and the others. Returning to the north, the empire had undergone many changes. The once desolate land now possessed a vibrant life, yet also a sense of desolation. Large numbers of native inhabitants, with their families, were leaving for the border. Dalazil inquired and, learning it was an order from the Temple of War, went to question Pinus. However, Pinus stated that he did not interfere in the Legion's operations, and that the order must have been issued because the Holy Warrior of Benevolence believed it to be correct. 9 Heaven Starfall Technique, 9th Form. Sword slashes the stars. The sky suddenly darkened, shimmering with countless stars. A roar erupted, as if a dazzling sword light had cleaved through the stars, blinding everyone. Following this stunning display, a young man clad in light armor, carrying a sword, emerged from the spatial rift, giving Pinus a subtle nod before transforming into a streak of light and flying towards the far north. So cool! Who is he? Dorzal's mouth gaped open, his eyes practically sparkling. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand the impressive phrase. Was it a magic spell? But his attire clearly resembled that of a swordsman. Pinus smiled, unperturbed by Dorzal's excitement. The Holy Warrior of the Morning Star. I don't know much about him, only that he came from beyond this world and later, for some reason, stayed in the living realm. Beyond the world? This time, not only was Dorzal shocked, but everyone else was also taken aback, including Luo. She knew there were other worlds beyond the Great World, but this was the first time she had ever heard of a true existence beyond the world, and Luo felt that the shout was familiar, as if it were some language not found in the living world. However, she had too many memories. Over 40 years of life experience combined with complex magical knowledge made it impossible for her to recall it immediately. It seemed to lie in a darker, more profound area than the depths of her memory. Just as she was racking her brains, the red mist approaching from afar quickly caught her attention. Isn't that the evil aura of Crystal City? Luo was startled again. Weren't 2 saint-level leaders leading legions to provide support? Why hadn't this evil aura been dealt with yet? Countless monsters surged out of the red mist, dressed in human clothes and wielding human weapons, but completely devoid of intelligence. However, it was merely eerie. The Black Knight Legion struck first, and in a single charge, all the monsters were torn to shreds. The vast expanse of red mist vanished without a trace under the Legion's unified roar, an indestructible force born of unwavering resolve. The Black Knight Legion pursued the red mist all the way to Crystal City, with Luo and his group following behind. However, the barrier was exceptionally sturdy. Even with the combined power of Conrad's 3 generals, it only trembled and proved difficult to break through. Just as Pinus was about to intervene, the barrier opened on its own. Although somewhat strange, 9-tier experts were no pushovers, especially with Pinus as the final force. The Black Knight Legion swiftly entered the city, clearing out the monsters. At each lower-level entrance, the seal would be broken, allowing the Legion to enter. It's alright, let's go to Ice Rock Harbor first. Luo suddenly spoke. She had played a part in what had just happened. She had communicated with the barrier's core, sending out the message to open the barrier. To her surprise, the core responded quickly, indicating that there were still living people in the lower levels of Crystal City. Once the Black Knight Legion cleared away the evil energy and monsters, Crystal City could be liberated. This would take about 10 days to half a month, and Luo didn't intend to wait idly, hence her suggestion to return to Ice Rock Harbor. The others were reassured that the Black Knight Legion could handle the situation. With Pinus's power, the group quickly arrived outside Ice Rock Harbor. A large number of residents were being relocated, but the previously malevolent shadows and darkness had vanished. Enkidu excused himself and quickly descended with Dorzal, presumably to find his father. Luna took Luo to the Aleph Church, where they met the old priest they had assisted. Knowing he was handling the relocation, they didn't disturb him further, only leaving a ring containing enough magic crystals to rebuild the small church. She then went to the Church of the Sea to find Daxkin, but was told that he had left several days ago. Luna guessed he had probably returned to the small town. However, before leaving, a girl dressed in the robes of an ice goddess priestess flew up to Luo and asked, "Hello, I saw you with Senior Helida. Can you tell me where Senior Helida is now? I've been waiting for her for so long, but she hasn't returned." Luo recognized her. He had met her once before, and her name was probably Kassuri. Looking at the anxious girl, Luo was unsure how to answer. Should he tell her directly that her beloved priestess Helida had ascended to the divine realm, and was most likely never to return? After a moment of silence, Lo, seeing Kasuri's tense expression, slowly spoke, "Priestess Helida, she is enjoying the blessing she deserves. She is content, you can rest assured." Kasuri's expression froze, then she seemed to realize something, smiled with relief, and bowed deeply to Lo. "Thank you for informing me. May the eternal ice god forever protect you." The girl left. Lo didn't know what her future decisions would be, but she would probably live on resolutely. Perhaps in the distant future, she would become a high priestess, and after death, she would ascend to the divine realm. "I heard that only the most devout saints can enter the divine realm." "Little Lo, when did you become interested in faith?" "Just some reflections, master. Let's go." Moriarty was nowhere to be found, but Lo had detected unusual spatial fluctuations high above the Empire when he left, and decisively requested Elder Pinus's intervention. Sharp senses watched this old man's. Pinus, who had also intended to investigate the anomaly in the sky, immediately released his holy power. His right arm transformed into countless thick vines, firmly binding the space. With a sudden burst of force, the space shattered instantly, revealing a silver-white sphere, within which light and shadows seemed to flicker. "It's an entrance to another dimension," Luo blurted out. She had seen similar existences before, and if she wasn't mistaken, Moriarty was inside. Worried that Pinus might attack Moriarty, Luo begged him to take her inside. "All right, but it might be very dangerous inside. You must be extremely careful." "Grandpa Pinus, I will." "Don't worry, Elder Pinus, neither Luo nor I are impulsive." Luna's blatant lie amused Pinus, who said nothing more, and led the two women into the alternate dimension. Upon entering, a sharp spatial blade struck fiercely. Pinus's expression quickly turned serious. He tossed the two women away, used his power to shatter the attack, and also saw the strange, dark brain continuously constructing a powerful array. "Greedy demon? Humph. I deal with you." The alternate dimension was instantly filled with towering trees and endless ruins, and terrifying spatial fluctuations raged, making even contact difficult for those below the saint rank. "Danger!" Luna unleashed the light and darkness spell from her back, raising it in front of her. Instantly, it shone brightly, forming a barrier to block the aftershocks of the battle. "What an annoying aura." "Sister Luo, don't look. Run." A pale hand suddenly reached out from the void, grabbing the barrier and the two women, and quickly slipped out of the alternate dimension. "Teacher, that's enough." As soon as Luna closed the barrier, a petite figure expertly pounced on Luo's chest, rubbing against her happily. But quickly, she frowned, sniffed with her small nose, and then complained with disgust and dissatisfaction, "Sister Luo, how could you have been with those bird-winged beasts? They smell awful. Quickly wash little Audie clean." "What the hell?" Luo gave the restless little one a sharp rap on the head without any hesitation. "What nonsense are you spouting? All right, Grandpa Pinus is still inside, I need to find some help." Ignoring the little one's tantrum, Luo tossed her into the ruined space and hurriedly returned to Ice Rock Harbor. If she remembered correctly, the Mage Hall's Battle Mage Regiment was stationed there. Perhaps she could get that unfamiliar gray-robed mage to help. Chapter 1044. The gray-robed mage Luo was looking for was in the City Lord's mansion in Ice Rock Harbor. When Luo arrived, he was told that the Lord forbade anyone to disturb him, and even the City Lord himself had been expelled from the mansion. "But we really have urgent business." "Sorry, we are just following orders." The guards outside the gate solemnly refused the master and apprentice's visit, infuriating Luna so much that she wanted to show them what the most explosive flames were like. But luckily Luo stopped her in time. "Teacher, why don't we go find Uncle Daxkin first?" "Humph. For Luo's sake, I let it go this time, but you better not be alone in ICU." The fierce threat made the guards break out in a cold sweat. Should they have pretended not to see the two of them? Luna didn't really make things difficult for the guards. She turned around to find Daxkin, but suddenly her hand was empty. She hurriedly looked to the side, but only saw empty air. "Little Luo? Where's her adorable disciple? Calm down, let's borrow her for a bit." A soft female voice came from beside her, then silence. Luna was furious, her teeth itching. How could she not guess that the one inside must have stolen her disciple? So what if she's a saint rank? What's so great about that? In 200 years, who won't be a saint rank? Luo couldn't hear her teachers grumbling. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and found herself in a rather serious office, where the gray-robed mage she was looking for was standing in front of the map of the Agneser Empire hanging on the wall. Luo only paused for a moment before recovering and quickly performed a mage's salute. Respected grey-robed mage, spokesperson of truth, assistant to the Grand Library, La Grandelle Luo, greets you. No need for formalities, what is it? The grey-robed mage was surprisingly easy to talk to. Luo quickly told her what had just happened, emphasizing that Elder Pinus might not be able to defeat the enemy. I understand. The reply was still soft and short. Luo lowered her head slightly, a little curious about what the mage's face looked like under the mage's hat. Was it as ugly as an old witch, or as beautiful as her voice? Suddenly, she saw a shadow appear before her. A small, smooth, jade-like toe was vaguely visible under the wide gray robe. It seemed to be wearing open-toed sandals. Raise your head. Luo didn't know what she meant, but she did as she was told. Meeting her gaze, she saw a thumb-sized iron double-staff badge hanging on the gray robe's chest. Raising her gaze, she saw a perfect chin under the mage's hat, but the face was completely hidden in the shadow, without a trace. What brings you here, esteemed gray-robed mage? She remained silent, merely pointing a finger at the hair tie on Luo's forehead. A faint crackle of lightning emanated from her fingertip, seeping through the hair tie before she withdrew her finger, as if nothing had happened. Don't bother me unless it's important. A spatial ripple appeared, and Luo instantly returned to Luna's side, only to see his teacher sitting on the steps, drinking something. Upon seeing Luo, she immediately put away her cup and approached, looking him over from all angles. Little Luo, she didn't do anything to you, did she? Well, perhaps she did? Luo wanted to untie the hair tie to check, but didn't want his teacher to see the comical mark on his forehead. He decided to check later. No, she's very kind. She must be a great beauty. Teacher, let's go find Uncle Daxkin. Just then, the gray-robed mage's figure flashed across the sky above Ice Rock Harbor, then vanished in a flash of purple light. It seemed the situation with Elder Pinus wasn't too bad. Seeing that even her disciple said so, Luna didn't ask any more questions. She tightened her grip on Luo's hand and hurried towards Lingmu Town, Daxkin's original home. Under the protection of various forces, ordinary villages and towns remained undamaged, but the relocation had made these small places quiet, with only the rustling of the wind through the grass as a constant companion. In that courtyard, Luo and Luna immediately spotted Daxkin sitting on a stone chair, drinking alone. Compared to before their departure, this usually frivolous man was much more subdued. His breathing fluctuated slightly from time to time, as if he were out of control. Golden cracks could be seen spreading from his heart on his bare upper arm. Hey, isn't this the little girl and her adorable little apprentice? Want a drink? Go away, don't lead the kids astray. Why did you leave without a word? If I didn't have some brains, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Ha ha ha. If you could freeze your brain, you would have found Uncle a long time ago. Daxkin laughed heartily, his greasy hand reaching out to touch Luna's head, but she nimbly dodged it. I really get angry. Stingy. Daxkin clicked his tongue, then tossed out a square stone box. I don't need this thing right now, you can have it. Luna looked disdainful, and pushed it back without hesitation. I'm a practical person, do you think I'd take it back to smash someone's head? Hearing this, Daxkin seriously considered it, then nodded firmly. It's not impossible. Seeing the powder keg about to explode, Daxkin quickly chuckled and tossed the stone box to Luo. Uncle, give it to your little disciple, she's very quiet, and seems perfect for research. That's more like it. So you did it on purpose. Your imagination. Watching the teacher and the uncle bicker, Luo couldn't help but smile. This was normal life. What was all that stuff before? He looked down at the stone box in his hand. It was quite heavy, at least 5 tons. He probed it with his senses, and instantly found himself in a spacious area filled with books. Some kind of power conjured bookshelves within the space, protecting the ancient books from damage. This was an artifact from another dimension. While its specifications couldn't compare to Luo's relic space, it was still extremely valuable. Normally, even a 7th-tier expert might not be able to acquire it even if they exhausted their entire fortune. And now, this artifact from another dimension was casually tossed to Luo by Daxkin, who even had the leisure to bicker with Luna. It was unclear whether his mind hadn't matured, or if he had seen too much of the world and his heart had returned to that of a child. After arguing for a while, Luna crossed her arms and asked him, since you're not dead, and this place is going to be relocated anyway, shouldn't you go back to the Karlov Empire? His. What would Uncle go back for? To receive His Majesty Kanika's warm greeting? Daxkin hugged himself tightly, looking scared. In reality, he was indeed afraid of Kanik. After all, in a sense, He was a fallen knight back then, and no one could guarantee when he would completely fall from grace, certainly not tolerated by proper knights. Alright, so what are your plans next? Of course, I'm going to find a lady. Longmu town is gone now, so uncle can finally find a real lady. I heard the White Cat territory has taken in quite a few beast-eared people, rabbit-eared and fox-eared people. Luna wasn't surprised at all, and without a second thought, she led Lu away from the courtyard. Whatever, just don't die because of a woman. This wine is yours. A beautiful bottle of rose wine landed in Daxkin's hands. He smiled, and the pain in his body seemed to lessen somewhat. What a wicked little girl, just like her teacher. Perhaps I should pay her a visit. It's good that Uncle Daxkin is alright. There was no self-sacrificing act as Luo had imagined. Luo couldn't fathom that the greasy old man would do such a thing. Now, as long as they find Senior Wingna, this trip to the north should be over. 5 hours later, Pinus found Luo and Luna alone and revealed some bad news. The demons he had fought had retreated north. This meant that the demons intended to abandon the Agnisa Empire's arrangements and instead garrison the far north, which also meant that a large demon army was likely hiding there. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you personally anymore. Leave the north as soon as possible. Pinus left his white deer clone and flew to the far north. Moreover, various forces legions had also begun heading north, presumably having received intelligence. With the white deer's protection, things weren't too bad. Luo and Luna headed towards Ice God Castle, but unexpectedly encountered a large group of evacuating residents en route. Most hoped to cross the sea to the western continent via Ice Rock Port. However, Luo estimated their plans were doomed. At Ice Rock Port, he clearly saw that most of the giant ships had been destroyed, making it unlikely they could reach the western continent by ship, unless they boarded in another coastal country. Luo also learned that most of the residents were evacuating through the old capital of Hibia, and following their route, they would likely miss Wingina. After flying for about 2 days, with a modified route, Luo witnessed a confrontation between the nobles of the old capital of Hibia and a large number of orcs. Further north, large swathes of eerie land glowing red were neatly separated from the normal land. Many warriors were trying to analyze the situation, but it didn't look promising. Wingina didn't hide her whereabouts, rather, she deliberately revealed her information. After 2 days of inquiries, Luo found Wingina, who was temporarily staying at a tavern in a small star city, along with 2 unexpected acquaintances. Silver Moon Saintess? Nathaniel? What are you doing here? It's heartbreaking. We've grown distant. The champion doesn't welcome us. Nathaniel lay on the bed, his face seemingly forever bearing the naivety of a youth. His aura was somewhat unstable, but his tone was quite relaxed. Luo said irritably, speaking like that, your god won't be happy. I'm just a little surprised. Are you badly injured? Wingina sat beside him, holding us, who had shrunk to the size of a puppy. After months apart, she seemed quite happy. When I found them, they were on the verge of death. Now they're about 40% better. On another bed, the Silver Moon Saintess, with her eyes closed, seemed to be in better condition. The crescent moon pendant on her forehead was broken, losing its original divine aura, and her pale pink lips showed her poor health. She smiled slightly at Luo, then said self-deprecatingly, thanks to the great figures of the War God Temple for stabilizing our injuries, otherwise we wouldn't be speaking today. Silver Moon Saintess is too kind. I heal you right away. Luo conjured a magic circle in her hand, and a shimmering green light transformed into vibrant life force, flowing into their bodies. Her eyes brightened slightly, and her soul power showered down as invisible rain nourished their cracked souls. Under the powerful and targeted healing skill, their complexions quickly improved. Nathaniel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Honorable God of Magic, what am I seeing? It's actually noble high-level life magic. Miss Witch, I bet you definitely have elven blood. Luo immediately glared at her, I'm not happy. No, no, no. I must have lost the bet. Miss Witch's magical talent is so powerful, I think she could be a prospective bishop of the Church of the God of Magic, with 10 free accesses to the Great Library every month. Nathaniel wanted to see interest on Luo's face, but only saw calm, even a hint of disdain. Luo didn't explain. Seeing that both of their injuries had healed by about 80%, he asked Wingina what had happened during this time. Wingina didn't hide anything and told him everything. Chapter 1045. From the moment Nathaniel and the Silver Moon Saintess approached the Ice God Castle under the guise of exchange students to investigate anomalies, until Wingina rescued them and reported the intelligence, Luo finally understood why the Agnisa royal family hadn't appeared at all. It all stemmed from a careless royal member opening Pandora's box, allowing a demon called Substitute to take their place, thus plunging the entire royal family into a dark end. Through years of the demon's manipulation, the Agnesa Empire's billion citizens became potential sacrificial offerings, while the Kiro people, bound by a pact with the Ice Crystal Giants, were devoured and eliminated by the demon, making the Ice Crystal Giants themselves weapons of evil. According to the information Nathaniel and the Silver Moon Saintess gathered, the Agnesa Empire was at most an energy reserve. Their true destination was near the northern polar regions. This was why the War God Temple Legion abandoned the purge of enemies within its borders and hastily rushed to the far north. As for why the sacrifice hadn't been initiated, Wingina and the others weren't sure. However, Luo had a guess. Perhaps the sacrifice had been ongoing all along, including the drained magic power, the vanished life force, and the acts of extermination beyond the borders. All the destruction was for the sake of the sacrifice. It was just that this process wasn't instantaneous, giving everyone the illusion that the sacrifice hadn't started. However, Luo was certain that Ice Rock Harbor hadn't fallen because the other side didn't have the spare energy or time. According to the information they had gathered, if the demon's plan had been successfully implemented, the entire Agnesa Empire should have become hell, making it easier for the demons of the far north to use it as a base to gradually devour the living world. It seems what we did wasn't entirely in vain. Although it's unclear how much of an impact it had, trying is already commendable, and any effect would be even better. Hearing Luo's sigh, Nathaniel immediately became interested and pressed, "Miss Witch, for the sake of our shared reverence for the god of magic, tell me what you did." "Want to know?" Nathaniel nodded quickly, of course. Isn't a magician's life all about exploring the unknown? Luo rolled her eyes and waved her hand at him, then keep thinking. "Hey! Tell me! Since everyone's alright, let's leave as soon as possible. I don't think the situation has stabilized at all. It'd be too late if it worsens. Don't change the subject. Tell me quickly. Hurry, hurry." "No, don't." Wingina and the Silver Moon Saintess exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Seeing their acquaintances so lively brought them a sense of peace. The era of the younger generation has just begun. In the centuries to come, they will inherit the mission of their elders and write their own legends in the world of living beings. High in the sky, 7,000 miles north of the Agnesa Empire's border, a large purple eye watches the great battle unfolding near the border. Crimson thorns, like thousands of venomous snakes, could tear a chunk of flesh from the 3 legions that had transformed into lions. The mighty lions, however, were not to be outdone. Their claws easily ripped through the snake's scales, and their mouths spewed lightning, charring the snakes to a crisp. The lions were fierce, the snakes sinister. The two sides fought for days without a clear victor. However, with the appearance of a powerful group of mages, the tide of battle turned instantly. With warriors holding the line, the mages didn't need to be distracted. They focused their strongest spells, quickly disrupting the snake's attacks. The lion seized the opportunity to smash many snake heads, instantly gaining the upper hand. As more and more powerful legions appeared, the Viper's situation rapidly deteriorated. Even among saint-level experts and demons belonging to higher races, the lowest-ranking legion commander still had several 9th-level experts. Under the relentless attacks of so many powerful forces, the Viper, after struggling for 3 hours, finally succumbed and transformed into a shower of thorns, fleeing in all directions, pursued by numerous powerful figures. The large eyes closed and disappeared. The black-haired girl, who had been observing from midair in the alternate dimension, also severed her connection with the Imperial Grand Array. Firstly, the most important part was already completed. Abandoning the Imperial part was acceptable, though it was somewhat painful. Secondly, there were quite a few Array Masters in the living world. Although she had sufficient reason to doubt whether those so-called Array-mastered lower-race superhumans were truly capable of discovering the secret, meticulousness had always been her style. Except in certain matters. "I never imagined even your scheming could fail you." How ironic. A gloomy young man suddenly appeared behind her. Ankanas wasn't angered by his words. Her perfect face remained calmly confident. "I discovered that knowledge can grant me the power to defy fate, but that's not enough. I need knowledge that transcends fate." She turned and calmly looked at the young man whose expression was gradually turning cold. "And you, besides being criticized for incompetence, what have you gained?" "Shadows, a dark heart, you are powerless to control them." Ignoring the young man's murderous intent, Ankanas gently beckoned, and a figure in black robes appeared instantly. "Wise High Priest, representative of the gods, please give your instructions. The dimensional tunnel has opened. By the command of the demon child, obey the will of the great ones. A new era begins." May wisdom descend upon humanity. May wisdom descend upon humanity. With the black-robed man shout, the command was swiftly transmitted, and the alternate dimension vanished, rapidly heading towards the northern polar regions. Cultists are always expendable. Only true demons are worthy of being called soldiers. This is the source of the demon children's confidence to defy the temple. Luo and her group returned to Ice Rock Harbor to bid farewell to Dorzel and the others. Judging from Enki's words, he planned to relocate his family to the vicinity of the Temple of War as the young patriarch. From his tone, it seemed he had some connection with the Temple of War, at least ensuring their future was secure. Dorzel was somewhat worried because he couldn't contact his sister. However, Luo couldn't help, only saying she would inquire about it upon returning to the Karlov Empire. Leaving Ice Rock Harbor, Luo gazed at the majestic Ice God Mountain. In her plan, one step was to contact the royal family and return the ring engraved with "Forever Yours, Babajit Russell." It's a pity the royal family is gone. The ring can remain as a memento. Looking into the distance, towards the far north, that place should have been suitable for the hatching of the divine serpent's egg. It's surely now a forbidden zone for the living. We can only hope the allied forces can reclaim it. Grandpa Pinus, please. A small matter. The white deer leaped through the air, carrying the 5 people onto its back, instantly traversing space back to the Temple of War. Next, Luo and Luna could return to the Karlov Empire via the ultra-long-distance teleportation array. After leaving the Sky City's teleportation array, Luna didn't immediately take Luo back to the Imperial Academy to rest. Instead, she went to the palace first. She needed to report some matters to the Emperor. This was irrelevant to Luo and a tedious reporting task, so she didn't go with him, instead strolling around with Anna Bauer by the hand. The 3 Cray brothers took their leave first, intending to meet up with Luffy. The experiences of the past few years had left them somewhat weary, and they needed a good rest. One needed to return to the military camp to report, as did Nathaniel and the Silver Moon Saintess. They agreed to meet at the Imperial Academy a month later. Look, this is the country where my sister was born. It's much warmer than the north, right? Oh, I forgot you're from the Loki Empire. The temperature there must be quite warm too, right? Anna Bauer responded blankly, as if it were just a pre-programmed reaction. Lo couldn't help but squat down and pinch her soft cheeks, frowning as he said, I wonder if Bella can fix you. Let me tell you, she can create a kind of magical puppet called a machine puppet. They possess intelligence, personality, and most importantly, cultivation abilities comparable to humans, and their physique is naturally stronger than humans. They're quite like you, aren't they? Anna Bauer's eyes remained blank. Ruffling her little head, Lo took her hand and continued strolling. There were many soldiers stationed here, but those who could enter were not ordinary people. As long as Lo didn't enter certain restricted areas, the soldiers wouldn't check their identities. Just as they were chatting idly with Anna Bauer, suddenly, 2 figures fell from midair. Clatter, clatter. Not only was Luo bewildered, but the nearby soldiers also immediately went on alert, drawing their swords and surrounding the area to observe. Then, they saw a large, fiery red ball suddenly stand up. The petite figure, less than 1.4 meters tall, unleashed a terrifying pressure, instantly blasting everyone away. Kanochi! As the childish, shrill cry echoed throughout Sky City, to Luo's astonishment, a majestic figure stepped out of the void, though his resolute face showed some unease and surprise. Lord Darius? When did you return without telling me? The red-haired ball of fur, like an exploding flame, barked rudely at Emperor Karlov. What do you care where I came from? Demons have appeared in the north. Inform the 6 great halls immediately. Seeing Kanek just standing there with a wry smile, the red-haired ball of fur seemed to understand something. You already know the news? Not exactly, but that's certainly a consideration. Currently, apart from the Beast Emperor's Holy Land, the Divine Creation Hall, and the Eastern Continent, almost all Imperial level and higher powers have sent troops there. However, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Lord Darius's news is the only confirmed information. Alright then, I go over the recent years. Give me the intelligence, you can get back to work now. Luo could clearly see that the seemingly imposing emperor had suddenly become somewhat haggard, his lips moving slightly, as if he were muttering to himself, who wants to be emperor? The soldiers who had been thrown back had already scrambled to their feet and rolled away. They had recognized this as the terrifying being known as the 1,000-Star Witch. A single glance from her was enough to reduce them to ashes. Of course, more importantly, she had a terrible temper, even worse when she was in a bad mood, and right now, she was clearly in a bad mood. They would be courting death to provoke her. Only Luo remained standing there, curiously watching the red-haired girl tidying herself up. She hadn't expected to encounter her now. Actually, this was only the second time Luo had met her. The first time was when Albert took her to the mage's hall using the long-distance teleportation array, but Luo hadn't recognized her then. Her small hands combed through her messy hair, pressing down the high-flying tufts of hair on her head. Finding that they would always stick up, she simply ignored them. Her bright red pupils, brighter than flames, shone down on her, and Luo saw an extremely pure flame. Just looking into her eyes felt like being engulfed in flames, a burning, piercing pain coursing through her soul and body. Even if it lasted only a moment, Luo was shocked to discover that her soul had been scorched. She possessed the elemental divine authority of fire. The red-haired little girl, known as the Thousand-Star Witch, fell eerily silent, staring at Luo without uttering a word, her heart churning like a storm. Oh no! Her grand disciple had actually seen her in such a disheveled state. What to do? What to do? Should she erase her memories and pretend nothing happened? Wait, with her grand disciple here, wouldn't little Luna be nearby too? Image! Image! Someone, please fix this. Luo felt immense pressure under her gaze, her palm sweating uncontrollably. Was this a senior scrutiny? Should she be more confident? To be honest, no one among the younger generation could compare to her. Excluding other races, she didn't know much about them. Yes, I should calm down. This is normal. After all, the ancestor can even produce a recommendation letter from the Great Library, so her standards must be very high. If I don't meet her expectations, I definitely disappoint her. Swallowing hard, Luo was about to speak but a tall figure rose from the ground behind Dahlia's, clutching his head in pain, and said, "Where is this? I seem to remember seeing some kind of evil being before I fainted. Little one, what's wrong with you?" His voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 1046. The air suddenly fell silent. Through a series of coincidences, the long-awaited meeting took place unexpectedly. The haughty dragon lady tossed her hair and casually greeted the adorable silver-haired witch. I said it before, the great dragon surveys the world with awe, even hell is nothing to fear. As one of your few friends, I allow you to be moved to tears upon our reunion, just this once. As soon as she finished speaking, silence returned. This made the dragon lady a little embarrassed. Didn't she see that ill-tempered little person still beside her? Couldn't she at least give her a reaction? The dragon lady, of course, was unaware of the silver-haired witch's turbulent thoughts. She recalled the year they parted, when she was just a novice third-tier mage, still a beginner. Now, more than 20 years had passed since their reunion. She was no longer a child, having experienced many things. The little girl in her memories, and the silver-haired witch in reality created a surreal feeling, a bittersweet sense of returning home. But if I stay any longer, Miss Dragon will get angry. Ouch! A delicate white foot suddenly kicked out from behind Luo. The little guy clapped his hands proudly, nodded in satisfaction at the girl who had bumped into Miss Dragon, and then grinned at the surprised golden fluffy ball beside him. Oh, it's you! Don't forget our promise. How could she forget the last message her clone had sent back? She hadn't expected to meet again so soon. On the other side, Luo was kicked hard, her face burying itself in a pair of large, soft dough balls. The immense elasticity made the girl's head tilt back, and then a strong arm caught her from behind. A cool, refreshing scent wafted over, carrying an air of nobility and elegance. The dragon lady's embrace felt so comfortable. Luo's mind went blank. As her consciousness returned and she felt the real touch, her shyness and sense of unreality vanished. She buried her face in the softness and whispered to the dragon lady, "Welcome back. I missed you so much." "Of course I know. If you dare not miss me, I won't forgive you." The hand on her back patted gently. The dragon lady also had a tender side. After 300,000 years of solitude, this tenderness was reserved only for one person. The atmosphere fell silent again, but this time it was a serene emptiness. Dahlias watched the human and dragon embrace, a pang of envy rising in her heart. Unfortunately, her personality didn't allow her to do the same. "Let's go! Rumored visitors from the underworld, your identity isn't easy to ascertain. Honesty, this general has high hopes for you." The two petite Lolas exchanged a glance and silently left, leaving only one person, one dragon, and a dazed Anna Bauer in the empty space. After a while, Luo quickly broke free from Sindaragon's embrace, smoothing her hair to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Before the dragon lady could speak, she handed over the golden feather. "I also protect your dragon crystal carefully." Sindaragon only glanced at the angel's feather before returning it. "Just keep it. Since I entrusted it to you, it means I trust you. Is this what it feels like to be trusted by a dragon? Actually, it's not much different from being trusted by a person. Luo blankly put away the angel's feather, her expression somewhat awkward for some reason, causing Sindaragon to raise an eyebrow, but she didn't ask. Her slender fingers gently hooked the hair tie on the girl's forehead. I remember you don't like to adorn yourself, but this ribbon is quite nice. She could see a faint aura of divine power emanating from it, guessing it was a powerful ornament imbued with divine power. Ah! This. Luo hadn't expected Sindaragon to notice her unusual attire so quickly. She tried to stop her, but it was too late. She could only cover her smooth forehead in a hasty attempt to salvage the situation. What's wrong, Luo? The dragon lady was immediately intrigued by Luo's unusual behavior. Without a word, she removed Luo's hand from her forehead and conjured an ice mirror reflecting her lovely face. Nothing. What are you worried about? Nothing? Luo's face froze. She looked at the ice mirror. Sure enough, the silver mark was gone for some reason, but she could still feel it a few days ago when the holy Pegasus blessed her. Could it be? A gray figure flashed through Luo's mind. Could it be that she had helped her hide? At the time, she had wondered what that person was trying to do. But that's good, everything's alright now. Luo's face visibly relaxed. She retied her hair tie and smiled brightly. It's alright. Strange human. Oh well, since everything's alright, that's good. Saves this dragon from worrying. By the way, Miss Sindragon, how did you end up with her? Luo's curiosity was practically exploding, even temporarily forgetting the kick the little guy had given her from behind. It's a long story. No problem. I'm happy to hear it. Looking at the girl's sparkling eyes, Sindragon leaned back slightly, feeling a little overwhelmed by her appearance. Well, then this dragon will make it short. The story is complex in some ways, but simple in others. Years ago, Sindaragon was dragged into hell, plummeting to the 4th level, the Shadow Hell, where she was besieged and robbed by numerous demons. Exhausted, Sindaragon struggled to cope, even escape a distant dream, forced to feign death in a corner. After an unknown period, a dazzling golden light pierced through hell and precisely entered her soul. Gaining the power of that light, Sindaragon finally had the strength to break free. After years of escaping her pursuers, she began searching for a way back to the world of the living. This search lasted nearly 20 years. The passages to hell are constantly shifting, impossible to find without special methods. Aside from powerful ancient species, ordinary demons had no idea where the passages led. During her daily search, Sindaragon encountered Dahlias, who had come to hell to gather intelligence. After a series of twists and turns, the human and the dragon formed an alliance in the Bone Hell and returned to the world of the living together. With a contemporary saint-level expert as his guide, Sindaragon arrived at the War Hell, the closest dimensional realm to the living world, within a few years. He also discovered the demon's plan to connect the two planes. Sindaragon only briefly mentioned what happened afterward. In short, before leaving, Moriarty's avatar followed his aura and, with the combined efforts of the 3 powerful figures, finally returned to the living world. However, Sindaragon didn't know why he was teleported to the palace. I remember, after that guy sealed the dimensional portal, some terrifying being intervened. Lil Man and I couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes before completely losing consciousness. When we woke up, we were already falling. Luo was surprised. So, you and the ancestor were saved by some powerful being? The dragon lady was immediately displeased, retorting, What do you mean by save me? Why would I, a dragon, beg for help? However, her attention was quickly drawn to the ancestor Luo mentioned. Who is the ancestor? Luo honestly replied, The little girl who appeared with you. She's my teacher's teacher, Saint Darius, known as the Thousand-Star Witch. In fact, she is indeed my ancestor. Her? Humph. Sindaragon sneered, but surprisingly, she didn't ultimately mock him. Instead, she seemed to reluctantly admit it. If she's your ancestor, it makes sense. Luo suspected the dragon lady's change in attitude was probably related to their encounter. No wonder she was a powerful magician worthy of the title which, even a dragon was willing to acknowledge her strength. Sindaragon only recounted a small part of what she encountered in hell, leading Luo to speculate. It must have been an extremely unpleasant experience. Luo didn't intend to press for details, but she was very interested in the various demons she encountered and could inquire about them later. Now, let's find out where Ancestor Dahlias and the mischievous little guy went. Especially that little guy. After calming down, Luo suddenly realized who had kicked him. Miss Sindragon, would you like to see General Fear? Of course, if I don't see him, This dragon also wants to see how much Saizo has improved. Sindragon sneered. Now her strength had greatly increased. Although she was still some distance from her current state with a physical body, both were incomplete states, so who is afraid of whom? This proud dragon would definitely avenge the humiliation she suffered in the other dimension today. Sky City was vast, with many areas off limits to the public being the residences of the royal family, separated from the teleportation area. Therefore, it was rare to see anyone outside the palace. Luna walked away from the palace, still recalling Emperor Kaneka's advice. Is the situation worse than I imagined? He told me to wait until things stabilized, or until I reached the 9th rank before considering revenge. How annoying. But she couldn't argue. Her impulsive departure this time was already a sign of the Emperor's leniency. Any further recklessness would likely result in house arrest. Shaking her head to shake off the unpleasant thoughts, Luna couldn't help but smile happily at the thought of spending time with her adorable disciple. Before Lua returned to the great library, she decided to rest for a while. Rounding a corner, Luna suddenly heard an angry shout coming from the high wall. You dare sit on this dragon? Get off me! Hee hee. Stinky dragon. Attacking my clone is one thing, but daring to come knocking on my door. Hey! Hey! Don't attack. Little Artie knows she was wrong. This young lady thinks you're too naughty. You even know how to kick people now. You're asking for a beating. Don't pull my hair. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Ouch. Stinky dragon, are you a dog? Let go. Stop. Don't run. Luna was completely confused. What was going on the other side? However, she recognized the familiar voice of a disciple among the chaotic sounds. Not caring too much, she flew directly over the high wall and immediately saw a strange scene. Beside several casual stone tables, a tall, aloof-looking woman was lying, her face contorted with rage as she bit the leg of the black-haired little girl straddling her back. The little girl was innocent and adorable, but a strange, mocking glint in her eyes and smile sent chills down one's spine. Yet, she dodged and weaved, seemingly terrified of a silver-haired girl. Beside this eerie scene, a blonde little girl leisurely sipped her red tea, while a blank-eyed blue-haired little girl stood beside her, like a puppet. I must be seeing things. Chapter 1047. Luna closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. She must have been mistaken. This was Sky City, the solemn and majestic imperial palace. How could her teacher be leisurely watching her disciple play around with two unknown powerful figures? It must be an illusion. Opening her eyes, Luna looked at the four women elegantly sipping tea around the stone table. She heard her adorable disciple's joyful shouts, saw the black-haired lowly swinging her little feet, the aloof woman casting a questioning glance, and the old woman's slightly surprised look. Finally, she was certain she hadn't been mistaken. You? Teacher, come and sit down. The ancestral master shared some incredibly delicious treasured black tea. Luna's beautiful eyes widened. Before she could say anything, Luo smiled and pressed her into a chair, diligently pouring tea and offering it to her. Teacher, please try some too. Luna subconsciously took a sip, then subconsciously nodded in praise. Delicious. Wait! She instinctively tried to get up, but was pushed back down by a warm force. Darius put down his exquisite teacup and casually introduced Luna. This is a new student at the Imperial Academy's Magic Division, Kaizef Cizo Moriarty, an orphan I took in. However, due to special circumstances, she won't be part of the regular curriculum. Isn't she? This is the Royal Guard's nominal captain, Davidani Villados Sindaragon Senes. You can usually call her Sindaragon. She's been assigned to protect my grand disciple. Wait. This is my grand disciple whom I never met before, Lagrand Del Lo. Isn't she cute? Cute my foot. While that's true, but... Alright, since there are no problems, then let me ask you, why did you leave the Empire without permission to go north? Darius's gaze suddenly sharpened, leaving Luna speechless. She finally shut her mouth and lowered her head in silence. Very good, it seems you know your mistake. Your teacher won't say anything, but you're forbidden from leaving the palace until you reach the 7th rank. Any objections? No. Luo stared in disbelief, her gaze towards Darius now filled with admiration. As expected of the founder, her hot-tempered teacher was like a docile lamb in her presence, easily subdued. The tea has been drunk, the meeting has been held, so I won't disturb your young reunion any longer. As the sparks dissipated, Darius left gracefully. Luo looked at Luna's lowered head, a little worried that she had been too traumatized. Teacher, are you alright? Luna sighed, quickly regaining her composure. I'm fine. I'm relieved that the old woman is still as wicked as ever. Little Luo, what's the situation with them? It's probably some kind of agreement between the ancestor and them. You know, little Artemis's power isn't suitable for a formal appearance, so having a plausible identity is better. That makes sense. Noticing Luna's gaze fall on Sindaragon, Luo took the opportunity to introduce her. Hearing that Sindaragon had greatly helped Luo in another dimension, Luna's attitude immediately softened. Thank you very much, Miss Sindaragon, for your help. You can come to the Imperial Academy to find me anytime if you need anything. Although I think it's unlikely, I agree anyway. The Dragon Lady was arrogant, and even Moriarty and Luo couldn't suppress her. Luna was honestly a little uncomfortable with this, but knowing that her identity was that of a dragon who had disappeared for countless years, it was quite normal. After finishing their tea, the group finally returned to the Imperial Academy, able to completely relax. As for the North and the Netherworld, they didn't need to worry about them much. Luo stayed at Luna's residence at the Imperial Academy for about a month. Upon seeing the half-elf Eve, obsessed with life magic, and learning that Luo had mastered high-level life magic, she immediately began pestering Luna to borrow Luo for a while. Of course, this request was firmly rejected. Luna knew Eve's half-elf nature all too well. She was sure Eve would do something inappropriate. Luo, however, wasn't so stingy. He gave Eve a branch of the Tree of Life, and also let Xania liven things up. The fruit tree the little fairy had planted for the seed pearl was now lush and green, long since a forest, much to the little fairy's delight. So Eve then began observing Xania, probably gaining quite a bit of inspiration. Anyway, Luo occasionally saw Eve smiling quite happily. Lister, Orsura, and other senior students with whom she had spent some time before, who were now teachers, invited Luo to a gathering and curiously inquired about the events in the north. Luo didn't reveal much. Firstly, exposing the truth could easily incite a rebellion among the lower classes. Secondly, she already had a book about demons in her works. By the time she finished writing it, the situation would have stabilized, and they would know then. About 2 weeks later, Nathaniel and Silvermoon arrived from the Bankai Empire, bringing news of the turmoil caused by the Shadow Church. This meant that a large-scale resurgence of cults was likely occurring throughout the living world, their purpose obvious: to ensure the success of the demons' schemes in the north. More than 2 years passed. The Gospel Council within the Imperial Academy was well governed by Elong, with the most important rules remaining unchanged and constantly being reinforced, gradually becoming formal rules akin to dogma. With the Del territory at its back, Iran could easily clean up all the evangelical fellowship branches rooted in the Karlov Empire and guide them onto the right path. Iran had approached Lo, mentioning a letter 3 months prior from someone claiming to be from the Northern Merchant Alliance, hoping to establish a unique north-south trade route. Iran knew this was no small matter. After carefully examining the letter and confirming that the sender indeed knew Lo, he finally agreed to establish the trade route. Currently, funds are being raised to purchase spaceships and storage equipment. The first trial flight is planned for 3 months later, and if all goes well, it should officially launch next year. At that time, the Gospel Society's funds will no longer be limited to members' voluntary donations, but will have real income, and the Del territory can also benefit from this further development. Are the funds sufficient? Don't worry, sister. I already discussed it with Grandpa Caledon and Grandpa Oliver. They've chosen to invest, while the Gospel Society will be responsible for management, with profits shared according to the contract. Since you have your own plans, I won't interfere. But remember, strength is the foundation. With sufficient strength, wealth can be preserved. Looking at all the large merchant guilds and itinerant merchants in the world, without exception, they all have strong backing. If the Gospel Society wants to enter the itinerant merchant industry, it will inevitably encounter many crises. She can't always clean up the messes, so most of its development will have to rely on Iran itself. The North isn't very safe right now, so be extra careful on designated shipping routes. I remember the Principality of Ethel still exists. If you encounter any targeting in the future, you can go to the Principality of Ethel and find the captain of the Northrend, a merchant ship from Alanda, Arland Yoruba, and trade with him. He should be willing to lend a hand. Oh, and don't forget the Gospel Societies of the other empires. I don't want my reputation ruined. Further admonitions were pointless. Iran needed to grow on his own, and Luo didn't expect him to become a saint-level being, just someone who could inherit the territory. Luo took some time to return to the Del territory to meet her parents. She would likely be spending a long time in the Great Library for the foreseeable future. However, to Luo's utter astonishment, because they were worried she wouldn't have time to go home, Luffy and Alice planned to hold their wedding at her house. This plot seems familiar. Alice, already in her 30s, but having entered the realm of the transcendent, looked only about 25 or 26, awkwardly accepting Luo's combing of her hair. "Miss, perhaps Alice should do it herself." "Don't move. You're the bride today. How lucky that old man is to marry you." "Miss, don't say that. Lord Luffy is a very good person. Alice is the one who's out of luck. Alice is so beautiful, and her talent is no less. That old man is just taking advantage of her age." Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Luffy, dressed in an exquisite noble suit, stood at the door with a wry smile, the gold pendant that Lo had once given him hanging from his waist. "Miss, I heard everything." "Humph, then that old man will have to treat Alice better." "Haha, I will certainly obey Miss's words without hesitation." The wedding was only announced within the Del territory. Luffy was, after all, one of the earliest guardian knights to follow the Lord, and his status was not low. In addition, he had been managing the territory's affairs, and the residents were very familiar with him, so the wedding was not a small affair. However, nobles of all ranks, including those from the Orostan territory and the Vyman family, who had cooperated with the Del territory for many years, sent their own representatives to offer blessings and gifts. Crayer, Roxy, and Pete, as his friends, naturally also attended. At the guest table, the little fellow shamelessly snatched meat from a group of real children, while the dragon lady sat elegantly to the side, savoring human wine. Her powerful aura kept all the admiring guests at bay. Lo had to take care of Anna Bauer, and the adorable little girl led many to mistakenly believe that the young lady of the Del territory had married and had a daughter. This matter is also recorded in the unofficial history of the silver-haired witch. Luna was originally going to come, but she was currently confined to her quarters, unable to go anywhere except the Imperial Academy and Sky City. Lo stayed in the territory for 5 days. After dealing with most of the matters, he returned to the Imperial Academy with the little fellow who hadn't had enough to eat, and the dragon lady who complained that the wine was too weak. He stayed for about half a month to accompany teacher Luna, before deciding to return to the mage's holy land. Standing on the massive teleportation array plaza, Luo reluctantly waved goodbye to Luna. The light and darkness staff remained in Luna's hands. It carried a sacred mission, but Luo had no time to complete it, so Luna had to do it. Back in the mage's holy land, Luo had one more crucial task, repairing the silver moon lamp staff before he could continue his cultivation in peace. The ultra-long distance teleportation array lit up with silver light, and Luo's figure rapidly blurred. Suddenly Luna vaguely saw a wisp of azure water flash on her disciple's shoulder. It looked like a cat? Whoosh! Luo vanished completely from the teleportation array. Chapter 1048. Fate is ever present. Seemingly coincidental endings may always be inevitable. Just as the silver-haired witch believed the thousand-star witch and the dragon lady returned by chance while she was in the palace, it was actually the work of a certain light blue kitten. Just as Hilly found himself not in the Karlov Empire with the other bronze warriors, but inexplicably in a snow-covered wasteland. Glancing at the dim constant flow in his hand, Hilly silently put it away and continued exploring his surroundings. There was nothing there. No vegetation, no life, not even a single rock, only drifting snow and a towering, icy blue pillar of light rising into the distance. Hilly had been in this vast snowfield for over a month. She couldn't understand why she was the one experiencing this anomaly. Could it be caused by the constant flow of energy? Come to think of it, since her brother gave it to her, she hadn't used the teleportation array. All her thoughts remained internal, a trait of her nature. Hilly cautiously and swiftly flew towards the distant pillar of light. She flew for over a month, but the distance to that pillar of light remained unchanged, still so impossibly far. Was it an illusion, or was there a spatial barrier? No one would answer her. Everything depended on her. She couldn't contact her brother. He would worry, wouldn't he? She was becoming a burden to him again. Without slowing down, Hilly remained unusually calm. Regardless of her thoughts, she had to stay in top condition to survive. Galaga. The silver-haired girl held a light blue kitten high, spinning it around a few times involuntarily. Her beautiful golden-red eyes sparkled like jewels. "You're back." Meow. The cat remained silent, calmly gazing into the girl's bright, sparkling eyes. Cats are always like that. Gently placing the kitten on her head, Luo felt all the bad things leave her behind. This was probably the happiest thing. Plop! The cat jumped off her head and quietly perched on her left shoulder, its ethereal tail flicking lightly, seemingly still dangling a tiny, blue fish about the length of a little finger. Compared to the girl's overflowing joy, the little creature was about to explode. Using both paws and feet to cling to the dragon lady's side, trying to get as far away from the watercolor kitten as possible. How did it get here? Sister Luo, get it away. Sizwa, get away from me. Sindaragon desperately pulled at the little creature, trying to shake it off, but those slender little hands were like a powerful seal, firmly clinging to her body. Luo pretended not to hear the little creature's outburst, humming a cheerful little tune as she slowly led Anna Bao away from the teleportation array's range. If they stayed any longer, the guards would chase them away. Galega, why did you suddenly come back? The promise was fulfilled, so I came back. Luo didn't understand. Could it be a promise between a cat and its friend? But it didn't matter, she just wanted to chat with the cat. Galega, do you think my drawing of you looks like you? Yes. Hee, I knew I drew well. The feather you gave me last time was very useful. Galega, did you know all along that those things would happen? Meow. The cat listened quietly, occasionally responding, probably listening. Sindaragon pushed the general aside as he walked, his vertical pupils fixed on Luo's empty surroundings. Hey Saizo, what exactly did you see? Being so scared isn't like you. You stinky dragon, don't tell me you can't see anything. I laugh myself to death. Get lost. Let's fight if you dare. The guard near the teleportation array glanced strangely at the bizarre group flying further and further away, then shook his head without giving it much thought. No wonder mages are said to act strangely. Unlike warriors who only need to focus on cultivation. They chattered on and on, mostly asking questions. Although they didn't get any answers, Luo was already quite satisfied. She just wanted to see the cat's aloof response. It was too cute. Hey Galega, why is there grass growing on your head? Reaching out to touch the cat's soft head, Luo was surprised to find that Galega seemed to have a sprout growing on its forehead. Galega didn't seem to mind Luo's curious poking, and said casually, Sephri's prank. Sephri? Luo felt the name sounded familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? She wants to see Luo, and Luo can see her. Oh, by the way, Galega, would you like me to introduce you to my friend? Sensing the girl's hopeful gaze, the cat fell silent, its tail lightly brushing against the girl's fair nape, cool to the touch. If Luo likes it. Luo turned around with a grin, and then, to the dragon lady's astonishment, a small, azure kitten, like a pool of clear water, suddenly appeared on Luo's shoulder. Its deep blue vertical pupils, as profound as the Sea of Origin, made even the dragon's soul feel oppressed. Even more so than her father. Miss Sindragon, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is Galega the cat, a very composed elder. Sindragon indicated that she could tell he was an elder, perhaps even her elder. Says, I think I understand now. Hold on tight, I'm a little scared too. Oh well, you stinky dragon, I help you this time. Galega's ears twitched, seemingly unconcerned about the dragon and the netherworld's tense embrace, and it simply meowed softly at them. Seeing that Galega didn't seem as scary as it appeared, and with the cat quietly perched on Lo's shoulder, Sindaragon grew bolder. It greeted Galega normally. Hello, my name is Dabadani Villados Sindaragon Senas. Just call me Sindaragon. It didn't add great. Moriarty remained bristling, its small body hiding behind Sindaragon. It was unclear whether it was the cat or Galega. Little Moriarty, Galega is a very nice cat. How can you be so rude? Do you want another beating? Finally, under Lo's threatening gaze, Moriarty reluctantly greeted them, then retreated back behind Sindaragon, baring its teeth. Little Artemis seems a little afraid of you. Galega doesn't care. Hee hee. Lo tried to lift Galega onto her head, but the next moment Galega turned into a puddle, and slid back onto her shoulder. The girl happily kept doing this, and the cat patiently perched back on her shoulder, like a children's game. Sindaragon whispered to Moriarty from behind, when did Lo meet that cat? This general doesn't know. Don't ask. Look at you, where's the grandeur of General Surtso? Wait until I poke 300 holes in you, and you see how grand you are? The peace between the dragons and the underworld lasted only a minute before the two, one big and one small, started fighting again. It would probably become the norm. Amidst the commotion, Luo and his group arrived at the familiar mage tower. A red-eyed parrot flew up, its eyes turning blue, and cackled, Welcome, little master. Please wait a moment. Number 008 is contacting the little master, who is temporarily unable to reply. Numbers 017 and 032 will receive you. So you're still the one doing the testing? Luo crouched down and stroked the parrot's head. It human-like squinted and nuzzled Luo's hand before flying back to the mailbox to wait for the next visitor. After a short wait, the mage tower doors opened, But instead of the puppet brothers 017 and 032, the first to emerge was the timid little guy, number 099. By Anders. You can come out now. Let Sister Luo hug you. 2 years ago, when Luo saw by Anders, he was still under observation. Now it seemed he could move freely. Little Nan was wearing a beautiful light blue dress, with cute pink bows tied in her back and head, clearly the work of the puppeteers. She picked up by Anders. He was still shy, but he could now communicate normally with Luo, happily recounting his experiences over the past 2 years. Sister Luo, by Anders has already learned intermediate level magic. He's even stabilized his rank at Transcendent rank 3. Master said by Anders has enough resources to advance to rank 4. Isn't that amazing? Of course, very amazing. Fantastic. And also, Master is teaching by Anders to control the power of his right hand. Sister Luo, would you like to see it? The adorable little guy looked at her with expectant eyes. How could Luo refuse? She immediately nodded in agreement. It's the power of the ancient prosthetic limb, right? Of course, Sister Luo wants to see it, but can we wait a minute? Okay. Wait a minute. By Anders twisted his delicate body, signaling Luo to put him down, and took her hand, wanting to enter the mage tower. However, he quickly noticed that Luo's other hand was holding the hand of a cute girl slightly taller than him. Her beautiful long blue hair almost reached her ankles, and her fair and delicate skin was like the snow-white skin described in books, absolutely gorgeous. It's such a pity, the young lady's eyes are dim, like the bright sun has lost its light, and become less beautiful. White Anders tilted his head to look at the unfamiliar girl, and obediently didn't ask any questions. Sister Luo, Master and Sister Kagome are waiting, let's go in. Okay, Miss Sindragon, and little Artie, let's go. This is someone else's place. The dragon lady still has to maintain her elegance, decisively throwing away the little guy, her demeanor and expression instantly returning to aloofness. White Anders was not very willing to talk to strangers, and just kept pulling Luo's hand into the mage tower, skillfully arriving at the reception room, where number 017 and number 032 had already prepared tea and were standing aside. Upon seeing Luo's arrival, they immediately bowed and greeted her. Number 017, 032, welcome Miss Luo as a guest. Luo led the two little guys to sit down, staring at the fragrant warm red tea in front of her, and couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Should she drink this tea or not? Miss Luo, please rest assured, number 017 has mastered all the knowledge of tea brewing through diligent study and tireless effort. This cup of tea is number 017's masterpiece. Please enjoy it, Miss Luo. Number 017 gently moved the teacup to Luo's side, then gracefully retreated to number 032's side, but why did her toes seem to be pointing towards the door? Luo silently picked up the teacup. The aroma was intoxicating. One sniff was enough to tell it was top-quality black tea made with superior craftsmanship. It should be alright, right? Under the sincere gazes of number 017 and number 032, Luo slowly brought the teacup to her pink lips. Suddenly, the door opened, a thick cloud of smoke billowed out, and with a violent cough, Bella emerged, her face ashen, followed closely by tiny Kagome dragging a huge, cumbersome cannon barrel. Luo took the opportunity to put down her teacup, smiling and nodding at Bella and Kagome. Chapter 1049. Thump! The cannon barrel was casually tossed onto the living room floor. Kagome whooshed to Luo, waving happily. It's Luo. Kagome saying hello. Long time no see. I remember you said you show me the magical puppet you made? This was, of course, a joke. Making a proper magical puppet would probably take 2 years, but Kagome nodded seriously. Kagome has a memo with key points marked. Kagome won't forget. As she spoke, she positioned the heavy, massive cannon barrel, resembling a magic crystal cannon, beside the sofa. Except for Bella, everyone else was puzzled. Kagome flew to the erected cannon barrel. With a soft scanning sound, a crack appeared near the top of the barrel, revealing a small, distorted space inside. Kagome skillfully flew into the small space. With a click, the entrance closed, and the barrel lit up with runes, revealing countless smooth cracks. To Ra's astonishment, the barrel began to crack and to form. Complex magic circles and gear structures continuously reassembled, yet without appearing chaotic. Finally, after more than 20 seconds of transformation, the ordinary magic crystal cannon barrel transformed into a purple-haired girl about 1.6 meters tall. Needless to say, her appearance was a carbon copy of Bella's. Transforming. A magic puppet? The puppet gave a thumbs up, its mouth remaining still, but Kagome's voice rang out. Law is very clever. Kagome added Bella's self-created adaptive puppet structure to the wheel-shaping puppet, incorporating the refined and lossless transformation structure from Doblin forging techniques. Blah blah. After resolving the soul interference problem and the body's incoordination, the resulting transformable magic puppet, by eliminating unnecessary weaknesses, has seen an improvement of over 30% in self-awareness, adaptive ability, and array coordination. Blah blah. Kagome named it Mech-001, equipped with 12 high-efficiency magic crystal cannons, capable of simultaneously firing 12 attacks with magic output no less than 7th-tier magic, and its body is forged from Amon alloy and super magic or crystals. Blah blah. The puppet's hands transformed, each forming 3 magic crystal cannons thicker than its legs. 6 shimmering blue cannon barrels extended from its back, their magical circuits flashing, clearly ready to attack at any moment. It then demonstrated attack formations that transformed from other parts of its body. However, this is only a prototype. Kagome believes there are still room for improvement in its transformation and magic output. Bella suggests the following. Seeing Kagome about to continue, Luo quickly stopped her. That's enough. Kagome, you're a genius at puppetry. Next time, let me see the finished product, okay? This could go on for a day and a night. The puppet girl gave a stiff smile, seemingly confirming what its creator had said, that there were still some issues with its transformation. Click click click. With rhythmic clicks, the puppet girl reverted to its original cannon barrel form, and Kagome flew out of the small space, seemingly finding puppetry quite easy to control. Interesting. I never heard of such a puppet before. While shape-shifting puppets are common, they have many side effects and have long been abandoned by history. But this puppet cleverly utilizes the evolutionary ability of mechanical puppets, making shape-shifting a reversible evolution. I must admit, this is a genius innovation. Bella and Kagome were immediately captivated by Sindragon's assessment, especially Bella, who seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and quickly rushed forward to ask, "You know about mechanical puppets? Does that mean you're also a puppeteer with an ancient heritage?" Although I can adjust evolution to adaptive, for some reason, the puppets I create can never adapt infinitely. After reaching 300,000 adaptations, they enter a state of soul closure. Oh! Human, have you ever used a real soul as the core of a magical puppet's intelligence? I haven't tried that. Modern magical puppets mostly use artificial souls. Is it because artificial souls have limitations, making them incompatible with mechanical puppets? Good, you get it right away. A magical puppet is a creation, and its limits naturally depend on the materials. If you want to break through those limits and step into forbidden territory, natural materials are the right direction. They contain the truth of the world. I suggest you try it. I see. However, I think we also need to consider the historical context. While real souls are effective, they are easily influenced by cults. However, souls from other races may not be suitable. Perhaps we could do it like this. A very good idea. In that case, I also have a new idea. You can do it like this. The human and the dragon thus openly engaged in a heated discussion about optimizing magical puppets. Kagome paused in midair for a moment, not disturbing them, then flew to Moriarty's side. Moriarty, it's nice to see you. Sindragon is back. Kagome is very. I'm so happy, sorry, I was too excited and didn't notice you for a moment. As long as the little doll doesn't try to possess Sister Luo's body, that's fine. Possess Luo's body? Kagome doesn't understand, please explain. That's how it is. Thump. Awuh. Luo tossed the little one to the other side of the sofa in an annoyed tone, and earnestly advised the bewildered Kagome, "You've known her for a while now, don't listen to her too much, it will corrupt your mind." Kagome understands. The precautions have been recorded. Seeing that Sindragon and Bella's discussion was getting more and more heated, Luo guessed that she probably wouldn't be able to talk to Bella today, so she put Annabo on her lap and asked Kagome, "This child is also a puppet, but due to some special reasons, her artificial soul was replaced by the soul of a mortal girl, which means that the soul of the puppeteer who controls the wheel-turning puppet has become permanent. But recently she suddenly lost most of her reactions to the outside world and became like this. I'm very worried, so I hope you can help check her out." Kagome stepped forward and immediately noticed Anna's distinctive red crystal eyes, the most prominent physical characteristic of the puppet. Kagome will try. A faint holy power emanated from Kagome and seeped into Anna's body. This was a reconnaissance method Luo didn't recognize. It was likely a special skill from the Temple of Creation. She wondered if Bella had taken Kagome to the Temple of Creation. Luo stroked her chin. Come to think of it, She remembered the Temple of Creation was located underground in the western continent, between the ruins of the First Dwarf Dynasty and the Goblin Underground Kingdom. She heard that the Temple of Creation was now mainly controlled by dwarves and goblins, but the conflicts there were far more intense than those at the Temple of War. Just then, a warm touch came from his hand. White Anders leaned closer and asked in a low, worried voice, "Sister Luo, will Miss be all right?" His eyes were full of worry. Upon learning that the little girl was also a puppet, White Anders' fear of her had vanished considerably. Miss had to get better so he could have a playmate. Luo stroked White Anders' soft, long hair, comforting him. Of course she'd be all right. Trust Kagome and Bella's knowledge. If things get bad, there's Master Antigal. Okay. While waiting, numbers 017 and 032 stared intently at the slowly cooling black tea, occasionally exchanging glances. They seemed to be waiting for the tea to cool completely before performing the tea-changing procedure, so Miss Luo could finally taste their carefully brewed, exquisite black tea. Finally, Kagome opened her eyes, withdrew her power, and flew to Luo's left shoulder. However, for some reason, it seemed to be occupied, and Kagome couldn't squeeze in. She had to fly to Luo's right shoulder instead and sit down. Loki, Kagome thoroughly examined the object's internal structure and soul solidification array, discovering 4 anomalies. Kagome initially intended to elaborate, but after some thought, she decided to omit that part and instead offer analysis. It's strange. The object's internal structure is perfectly perfect. Kagome means that her puppet's physical structure has reached the pinnacle of contemporary wheel-turning puppetry. Her behavior and consciousness are almost 99.9999% synchronized and compatible with a real person. However, judging from the data provided by Professor Antigo, this technology should only be mastered by the 1,000 puppet saints. According to her own introduction, she comes from a puppet family called the Carter in the Loki Empire, and this puppet is her family's masterpiece. Searching. Search complete, Loki. Unfortunately, the Carter family disappeared 2,300 years ago. Loki pursed his lips. To be honest, he didn't really know Anna Bauer's origins. All her accounts were from her alone, and their veracity was impossible to verify. Wait a minute. Kagome suddenly paused, seemingly searching for something, before quickly continuing, correction, some descendants of the Carter family left the Loki Empire. If we assume a descendant of the Carter family inherited the family name, in the calculations, there's a 2.3% probability they returned to the Loki Empire and secretly rebuilt the family. Loki frowned. That low? Kagome nodded. Kagome believes the probability of her coming from the Carter family is only 1.7%, with a greater than 90% probability of her coming from the First Academy. The First Academy is the Loki Empire's first academy, which participated in the previous Imperial League. The player who ultimately defeated Bella was from the First Academy, so Loki's knowledge of them wasn't entirely lacking. Why? Kagome explained. The saint of 1,000 puppets is named Eisenhorn Vigson Mihai, from the noble Eisenhorn family. The current Duke of Eisenhorn is the headmaster of the First Academy, and one of the most accomplished puppeteers of the wheel-turning faction. If there are any perfect wheel-turning puppets scattered around, they most likely come from the First Academy, since most puppeteers from the Eisenhorn family hold positions there. Law fell into thought. If that were the case, then the origin of Anabor's puppet body would become unclear. Would he have to go to the First Academy again? Just then, Bella's voice unexpectedly came. Law, if you encounter any difficulties, Teacher Antig is on the 28th floor. Let Kagome take you there. Law looked at Bella and saw that she was discussing things with Sin Dragon again. He could only nod to her and beckon Moriarty and White Anders to go along. So, when Antigo stopped working and stepped out of the studio, he saw Lo carrying Moriarty on his back, holding White Anders' hand with his left hand, pulling a magical girl with his right hand, and with Kagome sitting on his shoulder. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he blurted out, "So many kids, it must be tiring." Chapter 1050. A moment of silence followed. Realizing she'd spoken too quickly, Antigo casually turned and invited Luo into her workshop. "What is it?" "Come in and talk." "Thank you, I appreciate it." This was clearly Antigo's private space. The 600-square-meter hall and over 30 individual cubicles were empty except for her. The room was cluttered yet organized. Various sizes of puppet components floated in the simulated magical environment. The scent of soul powder and the strange smell of magical materials permeated the air. One wall was piled high with books and records, all seemingly about puppetry. Through the half-closed doors of some cubicles, one could see incomplete puppets, almost lifelike in appearance, lying on workbenches. Some of the puppets even seemed to cast friendly glances at Luo, though their exposed internal structures looked rather odd. Luo glanced at the child briefly before regaining her composure, and nudged Annabelle forward. "Master Antigo, may I take a look at this child?" "I can probably guess what you're thinking. Bella told you this is a wheel-turning puppet, right?" Kagome told me." "Bella's probably a bit busy." "Kagome, she's a quick learner, and her creativity and integration abilities are outstanding. But as an ancient puppet creation, that's not surprising." Kagome, perched on Luo's shoulder, nervously tapped her fingers. Although she studied under Bella, Antigo was practically her teacher and elder. This elder rarely praised her, so his sudden praise today caught her off guard. Antigo, while talking to Luo, rummaged through the bookshelf. Luo, curious, asked, "Master Antigo, do you know Kagome's background?" I took a moment to look through the records of the Divine Creation Palace. Beings like her weren't uncommon in ancient times. "All right, that's confirmed." Antigo shoved the blueprints back into the wall of books, then approached Anna Bauer. An extremely complex miniature array appeared in his eyes, resembling petals formed by 3 intersecting infinity symbols. "Generally speaking, these extremely high-level wheel-type puppets mostly come from the Eisenhorn family, but I don't think you need to go. From what I understand, wheel-type puppets from the Eisenhorn family all have their own unique numbers, but her numbering is mixed with the patterns of the mind-type puppets." Antigo paused, then explained simply to Luo. "To put it simply, only a black puppet master who despises factionalism would do something like this." Luo wasn't too concerned with the intricacies, only asking Antigo, "Is there any way to restore this child to normal? Her soul is just immortal. I'm worried something might go wrong." Hearing this, Antigo's interest was clearly piqued. "A living soul acting as an intelligent core? Very black puppet master style. I need to analyze this." She turned and went to the center of the hall, gently waving her hand. A 3-dimensional array instantly rose from the ground, and Annabelle was pulled up on her own. Several rune chains connected to her brow, heart, limbs, and other places, with streams of light constantly flashing across the rune chains. Kagome wouldn't miss this learning opportunity, and flew over to observe. The analysis process was rather lengthy. After watching for a while, Law, certain that his current abilities wouldn't allow him to fully comprehend the principles of the array, switched to accompanying Anders by on a tour of the hall. The puppet components did indeed exhibit a bit of an uncanny valley effect for humans, but in Anders Bai's eyes, these might be his future younger siblings, so there was no fear or rejection. He even greeted the incomplete puppets with souls in a cute way. "Sister Luo, it's Doppelganger 901. Last time Anders came, he only had 2 hands, but today he's opened his eyes." Doppelganger 901 was a humanoid puppet with only an upper body. Even though Luo didn't know much about puppets, she could see the bad marks of magic crystallization at the exposed opening. She wasn't sure if the magic crystal's power hadn't been released or if the magic circuits were blocked. Doppelganger 901 winked at Anders, seemingly greeting him, then closed his eyes and remained motionless. "Sister Luo, Doppelganger 901 says he's going to sleep. Let's not disturb him." Anders held Luo's hand, introducing her to every puppet they encountered that they could communicate with. Perhaps in Xiaonan's innocent mind, introducing new friends to friends was a happy thing. Moriarty clung to the back of Luo's neck, his big eyes fixed on the cat. Luo wanted to shoo it away, but was a little timid, so they remained in a stalemate. Luo was happy to have some peace and quiet. The best thing in the world was that the cat wasn't causing trouble. As they walked, Anders led Luo to the wall of books, repeating the titles as if they were old friends, on the core theories and possible combinations of the 3 major puppet schools, high-level arrays, the Soul Chapter, Advanced Puppet Material Processing Methods types. He pointed with his little finger, reading whichever book he touched. Luo didn't know when he would mature, but for now, he seemed pretty good, peaceful, cute, innocent, and untouched by the harshness of society. A rough explanation of Mage Tower construction, the boundary between items and puppets. Luo watched as Anders' fingers traced the pages of the books. The spine bore the title A Rough Explanation of Mage Tower Construction. A thought struck him. Seeing no seals or barriers on the pages, he turned to Antigo and asked, "Master Antigo, may I take a look at this?" Antigo, without turning his head, casually replied, "Whatever, they're just rubbings." Having received permission, Luo happily took the book down and opened it. Seeing this, Anders stopped running around and obediently snuggled into Luo's arms to read together. The book, A Rough Explanation of Mage Tower Construction, was about an inch thick. Opening to the first chapter, one could see top-tier mage towers built by various masters in the past. Each tower was filled with the charm and mystery of magic, and annotations were provided beside it, outlining its basic functions and highlights. Even high-level mages would find it interesting. This looks like the office building of the Imperial Capital Academy's magic school. Let me see. This mage tower, named Twins, was about 100 meters tall. The two smaller towers were connected by an aerial passage. Their exteriors were painted in a simple, dark color, capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-tier superhumans. What's even more impressive is its extensive use of space expansion and partitioning techniques, boasting over 3,000 independent spaces. This unique design ensures these spaces remain intact even when the tower itself is damaged. Unless the core is destroyed, they can be easily repaired and still function normally. Built in the new era, designed and built by the renowned Goblin architect and array master, Cyper Heaviman. The Goblin architect. Turning to the next page, the matte dark blue 7-story mage tower immediately caught Luo's attention. He first glanced at the builder, built in the new era, designed by the contemporary renowned human architect, Faja Heaviman, and jointly constructed by the famous barrier master, Simon Gabriel, and the renowned array master and puppeteer, Dorian Antigo. Huh? Luo's curiosity exploded. Master Antigo had actually participated in the construction of a mage tower. This mage tower beneath his feet was purchased by Antigo. Luo had thought the other party wouldn't know. Looking back at the mage tower's drawings, the matte, dark blue exterior was adorned with 54 illustrations of magical beasts composed of numerous magical runes. Each beast was unique and lifelike, seemingly ready to leap from the pages. Given Luo's mastery of magical runes, it was easy to see that each drawing was a logical and functional array, interconnected. Luo deduced that the 54 drawings formed a gigantic array. The accompanying annotation stated, "The mage tower is named Wild Jungle, powered by the magic cores of 54 8th-tier magical beasts, constructing a million-level array called Call of the Beasts, capable of withstanding 8th-tier attacks or a full-force 9th-tier strike. Its flight speed can reach 280 times the speed of sound, possessing exceptional stealth, exceptional anti-interference capabilities, and a super-range perception, decreasing in 5 tiers, totaling 11,000 miles, making it suitable for providing shelter in complex environments. The interior incorporates secondary space expansion technology, housing functional areas such as a magical puppet experimental workbench and a material protection barrier." Luo wasn't familiar with the aforementioned classification system, but at a glance, this mage tower was clearly built as a sanctuary, its primary function being protection, hence its simple interior design. The mage tower she envisioned for herself belonged to this type. In terms of comfort and functionality, she had the ruined space, so the mage tower should be used as a trump card, a lifesaver in emergencies. If she had possessed a mage tower when Lori attacked her, her chances of escape would have been far greater. Her mind quickly focused. Luo jotted down this page and continued flipping through. Mage towers come in various forms, broadly categorized as space towers, sanctuary towers, magic towers, research towers, and offering towers. However, most mage towers combine the functions of the first 4 types, differing only in their emphasis. Almost all mage towers were custom-made. Even the numerous towers in the mage sanctuary that opened the interdimensional rift were rarely identical. Speaking of which, it seems a few of those mage towers are missing. Luo recalled that many of the floating mage towers he'd seen seemed to have disappeared, and some appeared to be under repair. Could it be related to the sudden upheaval at the Temple of War a month ago? Never mind, it's not really my concern. After flipping through the book for a while, until Antigo reminded him that the analysis was complete, Luo reluctantly put it down and went to Anna Bauer's side. Luo heard Antigo say, "She's physically fine. She's just appearing listless because of loss of consciousness." What? That's very dangerous. Luo was shocked. When did this child lose consciousness? Why didn't he tell her? I think you misunderstood. There are many reasons for loss of consciousness, not just the loss of consciousness itself. Her situation is self-isolation, which cannot be manipulated. The best approach is to wait. Antigo didn't mention that it was possible to disassemble and forcibly restart her consciousness. That was unnecessary. Self-isolation? Luo scratched his head, puzzled, then suddenly a thought struck him. That's right, Master Antigo. A while ago, I was with this child at the Temple of War, and there was a very strange disturbance that caused a significant change in the environmental magic. Could this be the reason? Chapter 1051. Antigo thought for a moment and said, "You mean the magical tide event that caused turmoil in the mage's holy land a month ago?" That's possible. Mortal souls are fragile. They might fall into a coma when exposed to strong magical fluctuations. You could try periodically infusing her with gentle soul power. Antigo took out a small bottle, the transparent liquid inside still shimmering with white light. This artificial soul extract is usually used to harmonize soul solidification arrays. It can also soothe stimulation when used on real souls. That's too expensive. I know soul magic, I should be able to. Let's use it instead. Antigo was slightly surprised, then put away the bottle. Soul magic, huh? That's even better. Leading Anna Bauer back to his side, Luo glanced at the wall of books. Antigo, keenly noticing this movement, asked, "Which part are you interested in?" "I still have some time, no rush." "No, it's just that I obtained some high-quality materials, so I want to build my own mage tower." "I see. The construction of personal mage towers is currently quite scarce. May I take a look at the materials?" This time, Luo didn't refuse, handing her a piece of Black Star Rock and a piece of Black Soul Rock. Seeing these two similar yet fundamentally different materials, Antigo raised an eyebrow. Black Star Rock, strictly controlled by the Karlov Imperial family. And this one? I can't tell its origin either. It seems to be a superior mineral of Black Star Rock, isolating magic, and as hard as steel, but too heavy and lacking in toughness. It's not ideal for building equipment, but it would be excellent for building a mage tower. Antigo, as expected of a master puppeteer, possessed a far superior ability to judge materials than Luo. He made a pretty good assessment with just a few glances, and with a flick of his wrist, several exquisite design drafts appeared instantly. "How much of these materials do you have?" Luo quickly replied, "About 30 tons of Black Star Rock, and a larger quantity of another material, about 200,000 tons. "Is that so?" Antigo produced a light blue engraving pen, and with a few swift strokes, the original design was reduced to 3 sheets, which then fell into Luo's hands. "In my experience, these are suitable for these types of mage tower designs. You can add more if you have specific requirements." Seeing Luo carefully examining the design, Antigo reminded him, "You can go back and think it over carefully. I be here recently." Luo was overjoyed, carefully put away the drawings, bowed to Antigo, and thanked her. "Thank you for your help, master. I will never forget your reward." Antigo didn't say much. Even though she knew Luo's background was strong and her abilities were extraordinary, she was second to none in professional matters. Knowing Antigo's extensive knowledge of materials, Luo asked her again, "Master, do you know any skilled blacksmiths? My staff was destroyed in battle, and I hope it can be repaired. Ideally, it would be best to have it repaired by the holy blacksmith who forged the silver moon lamp, but after the Moriarty incident, Luo harbored no goodwill towards him and preferred to find a new blacksmith rather than trouble him." Antigo frowned and thought. She certainly knew blacksmiths, but truly skilled ones were few and far between. After a moment, Antigo gave Luo a hint. "I once helped a dwarven blacksmith repair a golem. Perhaps you could consult him." After obtaining the blacksmith's address, Luo thanked Antigo repeatedly, and the group returned to the drawing room. The red tea on the table was gone, and unsurprisingly, Bella was still debating with Sandaragon. Luo wasn't in a hurry. Now that Anna Bao's problem had been identified, he could just wait patiently. Besides, a superhuman's time was cheap. Following the doctor's orders, Luo cast some soul magic on Anna Bao to calm her soul, but whether it was too infrequent or the effect wasn't strong enough, Anna Bao didn't react. Once a day, he muttered to himself. Then, Luo took out the 3 design drafts Antigo had given him and began to study them. The first design, a mage tower, was a typical Black Tower style, but the appearance wasn't important, he could design it himself. Functionality was what Luo was considering. The first mage tower's outer shell combines Black Soul Rock with a magic-suppressing array, maximizing its effectiveness against magic, while also providing strong resistance against magical techniques. The malleable nature of Black Star Rock allows for the addition of a movable, special magic crystal cannon, utilizing its magic-repelling ability to fire powerful, focused magic beams. The second mage tower is similar. Well, it's also black. Let's call it Black Tower 2. Abandoning the first tower's offensive capabilities, it adds more mobility and counterattack arrays. If a large amount of magic power is consumed in a short time, it can even directly smash into enemies. Internally, stabilizing and self-repairing arrays are added, further strengthening this turtle shell. Luo seriously doubts whether an 8th-tier transcendent could even harm it. The third mage tower is cyan, with a large amount of a rare mineral called Earth Dragon Scale Powder added to its surface. This is an excellent material for array foundations, allowing Luo to inscribe numerous high-level spells within. Combined with Black Star Rock, it can further inscribe powerful magic dispelling arrays, making it a nemesis of magic shields. Black Soul Rock is used as a cage to imprison enemies. Whether it is a magical beast or a superhuman, once trapped in the cage, their strength will be greatly weakened. At this time, with the help of the Mage Tower's attack magic, even if Luo loses his ability to attack, he can still kill the enemy. Each of the 3 Mage Towers has its advantages. Black Tower number 1 is relatively balanced, Black Tower number 2 focuses on defense, and the Azure Tower greatly enhances offensive capabilities. Luo only needs to choose one of the 3 directions. Scratching the back of his head, Luo was momentarily at a loss. What to do if he wanted everything? However, since Antigo had provided 3 directions, it must be because they were incompatible. Moreover, none of them offered much expansion in research or spatial aspects, proving that these 2 main materials were naturally only suitable for shelter towers or magic towers. Galega, what do you think? Whatever Luo thinks is fine. In the cat's view, Mage Towers were all pretty much the same, because Luo didn't rely on external objects. Is that so? Then I think about it again later. This was just a draft. Luo still needed to add the additional buildings he required, such as a bedroom and a bathroom. And since Luo might also need to use it, a magical research space also needed to be arranged. In addition, Luo was quite curious about Antigo's ability to construct spatial expansion arrays. It seemed that for powerful individuals proficient in arrays, Saint-level strength wasn't necessarily the threshold for touching space. Miss Luo, please have some tea. A slender, white wrist appeared before Luo, leaving a steaming cup of black tea on the table. Luo's face stiffened. She looked at the smiling figures numbered 017 and 032 beside her. Did she really have to drink this tea? In the end, Luo didn't get to drink the tea because some brat had messaged her. Flat-chested girl. Why didn't you tell me you were going back to the Mage's Holy Land? While I'm in a good mood, tell me why you won't get beaten up, and I consider it. You, don't do anything reckless. Humph. I won't hold it against you. I'm at the Holy East City ruins. Hurry up and come over. Luo frowned. She remembered that St. East City was located east of the Mage Holy Land. So what was this St. East City ruins? What does ruins mean? What? Flat-chested girl, you don't know? Fine, I mercifully tell you, a month ago. It was because of the magic tide? Hey! How did you know? Damn it! Don't steal my words. That shouldn't be the case. Is the magic tide's influence that widespread? Luo ignored the mindless rage on the other end of the soul network. Thinking carefully, she realized that she had used teleportation arrays to return to the Karlov Empire and travel to the Mage Holy Land, and both the Empire and the Holy Land possessed powerful magic stabilization arrays, so she hadn't noticed anything amiss for the past month. It seems the impact of that magical tide was far greater than imagined. Galega, do you know what happened? The impact of hell. Stare. Luo stared at the cat suspiciously, feeling that Galega seemed to know a lot. Galega, do you know what happened in the north? The cat's soft tail swayed gently. It simply licked its paws and calmly said, 3 small fish. Never mind. Galega didn't want her to know, which meant she wasn't strong enough yet, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Hey! Flat-chested girl, don't ignore me. Answer me now, quiet, where are you? I'm coming over. Ah! You're coming to visit me? Well, that's not impossible. I wait for you at the Viman restaurant. I have something to do. Bye. The brat hastily left a bye and then immediately disconnected. So urgent. Luo muttered to himself, not paying it any mind, and said to Sindaragon, I'm going to St. East City. Do you want to come with me? Miss Dragon's ears twitched. Reluctantly she bid farewell to Bella, who was deep in thought. You're quite good. I admire you. Perhaps we can exchange ideas again sometime. Leaving so soon? It's already an honor that I could spare the time to spend with you. More pursuit would only be a waste. Bella let out a soft breath, her weary eyes calmly looking at Sindaragon. Although your tone was a bit strange, I must admit you are a learned and wise person. I will organize my questions and discuss them with you again next time. You have good judgment. It was clear Miss Dragon was quite pleased. Since her resurrection, Bella was the only scholar she felt was worthy of exchanging knowledge with. It seemed following Luo would indeed be very interesting. After bidding farewell to Bella and the other puppets, Luo and his group headed towards St. East City. Looking carefully into the distance, Luo realized that the Mage's Holy Land had indeed undergone significant changes. The most noticeable were the addition of large urban areas in the south, east, and west, and many more blue-robed mages bustling about. Looks like the situation is quite serious. Thinking this, Luo quickened her pace. It had been several years since she'd seen that kid. She wondered how much he'd grown. Could it be that he hadn't grown at all? In the reception room, Bella was still processing the direction provided by Sindaragon, and her teacher's knowledge was far more ancient, seemingly from history itself. While ancient doesn't necessarily mean good, some lost methods could still provide valuable references. With modifications, they might help her solve many problems. I'm a little thirsty. After discussing for several hours, Bella also felt thirsty. Glancing at the steaming black tea on the table, she drank it all in one gulp without thinking. Glug glug. Ugh. So bitter. Chapter 1052. This was Luo's first time visiting St. E's City, but the city no longer existed, only its ruins remained. Looking down from the sky, the vast city was shrouded in darkness. Everything involving barriers and magical runes had crumbled and extinguished. Surprisingly, despite such severe damage, the residents of St. E's City suffered few casualties. Many residents were busy at the ruins, searching, repairing, and rebuilding in an orderly fashion. A group of mages in light blue and white robes were seen coordinating the work, the dawn symbol clearly visible on their backs. At this moment, a yellow figure approached. It was Mega, the brat's butler, presumably. Luo suddenly realized he didn't seem to know their specific roles. Respected Mage Luo, and esteemed guests, welcome to the Mage's Holy Land. Miss Simmel has been waiting for you at the Viman restaurant for some time. Please follow me. Luo nodded, thank you for your trouble, and followed Mega to the Viman restaurant. The restaurant was located in one of the few restored areas of St. E's City, and its decor was extremely luxurious. A waiter immediately approached Megan upon seeing her attire, and led the group to a private room. Before even entering, Luo could already hear the chattering of a young woman inside. The flat-chested girl should be here soon. Google, is my hair alright? Is there anything wrong with this outfit? Oh, and is the presentation of this luxurious dessert perfect? Google, check my posture. At the same time, Luo could hear Google's measured, yet slightly annoyed reply, Miss, it's fine. You've been nagging for 20 minutes already. I think you better not be nervous now. I'm not nervous at all. This is just proper etiquette. It would be so embarrassing for me to make a flat-chested woman feel so ashamed. Outside the door, Sindragon looked at Moriarty next to Lo with a half-smile, but his gaze seemed to be fixed on Lo. Flat-chested woman? Quite an interesting name, Sertso, what do you think? Shut up, you stinky dragon. Moriarty, of course, wouldn't be emotionally affected by this, otherwise she wouldn't have appeared in this state. She simply felt that Sindragon was interfering with her duel with the cat. Megamo rubbed his hands together, chuckled dryly, and dared not look at Lo, whose fists were clenched. He carefully knocked on the door, and deliberately called out loudly, Lady Simmel. Mage Lo and her friends have arrived. After a series of clanging sounds, the room returned to silence, and then Simmel's delicate voice came through. Please come in. Creak. After a slight sound, the door slowly opened, and Lo immediately saw a long dining table laden with various delicacies and desserts. The small but large Simmel sat opposite him, trying hard to maintain her proud expression. Beside her stood Google, dressed in a yellow robe, looking speechless. When Sindaragon, Anna Bode, and Moriarty appeared beside Lo, Simmel probably hadn't expected so many people. A hint of panic flashed across her face, but she then forced herself to remain calm, coughed a few times, and then graciously invited the people to take their seats. Ping, cough, cough, Master Luo, welcome back to the Holy Land of Mages. As your friend, cough, cough, I have specially prepared the most famous dishes from the Viman restaurant for you. Since you are all friends of Master Luo, I am naturally very pleased to welcome you as well. Watching the little imp stumble through her lines, Luo sighed inwardly. Well, she had it tough enough, she gave her face. Putting on a smile, Luo responded to Simmel's invitation. Thank you for your generosity, kind Mage Simmel. It's truly a blessing to be invited so soon after returning. Hee, that's cough cough, what I mean is, it's my duty. Since Luo was a guest, she naturally introduced Sindragon and Annabor after taking her seat, while also mentioning Moriarty's current status to leave a more lasting impression. Simmel had known about Moriarty for a long time, and wasn't surprised to hear she was now a freshman at the Imperial Academy of the Karlov Empire, even though she didn't know much about the Imperial Academy. When she heard that Sindragon belonged to the Royal Guard and had come specifically to protect Luo, Simmel couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Seeing Luo affectionately ruffle Anna Bauer's hair and call her this child, Exine Meyer's face darkened instantly, her teeth grinding together, making Luo wonder if the girl had lost her mind again. Humph. Nice to meet you, friends of Mage Luo. Please remember, I am Kunakint's Exine Meyer, the black-robed mage of the Mage Hall, the genius successor of the Wind God. On the Holy Land, you will see members of the Dawn active everywhere, all are under my command. The only response was a strange laugh from Sindragon. A human dared to be so arrogant in front of a dragon? This brat seemed a bit too cocky. Luo's gentle hand landed on her shoulder, and Sindragon's malicious smile vanished. Well, considering she was just a brat, the great dragon would let her impudence slide. Simmel, you said before that St. E's city was destroyed. Do you have more detailed information? Getting straight to the point? Alright, not necessarily. Simmel clapped her hands, and Google immediately explained, Mage Luo, it happened 35 days ago. An unknown magical tide suddenly and rapidly arrived from the east of the western continent. The strange magical tide was incredibly violent, instantly changing the sky. Although not as ferocious as magic, it dealt a severe blow to the spatial array of the Mage Holy Land, destroying almost all arrangements involving spatial technology. When the magical tide swept through, the spatial barrier surrounding the Mage Holy Land temporarily failed, causing the Holy Land's real space to expand rapidly, engulfing the 3 major surrounding cities and numerous small towns. At the same time, the tide also caused a powerful upheaval in the Mage Tower complex, with about 20% of the towers collapsing and 50% suffering varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, the Mage Temple activated its emergency plan immediately, urgently restarting the spatial barrier and repairing the ultra-long-distance teleportation array, preventing the disturbance from lasting too long. Now, the 3 new cities are being rebuilt. The Dawn organization's current task is to record the extent of the disaster and relocate the ruins, while also handling the displaced residents and providing them with temporary accommodation. Simmel nodded solemnly and added, because the magical tide had a wide-ranging impact, even affecting the Southern Wolf Empire, the Mage Hall believes it will affect the entrance to the Netherworld. They dispatched a large number of yellow-robed and black-robed mages to provide support. I also plan to have everyone go there after the ruins are dealt with. This will not only relieve the pressure on the Mage Hall, but also provide valuable experience. As Simmel spoke, her still chubby face gained a touch of composure and maturity, a hint of wisdom gleaming in her eyes. From Google and Mega's expressions, it was clear this was her own decision, made without anyone's assistance. Luo couldn't help but smile. The little imp was only 66 years old, equivalent to 19 or 20 years old in human terms. To have completely grasped a large organization like the Dawn Alliance truly demonstrated her growth. Simmel was still analyzing when she suddenly noticed the smile on Luo's face. She frowned and pouted. What are you doing? Why are you smiling so strangely? Nothing, just a little surprised you can speak so eloquently. Hey! You're looking down on me. Luo ignored the little imp's protests, picked up a crispy biscuit, and fed it to Annabelle. Nonsense, but you mentioned the Netherworld. Has the news about the changes there already spread? More or less. Simmel, while watching Luo personally feeding a strange girl, casually said, several dead zones have appeared within the Garen Empire. The Church of Light has also repeatedly cleared away the death aura. At least for well-informed superhumans, the Netherworld isn't far off. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, Simmel simply ignored her, grabbed a glass of milk and slurped it down, then, as if remembering something, reached for a donut, took a bite, and deliberately waved it in front of Luo. Master Luo, do you know what the most famous dessert at Vimon's restaurant is? Sure enough, Luo's attention was immediately drawn. What is it? Ahem. Seeing your thirst for knowledge, I kindly tell you. Vimon's restaurant has a history of over 2,000 years. Every week, they bring back top-quality dragon rock goat milk and dragon roar bee honey from the perilous Karen Mountains. Combined with flour ground from 6-tier magical golden wheat and shortening extracted from mountain boars, it takes 6 days to create a perfect golden cream puff. With a small hand holding a chipped donut, Luo's gaze was immediately drawn to a unique plate of cream puffs among the food. The golden, flaky pastry was slightly cracked, revealing a smooth, yellowish cream filling. Taking a deep breath, the unique sweetness and aroma stood out even among the many delicacies. It looked delicious. It was all Simmel's fault for being too conspicuous. She hadn't noticed this novel dessert immediately. Seeing Luo staring intently at the golden cream puffs, Simmel couldn't help but reveal a smug grin. Her wind magic materialized into a hand, picked up a piece of cream puff, and offered it to Luo. Ah, Mage Luo, how about trying some? As everyone knows, the silver-haired witch has a particular fondness for desserts. So, with a small bite, she devoured the delicious golden cream puff that had been offered to her. Her glossy pink lips touched the magical hand, sending back a wondrous sensation. She took a bite with her silver teeth, and the golden cream puff slightly broke open, squeezing out a little cream that clung to her lips, as if enticing someone. Sindaragon pulled his gaze from Simmel, whose head was buried in the table, and whispered to the waiter waiting outside the door, "Bring me your finest wine." Meanwhile, Luo, cupping her cheeks, savored a golden cream puff, licking the cream residue from her lips. Her mood instantly brightened. She glanced at the little girl trembling inexplicably on the table, but paid it no mind. She picked up another golden cream puff and popped it into her mouth, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Delicious. Suddenly, wet spots appeared on the table, then vanished instantly. A tiny, watercolored cat, invisible to ordinary people, gently landed on the table, its tail held high. With elegant cat-like steps, it knelt before a plate of steamed fish, its beautiful eyes quietly fixed on the fish's head, seemingly contemplating whether to take a bite. With the greatest threat temporarily gone, Moriarty breathed a sigh of relief. He was quickly drawn in by the aroma of roasting meat and unceremoniously forked a piece of lamb chop and began to gnaw on it. A moment later, a waiter opened the door, bringing in 2 bottles of fine wine and a set of goblets. The dragon lady skillfully had the waiter pour her a glass, swirled it slightly, and took a small sip. When it came to being served, the dragon lady was never stingy with her time. Upon tasting the wine, the dragon lady's brow furrowed slightly. Amidst the waiter's tense expression, she said calmly, "The vintage is too young." However, Sindaragon didn't let the waiter suffer. After gesturing for him to leave, she relaxed and leaned back in her chair, slowly savoring her wine. The dragon lady wasn't lacking in fine wine, she was simply curious about the wine brewed by humans of the new era. Even if it didn't satisfy her, it was still a pleasure. The commotion brought Simmel back to her senses. She discreetly rubbed her burning cheeks, and after cooling them down, she pretended to be nonchalant and joined in the tasting of the food. Google and Mega weren't interested in the food, they merely stood by as background figures, only calling for a waiter to bring back any food that disappeared. Luo came over not only to learn about the recent situation at the Mage's Holy Land, but also to check on Simmel's current state. Aside from still being as arrogant as ever, Simmel had changed quite a bit. In insight, Simmel's information was laid bare. Kuna Kent Simmel 7th tier Transcendent, Wind, Mage, Wine Mage, Fan, Believer, Leodorus, God of Wind and Freedom, an orphan of the Sky Kingdom. As a winged human, her lifespan is 3 times that of a human. Once she reaches adulthood, she can enter the Transcendent realm, but her mental development is simultaneously slowed by 3 times. Bearing the will to reclaim the Sky Kingdom, and working tirelessly towards it, the Dawn Alliance was established based on the Dawn Organization. Mastering the Gale Domain, initial stage, control over the Wind God Scythe has greatly increased. Gaining the recognition and protection of the Wind, the faith in the Wind God, and a shattered past has strengthened its resolve, making it difficult for it to fall. Seems to be very concerned about someone's opinion. Physically still developing. Note 1. Influenced by divine power, possesses an extremely strong affinity for all elemental magic. Note 2. Influenced by the original soul, the affinity for all elemental magic manifests as extreme wind affinity. Note 3. Influenced by the residual will of the flesh and blood lord, there is a chance to attract the attention of certain beings. Note 4. Influenced by light magic, resistance to dark magic is increased. Note 5. Influenced by wood magic, recovery ability is greatly increased. Note 6. Soul compatibility, 99.99%. Note 7. Soul compatibility, favored by the Wind God. As it turns out, besides improvements in intellect and strength, Simmel's physique has also improved considerably. Lo disdainfully turned his face away, lest those pineapples touch him. "If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Heaven knows why a body that should be fully formed is still developing. It can't possibly be related to the soul." Simmel looked down, bewildered, then raised the uniform in her hand again. "What? I don't smell bad. Hey, this is a robe I specially prepared for you, take it now. Isn't this the uniform of the Dawn Alliance?" "Yes. You're the chief mage I recruited, of course you have to wear it." Wait a minute." Luo reached out to stop Simmel from approaching, full of question marks, and asked, "When did I become the chief mage of the Dawn Alliance?" To everyone's surprise, Simmel confidently blurted out, "Just 15 years ago. I don't remember anything like that." "That just shows how bad your memory is, flat-chested girl. You clearly made that up." Under Luo's murderous gaze, Simmel awkwardly turned her head away. "Is that so? Well, that must be because I'm so busy and can't remember, haha. But then, forcing a flushed face, she pressed the uniform against Luo. Anyway, I prepared everything for you, just accept it. Sindaragon swirled his wine glass and twisted. Looking at Moriarty, who was buried under a pile of CDs, she asked Setso, were they always this close? Huh? Sister Lo and that brat? They seemed pretty good. Moriarty looked up from her plate, recalled that when that brat appeared, she always received gentle treatment from Sister Lo and never got a spanking. She nodded decisively. That's right, she's a good brat. Lo ultimately accepted the robe, otherwise, it would be too noisy. As for the title of Chief Mage, she'd think about that later. Simmel was quite happy, humming a smug little tune as she returned to her seat. Even Moriarty seemed more agreeable now. If the flat-chested girl accepted, she'd join the Dawn Alliance sooner or later. After the meal, Simmel immediately moved closer to Lo, extending her small hand under the latter's bewildered gaze. What? Humph. Watch closely. Suddenly, a wisp of green wind emerged from Simmel's palm, but unlike ordinary wind magic, it was a deeper color and mixed with a sharpness that seemed capable of severing the soul. Then the green wind vanished without a trace, while Kolo's hair floated on its own. The omnipresent wind was stirring it. Even though it couldn't be perceived, the wind was undeniably present. Luo finally understood. This guy was showing off her magical properties after breaking through to the 7th rank. I remember you were still at the 6th rank 2 years ago. How did you get to the 7th rank so quickly? Hearing this, Simmel's nose almost popped out of her head. She laughed smugly, hands on her hips, boasting, I'm the most talented winged human in history. Breaking through is a piece of cake. Flat-chested girl, let me tell you, I only started breaking through last year, and I succeeded in just 13 months. Call me a genius. Ha ha ha. If I'm not mistaken, the Wind God side should be able to help you comprehend the wind magic properties ahead of time, right? The laughter stopped abruptly. Simmel's eyes darted around, and she secretly put her hands behind her back. Is that so? This you must be mistaken. The Wind God scythe only. It's a weapon. How can it have such abilities? And I remember wind magic has 7 properties. I think, the successor of the Wind God, the wielder of the Wind God scythe, the so-called youngest black-robed mage, the founder and leader of the Dawn Alliance, the possessor of ultimate wind affinity, the most talented of the winged race, Kunakin Simmel, should be able to easily master all the properties of wind magic, right? Simmel's forehead gradually broke out in a cold sweat as she took a step back. That's for sure. I'm the most powerful. Such a simple thing. Hee, how could I not do it right? Looking at the sweating, darting-eyed brat, Luo rolled her eyes, and decided not to tease her anymore. If she continued, this girl might explode. That's good then. It's getting late, I need to go to the Church of the God of Magic. The blacksmith Antigo had introduced happened to be at the headquarters of the Church of the God of Magic in the Holy Land of Mages, specializing in forging staffs for the followers of the God of Magic. Huh? So soon? Simmel had wanted to go with Luo, but he refused her righteously, saying that St. E City hadn't been rebuilt yet, and as the leader of the Dawn Alliance, how could she leave without regard for her members? Don't look so pitiful. It's not like I'm not going back to the Mages' Hall. Simmel, pouting and looking reluctant, suddenly realized, oh right. Then I go back to the Mages' Hall to find you in a while. Looking at the delighted Simmel, Luo suddenly regretted saying something unnecessary. It seemed she would have to stay in the Great Library more often to avoid being constantly bothered by the little imp. Leaving the Viman restaurant, Luo asked Galega, who had returned to her shoulder, aren't you going to meet Feng? He's asleep. Is that so? Luo stroked the kitten's soft head thoughtfully. No wonder Feng hadn't appeared at all. It was currently the stage of the demons invading the living world, and Feng probably needed to concentrate all his energy on shielding Simmel's presence, which was why he hadn't had time to show himself. I visit again another time. The northern polar region vanished. This was the first thought of the holy warrior Warren upon arriving in the far north. In the eternal falling snow, the northern polar region, which should have been isolated by extreme cold, was now nothing but an abyss. The parched earth prevented the ice magic from falling, and scorching veins stretched downwards from the edge of the abyss, emanating a strong evil aura. The abyss was 2,500 miles in diameter, and looking down, one could not see the bottom, only a faint crimson glow. Besides this, the vast northern polar region had vanished without a trace, as if a large chunk of the world had been ripped away out of thin air. Commander, there is an extremely strong evil aura below, very similar to the resentment of the Church of War. Moreover, it has a powerful weakening effect on perception, My senses can only extend a little over 100 miles. Yang Lai returned from the abyss, not daring to venture too deep, only going about 200 miles in. Fortunately, so far, no danger had appeared within the abyss. The holy warrior Wanren nodded slightly, then soared into the air, her right fist clenched. A terrifying holy might gathered in her palm, and a golden phantom of a lion king materialized, distorting space. Her short frame seemed to grasp the entire far north, transforming into an incredibly powerful punch that crashed down. Crack, crack. Space shattered with a bang, and a terrifying force, enough to severely injure another saint-level being, slammed into the abyss in the blink of an eye. The ultimate cutting power contained within the holy force erupted under the immense power of space. Centered on the abyss, vast swathes of space collapsed, and turbulent currents triggered a powerful storm that swept tens of thousands of miles away, like a natural disaster. However, the holy warrior Wanren frowned deeply. Despite her full-force attack, the abyss remained completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust stirred. Whoosh whoosh. 5 figures appeared nearby, the Thunder Witch of the Mage Hall, the War God Temple's Davin Holy War, and the Starry Night Holy War, the Assassin Hall's Codename 9, and the White Cat Territory's Cat King, all are among the pinnacle of contemporary combat power. Gentlemen, can you sense that the power of the Ice God here is waning? It was the Cat King who spoke. His chubby body and fluffy fur made him appear harmless, but anyone who underestimated him would have their soul vanish in the next moment. Codename 9, shrouded in mist, agreed with the White Cat's words, his hoarse voice deepening. A divine war has taken place here. Afterwards, the Ice God will leave the north, and the snow and wind will cease. Without the natural barrier of snow and wind, once the demons emerge from the abyss, the north will face even greater pressure. Clang! Suddenly, the long sword behind the Starry Night Holy War emitted a series of sword cries, then flew out and pointed towards the abyss below. The 6 saint-level warriors immediately went on alert, for they too sensed the rapidly rising aura of evil from the depths of the abyss. Chapter 1053. Splash. The raging sea suddenly calmed down, then burst open with a roar, releasing 3 agile figures. The long days without sunlight made them want to take a few more breaths of fresh air. Even those superhumans no longer needed air. Resurrected? Gah! A playful blue-haired girl cheered and jumped around a man and a woman, surrounded by a hazy mist that draped her in an alluring semi-transparent dress. However, her intelligent eyes made it difficult to notice the girl's true beauty. Shaking her head to avoid disturbing the girl's enjoyment, the chestnut-haired girl with a high ponytail elbowed the gentle-looking long-haired youth beside her. "How are you?" The youth was exceptionally handsome, exuding an air of nobility. His dark blue eyes, the same color as his long hair, were calm and serene, as if containing a vast ocean. However, after being solidly elbowed by the person beside him, his face contorted as he clutched his waist and hissed, "I was fine before, but now I'm in trouble. You better pay up." 2 copper coins were tossed over, caught by the young man. Instantly, his face stopped contorting, his back straightened, and even his backache disappeared. The girl wanted to punch him. Just as she was plotting her next move, the young man suddenly spoke. "Lia, were you scared then?" The girl, Viguria, fell into deep thought. About 7 years ago, the 2 humans and 1 fish, who had been training in the overseas sea realm, were planning to return to the Karlov Empire when a shooting star fell from the sky, landing precisely in the deep sea 2,000 miles away. Upon touching the seawater, the shooting star revealed its true form. At first glance, it looked like a drop of extremely deep, azure blue water. Perhaps this description is contradictory, but that's exactly how it appeared to Viguria at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed as if consciousness would be swallowed up, forever trapped in an endless ocean. Viguria witnessed firsthand that the moment the droplet appeared, all marine life within 100 miles instantly lost its vitality, and that eerie power expanded rapidly, reaching them almost instantly. Completely unable to avoid it, in the instant the power swept over her, she felt as if everything within her was crumbling: body, battle aura, magic soul, consciousness, disappearing layer by layer under the crashing waves of emptiness. In her final moments before her consciousness faded, she instinctively turned to look at the young man beside her, finding him looking back at her. They smiled at each other, and then completely lost consciousness. She didn't know how much time had passed when Viguria's hazy consciousness vaguely heard someone calling her name. Barely opening her eyes, she saw it was Sea Pearl and Manita calling out loudly. The difference was that Sea Pearl could swim freely in the sea, while she and Manita were frozen in ice, unable to move. It was only through the Sea Pearl that Viguria learned that the drop of water was actually a part of the divine essence of the ocean god. When the two were unintentionally consumed by the divine power emanating from the divine essence, the sea pearl opened its small mouth and directly swallowed the dissipating divine power. However, the amount of power she consumed was insignificant compared to a fragment of divine essence, not even a drop of water from the ocean. The wise merman high priest, quick-witted, dragged the two unconscious people closer to the fragment of divine essence while still eating. Finally, the sea pearl, nearly bursting its stomach, swallowed the fragment of divine essence in one gulp, thus saving the two. However, there were two divine powers within the fragment of divine essence, one from the ocean god, and another unknown, extremely cold power. Although much weaker in comparison, it was still far beyond their reach. Therefore, the sea pearl decisively used all her divine power to protect the two, remaining unharmed under the protection of her shattered divine core. In the days that followed, Biguria and Manita's consciousness became drowsy under the influence of the solid ice, often sleeping for months at a time, only to fall asleep again after a day or two of waking. Only after each awakening, hearing the sea pearl mutter that the ice had melted a little more, and with their beloved by their side, were they able to get through those difficult days. However, this misfortune turned into a blessing. The solid ice contained some divine power from the ocean god and unknown icy divine power. During their coma, their sea of souls seemed to be influenced by this divine power, naturally forming the complete set of advancement runes they needed, and even condensing a water attribute and an ice attribute divine spell. They learned the time through communication with the sea creatures of the deep sea. Approximately 7 years had passed since they were frozen. The sea pearl had already reached the peak of the 5th rank, and only needed a period of quiet cultivation to break through to the 6th rank. The two successfully advanced under the influence of the divine power, having progressed approximately halfway through the 4th rank. Coming to her senses, Biguria found herself held in Manita's arms. She didn't feel shy as usual. This was merely a reflection of Manita's inner fears. Just as she feared losing him, he feared losing her. Wow! What are you doing? Can I do this too? Looking at the sea pearl's head leaning forward, Biguria smiled and pulled her into her arms. It was cool, like holding a lump of solidified water. Nothing, just that I think the high priest is amazing. Of course. The future merman high priest never doubted herself. Looking down at the smooth, watery legs, which slowly turned into a pool of clear water, then reformed into a wide fish tail, the sea pearl flicked her tail and looked up at the girl so close to her, suggesting, "Why don't we go back and see Luo? It's been so long. Of course, if we don't go back soon, Father and the others will be worried sick." The thought of having to explain several times upon returning gave Biguria a headache. Manita chuckled silently, stroking her beloved's hair, only to be elbowed in the mouth again, leaving her mouth crooked. "Get out! Don't touch my hair!" Mermaid, blowing bubbles, was racking her brains, trying to figure out what she could transform into to scare her. The Church of the Mage is one of the most widely distributed churches, second only to the Church of Light and the Church of War. Except for the Karlov Empire, it has branches almost everywhere, even scattered throughout the aloof forest of life. And in the holy land of mages lies the largest Church of the Mage, the Church of Miracles, also known as the birthplace of the Church of the Mage. The entire Miracle Church covers approximately 5,000 square kilometers and governs an area of 200,000 square kilometers, essentially a small kingdom within the holy land of mages, known as the birthplace of Hecate. Its internal governance system is remarkably well established. Thanks to its tolerant access for non-believers, the birthplace of Hecate and the Miracle Church are extremely famous, attracting many talented mages who have failed to enter the mages' temple to stay and further their studies. The blacksmith that Luo is searching for is located within the birthplace of Hecate, a very important master-level blacksmith within the Miracle Church. Normally, Luo would only have a chance to contact him if he revealed his identity as a black-robed figure from the mage's temple. However, with the token provided by Master Antigo, meeting him becomes much easier. The blacksmith's disciple received the token and hurriedly searched for his teacher. Moments later, a muscular bear woman emerged from the blacksmith's workshop. Upon seeing that the newcomers were several unfamiliar young human girls, she subconsciously frowned. However, after carefully examining the token in her hand, she decided to give the girls a chance. "Speak," she said. "For the sake of that woman Antigo, I can do you one thing, only one thing related to forging." Luo pretended not to hear the distance in her voice. She didn't know her, so there was no need to act familiar. She took out a golden hanging lamp. Even though the gold patterns had faded, its otherworldly beauty and mystery were undeniable, as if crafted by a divine hand. The bear woman was immediately captivated by the lamp, subconsciously ignoring Luo's words until she suddenly waved her hand in front of her. Only then did she snap out of her daze, but her aloofness had vanished. She leaned in, her round nose almost touching Luo's cheek. If you can send her, no, lend her to me for a month, half a month, 3 days. Just 3 days, and you be a lifelong VIP here. The bear woman's breath was heavy and carried a strange, fiery scent. Luo instinctively took a few steps back from her face, sighed helplessly, and repeated what he had just said. I just said, could you repair my staff? Of course. The bear woman patted her thick chest, making a dull thump-thump sound, but her eyes never left the lamp. She casually held out her hand to Luo. Where's the staff? Don't tell me it's all gone. Isn't it here? Luo handed over the lamp, and the bear woman's gaze met his. For a moment, she was a little embarrassed, but then she quickly recovered, her voice suddenly rising. What? You little human girl, you're saying this is a fragment of the staff? What a joke, this is. Such a perfect creation is just a fragment of a staff. How magnificent must the complete staff have been? Wait! Who could possibly destroy such an exquisitely crafted staff? The bear woman was straightforward, but she wasn't stupid. If she took this job, and the powerful figure who shattered the staff came looking for her, would she have to wash herself clean and lie on the chopping block waiting? The bear woman withdrew her hand from the lamp, looking at it with reluctance before resolutely refusing. I'm sorry, I can't take this job. Now it was Luo's turn to be dumbfounded. Wait, at least try striking it first. Where did your pride as a master blacksmith go? Wait! Is it too difficult to repair? Telling you is fine, it's difficult to repair, but I have connections, I can always try. But I don't want to be implicated, understand? Luo immediately understood. It made sense. The bear woman blacksmith had been living in the mage-dominated holy land of humans for a long time. She must have her own concerns. He couldn't force her, so he asked, Master, do you know anyone who might be able to repair it? The bear woman scratched her head, stammering, yes, there is. There's a saying in the blacksmith circle, fire forging is perfect, water forging is beyond limits, only metal forging is impossible. Pursued means that fire forging is highly advanced, water forging has an even higher ceiling, but above the limits of mortals, there's the gold forging method, comparable to the skill of a forging god. I know a blacksmith who has mastered the gold forging method, but what? Sensing Luo's strong probing, she had no choice but to tell the truth. To be honest, although his skill is very strong, rumored to be comparable to a saint-level blacksmith, his temper is very strange, and his requirements are extremely specific. Almost all the extraordinary individuals who have visited him have returned empty-handed. I don't have high hopes for you. Luo immediately showed surprise. According to what you said, he's a hot commodity. Saint-level experts should have sought him out, right? Did they also return empty-handed? Luo had no doubt that some narrow-minded saint-level experts would come knocking, and if rejected, they might resort to brute force. How would that blacksmith handle that? The bear woman shook her head, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter further, simply explaining that person is in a forbidden area. Even a saint-level expert must be treated with caution. She then told Luo a location before turning and returning to the forging workshop. So what do you plan to do? Sindaragon stepped forward to Luo's side. I have something to tell you. Even in my time, the wilderness was exceptionally dangerous. Is that so? Luo shook his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. We should at least try. Besides, you're all here. Hearing this, Sindaragon immediately became arrogant. For a dragon who had ruled the living world for several eras, the forbidden area was merely a slightly troublesome and dangerous place. What was there to fear? I like hearing that. When do we set off? No time to lose. Let's do it now. Luo figured the repairs would take a considerable amount of time, so he wanted to send it for repairs before returning to the Great Library, so he could retrieve it after a while. Chapter 1054. North of the border between the Azure Wolf Empire and the territory of the savage werewolves lies an unusual space, filled with unknown forces that even magical beasts struggle to withstand. It is vast and desolate, tragic and savage, far removed from civilization and the world, as if from the most primordial time. Legend has it that the source of this desolate land lies in this space. In ancient times, traces of power emanating from this space greatly affected the stability of magic, making it volatile and dangerous, thus giving rise to ancient savage races. It is said that the savage races now huddled in the southern part of the western continent, the savage werewolves, and the few remaining savage magical beasts are descendants of these savage races. Living beings feared that space, yet also worshipped its power, giving rise to a faith known as the barbarian faith, and revering the creator of that space as the barbarian god. Unfortunately, with the sun-moon gods' apparent display of divine power, the barbarian gods' faith crumbled, now almost completely disappearing. Only that space remains, bearing the ominous name of the barbarian Forbidden Land, a name that has persisted to this day. After some time, Luo and his group arrived at the northern border of the Azure Wolf Empire. Through the distorted border, they could clearly see bizarre flashes of light in the distance. The infamous barbarian Forbidden Land lay within. Luo had never encountered the barbarian Forbidden Land before, only knowing from certain records that since ancient times, over 99% of extraordinary individuals who attempted to explore it had perished within its confines, and the few who did emerge were almost all at least at the 8th rank. It was rumored that a strange power, not belonging to magic, existed within the barbarian Forbidden Land, perhaps holding the secret to breaking through to higher races. Of course, Luo scoffed at this. If such a secret truly existed, the saint-level beings of all races would be eager to raid it daily. They wouldn't need to hold back. They only stay because the rewards of the adventure aren't enough, so it's best not to believe everything the legends say. From Sandaragon, Luo learned some of the truth. The reason the savage Forbidden Land was dangerous, besides the primal forces known as the Savage Aura, was that it also concealed numerous powerful ancient phantoms, projections of powerful beings from past generations of the living world. Not only were they difficult to deal with, but even if killed, they would resurrect, and there was no benefit. That was the key point. But I remember many dragons, who sought strength, used to go in to find opponents. Dragons have this habit too. Luo sighed, only to hear Moriarty behind him scoff. They still have to team up with those birdmen to defeat us Netherworld clan, you weakling. Sizwa, come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Don't you think about who's the loser? Seeing the two women, one big and one small, practically blazing with lightning in their eyes, Luo quickly pressed one down with each hand. Calm down. Why don't we enter the Forbidden Land first? Humph. I disdain fighting with the dark and twisted Netherworld clan. The little one responded with a smug face. At least a fight didn't break out on the spot, and Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She was the first to leave the border protection zone. As soon as she entered the desolate land, she immediately felt an extremely dense concentration of magic. This concentration. She had felt it before outside the Agnisa Empire, but she thought it was just a remnant of that fluctuation, which should gradually fade away over time. So it really is a permanent effect across the entire plane. Clenching her fists, Luo didn't know how mortals without protection could survive in the current living world, but unfortunately, she was powerless to do anything about it. Let's go! For safety's sake, Luo carefully stored Anna Bauer away, and the group quickly arrived at the edge of the anomalous space. Up close, the desolate Forbidden Land within the shimmering light resembled a broccoli rooted in the earth, except this broccoli was ridiculously large, covering thousands of miles and towering into the clouds, inexplicably reminding Luo of the giant axe of the Temple of War. Perhaps in the extremely ancient past, a giant truly wielded the giant axe of War god and cleaved this broccoli in two. Shaking his head to dispel the inexplicable thought, Luo stepped into the shimmering layer. Sandaragon and Moriarty also paused their fight and became serious. A Forbidden Land is Forbidden Land for a reason, not because of its reputation. Especially Moriarty, she had truly experienced the power of the current Forbidden Land, and this was no joke. As if passing through an ancient and absurd memory, Luo appeared above a desolate land. Looking back, besides Sandaragon and Moriarty, there were only distant, towering, barren mountains. Just now, I think I saw something. Luo murmured, smoothing her hair. Was it an illusion, or a memory of the world's past? Don't worry about it. Every dragon that enters the savage Forbidden Land has that experience. You get used to it. Even if you say that, I don't think I ever get used to it. Ignoring the lingering haze of consciousness, Luo began to carefully observe this world. Upon first seeing the savage Forbidden Land, one can't help but sigh that it truly lives up to its name. The vast, boundless land is a reddish-yellow expanse. Apart from sandstorms and barren mountains, there is no life, only deathly silence and desolation. A thin layer of magic is mixed with a large amount of unknown ancient aura. With each breath, the body feels as if it is sinking into stillness. Only by releasing magic to resist can this corrosive force be eliminated. Looking up, the sky was almost within reach, and 3 blazing suns poured down their light and heat, making Luo feel warm and cozy. Landing on the ground, a heavy feeling came from beneath his feet. He stomped his foot, but the ground only cracked open slightly. Luo now wondered what kind of life dared to survive in this forbidden area. The magic wasteland, deathly silent, with 3 suns in the sky and super strong gravity, each phenomenon enough to obliterate most ordinary life, Yet within the Forbidden Land, they were merely the norm, however. Luo looked up at the suns in the sky. Is that normal? Is there something in the sky? Luo was even more puzzled by Sindaragon's confusion, pointing to the three suns. Miss Sindaragon, don't you think the sky is different from the outside? Indeed. The dragon lady nodded thoughtfully. A little? This sky is too low, but it was like this in my time. Flying across the sky, we could return to the living world. At this moment, Moriarty interrupted Sindaragon, narrowing his eyes. You stinky dragon, do you remember the myth passed down in our time? The sky once had more than one sun. Says, you mean? That's right, that ancient legend, 3 suns without ceasing, a silver moon reflecting in the sky. A magnificent sight that occurred before the war between the descendants of the sun and the moon race. Sindragon's stunning face subtly changed, her vertical pupils suddenly narrowed to slits, a faint golden light appearing within them. She finally saw it. 3 enormous suns hung prominently in the low sky. She abruptly turned her head. Lo, is this the view you saw? Lo, startled by their serious demeanor, nodded involuntarily. If you mean those 3 suns, then this must be it. Sindaragon fell silent. She knew Luo's hidden power was special, but she hadn't expected him to be able to easily see a truth that even dragons couldn't detect. She had entered and exited the savage Forbidden Land so many times without noticing, only today, thanks to Luo's reminder, did she have the chance to see it. She felt a bit conflicted. Miss Sindaragon? Let's go find that blacksmith first. Oh. Luo didn't understand, but didn't object. No matter how special this Forbidden Land was, she wasn't here to see the scenery. Following Sindaragon's lead, Luo temporarily stopped observing the sky and headed towards the approximate location provided by the bear woman. The savage Forbidden Land was deserted. The group flew low and fast, wary of the phantoms that might appear at any moment, while also searching for the blacksmith. After flying for about half an hour, the distant mountains remained far away, but Luo and her companions encountered their first phantom. Well, that wasn't quite right, because the phantom was forced upon them. Before Luo could even detect anything amiss, Sindragon and Moriarty attacked almost simultaneously, unleashing a punch into the void 5,000 meters away. Just as Luo was wondering what was happening, a fragmented phantom suddenly emerged from the void. Even as its form rapidly dissipated, its wild eyes pierced Luo's heart. That's a phantom? Despite being dressed as an assassin, its eyes showed absolutely no intelligence, only the most primal instinct of survival of the fittest, more ferocious than a gray wolf on the plains, more brutal than a wild bear in the mountains. That's right. Don't underestimate them just because they lack intelligence. Although it's just a projection, it possesses all the cunning and ruthlessness one would expect. Relax, it's just an 8th-tier phantom, easily destroyed. I can't relax at all. Luo swallowed hard. This was definitely a high-level map. Concealing his aura, Luo obediently tucked his tail between his legs and acted like a mage. Sometimes, it's not so bad to be a kept man. The blacksmith named Van Gene usually lived deep within a dried-up swamp. Newcomers could use the distant, desolate sacred mountain as a reference to determine their approximate location. After flying for a full half-month, the number of phantoms they encountered gradually increased. Just as Sindaragon had said, they possessed a wild instinct no less than intelligence, and even when facing their own enemies, they could still launch the most effective attacks quickly. Along the way, Luo, being the weakest, was attacked no less than 500 times. The most dangerous attack was when a group of well-organized werewolf phantoms took advantage of Sindaragon and Moriarty being distracted and rushed within 500 meters of Luo. Of course, that was all. The cat only glanced at them, and the saint-level phantom vanished without a trace. After a series of close calls, they finally arrived at a muddy plain. The group landed on the ground. The vast swamp resembled the remnants of an ancient, dried-up ocean. Lo couldn't help but ask the cat, Galaga, do you know the origin of this swamp? Yes. Tell me, please. Sindaragon and Moriarty immediately strained their ears, ready to listen. Who said strong people weren't curious? It was simply that they hadn't yet encountered anything beyond their comprehension. The cat calmly perched on the girl's shoulder and gave that familiar answer, 30 small fish. Sigh. The 3 girls slumped in dejection. Sindaragon even considered asking the cat what the small fish meant, and whether she could catch them for them. Scratching the cat's soft chin, Lo rallied her spirits and strode towards the faintly visible buildings in the distance. Why not fly? Lo sensed that this swamp seemed to harbor some extremely pure earth elemental power. With her feet firmly planted on the ground, she could sense it more clearly. Chapter 1055. A man and 2 women landed on the deserted island, It was Viguria and her group, returning from the distant sea. Something's wrong here. Viguria narrowed her eyes. This was an island reef connecting the storm coast to overseas countries, bustling with adventurers and thriving with trade. But now it was eerily quiet, littered with overturned debris and broken houses. It was clear that a huge commotion had occurred here, leaving the once vibrant island completely devastated. Could it be related to the abnormal concentration of magic? Manita rubbed her fingertips together, gathering magic power several times stronger than usual. This was not good news. Anyway, let's search it first. Viguria drew Winter's breeze, crimson battle aura condensing on the blade, spreading her senses as wide as possible to search for any possible clues. Manita, wielding Water Abyss, formed a pincer movement with Viguria, supporting each other. Behind them, Sea Pearl also became serious, an invisible mist spreading out, completely erasing their presence and traces. The reef wasn't large, and they quickly finished their search. They finally heard a faint noise in the Adventurers Guild's basement. Apart from that, even the cries of seagulls had vanished without a trace, extremely eerie. Lightly approaching the Adventurers Guild, Viguria and Manita exchanged a glance. With a surge of power, a layer of sword and shield flashed across their bodies, and their auras merged into one. They swiftly stormed into the Adventurers Guild. Winter's Edge and Water Abyss pierced down, instantly shattering the barrier maintaining the basement, revealing several pairs of shocked and bewildered eyes. Faced with this scene, Viguria's momentum faltered. Children? Seeing the group of children, around 10 years old, huddled together, trembling, Manita sheathed his sword. The steam from his sword quickly calmed their fear. Can you tell me what happened here? Manita, of noble birth, possessed a noble air and handsome features that made him both imposing and unapproachable. Among the frightened children, a girl with light freckles was immediately captivated by his gentle, magnetic voice. Her face flushed, she whispered, "My lord, 48 days ago, the magic on the island of Ellen became very strong. A riot broke out, many people died, and strange people took away the bodies. Now, only I and everyone from the orphanage remain on the island. It's definitely related to the abnormal magic. Little sister, don't worry. We are knights of the Karlov Empire. With us here, you are safe." These reassuring words calmed everyone down, and their gazes towards Manita softened with admiration and respect. It was a knight. They were sure to be saved. Immediately, a little boy mustered his courage and said, "Sir Knight, I saw that those people who left not only took the bodies, but also many other people. The shopkeeper Kate next to the orphanage was knocked unconscious and taken away. It was so scary." Manita understood. It seemed these children were hiding in the basement protected by the barrier because they were afraid of being captured, and they had also luckily escaped the corrosive effects of the rising magic concentration. Viguria stepped forward and asked the little boy in a gentle tone, "Do you remember when those people left?" "Let me think." The little boy bit his finger in thought, but another, slightly taller boy quickly answered, "Sister Knight, I remember, it was 27 days ago. I brought a clock." He held up a somewhat old clock. The hands were still slowly moving, apparently their way of keeping track of time. Unfortunately, those people had been gone for quite some time, and searching now would likely be futile. Manita and Viguria discussed it, and decided to return to the Karlov Empire to report the information, and also take the children with them. "But Lia, do you have any ideas about the cult that took the corpses?" "Humph, who else could it be?" Viguria's eyes turned cold. Besides the disgusting flesh cult, what cult would be interested in the dead? Walking through the nameless, dried-up swamp, Luo clearly felt pure earth magic surging beneath her feet, as if she were stepping on undulating waves of the earth, yet separated by a pitiful membrane, touchable but untouchable. The deeper Luo ventured into the swamp, the stronger the earth's response became, seeping into every inch of her skin along her pulse. It was gentle, like the warmth of her birth, a stark contrast to the wild, untamed earth. Wisps of yellow mist rose from her smooth, jade-like skin, her body attempting to accept the land, transforming itself into a form highly compatible with earth magic. Thump! 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 Every inch of her skin breathed, absorbing vast amounts of earth magic, along with the aura of the wilderness, before gushing forth from her pores. It seemed merely a formality, but Luo vaguely sensed something left behind. The road ahead was long, the swamp vast and boundless. Time flowed silently by. As she felt the pulse of the earth, Luo's mind gradually drifted into a trance, forgetting her purpose, her companions, and even herself. An aura of the wild emanated from her, bringing with it the weight of the earth. The sun seemed about to set, pressing its weight down on the girl's petite frame. Yet, a golden rune emerged from above her head, concealing boundless mysteries, holding the sun high in the sky. The swamp melted and then solidified, submerging the girl's feet. Sindaragon frowned, wanting to pull her out, but the cat on his shoulder gently flicked its tail, separating Lo from them. Thus, Sindaragon and Moriarty could only watch helplessly as the resurrected swamp slowly devoured the dazed girl. "Hey! You stinky dragon! Don't you come here all the time? Explain yourself to this general. Don't pull at my clothes. So what if I've been here many times? This is the first time I encountered something like this." In the midst of the argument, the swamp finally returned to calm, and Luo seemed to have vanished from this desolate forbidden land. Roar! A long, majestic roar startled Luo awake. His vision sharpened, and he found himself bewildered to find himself on a vibrant, thriving land. The earthy, brownish-yellow ground was covered with ferns over 10 meters tall. A grasshopper, taller than Luo, leaped from one blade of grass to another, its sharp, dagger-like mouthparts rapidly devouring the succulent leaves. A 3-meter-long, giant, rock-armored earthworm wriggled segment by segment, chasing after a leaping, fat insect. A magnificent butterfly with a 5-meter wingspan scattered large swaths of deadly pollen, shimmering in the sunlight. A huge bird's head appeared in the grass, pecking at the scattered insects. Each peck created a rapid sonic boom in the air. Suddenly, a gaping maw shot out, snapping the 20-meter-tall bird in two. As the bloody maw lifted, Luo saw clearly that it was a gigantic creature resembling an earth dragon. Its ferocious, elongated head, coupled with 3-meter-long fangs, allowed it to easily tear the bird apart. After swallowing it in a few gulps, a wisp of earthy yellow aura entered its body, a fleeting glimpse of 8th-tier aura. Boom! Before Luo could close his slightly open mouth, a mountain range abruptly descended from the void, crushing the earth dragon's life form. However, as the mountain range slowly rose, bringing with it 5 thick pillars 100 meters long, its true form was revealed before Luo. The colossal creature, half hidden in the void, lowered its head. Wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning settled on every scale etched with countless runes. Its 5 claws scooped up the earth dragon's corpse, swallowing it along with the earth from the black hole in its mouth. A few drops of pale golden blood fell, and it slowly merged into the void, each step traversing thousands of miles. Even long after its barely visible form disappeared from the clouds, Luo could still see its thick tail swaying slightly in midair. Thump! Luo unconsciously sat down on the ground. Logically, having seen, even gods, nothing should be able to awe her anymore. In fact, its aura was far from the intimidating presence the ice god had instilled in her. But it was enormous. Enormous beyond Luo's imagination. Its thighs were comparable to crystal lakes, its body a floating continent, and its thick, long tail could easily clear the land of the Karlov Empire with a sweep. Was it truly just an ordinary life form? No, one should ask. Could a superhuman truly be considered superhuman before it? Even the vitality of the tree of life wasn't as vigorous as it. Do they even truly exist? After a moment of blankness, Luo patted her cheeks, exhaled, dusted herself off, and stood up. Whatever they were didn't matter. She needed to figure out how to get away first. Luo had already discovered that not only Sindaragon and Moriarty, but even Galega was gone. If she couldn't still clearly sense magic, she would have thought her consciousness had entered some memory. Not daring to use her senses, Luo suppressed her aura and flew into the air. Looking around, she saw that the lush green grass was covered with walls that stretched to the sky. Relying on her superhuman eyesight and the fairly good light, Luo quickly realized that those walls, whiter than mountains, were actually giant trees. Each giant tree was more than 100,000 miles apart, but compared to their exaggerated girth and sky-blocking canopies, this distance seemed very close, giving Luo a strange feeling of emptiness, yet also density. Upon closer inspection, Luo was even more shocked. Those giant trees were none other than the Babel trees. However, compared to the Babel trees Luo had seen before, these behemoths were truly mature adults. Their height could blot out the sky, their branches could reach the moon, and even the long-gone giant beasts were mere ordinary animals before these trees. Where exactly is this place? She was certain that no records contained any description or speculation about this place. If only Galega were here. It definitely knew. Suddenly, Luo felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly turned around, simultaneously activating her domain and barrier spells. A small sun appeared in her hand, and her aura condensed to its peak. Huh? Luo was taken aback, only to see an ordinary boy draped in animal skins curiously observing her. However, Luo quickly recovered, breaking out in a cold sweat, and rapidly retreated 1,000 meters to create distance. She was only surprised to see the seemingly ordinary stone spear in the boy's hand easily slice through space. Whoosh! In a flash, the boy was already close, curiously pointing to the seven-colored barrier around her, as if trying to ask something, gibberish. Completely incomprehensible, and she couldn't sense any mental fluctuations from him. Luo cautiously retreated again, simultaneously concealing her conspicuous magic power to minimize her threat. Perhaps this action made the boy seem more relaxed, casually slinging the stone spear over his back, grinning with a set of bright white teeth, appearing quite sunny and cheerful. Gibberish. Unfortunately, it was completely useless for communication. However, Luo sensed that he harbored no hostility towards her and tried to communicate. Of course, speaking the common language was useless, so Luo dispersed her soul power, transforming it into mental fluctuations that any mid-level transcendent could sense and interpret as their own language. However, to Luo's surprise, the boy merely glanced at her inexplicably, seemingly unaware of the nearby mental fluctuations. "Hello, excuse me, where is this place?" Luo repeated, but the boy still didn't react, scratching his messy black hair, lost in thought. Could it be he can't sense soul power? Luo found his own thought unbelievable. A powerful being who had mastered the power to shatter space couldn't even sense soul power. How could he possibly deal with an attack from afar? At that moment, the boy seemed to remember something, flashing his bright white teeth again. He pointed to himself, then to Luo, then to a giant babel tree in the distance, turned, and flew away, seemingly urging Luo to follow. Considering the danger of this land, and the other person's lack of cunning, Luo hesitated but followed anyway, hoping he might know how to escape. After flying several thousand meters, the boy stopped and looked back at Luo to confirm she was following before continuing. However, Luo had somewhat underestimated his speed. Even with wind magic accelerating him to over 100 times the speed of sound, Luo despairingly discovered the distance between them was widening. Slowed down. Luo's words were almost instinctive, but the boy, despite being thousands of miles away, heard her clearly and turned to wait. Could this be why they could survive in this land without using soul power? Luo's guess was quickly confirmed. The Babel giant tree the boy was heading to was about 150,000 miles away. Along the way, they would inevitably encounter ferocious native life forms. Aside from some inconspicuous insects with auras of the 5th or 6th rank, the aura emanating from most of these life forms made Luo's heart tremble. And like the phantoms in the Forbidden Wilderness, these creatures were exceptionally skilled hunters, often remaining undetected even when hundreds of meters away. That's right, insight was ineffective. Luo had begun to suspect that these creatures were also some kind of phantom, but the overwhelming realism prevented her from being certain. Besides, even if they were phantoms, being able to communicate was enough. Faced with such dangerous native life, the boy easily saw through the ambushes, fearlessly hurling stone spears from hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Each strike pierced through space, instantly killing the giant creatures opposite, then casually cutting off the most potent pieces of flesh from his prey and eating them. Luo looked at the heart he controlled, suspended in front of him, and felt that something was amiss. She seemed to have been fed? Not long ago, the boy who had instantly killed a 9-headed golden lion-like behemoth, after devouring its 9 pairs of eyeballs, suddenly slapped his forehead, mumbled something, and then swiftly disemboweled the 9-headed lion with his stone spear. He then tossed the still beating, enormous heart in front of Luo, gesturing with his hand as if to eat. She was quite grateful that he would offer food to a stranger, but hadn't he considered the differences in their eating habits? She tried to put the heart into her ring, but found it emanating a desolate power that hindered its storage. After thinking it over, Luo decided it would be better to roast it. Perhaps roasting it would allow it to fit, and she could see if she could bring some back for little Aya. Without hesitation, flames erupted from the surroundings, scorching the beating heart of the 9-headed lion. However, after only a short while, Luo was dismayed to discover that her intense heat couldn't harm the heart. Increased the temperature. The intense heat instantly distorted the air, evaporating moisture and rapidly creating an extremely dry area around Luo. The heart continued to beat, and even occasional drops of golden blood ignored the intense heat, falling directly to the ground and creating a pool of blood. Veins bulged on Luo's forehead. She couldn't afford to mess with the lion when it was alive, but now that it was dead, and only its heart remained, she couldn't handle it. Anger ignited within her, and a golden fire rune flashed deep within her pupils. A golden red flame, symbolizing the sun, instantly enveloped the heart. Ultimately, it was divine flame magic, surpassing ordinary fire magic. Under this catastrophic heat, the 9-headed lion's heart finally yielded, its beating rapidly decreasing until it quickly fell silent. As the heart sizzled and oozed with oil, its color changing from golden red to a ripe orange-yellow, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. Luo couldn't help but swallow hard. It looked so delicious. Should he eat the little guy's share too? Using his finger as a sword, Luo easily sliced off a piece of the fragrant roasted meat. Taking a bite, a strange power quickly spread throughout his body, but Luo was so engrossed in the aroma on his tongue that he didn't immediately notice this change. The slice was about the size of a fist, but after finishing it, Luo couldn't help but let out a burp. He couldn't bring himself to cut off another piece. So full. Rubbing his bulging belly, Luo couldn't fathom just how high the energy density of this heart was. My power. Luo narrowed her eyes. She felt it. Her small fist seemed heavier. With a thought, her right hand suddenly expanded, radiating a fierce aura. The netherworld energy was activated, transforming into a jet-black tattoo that extended, instantly turning her entire arm into a massive, black beast claw. With a single claw strike, the earth instantly cracked open a 20-meter-deep fissure. To put this in perspective, the crater left by the boy who instantly killed the 9-headed lion was only a few thousand meters deep, demonstrating the Earth's incredible solidity. What surprised Luo even more was that she felt the netherworld energy's influence on her mind had weakened by 90%. If I eat a little more, wouldn't that mean I could? Luo had never imagined she would one day wish for her stomach to digest quickly. However, the boy had been waiting for a while, holding up his stone spear and urging Luo to hurry over. Having successfully retrieved the roasted heart, Luo didn't delay any longer and quickly followed. Up close, the Babel tree was a tribal settlement. Passing through the bark that was hundreds of miles thick, the view suddenly opened up, and we had arrived at a primitive tribe with smoke rising from their chimneys. The men were shirtless, their lower bodies covered only by animal hides. The women wore only an extra layer of clothing over their upper bodies. Outside the simple stone huts lay chunks of giant beast flesh awaiting dismemberment. A high stone trough, large enough for 100 luos to lie in, was set up, with a strange, thick soup boiling beneath, fueled by the blazing sun and scorching heat. However, the people here, if they could be considered human, were clearly accustomed to this, oblivious to the heat. Occasionally, naked children would wrestle, their simple clashes unleashing power comparable to high-level magic. Luo, clad in a smooth mage's robe, stood out among the tribesmen like a beautiful peacock among chickens. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. Soon, hundreds of people swarmed around Luo, their curious gazes sweeping over him, occasionally chattering amongst themselves. The boy, displeased, waved them away, shouting something. The onlookers slowly retreated, but their curiosity remained. Gibberish. After speaking to Luo, the boy beckoned her to follow, and they soon arrived at a rather luxurious stone house. Unlike ordinary stone houses, this one had a dark, metallic sheen. Not only was there a separate stone pot beside it, but it was also guarded by a personal attendant, clearly indicating that the inhabitant was wealthy and powerful. The boy exchanged a few words with the guard, and under the guard's curious gaze, he led Luo into the stone house. A withered, emaciated old man sat quietly on a beeskin rug in the center of the house. He was draped in 3 layers of wide, differently colored animal hides, and a strong odor lingered around him. His right hand, almost entirely bony, rested on a bone staff, and his wrinkled face was painted with colorful pigments, making him appear incredibly mysterious. He seemed to be a priest. Gibberish. The boy excitedly explained to the old man, then was knocked out the door with a scepter. Sit down, stranger. A hoarse, aged voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man possessed soul power. Without hesitation, Luo sat opposite the old man on the animal skin rug, conveying his thoughts to him through soul power. Old man, you are the first person I can communicate with. Could you tell me where this place is? The old man opened his cloudy eyes, a desolate and sorrowful feeling welling up in Luo's heart. He slowly uttered 2 words, wilderness. The same language the boy had spoken, yet for the first time, Luo fully understood the meaning of this word. Wilderness is wilderness. Perhaps it has many other names, the lost era, the wild age, the primitive and desolate time, etc., but wilderness is wilderness. Everything Luo saw, heard, sensed, and experienced along the way belonged to the wilderness. In a daze, Luo seemed to hear the roars of colossal beasts, see primitive races fighting, and giant birds flying across the clouds to perch on the sun, a time before life had even been born on the sun. Mountains awoke, shedding their life force, unknown powerhouses far surpassing the saint rank clashed, crude stone swords could cleave the world, and simultaneously, the earth itself seemed to cry out, God, are you still there? Endless sorrow clung to heaven and earth, day after day, year after year, questioning whether the gods still existed. If the gods remain, then let them appear and protect their people from the ravages of barbarism. Stranger, do you see? A hoarse voice rang out again. Luo snapped back to reality, gasping for breath. Just now, she felt as if she had been observing through the eyes of the earth, the sheer volume of information washing over her soul, almost causing her to faint. Now, regaining her senses, the sensation was rapidly fading, leaving no trace. Nodding, Luo asked with lingering fear, "Old man, was what I just saw the wilderness?" "Yes and no." The old man looked up, as if recalling the past, and said, "The wilderness is dying." Chapter 1056. A million years have passed since the era of the fallen gods. Magic has gradually emerged on the vast, desolate land. My clan shaman grandfather told me it was a gradually deteriorating power left behind by the gods, and warned children never to approach it. I didn't understand, but unlike my overly curious peers, I was born knowing how to avoid danger, so I obediently avoided this novel power of magic. My name is Wu. My father gave me this name because he hoped I could become a shaman, that is, a priest of shamans, because my father was not chosen back then. Perhaps I truly possess a talent, or rather, an interest in becoming a shaman. While other children fought, I studied animal hide scrolls. While other children were beaten, I learned about herbs. While other children were chased by wild beasts, I diligently communicated with the savage god within the tribe. Time flew by, and I grew to 15. It was time to find a wife and settle down, but my strength wasn't as great as the other children's, nor was my body strong enough. No girl seemed interested, but I was content, as this way, no one would disturb my studies of shamanic arts. I stood on the third branch of the savage god tree, gazing into the distance. This was the place where I could withstand the most divine power from the sky god. The distant green god mountain had been shattered by divine lightning. It was the third mountain to be shattered this month. I didn't know how many more mountains in the savage land could be shattered, nor what the savage land would become after all the mountains were destroyed. Unlike the other tribespeople, I constantly pondered this question. That year, I was 20. "Priest, the Black Ones have come to plunder our children and women again. Please ask the barbarian gods to punish them." Many young men knelt and pleaded before the ancestral temple. I wearily walked out, and they rushed forward, grabbing my legs, hoping I could communicate with the savage god and unleash the divine curse. This is the third time this month. The savage god will be displeased. I became a shaman at the age of 23, but at the same time, for some reason, friction between the surrounding tribes increased. Was it because the beasts were growing stronger? Or were they inherently evil? More and more tribes were losing the protection of the savage god. I was terrified, because my communication with the savage god was also weakening. But I am a shaman, the spiritual symbol of the tribe. I cannot show anxiety, my people will panic. The savage god is unleashing divine punishment. Boom! Boom! Red divine lightning struck down the savage god tree of the rock tribe, and I could only watch helplessly as their people were reduced to charred remains by the divine lightning. Divine lightning is a curse left by fallen gods. No living being, whether beast or human, divine or mythical, can survive its strike. I am no exception. Sigh. I sighed deeply, my steps growing heavy as I returned to the ancestral temple. As far as I could see, only 3 sacred mountains remained, though many savage god trees still stood. But how much wisdom could these trees, devoid of life, possibly develop? I began to worry that divine lightning would strike my tribe next. Therefore, I secretly began learning the art of listening, a skill only the savage god could master. I am 45 years old. Boom! Divine lightning shattered the last sacred mountain, unleashing a torrential downpour. The land, parched for millions of years, finally received its sweet rain. The tribes rejoiced, and the beasts stretched their necks to catch the hard-won water. Everyone knows that water is the most precious thing in the wilderness. I heard from the shamans of other tribes that the wilderness is coming back to life. The divine thunder is merely clearing away pebbles. But I remain deeply worried. My ability to hear allows me to hear the wilderness asking why the god doesn't respond, even though the god of the wilderness always answers my prayers. My worries are justified. 10 years of torrential rain forced the tribe to move from the ground to the trees, but the pressure from the sky god was too strong. Infants couldn't withstand it and died young, leaving the tribe without a replacement. Supported by June, I gazed into the distance. The land was gone, leaving only a vast expanse of water. People called it the Great Swamp. I am 60 years old. June was the one I carefully chose to succeed me as shaman. But he died. He died on the day the Great Swamp dried up. No one expected the rain to stop in the 15th year, but this was not a good thing. Soaked by the divine rain, The wild land had become soft and yielding. After 5 years of being scorched by the sons of heaven, man, and gods, the great swamp had turned into a marshland. June was eaten by a strange, enormous fish hidden in the marshland. 70 years old is very old for a human. My back is bent, my skin is covered in wrinkles, my bones are fragile, and my eyes are dull and lifeless. Only my ears, which have been with me for 70 years, can still hear the desolation of the wilderness. My heart is still beating. I think I should do something. I decided to leave the tribe. Boom! A giant dragon crashed to the ground, the sun's power leaving cruel marks on its body, its bones blackened by the heat. I watched helplessly as it transformed into a mountain before me, and with a final sigh, I hunched over and departed. The giant beasts are dying one after another, and newborn giant beasts are becoming increasingly rare. Without a food source, the tribe faces extinction. I know that the wilderness is weakening rapidly, and correspondingly, the concentration of magic is increasing. Many shamans believe that magic has stolen the power of the wilderness, and they gather many powerful individuals in an attempt to shatter time and return to the prosperous era of the wilderness. They failed, and the entire tribe perished in the backlash. I feel they did wrong, but what is right? I don't understand. I am 80 years old. In the past 10 years, I have traveled through tribes large and small, encountering many unheard of wonders and divine beasts, some benevolent, some ferocious. Fortunately, I am still a shaman, able to communicate with the gods of the wilderness to protect myself. The voice of the wilderness is growing weaker and weaker, and magic is beginning to dominate. Many life forms adapted to magic are born in the aging wilderness, but the increased magic, in turn, weakens the wilderness. They are the children of the wilderness, yet they are killing the wilderness. A deep sorrow gripped my heart, yet I could do nothing but leave, seeking answers in more distant places. In the end, I failed. The death of the wilderness seemed inevitable. When I witnessed a sky god descend to attempt salvation, only to be corrupted and reduced to dust, I knew even the gods could not save the wilderness. I returned to the tribe, dejected and defeated. The tribespeople were happy that I had returned with the strength, but I had no face to face them. I could not save their wilderness. Perhaps doing nothing in the first place would have been the right thing to do. I thought so, but quickly dismissed the idea, for a being came to visit the tribe. He looked like a man. Let's assume he was human for now. He said his name was Hecate, a newborn being born unable to control the power of the savages. He had traveled for a long time, asking the same question at each tribe he visited. He asked, "Why was I abandoned by the savages?" I remained silent for a long time, but he only smiled, not disappointed. I knew that, like the shamans of other tribes, I would never be able to answer his question. However, before he left, something suddenly occurred to me. I staggered after him and shouted, "Since you can't find the answer, why not try another path?" He didn't stop, but waved casually. He must have heard me. That's what I thought, and at the same time, I found the answer I had always been searching for. I made a bold decision. I would ask the savages myself, ask them why they died. Everyone thought I was crazy. My own people, people from other tribes, even the growing number of newborn beings thought so, but under my prestige, no one dared to stop me. On the morning of my first day of my 100th year, at the very moment the first sun, Tion, had just risen, I dedicated my life to the savages. I died. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw it. I saw the true face of the wilderness. It was the earth, the sky, the sun, the sacred tree, the sacred mountains, the colossal beasts, the tribes, the faith, the civilization. It was everything. Without any one of these, the wilderness would be incomplete. The world is the wilderness. It is the embryonic form, and the origin, the source, and the beginning. Only when the wilderness dies can the world progress. I found the answer within my dead self. But the answer is too regrettable. I am reluctant to let it go. I was born in the wilderness. The wilderness watched me grow up, bearing my footprints and scent, holding my entire life within it. I witnessed the wilderness's aging and destruction, and the birth of new life and new power. The wilderness holds everything I have, and I have seen its true nature. I am the wilderness. I must do something. I returned from the wilderness, sitting down on the half-dried swamp. The ancient ancestral temple appeared, sheltering me from the wind and rain. Gradually, the vanished tribes returned, the lost people began their daily clamor, the savage tree flourished, and the giant beasts resumed their hunting and being hunted. Magic departed from this land, and the power of the wilderness regrouped. In their minds, everything seemed to be returning to normal, except for one shaman who never emerged from the ancestral temple again. I waited quietly, waiting for a turning point. I waited for 9 million years. In these long years, 7 lives came to the wilderness. The first was the demigod youth named Hecate. He sat opposite me, placing an exquisite book on animal skin, on which the world was written in strange runes. He said, "Thank you for your advice." After that day, I changed my mind and accepted magic. Thus, I became the first being in this world to break through to demigodhood through magic. Now, I am about to become a god. This book is for you. I hope it can help you. He left. I opened the book. It contained the truth of the world, but I quickly shook my head and closed it. It couldn't save the barbaric land. The second visitor was a demigod girl, her skirt dripping with water, holding a cat in her arms. She was always playful, leaving a misty haze in the wilderness. I seemed to see my grandfather's granddaughter in her youth, both brimming with vitality. She stayed for 10,000 years, departing on a rainy night. She said she was happy, but wanted to see more, so she had to leave, promising to return. So I gave her the book, hoping it would entertain her on her journey, and help her find a way to save the wilderness. The third being called Jin Yang claimed to be from the immortal god clan, hoping to witness the ancient power of the wilderness. However, he quickly gave up, realizing that the wilderness was merely poison to the immortal god clan, not worth it. Before leaving, he left a stone, saying, "I am recording the world. If you, old man, are interested, why not carve the wilderness for me?" I thought about it, and decided it was a good idea. The fourth visitor came from beyond the wilderness. He had 3 heads, a man's head on the left, a woman's head on the right, and a wolf-like head in the middle. He said the sun here was too harsh, and he didn't like it. I told him that the sun was tended by the sky god, and the old barbarians couldn't interfere, and the dying barbarians were even less capable. I help you solve the sun's problem, you do me a favor. He hoped to take the remains of the barbarians with you. This would accelerate the barbarians' decline, but at the same time, it would give new life a chance. I hesitated for a long time. I loved the barbarians, and didn't want new life to perish. I agreed, and the barbarians grew even weaker. When he left behind a skull, saying it was the skull of the star beast. I ground the skull into an inverted triangular scale, and carved this event onto a stone. The 5th guest arrived, but I couldn't see it, or rather he left a message on the ground. "I'm curious whether you're dead or alive." I thought for a moment, and wrote a reply with a twig. "I don't know." He was very unhappy and asked me another question. "Do you want to die?" I said I was saving the wilderness, so I didn't want to die yet. He was even more unhappy, so it proposed a deal. If he could save the wilderness, then I would die. I agreed. He left a small bottle and told me that the bottle contained a part of the netherworld, and if the wilderness came back to life, I would open the bottle and die. However, a long time passed, and he never appeared again, nor did the wilderness come back to life, so the small bottle remained there. The 6th visitor was a wise beast, but he seemed very angry about the name. I had a good attitude, so I agreed to change how I addressed him. "Listen well, I am the greatest dragon god progenitor in the world, Terexabalon Dracomag." That's what he called himself. I touched his rough head, he seemed to like it, and even breathed fire from his nose to warm me. But the next day he left without saying goodbye, taking with him his triangular scales. How rude. I remembered this, and continued carving the wilderness. Now, I carved 4/5 of the stone. In the year I was about to finish carving, a woman with 5 pairs of pure white wings flew into the tribe. She remained silent, sitting before me for a whole night without uttering a word. I asked her, "Are you looking for someone?" She shook her head, and pointed to the small bottle. Thinking she wanted it, I made a request, hoping she could save the wilderness. She nodded and placed a golden scale down. I recognized it. It was from the previous visitor. Then she took the small bottle. I quickly finished the final carving and began to idly do nothing. Fortunately, I had already learned to wait, so I wasn't lonely. A while later, I don't remember how long, maybe a year, maybe 100,000 years, someone came to the swamp above the wilderness. He was very weak. I worried an ant could kill him. But he couldn't see me, nor could he see the wilderness, so it didn't matter. I was curious what he was doing there. Unfortunately, after settling down, he just kept hammering away at pieces of metal. In my spare time, I would watch him, watching him use new knowledge and power, even though I knew it wouldn't save the wilderness. He was too fragile. I could only try to keep the past away from him. Time passed, and I unexpectedly discovered that his existence seemed more than just a trivial pastime. Gradually more and more lives came to the swamp. even though no more life could see the wilderness. I was too old, the wilderness too weary, I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. His appearance was perhaps the final comfort left to me by the remnants of a god. I gave him the golden scale, and seeing his joy, I smiled too. I began to await death. The wilderness was truly beyond saving. But then, she arrived, the wilderness's eighth guest. Chapter 1057. The hunched shaman sat on the animal's skin, his expression kind, as he looked at the girl before him with her eyes closed. It was such a coincidence, so coincidental that it couldn't have happened without divine intervention. He saw it, the shadow of the book on the girl's body, he knew she had held that cat, the warmth of the crescent moon lingered on her hands, the aura of the primordial dragon and the angel Manini hadn't dissipated, and the netherworld also carried a different scent on her. Except for one thing. But he happened to have it. Thick, long eyelashes trembled slightly. The silver-haired girl awoke from her past. She immediately saw the incredibly aged shaman. Her expression was incredibly complex. She seemed to want to say a lot, but not a single word came out. Finally, she softly asked, "What can I do?" The shaman smiled and shook his head. His withered hand pulled a plain, 20-faced stone carving from within his animal skin cloak. It was about the size of a fist, its surface perfectly smooth. I already know the answer. The history he left me is useless. Luo took the stone from the shaman's hand, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She saw the shaman's life, and she saw the end of the wilderness. Her body was born from the modern world, a descendant of the new life born at the time of the wilderness's decline. Luo's ancestors killed the wilderness. But the wilderness did so willingly. It symbolized the primitive, the wild, the beginning, but also signified incompleteness and imbalance. The wilderness had to die for the world to progress. It harbored no resentment. It was simply bewildered that the gods from beyond the heavens would not appear to save the beings of the wilderness. Luo felt a complex mix of emotions. This should have been shocking, but a deeper sorrow filled her heart, leaving no room for shock. She wanted to ask the shaman why he had told her all this, but when she looked up, the shaman vanished, the ancestral temple vanished, the tribe and the Babel tree, the barbarian god tree, vanished, and only a small, orange-red pebble remained before her, which she carefully held in her palm. Ah, is the wilderness reduced to such a small place? Luo murmured to herself. That history should have been far removed from her, yet, propelled by fate, it unfolded before her, forcing her to experience those 9 million years from beginning to end. But she seemed unable to bear it. Memories uncontrollably surfaced again and again, the sorrow of the wilderness, and the ruthlessness of time washing over Luo's hard time and again. The vastness of 9 million years was far beyond what a mere 40-something-year-old superhuman could bear. Outside the bright yellow halo enveloping the girl, the cat crouched quietly in the void, and the shaman's phantom stood beside him, leaning on his scepter. This is too risky. She carries a destiny on her shoulders, don't worry. The witch's cloudy eyes calmly gazed at the girl. He had asked 7 questions, and the girl had returned with 7 answers. That was enough. 2 ancient beings silently watched as the girl's heart was eroded by the past, seeing her pained expression. The cat's tail twitched uneasily, but it waited, for the witch made no move. Finally, in a fleeting moment, the curled-up girl suddenly stretched and rose into the air. A thick magic book flew out of the void, flipping open with a clatter. All the magic within vanished, the pages cracking and shattering, merging into countless new pages, filled with golden runes, forming a barrier for the girl's heart. A wisp of steam rose from Luo's skin. In the haze, a strand of long blue hair emerged from between her brows, the cat's first gift to her, now radiating a faint divine power to counteract the erosion of the past. His 3 suns slowly rose from the mist, their blinding light and scorching heat pouring down, defying the passage of time with unwavering resolve. Beneath the sunlight, shadows spread, and on the back of her right hand, a 5-petaled nether flower had bloomed unnoticed, its center forming a vortex that devoured the unbearable pressure. Whoosh! Her robes tore open behind her, revealing massive dragon wings and pure white feathers simultaneously. The dragon's might, like thunder, cleaved away the shouts of the wilderness, while its holy light gently soothed, smoothing the girl's furrowed brow. One more thing is missing. The shaman muttered to himself, extending his aged hand and tossing it gently. 20 stone carvings lit up with golden divine runes, revealing the phantom of the wilderness and granting the girl a temporary identity as a savage. 7 streams of power formed an eggshell, enveloping the girl as if completing a jigsaw puzzle. A burst of orange-red light erupted from her chest and palm, instantly illuminating every corner of the savage forbidden land. The countless omnipresent phantoms vanished instantly. Then, As if gathering her scattered thoughts, the entire aura of the savage forbidden land rapidly poured into the girl's palm, where a small pebble floated. As all the aura disappeared into the pebble, in the blink of an eye, everything returned to calm, nothing remained. Sandaragon and Moriarty waited anxiously on the swamp. 3 days had passed since Lo was eaten, and strangely enough, they couldn't find a trace of her, as if Lo had completely vanished from this world. You stinky dragon, it's all your fault. If you hadn't told her about the history of the savage forbidden land, she certainly wouldn't have been in danger. It's clearly because you didn't protect her. If you had been more wary of that cat earlier, I wouldn't have been caught off guard. What? I told you long ago that cats' origins are far from simple. Didn't you hear a word I said, you stinky dragon? Looking for a fight? Who's afraid of who? The two figures, one tall and one short, remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. However, due to certain factors, they could only exchange insults. A real fight was out of the question. Suddenly, Sandaragon, with his sharp eyes, noticed a slight movement in the swamp. He quickly abandoned Moriarty and rushed forward. Moriarty, not to be outdone, tore through space to reach the site of the disturbance. Amidst two pairs of tense, expectant eyes, the swamp released a cute little girl, then completely dried up, becoming as lifeless as the rest of the desolate forbidden land. Sister Lo. Moriarty lunged towards Lo's arms, but before she could touch her, the cat, already perched on Lo's chest, slashed her away with its tail. When Lo awoke from her sleep, she saw a ruffled Moriarty confronting Galaga. Sandaragon, though haughty, kept glancing at her with his eyes fixed on her. Lua wiped her face, making sure there was nothing dirty on it. Sensing Lua wake up, Galaga leaped and landed steadily on Lua's shoulder, while Moriarty seized the opportunity to pounce, rubbing her little face against Lua's flat chest. Why are you suddenly so excited? Lua patted the little one's head, wondering if she was plotting something terrible again. Just then, Sandaragon walked over and seriously told Lua, "You've been gone for 3 days." Huh? I remember just taking a nap. After the initial surprise, Lua quickly realized that the truth wasn't so simple. She seemed to have witnessed something, a truly magnificent spectacle, but when she tried to explore it, her memory seemed to be stripped away, leaving an empty void. Huh? I think I forgot something. Lua subconsciously reached for her hair, only to find a thumb-sized, orange-red pebble in her palm. The aura emanating from it felt strange and sorrowful. She wanted to cry. Drip. A crystal-clear tear slid down Lua's soft cheek, landing on the pebble, and being quickly absorbed. What's wrong with me? This is so strange. Lua quickly wiped away her tears. The moment she saw the pebble, a profound and real sadness welled up from the depths of her heart, causing her to involuntarily weep. After drying her tears, Lua suddenly realized the pebble was gone. Just as she was wondering about this, a faint ripple emanated from her sea of souls, familiar yet strange. Lua quickly closed her eyes and immersed her mind in her sea of souls. Sure enough, the vanished pebble had reappeared there. How could a physical object appear in my sea of souls? Lua was shocked. A little fairy was one thing, but how could a stone enter her sea of souls? This isn't right. Confused, Lua tried releasing strands of her soul to touch the pebble. The moment her soul touched it, a sense of vastness washed over her, and Lua's heart was once again filled with sorrow. So that's how it is. Lua remembered, or rather, recalled fragments of that time, and the old man she should have met again, the shaman who deeply loved the wilderness. Lua didn't belong to the wilderness, and naturally couldn't bear its power, but the shaman gave her a stone carving depicting the entire wilderness. Thus, Lua gained an identity, and the wilderness chose to trust her. The pebble was the final wilderness. Is this really alright? The soul clenched the pebble in its palm, its consciousness returning to reality, the pebble now in its hand. Lua deeply felt the vast, boundless power within it, representing the beginning of the world and bearing the weight of 9 million years. Feeling it was as if she were facing a great deity who had given birth to the world. She involuntarily whispered, "Wilderness." In an instant, a vast world overlapped with reality, centered on Lua. A boundless aura descended, replacing the familiar magic. 3 suns and a crescent moon appeared simultaneously in the sky. Great swamps surged and flowed, towering savage trees millions of miles high stood on the earth, and colossal beasts blotted out the sky, appearing and disappearing in the void. An ancient era reappeared, separated by 9 million years. The immense time difference blurred reality and illusion. In that instant, reality became the future, and the wilderness became reality, indistinguishable. The phenomenon lasted only 3 seconds, yet Sandaragon and Moriarty felt the most incomprehensible shock of their lives. Had Luo not shown the slightest hostility, the torrent of time unleashed in those 3 seconds would surely have reduced the dragon and the netherworld to phantoms. When Luo's consciousness returned to reality, he understood the power of the pebble containing the wilderness, a primordial imprint, placed by the sorcerer into a stone carving recording 9 million years of history, thus allowing that initial era to reappear in reality. It seemed merely a replay of an image, but who in the world could bear the weight of 9 million years, and the impact of the primordial era? When those in the wilderness believed they had truly returned to the past, when the real wilderness once again became an illusion, that person's heart remained forever in the wilderness. Sindaragon and Moriarty, slumped on the ground, had already told Luo that this power shouldn't be used lightly. Of course, she needed to apologize and appease them first, otherwise, she'd be very uneasy if the Dragon Lady and the young general got angry. After finally comforting Moriarty, and swearing a solemn oath never to reveal Sindaragon's embarrassing behavior to gain her forgiveness, Luo put the pebble back into her sea of souls. She planned to name this power the Savage, so that when she sincerely called upon the Savage, it would revive and briefly appear in reality. As long as she didn't die, the Savage wouldn't truly perish. Perhaps this was the sorcerer's purpose. He probably knew that even shrinking the Savage's range, confining it to a corner of the Forbidden Land, would only delay its demise. It was better to leave a seed. If it encountered suitable soil, the Savage might truly be resurrected. However, Luo also felt that after calling upon the Savage, her heart felt as if it were reliving those ancient times, falling into a prolonged depression. It seemed she couldn't summon it too often in a short period. After straightening his clothes and repairing the tear in his back, Luo, carrying the grumbling Moriarty on his back and accompanied by the aloof Dragon Lady, once again embarked on the journey to find the golden forging method. However, this time, there was no need to walk. In the center of the swamp in the desolate Forbidden Land, there was a slightly sunken area. Its edge was tens of thousands of miles in diameter, yet it was raised by about 100 meters compared to other places. Its deepest point was only 200 meters deep, making it not very noticeable from a distance. At this moment, an elderly man, frail and aged, sat cross-legged on a high ground at the edge of the area. He leaned on a beast bone staff, and was draped in several layers of ancient animal hides. His cloudy gaze pierced through space, and fell upon a lovely silver-haired girl, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. As his figure faded, he vanished completely from the land that loved him so deeply. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. The wilderness should have died 9 million years ago. He was too willful, and he loved this land too much. He insisted on finding a way to save the wilderness, even watching it crumble and disappear, clinging to that sliver of hope. Now, all the answers have returned, and he shouldn't be so stubborn anymore. Hecate proved the wilderness was incomplete, its disappearance irreversible, and salvation unrealistic. The Water Maiden said the wilderness was too stubborn, but a wilderness that isn't stubborn isn't a wilderness. The Crescent Moon managed the world lacking the wilderness for him, rebuilding a new wilderness on its ruins, but he died before he could finish. The unseen, he, she, him, kept the words hidden, guessing that the wilderness could only revive if it died, but he, she, him, feared he was wrong. The primordial dragon apologized, saying he had sent his people to try and heal the savage land, but to no avail. He asked for forgiveness for his people being a bunch of foolish beasts. Manite had been blessing the savage land, but she forgot that the savage land couldn't understand, so the blessing descended upon a new world. Jin Yang didn't respond, but the shaman understood from the stone carving he had given him that the passing of all things was a natural consequence. Since it couldn't be stopped, it should be recorded. The record would eventually become the new savage land. Upon learning the answer, the shaman was both disappointed and happy. The answers had always been there. The girl was simply the only visitor in 9 million years to carry all the answers, so the shaman found peace. Since they had tried their best, let the era of the savage land come to a complete end. Magic is the true power in this world. Chapter 1058. Little Artie, your roast meat is gone. Moriarty wrapped her arms around Luo's slender, fair neck, asking curiously, what roast meat? Did Sister Luo make it? Yes. Luo opened her small hand, a handful of ash scattering onto the cracked swamp. The wilderness was just an illusion, and the roast meat was naturally an illusion too, only the part Luo ate was real. I wanted you to try some. Hee hee. Little Artie actually wanted to try Sister Luo more. Oh right. Be careful, Red Luo comes after you. Luo wasn't afraid at all. Red Luo completely suppressed Little Artie. TCH. Sister Luo is a bad person. Moriarty muttered, burying her little head in Luo's neck, occasionally letting out strange laughter, even with the cat right beside her. This girl seemed to have noticed. The cat wasn't interested in her behavior. Luo didn't know if this change was good or bad for her. Miss Dragon rolled her eyes, disgusted by Moriarty's shameless behavior. Luo must have been deceived by his cute appearance. She was clearly more reliable as the older sister, wasn't she? Under the scorching sun, the distorted air in the distance appeared hazy like mist, vaguely revealing two disproportionate figures, one large and one small. Luo squinted. Someone was there. The other party seemed oblivious to Luo and his group. Only when they were within 500 meters did the figure beside the larger one stand up, revealing half-open clothing and a muscular, bronze-colored chest. Thick, long black hair was simply tied back, giving an air of untamed freedom and ease. Most striking were the pair of heterochromatic eyes, one red and one gold, shining through the hazy mist, adding a touch of mystery. Beside him lay a powerful earth dragon, its spiraling horns and crystal-like dorsal fins testifying to the richness of its dragon bloodline. Already at the peak of the 9th rank, its feet planted firmly on the ground, a continuous flow of power gathering, potentially pushing it to the threshold of the Saint rank. However, Luo's gaze only swept over the earth dragon before returning to the long-haired, heterochromatic-eyed youth. If she wasn't mistaken, this powerful 9th rank transcendent being was likely a master of the golden forging technique, but the other seemed unwilling to interact with Luo. He stood up, patted the earth dragon beside him, and turned to leave. Before Luo could speak, Sin Dragon had already leaped forward, her arrogant vertical pupils filled with displeasure. She could tolerate being pressured by Luo's strange skills earlier, since she couldn't completely see through Luo. How dare this mere 9th-tier earth dragon, with its impure bloodline, disregard the mighty pure-blooded dragon? Did it think she had no dignity? Wait. Roar. The exquisitely beautiful body swelled, its terrifying aura churning the air. Its overwhelming dragon might easily pierce space, instantly freezing the figures of the man and the dragon. The dragon's head, slightly smoother than the earth dragon's, lowered slightly, its golden blue vertical pupils chillingly sharp, meeting the bewildered youth's gaze without hindrance. The powerful 9th-tier earth dragon, its legs already weak, lay motionless on the ground, emitting fawning whimpers. Wait! Wait! Luo arrived just in time. Luckily, they weren't far apart, or it would have been over before it even began. Ignorant human, consider yourself lucky today, humph. The majestic body rapidly shrank, transforming back into the graceful form of the dragon lady. If Luo hadn't spoken up, she would have severely injured this little insect that dared to defy a dragon. Patting Sindaragon on the back to calm her down, Luo gave the vacant-eyed youth a mage's salute. I apologize, my companion accidentally startled you. I hope you don't mind, master. Huh? Hearing Luo's voice, the youth snapped out of her daze, but the expected panic or anger didn't materialize. Instead, the youth walked right past Luo, circling Sindaragon with interest, his heterochromatic golden-red eyes radiating an eerie glow, seemingly able to see right through her. Boom! Luo sighed, rubbing her forehead. Okay, now she understood why the Bearman blacksmith had said the master of golden forging had a strange temper. But really, there was no need to court death. Miss Sindaragon, perhaps we should spare her breath? Bang! The bruised and battered youth was thrown to Luo's feet. He struggled to his feet, dusted himself off, and used his golden magic to repair his tattered clothes before finally turning his gaze away from Sindaragon. He said to Luo, "Nice to meet you. You can call me Jean." "Master Jean, hello. I am a mage from the Mage Hall. You can call me Luo." After a pause, Luo couldn't help but ask, "Master Jean, do you have, that kind of hobby?" Jean was taken aback, then waved his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It was just the first time I seen a living dragon, and I couldn't help myself. You probably know that fresh, purebred dragon scales are very useful materials. It seems I misunderstood you, master. It's all right. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Farewell. Having said this in a very casual tone, Jean turned and walked towards the earth dragon, showing no sign of lingering, and seemingly unconcerned that Sin Dragon would be angered and attack again. Wait! Master Jean, I need your help to repair a staff. The fee is negotiable. I stopped forging. Wait a minute. Jean suddenly turned back and approached Luo. Just as Luo thought the other was after the dragon scales, he pointed to the center of the swamp and said, "If you can fetch me a bowl of water, I repair your staff." That's simple. But there's a condition. His expression turned serious. You can't damage a single grain of sand here, and you can't use magic to conjure water. Although puzzled, Luo didn't think it was a difficult task. Perhaps Master Jean was trying to save face? I understand. Go ahead, I wait for you here. Jean walked to the Earth Dragon and sat down, his posture strangely similar to when Luo first met the dragon and the man. What a strange person. Since the other was willing to give him a chance, Luo didn't intend to give up. To avoid Jean angering Miss Indaragon again, Luo persuaded her to go with him. Lo and her companions had already ventured deep into the swamp region, so reaching the center wasn't difficult. The elemental divine authority of fire easily shielded them from the sun's heat, and when Lo carried Moriarty to a colossal wall 100 meters high, not a drop of sweat had broken. Looking at the strange yet familiar wall, Lo leaped forward and reached out to touch it, feeling its rough texture, as if she had returned to the era when it was still alive. Let's go! Beyond the raised, fossilized tree bark, the overwhelming, primal aura easily blocked magic and blocked Moriarty and Sindaragon's progress. Sister Lo. Lo, be careful. Moriarty pressed her hand against an invisible barrier, her distorted little face almost flattened, and Sindaragon also showed a worried expression. The Forbidden Wilderness possessed a near-rule-like power. They were already powerful enough, yet in certain areas, they were still powerless. Luo knew their worries, and gave them a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm alright now. The wilderness was with her. This forbidden area was like her backyard to her, no longer requiring the caution she had shown upon entering. Under the two women's worried gazes, Luo made her way unimpeded to the low-lying area in the center of the barbarian god tree fossil. There, a pool of emerald green water lay quietly, as if waiting to be taken from the distant past. Luo knew this was a remnant of the great swamp, a symbol of the wilderness's vitality. In the wilderness, water was paramount. A wooden bowl appeared in her hand. A drop of jade-green water flew from the pool and landed in the bowl, shimmering and transforming into a bowl of clear spring water. After a moment's thought, an engraving brush appeared in Luo's hand. She wrote a sentence around the pool. I came, I witnessed, I blessed the wilderness. Runes circled the pool, seeping into the fossils and forming a barrier. As long as the runes remained, this barrier would not dissipate. The sandstorm outside is fierce. It's best not to be disturbed, Luo muttered to herself, leaving this peaceful place with a wooden bowl and water. Before the forbidden area vanished, she didn't want the wilderness to be disturbed any further. When Luo returned calmly, holding out a wooden bowl full of water, Jean fell silent, her gaze towards Luo becoming strange. I feel like you're not human. Jean dodged a small punch, laughing heartily, and easily caught the bowl. Sorry, I accidentally spoke my mind. Since you really did it, I won't go back on my word. Take out the staff that needs repair. Looking at the unruly youth, Luo swore that if Moriarty and Sindragon hadn't been holding her back, she would have smashed his head in. Sister Luo, why did you stop fighting? Is Luo worried she can't win? With this dragon here, he can't cause any trouble. Are you really not going to stop me? I can be terrifying when I'm angry. Ahem, repairing the staff is the priority. Giving a fierce glare to the nonchalant Jean, Luo took out a golden lamp. A high-level blacksmith said she couldn't repair it, so she recommended I come to you. Jean took the lamp, not giving it much of a second glance. He simply stated a fact. She can't repair it, and neither can any other blacksmith. This fragment is beyond the comprehension of the extraordinary. Despite saying this, Jean showed no sign of difficulty, patting the sleeping earth dragon beside him. Wake up, get up and get to work. The earth trembled slightly. The earth dragon shook its drowsy head, and upon accidentally seeing Sindaragon, it instantly perked up. It stomped its front legs heavily on the ground, and from its center, a massive array suddenly appeared within 100 miles, layer upon layer, interlocking and suspended in midair. In the center of the array, Jean placed the lamp inside. But just because they can't do it doesn't mean I can't. After all, an extremely arrogant look appeared on Jin's face. The wooden bowl in his hand shattered, the clear water quickly evaporating, returning to its original single drop of blue water. I am the only blacksmith who simultaneously masters the techniques of fire, water, and metal forging. Crimson flames and molten gold surged from Jin's palms, while emerald water evaporated into mist. Red, gold, and blue light intertwined, enveloping the lamp. To Luo's astonishment, the silver moon lamp, now reduced to a single lamp, began to seep out molten gold and silver on its own, continuously extending and gradually filling in the missing parts. Boom! Golden lightning pierced the sky of the desolate forbidden land, and a majestic, angry figure could be vaguely seen casting its gaze across endless space and time. No, cannot, defy. Boom! The golden lightning struck the lamp heavily, instantly shattering the newly repaired parts. Its overwhelming power, seemingly capable of crushing the world, violently impacted everything around it. Luo, heavily protected by the two women, only felt a chill run down her spine, while Jean, facing the golden lightning directly, almost instantly exploded. Reverse. A sharp shout resounded through the forbidden land. Jean instantly recovered, the earth dragon roared, the earth trembled incessantly, and a thick barrier rose to block the gaze. Amidst the intertwining of three-colored light, the silver moon lamp began to repair itself at an accelerated pace. Boom! 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 At first, it was just golden lightning, but soon red, blue, and purple lightning followed in succession. Even a 9-tier earth dragon couldn't withstand it. Its body shattered, its dragon might collapsed, its magic went out of control, and even its soul was almost dissolved. Hurry up and help! Jean roared in exasperation. Only then did Sin Dragon leisurely fly into the sky, raising her hand to unleash a terrifying two-colored dragon breath that could melt space. Even if the beings descending with the lightning resembled gods, at such a great distance, and without any divine consciousness descending, she had no need to worry about being unable to defeat them. She had only been too lazy to intervene before because she disliked Jean. Boom boom boom. The sky shattered, countless lightning bolts were swallowed up, and then shredded by the powerful dragon force. With the intervention of a giant dragon, the silver moon lamp in the center of the formation was finally able to be safely repaired. While Luo waited anxiously, after more than 3 hours of bombardment by the four-colored lightning, the silver moon lamp was finally completely repaired. The vast formation extinguished, and the lightning and phantom slowly dissipated. Jean, panting heavily, lay undignifiedly on the scorching ground, grumbling, "You said your name is Luo, right? Remember, don't come looking for me again. I'm worried I get a backlash and die." Luo had no time for his rambling. She cheerfully flew forward, caught the falling staff, and examined it closely. The newly formed silver moon lamp was slightly different from the original. It was more minimalist overall, and the golden patterns that seemed to have seeped into the silver staff had become a sculpture, constructed from golden runes similar to those on a lamp. In her perception, the staff and the lamp itself seemed to merge into one, with a very faint aura of divine power emanating from it, seemingly compensating for some flaws that Luo was unaware of. Trying to channel magic, the effortless ease made Luo feel elated. She casually unleashed a low-level fireball, the intense heat exceeding that of the original silver moon lamp by more than 30%. Moreover, Luo deeply sensed the call emanating from the silver moon lamp. With enough magic, she could activate its power, just like the silver moon lamp had unleashed when she faced the 8th-tier transcendent warrior Bobby. The realm of the moon seemed to have been enhanced as well, but because the recovery was slow, Luo didn't plan to test it. "Hey, shouldn't we discuss the reward?" Jean sat up, her weariness barely concealed, but her eyes shone brightly. Luo contentedly nuzzled the newly regenerated silver moon lamp, in high spirits, and landed in front of Jean, declaring generously, "What do you want? I give it to you." No matter how much it cost, she wouldn't let go of the silver moon lamp. Chapter 1059. "You said you're from the Mage's Hall, right?" Jean suddenly asked. Luo nodded, and a special pattern appeared on her fingertip. "That's right, a black-robed mage from the Mage's Hall. If you have any questions about magic, I can answer them for you for free." "That's great." Jean clapped his hands, smiling as he offered his reward. "I heard that there's a mysterious and unpredictable diviner in the Mage's Hall who can directly glimpse the River of Fate, known as the Saint of Fate. Could you do me a favor and ask her to calculate my origins?" "I don't think I understand what you mean." Luo tilted her head. How could Master Jean, a 9th-tier transcendent being, not know her origins? It couldn't be some melodramatic story of being abandoned as a child and vowing to find her birth parents. That's hundreds, even thousands of years ago. What's the point of searching now? Will you agree? This reward was a bit unexpected for Luo. Mainly, she couldn't guarantee she actually meet the Saint of Destiny. However, seeing the beautiful silver moon lamp in her hand, Luo immediately put everything else aside. At worst, she could shamelessly ask the bigwigs in the Mage's Hall. Her position as the Grand Library Assistant should be enough. She nodded. "No problem, but I can't guarantee when I meet that person." "No problem, no problem. I stay in the wilderness Forbidden Land. You can come anytime." Jean jumped onto the Earth Dragon's massive head, waved casually with his back to Luo, and the Earth Dragon took heavy steps, slowly disappearing into the vast wilderness. What a strange person. His heterochromatic eyes held a strange power, his mysterious forging methods with void creatures, the vengeful phantom of a god, his companionship with the Earth Dragon in the dangerous Forbidden Land, his confidence in facing saint-level beings, and many other unrevealed secrets made Jean seem more than just a simple blacksmith. "Who cares?" Luo, clutching the silver moon lamp, was in high spirits, too lazy to pry into other secrets. Leaving the forbidden wasteland was quick. All they needed to do was fly upwards until they reached their limit, and they would reappear in the living world. Sindaragon and Moriarty had been quite wary of the omnipresent phantoms, but even after leaving the forbidden area, none appeared. Let's go back to the Mage's Temple. Luo flew towards the Mage's Temple with great enthusiasm. She still had many plans to complete. The magnificent, enormous cube rotated endlessly. No one knew how many planes the Mage's Temple, representing the pinnacle of spatial manipulation technology in the living world, contained, how many skies it encompassed, or how it was all confined within a cube. It seems to have changed. Sindaragon gazed at the Mage's Temple, now so close, a hint of longing flashing deep in his vertical pupils. Miss Sindaragon, have you ever seen the Temple of Mages? Facing Luo's curiosity, Sindaragon didn't hide anything, explaining softly, the 6 great temples appeared approximately 500,000 years ago, but with us and the angels suppressing them, their presence was weak, and their power was far less than in the present day. It wasn't until 300,000 years ago that the temples began to rise, becoming a refuge for many weaker races, and their faith began to develop rapidly at that time. However, even after that epic interplanetary war, the temples were only equivalent to a second-rate power in the living world. According to Sindaragon, each temple had the shadow of a demigod behind it, and for some reason, they have now evolved into a top-tier power that gathers a vast following of divine worship. Then, Miss Sindaragon, what do you think of the Temple of Mages compared to the dragons? Don't belittle dragons and angels. Sindaragon immediately showed disdain. While the temple was mysterious, only its physical form was mysterious. Whoever controlled the temple could possibly compare to the 2 superior races who once completely dominated the sky, earth, sea, and underground. Unless their strength increased tenfold. Lo was now even more curious about just how powerful the superior races were at their peak. Sindaragon didn't hesitate to explain. Feeling relaxed now, she was happy to share her past experiences. At my peak, I am at the upper Saint rank, still some distance from my peak. There are approximately 100 frost dragons of similar strength. Each of the 10 dragon subspecies possesses about 400 Saint rank experts of varying strengths, decreasing in number as one approaches the peak of Saint rank. The entire dragon race simultaneously boasts over 4,000 Saint rank experts, their strength truly unfathomable. Beyond these, there are demigods capable of easily suppressing Saint rank experts, and gods who can respond to them at any time. The dragon god Terex of Balon Dracomag. At that time, the living world was merely a larger garden in the eyes of peak experts. Thus most dragons chose to fly to other great worlds, either to slumber, to play, or to challenge, to satisfy the different personalities of each subspecies. As for the angel race, which is on par with the dragon race, its strength is roughly equal to that of the dragon race. In every era, it completely overwhelms the combined power of all races in the living world. Only after Sindaragon revealed the truth about the hidden dust did Luo finally realize the terrifying nature of the higher races. Their exceptionally high starting point in strength, coupled with their extraordinary talent, gives them individual and overall strength far beyond the imagination of ordinary races. Sister Luo, don't be fooled by how nicely that stinky dragon talks. He still needs to team up with the birdmen to fight us, hee. If you ask me, Sister Luo should have joined the Underworld's camp earlier. Wouldn't it be better to be immortal? Little Audie, as always, shamelessly whispered in Luo's ear, making Luo sigh with relief. Thankfully, after that era, the rulers of the Underworld never launched a formal war against the living world again. Otherwise, how would the living world have had any chance to resist? At the same time, Luo had to raise her estimate of Hell's strength. Even if they appeared in the latter half of the war, using despicable means to attack, they might be able to simultaneously contend with angels, dragons, and the Underworld race. Hell's strength was still unfathomable. As her thoughts raced, the group entered the Mage Hall. 2 years wasn't a long time. Almost every mage who had seen Luo recognized her. Therefore, even though she wasn't wearing the Mage Hall's robes, the mages she encountered all bowed respectfully. How am I going to get back to the Great Library without my mage robes? Luo stopped halfway, lost in thought. Her mage robes were damaged in the north, making it impossible to teleport back to the Great Library. Should she ask the old witch for help, or maybe not? I'd rather be laughed at by everyone else. Shaking her head, Luo sent a message to A5 via the Soul Network, but after a while, there was still no reply. In that case, she was either cultivating or fighting Wisdu. She probably couldn't help in the short term. Reluctantly, Luo could only send a message to Buddy with a bitter face. Hopefully, That old woman was in a good mood today. It's true what they say, the things you least want to happen are often the most likely to happen. It's some kind of law. When Buddy, dressed in a white robe, appeared before her, looking down at her with her height advantage, and wearing light makeup, Luo knew this woman had ill intentions. Yo-ho, isn't this the super popular magician, the silver-haired witch? I heard you went on vacation. Did you bring back any local specialties to share? Here, some local specialties for you. Lothar throws a little oddie at her, and Buddy, who had originally planned to take the opportunity to tease Lothar, almost flew out of her skin. She hurriedly ducked to avoid the local specialties. You win. You can't take a joke. Lothar laughs, beckoning to pick up the little one. Didn't you want some local specialties? Buddy's eyes twitched slightly. Well, her good mood for the day was ruined. However, she noticed the aloof woman with a proud figure next to Lothar, so she didn't act too presumptuously. She straightened her robes, turned around, opened a spatial tunnel, and reminded her, "Let's go, don't get lost, friend." Sindaragon, however, ignored her. This spatial teleportation was child's play, not worth mentioning, leading Buddy to silently label her as unapproachable. Snoring. A cute, semi-transparent little ghost was fast asleep on the table when suddenly, a tiny foxtail grass peeked out from under the table and gently brushed against the ghost's nose. Ugh! Don't be naughty, Miss Phosma will get angry, snoring. The little ghost turned her head and comfortably settled back down, but the foxtail grass wouldn't let her go, reaching around to the other side and tickling the ghost again, making her sneeze slightly. She sleepily lifted her head and looked around. Strange, is Phosma hallucinating? Yawning, the adorable Miss Phosma found a comfortable position and continued to sleep soundly. The restless foxtail grass sneaked out, but this time Phosma buried her face in her arms, and the foxtail grass couldn't reach her nose. Finally, the huffing foxtail grass landed, and out flew a tiny fairy. She had short orange hair adorned with a pretty flower wreath, wore a dark yellow miniskirt, and had bright, lively eyes that made her look incredibly playful. Miss Phosma. Miss Phosma. Get up. Get up. The little fairy tried to lift Miss Phosma's arm, but even flapping her wings until they smoked, she couldn't budge it an inch, only managing to elicit a cute smacking sound. The fairy's fighting prowess, comparable to an ant, wasn't just a casual remark. The little fairy, panting from exhaustion, quickly spotted the long stick-up-a-hogue cowlick on Miss Phosma's head. It flew happily to her head, and a faint life force rose within it. A beautiful tulip sprouted from Miss Phosma's ahogue. Being too naughty isn't good, you know. If the lovely Miss Phosma finds out, you be locked up. A small, white hand swept over Miss Phosma's head, gently plucked the tulip, and sniffed it under her little nose. It smells wonderful. Would you mind if I planted a few? The little fairy, still wondering where the tulip had gone, fluttered its wings. Turning around, it immediately saw a familiar face and smelled the wonderful fragrance. Overjoyed, it flew to the girl and danced around her. It smells wonderful. I haven't seen 30 tulips blooming, la la la. Lo smiled and opened her palm. Little Xania appeared happily. The little fairies were delighted to see their friends. Is there a sound? Phosma seemed to have been awakened by the fairy's joy. She stretched like a cat while making cute little whimpering noises. After she rubbed her sleepy eyes and finally opened them, she immediately saw the girl's perfect, fair face. Wow! Little Luo, why did you scare Phosma? Shouldn't the lovely Miss Phosma let out a happy exclamation and say welcome back? Miss Phosma put her hands on her hips, smugly humming a few times, and said, Miss Phosma is a very knowledgeable adult, you know. Little Luo has only been gone for less than 3 years, and Miss Phosma hasn't had enough sleep yet. She can sleep for 300 years at a time. 3 mere years isn't enough for her to sleep through. Oh. Luo deliberately dragged out the last syllable, smiling as she looked at the smug Miss Phosma. Miss Phosma, you said it yourself, so you were slacking off while I was gone. I wonder if Director Flina will make you write a self-criticism if she finds out. What? Little Lo is so evil. But? Miss Phosma didn't say she was slacking off. Seeing the little ghost earnestly defending herself, Lo helplessly shrugged. All right, Miss Phosma was lucky we didn't get a picture this time. Of course. The little ghost was smug, her long ahogue sticking up, making Lo inexplicably want to grab it. However, Miss Phosma quickly adopted a professional demeanor, producing a pen and paper. Little Lo, listen up. Everyone entering the Great Library needs to register, even newcomers. Of course, that's why I came to find the professional Miss Phosma first. Lo stepped aside, revealing Miss Sindaragon behind her. Actually, given her height, even if Lo stood in front, it wouldn't obstruct her view at all. Lo was just being polite for sure. Miss Phosma quickly wrote on the paper, one self-developed magic puppet, one little bird, one little insect, one blank soul. Silently one dragon. Miss Phosma also wants to remind little Luo that wild, unfamiliar dragons can't be brought in casually, but small dragons are fine. Upon hearing that name, Luo felt a headache coming on, not even noticing Miss Phosma's vanished words. Can we not mention him? Don't worry, Miss Cinderagon is a very good friend, right little Addie? Lo lifted the little guy up by the armpits, but the little guy wasn't cooperating at all. That stinky dragon only knows how to fight, has a bad temper, and likes to drink. Little Addie has been beaten up hundreds of times, it's terrible. Thump! Miss Phosma, unfazed, continued writing something on the paper. The main consciousness has given permission. Little Lo, remember to remind the big dragon of the precautions. Cinderagon was completely confused and couldn't help but turn to Lo and ask, who is the big dragon? Then she saw Lo pointing at her, and her face immediately darkened. What kind of childish nickname is that? She's a great dragon. Her name carries the nobility of her bloodline. How could she be compared to such a laughable nickname as Great Dragon? It's just Miss Phosma's habit. You get used to it. Little Luo, are you kidding me? How could she possibly get used to something like this? Even the proud dragon lady was inwardly cursing, and she couldn't understand why a weak ghost seemed to be the administrator of this strange space. However, seeing Moriarty's mocking gaze, Cinderagon seemed to understand something. This guy, Cizo, wasn't just waiting for her to be embarrassed. It seemed this was the true core of the mage's temple. Feeling the powerful sealing force emanating from the surrounding space, Cinderagon slowly calmed herself. Dragons are always wise. They just don't like to use it, but sometimes they are willing to use their brains. Before drawing a conclusion, she decided to respect Luo's opinion and not be violent towards this little ghost. That's more like it, big dragon. The clever Miss Phosma believes you'd definitely be able to befriend little dragon. That child is so lonely, so pitiful. Luo noticed that as Miss Phosma sighed, her pen was still moving. Was she taking notes? Luo's gaze involuntarily fell on the cat on her shoulder. Could Miss Phosma see it? Little Luo, the main consciousness wants to communicate with you, huh? Chapter 1060. The adorable Miss Phosma almost wondered if she'd lost her mind. If she had. Clutching the mysteriously obtained paper in her small hands, she looked at Luo incredulously, then at the handwriting on it. Huh? Seeing Miss Phosma's strong reaction, Luo became curious. Did the main consciousness of the great library rarely appear? Looks like I can't be lazy anymore, sigh. Hey, Miss Phosma, if you say that, I assume you're surprised because you can't be lazy anymore. Little Luo, you can't talk about the adorable Miss Phosma, okay? The main consciousness is here. Luo hadn't recovered from the embarrassment of being caught red-handed when Miss Phosma suddenly trembled, her playful eyes abruptly turning serene. Tiny starlight spontaneously appeared around her, perfectly matching the power Miss Phosma used to capture Wisdu. Nice to meet you, little Luo. This is the time for the main consciousness of the great library to descend. From now on, please seal everything you hear and experience deep in your memory, and do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Speaking in the same tone and address as the adorable Miss Phosma, but the overly calm tone created a strong sense of disconnect for Luo, making it difficult to discern the true nature of the main consciousness. Suppressing the multitude of thoughts in her mind, Luo was about to ask if such a serious matter required Cinderagon and Moriarty to step aside, when she realized that the little hand she had been holding was nowhere to be seen. Even the relic space and other ornaments on her hand had vanished, leaving nothing but a mage's robe made of starlight. No, there was also a cat. Luo's heart calmed down instantly. If even Delega couldn't handle it, then there was no point in thinking so much. Besides, she should trust the lovely Miss Phosma. I will keep it in mind. Please rest assured, main consciousness. Very well, although it's just a polite remark, you can't refuse to comply even if you don't want to. I have nothing else to discuss with you. Just register the accompanying visitor. The main consciousness was probably the least divine being Luo had ever seen among the god-level beings. Its tone of voice was entirely derived from Miss Phosma, making Luo somewhat doubt whether any smooth-talking slave trader could easily abduct it. Criticizing the main consciousness is also something you shouldn't do, so I make a note of it for little Luo. No. I was wrong. Luo immediately admitted defeat, and only then did the fair and impartial main consciousness stop writing. Considering little Luo's good attitude, this won't happen again. You over there, cat, come and register. Galega quietly looked at the main consciousness, not moving, and simply said, no need. So you're a returning customer. Let the main consciousness check the record. The main consciousness showed no surprise. With a flick of its little finger, the handwritten paper, which appeared to be only one page, immediately flipped to the second page. The main consciousness rested its chin on the end of the pen, its gaze slowly moving down the page. This seemed to be one of its little habits. Thump. I told you not to criticize the main consciousness. Ugh, I never do it again. Luo rubbed his head, which had been hit by the pen, and sincerely apologized again. Was this even considered criticizing? Found it, but no, you know you're not her. Register her again here. An ordinary piece of paper appeared before Galega. Except for some incomprehensible golden runes at the beginning and end, the middle was blank. But Galega seemed to be able to see the contents. He hesitated for a rare moment, then raised his left paw and pressed it against the paper. Suddenly, a cat's paw print appeared in the center of the large blank sheet of paper. And there's more? Don't think you can hide it from the main consciousness. The cat flicked its tail, gently leaving a watermark on the small fish hanging on it. The paper then flew back into the main consciousness's hand, merging with the original paper before being casually tossed aside and disappearing. Thank you for your cooperation. The main consciousness will grant you some permissions. You can search for the information you want. For little Luo's sake, the price will be 50% off. Luo seemed to see a momentary expression of speechlessness on Galega's furry face, but it disappeared too quickly to see clearly. The cat spun halfway around Luo's soft shoulder, settled down comfortably, and said calmly, "No need. The main consciousness understands." Well then, goodbye. The calmness in Miss Phosma's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by playfulness. At the same time, Moriarty and Sindaragon returned. Strangely, they didn't seem to realize what had happened. Sindaragon even deliberately asked Luo telepathically, "Didn't you say the main consciousness would appear? Where is it? By the way, don't tell the guy Cizo I asked this." It's already gone. Was that a demigod or a divine projection? Sindaragon's unusually calm question surprised Luo. The dragon lady didn't immediately doubt its authenticity. Instead, she readily admitted that she was inferior to the main consciousness. Could Moriarty have corrupted his mind? Little Arty, you be punished later. Having happily decided on the little guy's next move, Lo shook his head at Sindaragon. I don't know if I can say this, but his main consciousness is on par with Galega, so you understand? That's no surprise then. Sindaragon readily accepted the fact, further convincing Law that the little guy's excessive anger towards dragons had caused the dragon lady's mental lapse. Oh right, I need to collect my new robes. Huh? When did I put them on? Law's gaze shifted from the wide sleeves of the robe in her hands to below, where she saw that the robe she had originally woven using high-level shaping had been transformed into the silver-white mage robes made by the Great Library before her departure. Scratching her head, Law didn't intend to investigate further. Since her main consciousness could normally converse with Galega, it wasn't surprising that she possessed some peculiar little tricks. All right, let's not dwell on these details, Miss Phosma. I'm going back to my room now, bye-bye. Bye-bye, little Lo, remember to work. Okay. Well then, Miss Sindaragon, come to my room. Fine, let's go. But this dragon must remind you, I'm very clean. The dragon lady raised her proud swan neck again. If the great dragon wasn't satisfied, she wouldn't hesitate to criticize. With her new mage robe, nothing unexpected happened when she returned to her room this time. After more than 2 years, the soft, cozy bed was right in front of her. Lo threw herself onto it, unconsciously letting out a cute little moan. Her pair of fair, jade-like legs kicked off her mage robe and boots, leaving her completely naked in the air. Now that things have come to this, let's get some sleep. Good night. While Lo was fast asleep, Sindaragon and Moriarty were sitting face to face at the table, clinking glasses. Only one was strong liquor, the other was black tea. Sizwa, I remember you dislike human tea. You got it wrong, you stinky dragon. Moriarty took an elegant sip of tea, his innocent eyes hardening. Sindaragon, while I rather see you make a fool of yourself, you should refrain from unnecessary arrogance in this space. Otherwise, if you cause her trouble, I'd be in a difficult position. Humph. I don't need you to remind me. Don't treat me like a reckless beast. Sindaragon snorted coldly, not dwelling on the matter. She understood that while dragons were indeed powerful, they were long gone in this era. Furthermore, their power didn't affect her current saint-level strength. She still needed to assess the situation carefully. Good that you understand. This general has no intention of saving you, disgusting. Caesar, if you want to fight, just say so. Moriarty was completely unfazed by Sindaragon's aggressive demeanor, leaning back with his teacup, swaying leisurely as if in a rocking chair. "You stinky dragon, I got something good to show you. Want to see it?" "No." "Since you want to see it so badly, I reluctantly agree." Sindragon rolled her eyes. She didn't care about this guy's good stuff at all. After all, anything he mentioned was rarely normal. Clang, clang, clang. "Behold my army of the netherworlds." A cute black-haired lowly was lifted high by Moriarty, her face, identical to Moriarty's, still carrying a naturally innocent charm. "Your army of the netherworlds?" Sindragon's face twisted slightly, looking like she wanted to laugh but couldn't. Moriarty held her on his lap, proudly declaring, of course, "She's the beginning of my rebuilding of a 1,000,000-strong army of the netherworlds. One day, I will once again command a 1,000,000-strong army and crush all enemies for Sister Lori." "Wait, what about your belief in following Hades?" Moriarty waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Who cares about that old thing? So much time has passed, his consciousness might have been reconstructed. What does it have to do with me? Really? So casual. I need to make sure you don't corrupt Lo." "Hee hee. 20 years. Moriarty chuckled, gesturing 20 years to Sindaragon. "Envious, aren't you? Oh dear, even this dragon's flattery can't compare. Lo is completely my shape now." "Bullshit. With me here, a mere Hades can't corrupt Lo." "That's not up to you." "So, this is why my living room looks like this?" Lo's eyes twitched slightly, his fists clenched, suppressing the urge to punch him. Moriarty knelt obediently on the tattered floor, wearing an innocent little Artie-knows-nothing expression, while Sindaragon sat cross-legged beside him, his gaze wandering, seemingly lost in thought. Miss Dragon tried to argue. "Actually, it's all a misunderstanding. Things aren't what you think." "Yes, yes. Sister Luo, you have to believe little Adi." The little guy nodded rapidly, making Sindaragon breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Saizo wasn't so evil after all. Having been sealed away for so many years, and having his consciousness reconstructed multiple times, he was probably a little more normal now. Little Adi can see clearly. It was all made by that stinky dragon. She's so fierce, she'd tear down anything she doesn't like, saying all the furniture has to be redone according to her wishes. "Now, let's help Sister Luo tear it down first." Moriarty started spouting nonsense, and Sindaragon could hardly believe his ears. Was this even human? No, this wasn't human at all. "Setso, you bastard." Moriarty deftly dodged Sindaragon's dragon-transformed right arm, innocently shouting, "Sister Lo, did you see that?" The bookshelf in the corner, just like the floor now, was torn apart by a dragon's claws. Little Artemis remembers it clearly. The mirror over there was shattered by a dragon's wide-eyed glare, the chandelier was smashed by grate, and that wall, she bit it off herself. Even back on the battlefield, Sindaragon Gon had never been so furious, her face practically exploding with rage. How could such absolute zero-degree words come out of a mouth too small to even fit a fist like hers? While objectively speaking, there might be a slight possibility that she had a subtle connection to the damage in those places. Putting aside the facts, wasn't this completely in the right? "Caesar! Die, you dragon! Stop!" A loud shout abruptly halted the two wrestling figures. Lo, towering above, gave Moriarty a dangerous glare that instantly reminded him of the nightmare of being hung from a tree and whipped. He decisively abandoned Sindaragon and dashed towards the door. As long as he could escape, no punishment could catch him. However, Lo merely sneered, her small hand reaching out to grab the little guy's forgetful head. "Run? You think you can escape?" The room's layout shifted rapidly. The space around the door seemed to expand infinitely, while the wall behind him closed in simultaneously, as if the entire room was moving rapidly through an endless void, matching Moriarty's escape speed, making it impossible for her to reach the door no matter how fast she flew. A small hand landed, just covering her head. Lo, holding the soft, noodle-like creature, dragged her back to the ruins, not turning back to give the dragon lady a slight smile. "Miss Sindragon, I think the living room will be spotless when I return, right?" "Of course." The dragon lady nodded quickly. She vaguely understood why Lo, a human, hadn't fallen from grace after so long by General Saizu's side. Perhaps it was that guy who needed to be worried. But for this dragon, wouldn't that be a joyful thing? Just thinking about seeing that guy punished so often made Sindragon's lips curl into a smile. What to do when dragon life is too happy? Inside the ruins, Xiaoyi was chasing butterflies formed from life force. Xania had gone to find her friends. Xiaoyi actually wanted to go too, but since Sister Lo hadn't given the order, She felt she should be obedient, otherwise she end up like General Fear, hung upside down and whipped with a water whip. Look, General Fear writhes like a fat, hot worm under lava, but Sister Luo always manages to find the right spot and lash out with perfect accuracy. Listen, the crisp sound of General Fear taking Sister Luo's water whip with its smooth skin is so rhythmic, once per second, with slight variations in the sound from different parts of its body. If it were sung, it could probably be composed into a painfully joyful melody. It just seems a little too real. Xiao Yi, sitting on the golden sunflower, finally snapped out of her reverie. It seemed she hadn't been lost in thought. The fat worm hanging in the distance looked like General Fear. A wave of fear, stemming from her memory, instantly sent shivers down her spine. She flew quickly towards the dark prison, but remembering that Zi Luo hadn't returned, she turned back and flew to the sleeping Lan Luo, lying down against the fragrant, soft girl. Sister Lan Luo smells so good, with the fresh scent of grass, like a matcha cake. Thinking to herself, Xiao Yi rolled over, but inadvertently noticed that the large book beneath her seemed to be shimmering with golden light, and mysterious golden runes flashed by. She tilted her head. This book wasn't like this before, was it? Should she tell Sister Luo? Xiao Yi thought that Sister Lan Luo was either sleeping or sleeping, so maybe it would be better to tell her. She actually wanted to go out and play with Xania too.